Hmm. This is the test. This is the test. Trying to see if this allows me. Let's see. Gotta find out if I can stream to my other accounts, right? It's important to be able to access and do things, right? Oh, it looks like I am live on both channels. Weird. Sorry, I'm Gorilla Biscuits. I'm just trying. Hold on one second. I got something playing in my ear and it's too loud. Okay, I'm just getting ready for Grid's panel tonight. So right now I'm testing OBS because I'd like to just straight record it and then be able to utilize my PC to continue streaming after it's done, depending on how it goes. So um, as it is right now, I'm testing a Y, right? Because right now I'm streaming to my Abe Dinkus channel, but I'm also streaming live right now to my Dark Abe channel because I'd like to archive certain pieces of things so that I can clip and cut them easier. I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to play that out, but for right now, that's what I'm doing. I didn't realize this was going to go live to both my Abe Dinkus channel and my Dark Abe channel, but evidently it is going to both. So, I suppose one thing I would say to you gentlemen who are in my chat right now with me is anything you want me to talk about, particularly at some point during tonight's stream on Grids, right? Because I'm going to be, it's going to be me and Grid and Cleaner, and it's going to be Cat, Sarah, and Kel on the opposing side of the Our Women the Cause. So, yeah, if you guys have anything specifically you'd like me to bring up. Hi, Marilyn. Good to see you. I hope you're well. What's new? What's good? Is my sound good? Do I sound all right? Do I need to project more? Do I need more volume? Just kidding. I think I've noticed this about myself actually. I need to speak from my diaphragm more than from my throat because I think my voice richness is probably better if it's not just throat voice. If I go all the way into my diaphragm to speak. Also, I find myself speaking quieter because I don't even know why, actually. I'm in my downstairs office when I do my live streaming. I have no issue with being volumatic, so I just got to get used to it. But like I said, this is my test right now. This is me running both on my Abe Dinkus and on my Dark Abe channels. If you guys didn't know, I do have a Dark Abe channel, which I intend to use for other video content, possibly in the future. I'm not sure what I'm going to do on it. It might be gaming and goofing off, fun stuff like that. So, yeah. I hope you all are well. I hope you are well. Are all of you guys going to? Oh, happy birthday, Marilyn! I didn't know it was your birthday. Are you guys going to watch? Um, are you guys going to watch the show at Grids tonight? Well, in what is it? An hour from now? That's crazy. Just an hour from now. Yeah, you'll have to let me know. Is there something that you want me to link my Dark Abe channel? Hold on a sec. I will link it. here, I'll just, wait, what? What's happening right now? Hold on, one sec. There we go. Pull that up, and then I can link it across to you. Share, copy. Okay. This is the Dark Ape channel. In case, you know. Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of hidden because it's just a side channel, so it's like not, I don't think there's any followers or anything on it yet. So eventually I'm going to also do clips and a bunch of other stuff, but for right now, Abe Dinkus channel's the main one. That one's a backup for other content, so figure that would be for fun. Hey, thanks. Appreciate the subs, guys. All right. But I wanted to get this all set up for later on, like, because I do want to be able to, like here, let's check this out. We'll go viewing. Let's go editing. There we go. So you can see what I got going on here. This way, I can actually just stream. Can you guys hear the video? I wonder. Well, now it's like inception, 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 which is weird. But either way, yeah. Hopefully, I can work out my kinks as I get this all set up, because I'd like to have a copy of tonight's show. I'm probably going to live it at the same time as Grid does, which would be good. And then that way I can pull any stuff that I feel needs clipped for my own channel from that. So let's see how this works. Can we do? It's weird to do this stuff, like how to get all my different volume settings for different applications and different setups, like tabbing through Windows, like my game, my stuff. It's weird, right? Trying to figure out all these settings too, because like I am not used to OBS at all. So this is kind of new to me, trying to figure out how to use Discord to OBS for panels, how to use Discord, or how to use StreamYard in OBS if I need to do that. And I know there's a lot of people that do it. Like Wobbly said that he could show me how to do stuff. I'm trying to explore it out myself on purpose, because I learn heavily from like self-forced exploration. So yeah. Anyhow. Cool. You know what? Why don't we do that? I know I haven't gone live a bunch yet on my new other Dark Abe channel, but gotta have, stuff set up ahead of time, right? So it'll be like my clip catcher channel, I guess. Wait, what is Cat? You need to calm down. Jeez. Crazy person. You're crazy. No, this is just my test cat to see that I can record what we do later. So actually, this would be a good moment. I'm gonna switch over to one of my windowed modes, and then I'm gonna turn the sound on it. Chat, let me know if you can see or if you can hear the audio when I do it. Okay, so let me pull it up real quick first, and I'll turn the sound on. We'll do this and this
and such.
Okay, chat, can you hear this?
There's a lot of meat. There's a lot of substance there missing. I think that's safe to say that. It's safe to say that the clue isn't cluing, you know? A lot of proof that would be needed along the way there. A lot more context that would be needed along the way there.
Can you hear it, ladies and gents?
Correct. If this is sort of
Sweet.
like a neo
Sweet.
militant tribe.
Okay. Good. Because that would mean I can either utilize the I could utilize the video from YouTube straight from Grids, or I could utilize the Streamlabs or wherever he's hosting it from. So that would be good. I'm trying to figure out all the scenes I have as presets in OBS so that I can switch through for different things. It should be good. Yeah, I'm kind of... Tonight's going to be something, Cat. You're not going to be too mean, are you? You're going to tear into everybody? Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be nervous. I mean, I'm friendly to you. Cleaner's friendly. Grid's friendly. I mean, if anything, this is what I said to Emmett. I think that it's going to be mostly fun. It might get a little bit spicy because, well, the topic is a spicy topic. And I think we're going to probably find some level of congruence across the whole thing anyway. But I'm sure there will be some spicy pieces. That's for sure. But, yeah. I'm wondering if I should just stay live from this, or if I should end this and then go in and start a fresh one titled specifically. Actually, no. I could just keep this going. That way, it's already here. And I don't want to draw from grids for the event. I just want my copy of this. And whoever wants to watch it from my end, obviously you can. But, yeah. I wonder, I'm not like live all over the place, am I, Cat? I'm not like live on other things that I don't even know I'm live on, right? OBS is weird. Like when I preset everything up, I don't even know what all's. Because I had OBS from a long time ago. And then I started using it just recently for the first time, really, which is scary. I don't even know how X spaces and stuff work, so. But I know I have access to all of that kind of stuff. What I should be doing is should be going, like, I should go live, and I should go live on every platform all at once. Like, every time. I'm live on Reddit, really? Okay. Wait, is there Reddit? There better not be Reddits about Abe Dinkus. That'd be weird. That'd be real weird, guys. That'd be weird behavior. Okay, so, like I asked before, I didn't see if anybody actually responded to the comment I asked earlier. Is there anything specifically from the chat that you would like to hear about in our panel tonight, or any topics you think it would be important to bring up adjacent to the topic tonight. And I'm sure, well, I assume most of you know what the panel is about. Actually, that reminds me. Let's do this, do this. Do this. Wait, that's the wrong one. This one. Oh, what do you know about that? Oh, look. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Oh, oh. Oh, man. I got some good ones on that one. Let's see. Let's go again. We can do it. Let's go again. Oh, I got myself. Wow. Awesome. I know I was trying to get everybody who's in chat right now. Didn't seem to happen. Man. But at least I got some folks. I didn't even know Fatty was subbed to me. That's funny. It tells you. People pay attention to you that you don't even know are paying attention to you. Even other content creators, which is crazy. Hmm? Somebody said earlier today that I owe Emmett whatever's inside my hat, or at least some of whatever's in my hat. Here's the truth. What's in the hat is the magic. And the magic I can't just give away. And to be fair, I think Emmett's already come into contact with me, so some of the magic's already brushed up on him some. Oh, is that the case? If I stop stroking my beard, I can pay attention to you better? Oh, Cat. Cat, thank you. Oh, you got Caldy. Long live liberty. The word 9%. I don't even know who some of these people are. I've never even seen them before. That's weird. Really? John, what do you think's inside the hat? You think I'm not honest about what's inside of it? What do you think would be inside of it? Hmm? What's the guess? What do you think's in there? Thanks, Kat. I don't know if I'm your nemesis tonight. The topic is one thing. I'm still unsure what's happening with tonight's topic. Like, is it us three versus you three on the topic? Because if that's the case, it might get a little hairy. might get a little bit hairy. Speaking of hairy, I imagine that's what John Castle thinks is in my hat, is a hare, a rabbit, but there's not one, promise. At least not right now. That's very possible, Saint. It could probably fit in this hat. It is a huge hat, to be fair. Like, it's a rather large hat. I could probably fit a lot of things. And maybe it's like a bag of holding inside of my hat. Maybe I could hold, like, what is it, thousands of pounds of stuff and no one would even know? It's possible. You never know. Is Cat in my hat? Cat, are you in my hat? Are you in here right now? I mean, that's generally what happens anyway, Cat, is a conversation. I figured it'll probably just end up being a contentious conversation in the first place. That's a good idea, Raging Patriot. That's a good idea. I like that idea. Also, it's different using OBS than it is using, like my StreamYard, right? StreamYard's awesome. Makes everything really, really simple. But, like, I can't highlight comments the same way that I would. So I need more plugins, is what I need. I need a whole bunch of other added plugins and stuff. To be fair, the version of OBS that I'm using right now is the, like, Stream Elements plug-in version of OBS. I have the other too, but I downloaded the Stream Elements one because it allows you to just graft in stuff so easily. So hopefully there's like chat window access and chat pop-ups and stuff like that. Oh, is my connection acting goofy now? That was weird. I saw myself freezing up. Yeah. Why do I need air freshener, Lindsay? Do you think it's too stinky in the chat or in the OBS? I hope it's not. That's also a possibility. Sarcastic Saint. Maybe I just have my whole vampire hunting kit in my hat. Maybe my hat is this large so that I can have all the stakes, my garlic, my crosses, my silver, all my weapons right here. Except for the axe, of course, which we know where that is. Lindsay, I think you spelled hat wrong. I think that was supposed to say in your hat, not in your hate. I said maybe, Corey Barton. I didn't say it's true. See? Keep trying to catch me, but I've never fully admitted anything. I've only said could be, maybe. Unless that is, Corey, you've seen it somewhere in my content, which good luck combing through that, because that's a lot of content. I think there's over 100 videos, and most of them are 8 hours plus. So you'd be looking at like over 800 hours or something like that. Sounds like a lot of work to me. Dude, I saw that. When you guys were playing it, Emmett, I was watching while I was cooking. I want that hat in Content Warning. And I still want to play Content Warning with you guys. So, Kat, if you're down, and Emmett, if you are down, tomorrow evening we should do our game night, and we should start with Content Warning. And hopefully it allows us to play it well, and it isn't bugged like when you guys were playing it. So once grid kicks off, I'll probably join from this end, and then I'll switch to. I think I'm gonna have to do it in the back end of the Streamlabs, because otherwise what will happen is if I try to do the YouTube window recording in my OBS, I'll be able to hear it and I'll be on the panel, which will cause me a huge amount of issues with communication. So I think what I'm going to have to do is record it into OBS from Streamlabs and let that be what my live is. And hopefully you guys can hear me from my OBS in the Streamlabs, because last time I did that kind of thing with Rob Noor, I was muted the first 30 minutes or whatever, which was a total pain in the ass, just throwing it out there. So, how's it going, Lion? Good to see you, Elder Loin, the loin of elders. Yeah, I don't know. See, I still don't know exactly what's happening with the format. I know what Emmett has told me. But I think it'll just basically be a contentious conversation. A panel of contentious conversation. So, you know. A lot to the topic too, actually, if you really think about it. There's the question of like which sex is more responsible. There's so much to delve into when you look at the West in general, and then all of the things that make up what the dating market is. So I think it'll be a lot of fun digging into that topic specifically. Yeah, I agree with that, Emmett. I think this is going to definitely elicit emotional responses in some people. The thing that's weird to me too is like, I know Grid is married, right? I don't know how long Grid has been married to the wife he's married to right now, or anything of that. I can't remember that. And I know that Cleaner has been married before. Well, well, well. Hello, Doom. I'm just doing a pre-record because I'm trying to make sure all my stuff is set up for when I go on grids, so that I can also live stream it and record it for myself to clip from later. But what I was saying, Emmett, is like, I think that there's also weirdness in who all we are choosing to have on, because they have their own interpersonal connections with the dating market, if you will, or relationships, and each one has their own standpoint and things they've been through. So like, for me, I have been married for 17 years currently, and I've had bad relationships before that, but I haven't had a relationship except for my marriage for a very long time. So that gives me a completely different perspective, I think, than it does like Cleaner or Kat or Sarah or Kel. So we'll see how that goes. I'll have to watch it. Raging Patriot. That sounds like fun. I believe that's probably true, Doom. Rob is probably standing in a field somewhere, staring at his phone. I'm glad he gets reception in that field, though, you know, because it would really suck. No, I just mean like we each have a different standpoint or a framework we're coming from. Like even if you don't talk about um, your own personal stuff you've been through or had happen in the past, we each are going to view the world differently because of our history in, especially in this prompt, right? In this prompt, we've each had very different lives lived, and so it's going to prompt a different outlook on what the prompt even means. Just the wording of it itself is going to be meaning filled in a different way for each of us. So, um, I would agree with that. Saying, yeah, it's funny too because when I talk to people of the younger generation, a lot of like 20 somethings will say, well, marriages don't last. Nobody even gets married and stays married. And it's like, I can understand where that sentiment is coming from, but there's plenty of marriages that have lasted. There's plenty of old people who have been married for 2/3 of their entire life or 3/4 of their entire life to the same spouse. And I, at 41, have been married 17 years, so I know that I at least can say mine is still here. I'm still married. But I think that there's an epidemic of the way people see the world because of what's around them. And say, like, if you're raised in a single parent household and all the people that you know in your personal life are also in single parent households or were raised in single parent households, you're going to have the idea that, well, maybe nobody actually gets married or maybe nobody stays married, which is not true, but because of your anecdotal experience with the world, then maybe that's what you believe the whole world is like. So you prepare, cat, smarty pants. You prepare yourself. Coming in all hot. Make a leg and kick ass. Here's an interesting fact for you guys before we start on grids. Does anybody know where the saying kicking asses and taking names comes from? Mm-hmm. Kicking asses and taking names. I could have you on before the show, Emmett, but I'm using OBS right now. So I would have to have you like jump in Discord and then pull up the Discord panel tab that I have set. If you want to, you're more than welcome to. Just jump into the Discord and I'll switch this to a Discord panel. Let's do this. Okay, I'm in the panel channel. If you want to join me, Emmett. If you want to chit chat before we start the grid show. And we'll see. Oh, there you are. Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning.
All right. Now give me a second. I'm going to have to see if I can pop this.
You can.
Well, I don't know if they can hear you, though. That's the problem right now. So, yeah. You know. Let's see if this works. I'm going to test this right now, right here. Let's turn on my camera. Oh, look, there I am. Okay, now back to OBS. Oh, awesome. Let's see. Yes, 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 yes. Transition. Boom. All right, now on YouTube, can you hear and see me? And can you see and hear
Can you
Emmett?
hear me and see me
Yeah, can you hear and see
or
Emmett?
something?
Yeah, or something. Something.
Hello?
Can you hear him?
Why am I'm not muted?
They should be able to hear you, I would think.
Yes and yes. Okay, we have confirmation.
Good. Good. Cool beans. Awesome. This is a learning curve, definitely, the OBS part. But so far,
It's fine.
it's
OBS is
working.
fine. Yeah, works.
OBS and Discord, here we are. You know,
I since I've been using OBS all the time, the new one is kinda better, I think. Don't troll. Don't audio troll. Jesus.
yeah, audio
We love you.
trolling. Shut up, smartass. You know what? We
I
should
was reading chat. I was reading chat.
we should shut up. We should make that into a soundboard clip, so we can just play that
Yeah, we should.
randomly at people. I think that's funny.
It was very random, dude.
It was right in the middle of the talk. We're like talking about something, and I just randomly, and it's all like sweet and heartfelt sounding, and you're all like, "What the heck?"
It's like-
My wife laughed so hard from that. She was laughing so hard at me. I just cracked up the
Yeah,
whole
well-
house.
I strong arm you into this. How do you feel about that?
I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not going to freeze as much as I used to, Sarcastic Saint, because I fixed my internet issue by mounting the dish way higher up in the air. So my signal hardly ever drops anymore. So very rarely do I freeze up anymore. Although that doesn't mean
I
it's
pretty much
impossible.
I pretty much a strong arm almost everybody. It was like a random topic on chat, and I was like, "Let's do this. Let's make some content."
Which topic? The one that I'm talking on tonight?
Yeah, the one you're talking about tonight.
It should be fun. I do wonder how OBS is going to do in the like recording from the streaming software. Like,
Why don't you
I don't
use a? If you want to, this is a way that you can do it. So, go into OBS, capture a window. No, it's not a window. Yeah, a window.
display.
No, not the display. The window.
Okay.
Capture the window for
That's
whatever Grid uses. I think is Stream Talks or something like that.
yeah.
And then you just manually set it up to the size of the screen so that everybody is there, and that will pretty much solve the issue as long as nothing else is on that browser. So if you're trying to use any other if you're trying to use another tab, don't do it on that browser. Open a new one, and then you can use it
Well, that's kind
over
of
there.
yeah. That's kind of my plan. So that I don't.
That's what I've been
accidentally-
doing with the StreamYard. So I don't use StreamYard. I've been doing that.
Well, and the other thing, like, I don't have anything crazy personal that it would even show. The only thing it would show is like what other windows or shows or things I'm watching or have prepped. So,
Yeah, but what I mean is,
but I agree with you.
you can have that, and then just you can use another browser to check your preparation and stuff.
Yeah. I think that
Jesus.
what? What? What are you saying?
No, nothing. I was just thinking about it, like the whole thing. I think it's gonna be fun, but it can get pretty spastic pretty quickly if
That's
people get very mad.
that's
you know?
definitely true. That's something I was thinking too. Is like, I'm pretty sure we're all congruent when it comes to the topic for the most part. But all it takes is like the right comments or the right sentiment to be spoken, and then now we're off on a fight, a real fight, right?
Yep.
Because
Um.
we know what buttons are hot and which ones are not.
Well, there's always the possibility of that. I'm working on it, Spiro. I'm working on it right now. I've been busy, okay? I've been very busy.
Sure, you have. Super busy. Super.
I have been busy.
I'm not being a smartass. I know you've been busy. You've been crazy. Running. You're running too many things at once sometimes, I think.
Well, I'm trying to get things.
No, you just have to say.
If I actually enjoyed, like the if I actually enjoy editing, it just will be so much easier. But I really dislike having to listen to things when I work. I want to listen to other stuff when I work on something else, and I can't do it when I'm editing.
I'm the same way. Like even when I'm gaming or something, I'll have a live pulled up that I'm listening to while I'm doing it. Like I struggle with not having something going on at the same time as I'm doing something. Even yeah, it's. I think it has to do with
I'm like,
my ADHD, honestly.
it's kind of weird because I'm listening to a video and I want to listen to another video. So I sometimes I just do it and I have like two things going on at once because I prefer to. I think I'm working better that way, even though I'm losing my mind at the same time. Yeah,
I'm the same way though. It's freaking weird, but I'm the same way. Too much. I don't know. My wife used to make fun of me for it.
This is what I hope happens in the actual panel. I hope that it becomes like an actual conversation that is honest about dating, and you can actually got like. The problem is, I saw. Did you see the Sarah screenshot I sent you?
I did. Kind of cracked me up. So, I haven't. Obviously, I haven't dated in a really long time. But I could speak from the outside looking in, and I can also speak to the after, right? So, like, because I've been married a really long time, and I am friends with couples who have either been married a very long time or have dissolved their marriages in one way or another, I can speak to what I've seen there. And so, I think that actually plays into the dating market, in fact, because what's happening from what I've seen is you literally have people leaving their marriages to go into the dating market for no good reason other than the grass is always greener, which is wild to me.
Yeah. It says, Ava and Greed are the worst folks. Ask about modern dating. Well, there's another reason why I decided to get both of you. Like, Greed has a song that's about to go into that. About to go into 15, 16.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you have a teenager that's around that age as well.
I do.
Right?
I do.
So this is a time that you can actually go ahead and be like, well, I can see these going on, and this is the thing that I would say
Yeah.
to my kids when it comes to dating.
Well, I think there's a usefulness to technology, but I think there's a great detriment to it as well.
So and if you see that the panel's kind of weird because the people I invited on the men's side are kind of older, and then the women are young.
Sarcastic Saint, I don't have like a weekly date night, but we do date nights. Usually, it ends up with like a weekend mini vacation somewhere. Like let's jump in the car and drive across the state or to a different state and do some fun things, and then we'll come back. So it's like almost like we do it a little less often, but we do bigger things for our dates. So
Elder Lion is like, she dating sucks. I gave up on that after about 2 months. I can listen to that. I understand that.
yeah. But as for the fault of it, like I think anyone who's on the outside looking at it could posit some kind of guess of what's going on. Right? Even if you're not taking part in the dating world, you can look at what's going on in the world around you and go, sheesh.
I think that's pretty much what's part of what's going to happen is that, and yeah, I got a lot of people messaging. It's like, you're gonna moderate.
Well,
People, I can't be in panel with the crazy lady in the panel. Okay, I can't do that.
So it does make sense that people would ask that though, because like if it's 3 and 3, who's the in-betweener at that point?
Well, I didn't see it as a debate, so I thought I was gonna get 3 people, and they can just go ahead and have an actual conversation about it. And if Greed needs to step in, he can step in, right? Because he, at the end of the day, is his show.
Right. Well, that's what I figure too. It's more or less like a closed panel conversation, basically, on the topic.
If I was like, I'm gonna moderate, then people would see that way more as a debate.
Yeah.
And then
true.
and then it would have been a lot harder to get people on, which I didn't want to. I don't. There was like a panel a couple of weeks back that was pretty similar with Fatty, and it was the worst panel on the internet ever. And it's kind of like the same idea, except I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want it to be the worst panel in the internet ever.
Well, it's so different too. Like who you're gonna get and what the topic is about changes how the panel goes, right? And for what I've seen for like fatties is there's like a rotation. People just keep coming in, and yeah, I don't know. I would think that you would want it fairly targeted if you're gonna do certain things. Like who do I want for this topic, and why do I want this specific person's view? You know what I mean? Especially if you're trying to flesh out the topic as much as possible, or what. So yeah.
Yeah, pretty much what I want is just not to have
No, Ryan. This is just me talking and prepping to go on Grid's show, but I needed to get my OBS set up so that I could actually record the show for my channel as well. That's
is
what
this
it is.
Talkie Marine panel? Is this the same dumbass that we know as Ryan? Is another one?
No, I think this Ryan likes to argue with me. He likes to challenge me to chat battles, and here and all over, actually. Here and Rob's. and Crystal Strange's, and I think I've even seen him at like Tom Foolery's chat. All over the place, actually. He reminds me of Nico, which is funny.
I'm a, I might actually do a talk about these tomorrow at one point. When it comes to like dating and why I don't like even like talking about it, and just watch a little bit of a panel. That's what I think I'm gonna be doing.
I see how you are. So you instigate getting us all together to talk about it, and then you're gonna do a talk about why you don't like to talk about it.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna clip it, and then I'm gonna ship it on.
Oh,
So it's a whole win-win for me. All
yeah.
this.
You're just using us as like your puppets for content. I get it. Content puppets.
Man. Yeah. Did you see my message?
I did. It made me laugh. I was like, yes, get him.
I'm gonna be doing that every 2 days. I'm gonna be like, "Where's my content, Marte?"
Marte's great, but like
He's
never.
cool. Okay,
Well, no, I just never know when he's gonna actually want to do something. Like, if he'll be like, "Hey, you want to do this show?" and I'll be like, "Yeah, let's do it." And then I never hear anything, and then he's like, "Well, I was gonna, but Abe wasn't available." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? I said yes, let's do it," and then you never talk to me again. What is going on?
this is why this is what I'm doing it now. I'm
Poke,
just
poke,
going
poke.
on ahead.
Yeah, just keep asking him over and over till he says when or how.
Where's my content, Marte? Where's my content?
Is he contacting her or what? How's that even happening?
Yeah, he told me they're like in the fence, and I'm just doing this just to have a kind of a track record as well. Be like, here it is. I'm waiting. I want my content for just I want my.
Right? I get that for sure.
This is how I feel when I was doing this whole thing with Grid. Like I decided to propose it, to put in everything, send all the invites. Well, I mean, Grid did all the invites to the girls, well, except Ken, like because I don't have any contact with Kel or with Sarah. I just messaged Sarah for the first time because he asked me to.
I mean, yeah. They're I
Oh,
guess, yeah.
you are reviewing my debate with Grace. Jesus, I'm not gonna be there for that one.
Who is?
I don't like to listen to myself. It's one of the reasons why I don't make videos about my channel most of the times because I don't listen to myself.
Oh, is that Anson's doing that? Is that what the
Anson's doing that.
Anson, are you just going back through on your new channel? You're just going back through different debates and doing debate commentary or breakdowns?
Yeah, he's doing that.
I mean, I think
he's like showing them.
Yeah.
He's showing like a place where he has the different metrics, and he is like telling.
I think it's a good
like
idea.
giving the idea.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, but I'm not watching that. Like Anson is gonna analyze Grace Thorpe versus me on any topic. We know who's gonna win.
Well, the question is
it doesn't even matter.
Well,
like it can be the color of the sky, and I would say blue.
No, it does matter. The question is he going to do it like as a joke, as funny, like comedy debate analysis? Is it just to have a laugh over, or is it constructive? Is it like for real?
I think he's doing constructive, but I don't know. Like I still think that he has everybody has a bias, and I think he has a bias in these.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Great. Great. Doesn't sound creepy at all. Sheesh.
Crazy.
See? Always great to see you too, Nico.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought you were talking to the other Nico for a moment.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know.
You probably don't know who I'm talking about, right?
I'm not sure. Are you talking about?
The whatever Nico.
Oh no. I don't think I know that Nico. So
I wouldn't be surprised if you knew her.
hey, now, it's not like I just know everyone. I know a lot of people. I just don't know everyone. Okay, calm down.
I agree with you. I will try to agree with you, I guess.
Will you? Wait, what are you agreeing with me
I'm a
on?
smart ass.
That I know a
No,
lot
I'm
of
a
people,
smart ass.
or what? So confused. I'm gonna set an arbitrary. Gonna set an arbitrary goal for just because. What do you think?
Just in case. Yeah.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna do the K2 grift. Abe money now. Send money to Abe.
Yes. Yes. Indeed. There's an arbitrary goal for arbitrary reason.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I hope we can play Content Warning, and then I hope we can play
Among Us?
some
Or what?
Among Us. That will be fun.
I'm open, dude. I would love to do that. And like I
Yeah.
said, now that I have the OBS part working, it's a lot easier to manage. So, but yeah, I'm totally in for that. It looked like a lot of fun, you guys playing it last night, and I really wanted to, but dinner was taking way longer. And then by the time we actually ate, we're all sitting there, and I'm watching you guys, and I'm like, it's already after midnight. I'm not gonna freaking fire up a stream. And I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to bed so I get enough sleep for tomorrow's show. Because I don't want to like not sleep enough and then be a complete doofus. So
There is also the there's a couple of games like there's Phasmophobia. That's actually another one that's kind of cool.
how,
And I'm pretty sure
my kids like Phasmophobia. I'm pretty sure.
That makes sense. And
to check
there's
it
also
out.
Repo.
Yeah, you
Which
keep
was
saying that.
a cool little game that might actually work as well. It's very similar to Content Warning, in the sense that you go into like haunted houses to repossess like furniture and stuff.
That's funny. They do. I love you. Oh, you guys are such smart asses. Oh my gosh.
I've been getting 2 hours or so for like a month, and it's not time.
Babe, money now.
Ape money now.
Oh my gosh.
Dude.
It's freaking funny. Freaking funny guy. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm content like what is it? Freaking
Your
like Grumple likes to say.
You're what?
Content brained. Like I just think about the content.
Yeah. Well. But of course. I think it's clever
Yeah,
too.
I'll probably go an hour earlier tomorrow before the debate, and I just talk about panel and why I hate it, and then I'll go into the debate, and then we'll move forward to your stream.
Yeah.
That's my plan for tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah, Nico, for like what 3 or more years actually. I've seen you in chats. Maybe 4 years. I don't even know.
That's gonna be a cool little debate with EOD. I hope.
I think it will go well. I do. I think Corey's argument with him was really decent. I think EOD is more fiery, and he has a decent grasp of the knowledge that he needs for that debate already. And so it's going to be much like what we saw with Corey, only far fierier. Fierier? Far more fiery.
It's gonna be more fiery
Mm-hmm.
debate.
Well, you know, gingers and all that.
This color makes me chuckle. I hope your plan is clever, color. It's good enough.
The caller is Emmett. Emmett. His Emmett.
No, I'm Count Chocula, and I will count to 10.
I'm Count
1.
Chocula. I'm Count
1,
Chocula.
2, 3.
1, breaky deaky. Oh man. Good stuff. It's good stuff. So, what's gonna happen here? Oh, there it is. Oh.
I gotta go. You
What?
got the invite.
What? I'm gonna have an invite, yes. So, I will be right back. I'm gonna change the viewing to me. Me? Me. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Sounds good. I'll see you in a few. Or will I? Okay, let's see. What do we got here, guys? Let me see what we got going on here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be joining Grid over at Grid's channel. You are completely free to continue watching from my end, but it is Grid's event, so I would say those of you who are already followers of Grid as well, you should probably watch it from there. Yes, my room is magic, much like my hat. It just randomly shifts however it wants to be. My house is kind of like Hogwarts, it seems. It just randomly changes. The stairs are here and then they're there. This room used to be there, but now it's not. I know, it's a weird way to live, but it happens. It does happen. All right. Jump into the room here. Actually, 1 second. Yeah, I am going to turn on the light in this room and see if that is helpful too, because sometimes you just need a little bit of light on the situation. And I don't want to be like in the darkness all the time anyway, especially. Sometimes I think it works really good for the situation, and sometimes I think it isn't good for the situation, so I don't know, it just depends. I'd like to set up my lighting in my office, and I'd like to gut my office out and change it because it's a decent size area, and I could do a lot of really cool stuff with it if I emptied it out and redid it a little bit. So that's going to be some work. I think it's funny how everybody always thinks certain people are other people. It's kind of comical because I tend to know who it is or at least I have an idea of who it is, but I think oftentimes the sneakiness catches people off guard. If you know what I mean. Like the alt accounts of some people, people are like, oh, I know who that person is, but it's not that person. But they gave you hints. Just saying. All right. What are we? We're at 5 minutes almost. All right. I'm going to jump into the back end of Grids Streamlabs and see if it started yet. And if it has, then I will have to adjust and share it to you guys via OBS. So let's do this. Stream talk. Is that the right thing? Is this gonna work? That's the question too. Why isn't it changing? That's really weird that it's doing that. Hold on. Oh, maybe that's why. Studio Talk. There we go. That's better. There we go. Weird. Join? Okay. I got this all set up, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I will just have to figure out how to make this work correctly, because I'm not hearing the sound. Oh, okay. Confused. Do this. I'm gonna add another source here. Bay, this, talk. Why is it not allowing that? Hmm. Let's see. Maybe that'll work. Okay, hold on, guys. Just changing my settings, but here. Okay. This isn't working either. What is happening? Weird. Where? Add a source. I can't add a source. I'm having an issue here. I don't see why it won't give me my third. Hold on. Howdy. Okay. Weird. Sorry. Okay, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to figure this out. Hold on. I have to figure this out. I don't know why my sound is being a problem. I might have to completely change this. Add, no. Cancel. Add. We can hear you go. Gosh, no. I'm well. I'm well. I can't get my sound to transfer over from your studio to my stuff, so I'm just fighting with it. So, but you know, yeah. Like,
And I
So-
can just like
Okay.
not ever let anyone down. So here I am.
Okay. All right.
Right.
So the top
Oh my
the
gosh.
topic is, as I understand it, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but women are the, what did I write down for the topic? Do women bear the blame for the dating crisis? I don't know. We're gonna have by the way, this is not a debate. Nobody get up in your feels. It's a discussion panel.
I'm gonna get up in my feels and I'm gonna fucking
Ah.
bitch slap all of you.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
You couldn't make it spicier? Come on.
Fuck you,
I
bitch.
know.
Fuck you
I
for them
know.
cheeks.
Uh,
Good to see you.
it already starts. Hey, I've got so anyway.
Any hoozle.
Anywho, as I understand it, that's the topic. I would really like to hear what you were sniping about, Kissy Cat. What was the deal? What was the position that you had a problem with, and kind of get the ball rolling here.
Well, I think my main contention was that there's a singular blame. Like it's either women or men. To me, it's a like bimodal issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I agree with that.
What was the claim that was being made? Because I don't remember that from the other night, but
I
maybe
think the
you just
specific
walked over.
claim that like got me all riled up was someone was talking about women deciding, and actually it was Abe because I was sniping at Abe on this one. Look at that
Wait, what are you
face.
talking about?
I'm the one in trouble.
Said something.
No, well, he was just like telling a story of a friend that went through a divorce because the wife supposedly, and if I'm getting it wrong, Abe, let me know. She just decided she wasn't happy and wanted to go be happy and find herself, and that was kind of
I found myself at the bottom of a bag of Cheetos.
Cheetos are fun. Were they the fire Cheetos?
So,
No, I don't like the fire Cheetos. That's lame.
Okay,
I
I don't
love
remember the
spicy
story,
stuff.
but I can't wait to hear it again.
Fire
well,
Cheetos
do
are
you
great.
remember what I'm talking about, Abe?
yeah,
You're talking about your friend.
yeah. It was just
You can tell it better than me.
well, I think there's multiple, but just there's multiple occasions of relationships that are going fairly fine, and then out of nowhere they meet somebody on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Facebook or wherever, and they see all this adventure going on and start communicating in the back channels with some other person, and then the next thing you know, they're like, oh, you could come out and do this trip with me, and then the next thing you know, that wife has left her husband to go do the traveling, and then it doesn't even last with the person they've left their spouse for, and it's like, that was a grass is always greener on the other side event, and
Mhm.
it didn't lead to anything. You left your marriage and your relationship to go have fun
I
and
thought,
got nothing for it.
but
Yeah,
I
that
thought this
sounds-
was in regards to dating, though, or women to blame for a poor
Yeah.
dating.
Okay.
life.
So that was my understanding because that was the topic I was given. I wrote it down.
But we can save that. We can put a pin in the because we can move
We
along.
can get to that.
Well, I mean,
Um,
I've even seen
can I-
that in dating.
Can I offer a claim?
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe we can like dive right in. I don't think it's necessarily people to blame in this aspect of like it's just girls, it's just guys. I actually have the belief that it's the tools that we are using to get through the dating market. For instance, I opened up Tinder, and I think I was a Bumble or something, and I thought, okay, let's try this, and I got my profile up, and I, started my swipes and whatever, and then it actually became so overwhelming. Like you'd get like 50 different messages a day, and it's like, ugh. Then you start weeding them out just based off of simple things like, oh, like that was a dumb question, I'm not even gonna respond, or like, maybe this, maybe, and then it gets to a point, it just becomes overwhelming. I think I lasted like 2 or 3 weeks of having the app before I was like, this is obnoxious, I hate it, I don't even want to do this. So that speaks to like the tools we are using to date they're not configured in a way for success for anyone. It's like set up for failure because like think about all the guys that did message me. I'm sure they were all great and had awesome potential to be a suitor, but because I was so overwhelmed, I didn't even feel like responding. And then also with the casual dating market and all of these other things, like Tinder is literally like Uber with dicks. Like that's all it becomes at this point. And that's how people treat it. And it's set up to make us all fail. And so I'll leave you with that.
Yeah. No, actual like relationships definitely like going to cultivate them, they take work. And I say that all the time when people pop into chat and they're like, I wish I had more friends or I wish I had a boyfriend. It's like those things take effort to go out and curate. And when we take that out, the effort part, and it's just accessibility, then yeah, of course you're going to start looking at like superficial things. I'm like kind of in the same boat. And I think there's like studies coming out that like Tinder and Bumble, it's like a dying market. They're spending like millions on advertising, trying to get young people back on dating apps. But it seems it's kind of a collective thought that people are just disenfranchised with it, like entirely as far as
yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I think like I have a different take on this, and I think there's definitely a higher person.
When was the last time you dated, Cleaner?
When's the last time I did
you
what?
go to the cemetery to find a date, or how's this work?
Wow.
Excuse me, Miss Always Rosy Cheeks for some reason. I'm actually only 45 years old. My wife passed away two and some odd years ago, so I have actually recently here this past year been on the dating market.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
as much as people can say, but and that's a good thing. I have a unique perspective. I have the 40s perspective of the dating market, which is different from the kids. The 20s guys and girls. I have the 40s perspective of it. But I think you touched on something that's important, which is that the tools that are out there aren't necessarily the best for us to be able to meet each other. I think some of it you also touched on with the tediousness of these tools. The tediousness of going through these applications is different for males and females. Obviously, like for men, every profile we go through, we have to try and think up some kind of unique response or a unique message to send them, some question that'll cue their interest or something like that. And if we do this 50 times in a day, we may get a hit like once a week. So after 350 times we've gone through and tried to read a woman's profile, spent 2 or 3 hours going through these profiles, we might get one hit in a week, maybe more than that, but generally not too many hits. Whereas for women, the tedium is they have to go through and try and figure out, okay, is this guy for real with this question? Is this, and so I do understand that. However, I think there's something bigger that's at play to all of this right now. And I really think it has to do with keeping us at odds against each other on some format. I do think it is a higher I would even call it like the shadow elite, so to speak. You know, the guys in the background that are kind of running big tech and, you know, all these other companies. I think they have a purpose involved in that. And I think these tech companies kind of get involved in it and they go, well, how many clicks can we get if we get this guy to spend money? Because guys have to spend money to send chicks more than one message or 2 messages or whatnot. Chicks don't always have to spend money to do this, but guys do. And so they make a lot of money off of the men.
This is going to
date
TTS, so give it 1 second.
Sure.
So I'll read it just for the panel because the panel doesn't get to hear the TTS. How did we fall from the virtue of the 50s dating scene to the degeneracy of the app-driven mess we call dating in 2025? Well, that's easy enough. You know, it's good advertising, good marketing, right? And I think that there's a disconnect these days between how you know, how people date depending on obviously what, you know, where they're trying to date versus what the reality's been for the last few years. I think people are moving away from dating apps. Matter of fact,
do you know why a lot of for instance, you go into a sub shop, right? A Jersey Mike's, for instance, great place, love their sandwiches. You go in there, you have literally only 10 options in front of you to choose from, because if they had a whole bunch of them, you would take longer to decide. You'd be a hot mess, and it's number, you know, like 3 on the list. It's like more financially stupid, but the fewer options you have available, the easier it is to choose. If I have a plate of 10 cookies, I'm going to take longer. If you say I can only have 1 cookie, I'm going to take a really long time. I'm going to count which one has the most chocolate chips in it, and I'm going to figure out which one exactly is like the best of those 10. If you have a plate of 2 cookies, I'm probably just gonna be like, okay, you know, pick one, call it a day. Because at that point, I don't have that many options. It's easier for me to choose. So the dating apps are an overwhelming sense of options, and it gives you kind of like that false concept of like, oh wow, I have all these options. But realistically speaking, it's actually the downfall of dating because you have too many options to even know where to start on talking.
Yeah. No,
well, and that's from
give me 1 sec, guys. I really want to address this because I think this is important as well. But I think the data is starting to show, and somebody can correct me from chat if I'm wrong. I'm sure somebody's got it right at hand. But it seems like people are moving away from dating apps because the problem is that, yes, guys are getting tired of paying to get rejected over and over and over again. They have to pay to send the message. They have to pay to do whatever. And they're getting tired of that nonsense. And of course, the girls are like, all I meet are fuck boys, and I don't want to meet fuck boys anymore. And so it also seems like that for the most part, people are now moving away from the dating apps themselves. But what is because they want to, you're going to meet in person eventually anyway. So why not just meet in person? But then now we have another problem in that how do people even talk to each other? I literally know people that would rather send me a text than call me. They would rather they don't want to pick up the phone and have a verbal communication. They'd rather just text back and forth for 3 hours. And I'm like, that's dumb. Let's take a 5-minute phone call and get this over with. When we have all of these kind of new, the technology driven, the spaces we're in driven. When we have all these factors, where does dating kind of slide in there? I mean, and actually happen, right? So I'm really curious. What do you guys think?
Well, yeah, I'm like, just to like finish touching on what they were saying too. Yeah, of course, it's going to be a business model. If every single person got on there and instantly got matched with their perfect person, they wouldn't make any money, right? So it's just kind of a moot point. And yeah, Ryan pointed out in my chat or Kai pointed out that, yeah, a MILF might have more options. And so, yeah, it's like a failing business model, right? People are going to realize that eventually. But as far as like real life interactions, I think you guys are not gonna like this. It's gonna be like the liberal answer of it. But I think with the state of like economics and stuff, most people don't have time to go out and date. People are working, they have hobbies, they go home. Like, I don't have fucking money to go like out to dinner, like go do whatever the fuck like you want to do. And you should be prepared to pay half the bill, even if normally you don't. Like, a lot of people think it's more of like a not just a time investment, but a financial investment too to date. And a lot of guys just don't got it like that right now in a failing fucking economy.
And I think especially if you're meeting someone online, though, for a first date meetup from an online, you've never met the person before, go just get a coffee or just grab a drink. It's $10, 20 at the most. Like, you're pushing it if you're spending, $20 or more. But you don't know that person. You don't need to invest in them yet. I wouldn't invest in somebody I haven't even met yet. I don't know you.
Yeah.
I have no idea who you are.
Fuck that. If I'm going to go out with a chick, I'm going to take her to a Mexican restaurant because I've got a handful of them that are fucking awesome here in Houston that I love.
Well, that's great if you already know them, right? First date meetup.
I don't know them.
First, oh my God. Well, you also are in your 40s. You probably have more money to spend. So, but for the average young 20s-year-old college kid, whatever, dating, they don't have that extra.
Hold on a minute. Let me read this, and then I got to respond back to that. But I got to read this first. $5 from Rude Mud Crab. It is at $5 Australian. We take fake money here too. Men's lack of self-control is what's given women all the power of selection. Aren't us men meant to lead? Be brothers. Yes, I agree with that. And now right behind that, we have a TTS coming in. So give me 1 second. Right, and that's actually exactly where it's about to go. So look, Kel, I call Cap. Women still go out in droves. They go get Starbucks every morning, and they're going to get White Claws every night. So Cap, bullshit. They're still going out. They're still doing things. The difference is it's just a group of women. It's the same thing with dudes. Dudes are still going out bowling. They're still going out, slinging back brewskis in the bar. The problem is that they're not taking the time to even attempt to meet each other. And the question is why? Why is that? Is it because dating apps suck? Sure, absolutely. But now we see dating apps are falling off. So people are trying to meet in person more. So if we're going to say that, then why are people, what is the disconnect between people who actually want to date? Now I think that we should just exclude the people who are just like, I just don't want to be with anybody right now, but always end up with somebody. And just kind of focus on what's the deal? Why is there such a problem?
I think there's a concerted effort, actually. I think that you have multiple movements all over the place pushing for the downfall of the nuclear family, and if you can keep people from forming those families, you destroy the nuclear family in this country.
Well, and I think maybe from the like Black Ops or Shadow Ops point of view, from the shadow elite that's up there at the top that have all the money and all the control over the world, they're probably looking at it from that point of view. But from the people who are like the tech conglomerates, what they're looking at is just the ad revenue. And so I think if we take away their tools of control, we will see that all of us will be able to benefit, like all of us peons that they would call peons, right? The ants, the people that could step and squash, right? Like I think that if we took away their ad revenue, made it illegal for all companies everywhere to collect ad revenue, we would actually be able to see a little bit of a change in this metric. Like if they aren't able to solicit us for funds for meeting someone, then they're not going to make any money off of it. So the altruism of the dating app will be someone who actually cares about people dating and not someone who cares about the ad revenue or the money they can make off of it.
Yeah, but companies got to make money. This is going to sound retarded, but I genuinely really think that, and I've been thinking more and more about this lately, that COVID and like that whole time period cosmically, intrinsically changed the way that we like interact with each other. Like people just lost all of their social ability. If you were working through it, you might have had a different experience, and I feel like that's why some people were maybe immune to it. But there were genuinely people that for like 6 months to a year didn't work, didn't leave their house, like didn't do anything. And I don't know how big of the population it is. Yeah, in
partially agree with you.
California, like the freeways were empty during
Yeah,
COVID.
I could see
What
that.
happened is it changed behavior of people, and because of that, habits were set into place that are not healthy habits for building new relationships and getting to know people. And I think that people stuck to those new habits and they didn't go back to behaving the way they did prior.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it changed like our expectations of ourselves. We're like, where's our fucking stimulus? Like people are lazy. It's a effort epidemic, not a loneliness
Well,
epidemic.
I don't even know if it changed expectations, Kel. I think it really changed habits, and then like the expectations that we had, people weren't able to meet because we had the same expectations but different habits coming out of C19. But also, when you say companies got to make money, like I've made 14 apps on the App Store, and I've made a ton of money from those apps, and like they took me all of like I don't know, maybe a week to a month each to make. So when you say
But we can
companies
collectively
gotta make
realize it's a
money, like,
predatory business model.
I-
It's a
like,
predatory business model. Boom.
I had to
Answer
spend
solved.
nothing to make them.
Right, that's great. And I
they
wish
were
we were
easy to
all I
make.
wish Tinder owners were as altruistic as you. But when they saw how
Yeah,
much money
I'm-
they
I'm
could
just
make on
saying-
exploiting people's
But time
loneliness.
is money.
I'm just saying that's the thing though, right? I don't want the exploitive mind to be in charge of dating who's getting relationships and who's not. I want the altruistic mind to be in charge of that. So someone like me who's just like, hey, I think this would be a cool app for kids to have. And I'll sell it for like 50 cents or $1 on the Play Store, right? Like
That's why
I do
people are
that.
leaving dating
and
apps, 'cause they
it's a
realize
cool
they're
kids
preying on
app.
them.
Kids can play it.
Guys, I think
That's
the
easy.
tools.
So I think that we would see a lot more of that and a lot less of the overpriced and super ad soaked and all this
Yeah,
other
just
crap.
like big
You
big
would
pharma.
lose a lot of.
They see how many people they can
Well,
help.
right,
and so they put
yeah.
the profits aside. Like, no, that's not how
Yeah,
it works.
and you don't see a whole lot of the small pharma companies coming up because they are like a lot of them are more altruistic. They're like, hey, I really care about trying to heal somebody, but big pharma comes along and goes, bam, you're dead.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah, I agree.
You think the tools are the greatest issue, though?
I don't.
don't think the
I
tools-
I thought that was a fascinating discussion, but I don't think the tools are the issue.
I don't.
I like I said originally, I think the issue is another metric to keep us all at odds with each other rather than uniting. That's what this whole thing is about. Everything that's going on in society right now that we've seen over the past 15 to 20 years, the shift that we have globally as a race, all of humanity. We are at odds with each other.
Let me
more than
read
we
this
ever have
super chat. Then there's a snipe from the chat that makes a lot of sense. $4.99 from Glare 1%er. The expectations changed with cultural shifts to boss babes, and if the guy doesn't have money to spend lavishly on women, they ain't having it. I agree, but there's also that's been a thing for a long time. I don't know that we can really home in on that, but I do think that Mullet Baby hits it hard here. Most people used to meet at their work, but not with Me Too. In the current environment of single men will avoid seeking females because it could turn into an HR issue, job loss, legal BS. And we have to, I've said this lately a lot. I think that if there are 35-year-old men out or 30-year-old men out there, even 28-year-old men out there that can't get laid, that can't find a woman, that can't date effectively, I can't help you, brother. I can't help you. I'm sorry. And I don't care anymore. I'm way more focused on our youth. I want to teach our young men what good values are, what they need to look for in a woman that they want to have as a wife. I want them to value marriage. I want them to value those things. And I could hear less about the people that are out there right now. Honestly, I actually, I'm sorry, Kel, but those are the men that you're going to be dating, and I apologize for their shortcomings, but things will. Things will.
Well, and Sarah,
Appreciate
you're
you wishing
single
the
too
worst
right
for
now,
me,
aren't
bro.
you?
Sorry.
Appreciate you wishing the worst for me.
Not the worst. I'm sorry. I just think that the current crop of men out there is.
There's some really good
What
ones
about
out
Kissy
there.
Cat? What about
Yes,
Sarah?
some.
We got three
Some.
ladies
Hey, look,
on the panel tonight.
No, I mean, I
Really?
don't know. I
I'm
haven't
old.
really had any complaints. I've just had a few like spaces where I can't align with them, right?
Yeah.
But it does like I wouldn't say that they're douchebags either. I mean, they've all been great guys. I really didn't have any like like major issues, you know. Just alignment.
I've had
But
it kind of on the other side.
Alignment and
honestly, Sarah.
effort.
Well,
I've actually
no, I
seen it on the other side a little different. And I mean, I get that like between guys and girls, the metric is a little different. Because like you'll go through, and you're a smart lady. I've talked to you a number of times. I know you're a smart lady, Sarah. So I know whenever you go through, you probably look at like the comments that people smart as far as your relationships. Okay, don't know me. Don't know me. But when you're looking at the responses you get from guys or the messages you get, you weed through them to try and find somebody that's a match for you or what you're looking for, And fairly enough, like us guys will do that too to some extent. Although I'll admit, after my wife passed, like I was thirsty as shit. So we all have that degenerate.
You did things. You did things.
But,
right. I got to acknowledge this raid from Mikey Balls. Thank you very much, brother. I'm glad that you came in. Welcome, Mikey Balls.
Love Mike Ball.
Grid's getting raided by balls.
I'm getting. There's a lot of balls up in here.
Grid, question. Why out of the 3 single ladies on this panel, why am I the only one destined to date shitty men?
Because you're the youngest.
Oh no, you're not. You're not.
Your
You're not.
bracketing
Kel.
is completely different than their bracketing is.
Date older, Cal. Date older.
This is the problem that's going on right now.
Guys, I got in. $5 from Hall Long Nate. Approaching women in the wild is dangerous. They can be extremely vicious and ruin a guy on social media if she's just not feeling it.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Ball up.
Maybe, yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree, but at the same time,
Kel, your issue specifically, I can actually explain, and I've seen this because I've seen it in my kids. I've seen it in the women that I've dated, and I've seen it in me and some of the other guys that are out there dating, right? Some of my friends, which I hate to say that they're like this, but there's a couple of them that are. But so what you see is a whole lot of like the guys that'll come out and they'll say one thing, but they won't necessarily prove that, because there's a whole lot of social media and commentary that's related to what does she provide me? What does he provide me? Not the question that really matters, which is the self-sacrifice question. The self-sacrifice question is the most important question of all. What do I provide for someone else? That's the question that everyone should be focusing on right now, because if you know what you provide for someone else, like what you have to offer, and that's what you can display like in your dating profile, or when you meet somebody and you're like, well, I do this and this and this. What do you think of that? Does that align with you? And if somebody else says, well, that doesn't really align with me, or they're like, oh, that's fucking awesome, like we can go to space with that shit, then, but that's the thing right now. Everyone's so focused on, well, what does she actually do for me? What does he actually do for me? Rather than, what do I provide for whoever it is I'm trying to date?
And where do you think that mindset comes from? Like, where
That
do you
comes
think
from
that
social
shift?
media. That comes from
I was
social
gonna
media.
say-
It's a large
Yeah,
push.
the whole. Well,
Generally
did you ask her what she brings to the table?
Right.
And I'll
Exactly,
say
Sarah.
this one cracks me up the most because it's so
disingenuous.
and it's contradictory, right?
Mhm.
If you're truly a man who believes in traditional values, you're not asking her to bring anything to the table. You are going to provide that table and display it for her so that she can make the lovely meal and put the kids at the seats and so on and so forth, right?
Cool.
Like
That's-
she's
I like
not
that, Sarah.
bringing. Yeah, she's not bringing anything to the table. The table's a fucking joke. I do believe if you're growing together, you're both young, you're growing together. Like, to me, you should look at it as, are we aligned? Are we both ambitious? Do we
Right.
have goals?
Sure.
Is she supporting my goals? Right.
Am I supporting hers?
And
Actually,
am I
Sarah,
supporting?
Right.
This is something I have a real problem with when people start talking about this, right? Like, you can't see more or less what a man actually brings to the table. A man can look hardworking. He can look like he's got it all together. He can look a certain way and be completely full of shit. What men want in a woman. Sorry.
women.
Oh,
just
you
like
muted.
women. Just like women.
Well, hold on.
That's
But
fair.
what women want in a woman, we see beauty. We can observe your actions. We can listen to your words and hear what you say, and we can make a lot of determinations. With men, it's, we have. That's one of the things that where I don't get offended when when women say, well, what does a man bring to the table? Well, that's a great question. For men, we see what a woman brings to the table. For us to have to ask what a woman brings to the table means that we don't know what we actually want. We as men have failed ourselves, and we don't know what we want. I knew when I met my wife that she was wife potential. I literally could tell within probably a couple of 3 hours of spending time with a girl if she had even any hope of being wife potential. And I'm sure I missed some good ones, but I like to think that I kind of figured things out, right? But women can't do that necessarily with a man because they're not looking at you for your studly arms or your broad back or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I don't know what women want, but
that's why broke guys.
But they need to care about whether you can provide for them. They need to care about whether or not you are a good man or going to, be a provider if that is the role that you claim to want. So that's why we date, so that we can source all that out. And that's why people fuck up dating all the time now. Dating's not supposed to be, we go out for coffee twice and you move in.
Right.
Like that's the most fucked up thing about modern society. I just can't get that shit. Right?
No, I agree with what you're saying for the most part, but I'm just like, you know what's crazy, Grit, is you would actually underestimate how much we can tell by spending 3 hours with a man. Oh, how I can tell like a lot.
I didn't say you couldn't. I'm just saying that there's
Can we test a theory? For just a second, my chat has a theory right now. Abe, can you mute for like the next 60 seconds and just leave it on mute?
It is Abe.
It is Abe. Abe's a mouth breather. I'm sorry.
It's Darth
Abe.
Abe.
Super sensitive tonight.
I'm not.
It's Darth Abe.
His mic is
Maybe
always
move
I'm
your
not a
mic.
mouth breather at all. Obviously,
No,
my mouth is
his-
Move your
closed.
mic to where your
His
nose
nose
is
really
not
sensitive.
blowing directly on it. Maybe move it, somewhere.
His
It's
mic
like
is just
it's
really
just
sensitive.
so
that's all.
piercing in there.
It's Darth
Well,
Abe.
I think this is a good point though, because I think that right now what guys and girls are doing wrong is they're focusing on what somebody else is doing. And the realisticness of it is, if you're looking for a long-term relationship, you need to build a list of things that you're good at, a list of things that you're not good at. Figure out the things that you want to be good at and all that, right? Build a list of what you would like in a woman. Don't go into
This is going to
any
teach
kind of
us, Cleaner. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
sure. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
not
agree with
just
that.
true. That's
Go ahead,
not-
Cleaner.
I
I'm
agree
sorry. I
too.
didn't mean to interrupt you, but I had to do that because
No, sir. No, sir. This is, I mean, it's actually going pretty close to in line with what I'm saying is like, if you're going out dating with the idea of wanting to have a serious long-term relationship with someone, you should already know ahead of time, what is it that I'm looking for in a partner? What is it that I provide? You should know those two questions. You should know the answers to them. If you don't know the answers to those questions, you need to kind of think about it. That way you have a list. And I know that there's chicks and dudes both out there that will say, whoa, a list just makes everything all transactional. And you know what? When we're talking about relationships, everything is about control. Everything is about manipulation. Everything is about transactions. Everything, all of it really, truly is. It's emotional transactions. It's control for the best outcomes. It's manipulating your own bad habits and the habits that your partner has so that you can have the best outcomes. That's what all of everything is about. So when all these things come up and people try and use them as attacks or gotcha moments or whatever, it's all fucking bullshit. All of these things are normal human behaviors. Insecurities are normal. If you have an insecurity, it's because your partner is showing you something that you feel insecure about. It's not because you yourself have a fucking problem. Like, all of these things that people use to attack each other shouldn't be used to attack each other. We should actually sit down and have conversations about them so we can understand what it is that the other person is saying, so we can find out if we're actually a match for that person.
That's well said. And Long Nape comes in with $5 to the table. ? Isn't alignment the table? Actually, I think that's a great way to put that. If you're not in alignment, then what do you really have?
Yeah.
True.
As Sarah said that and actually, I remember her talking about that she spent like 30 minutes with this person. I'm assuming it's a guy, and was like, nope.
I love men.
Nope.
Yes, this guy.
Nope, this guy is not it. I will ruin this guy. This guy is not good enough. out the door. So, or whatever it was. And I thought that's really perceptive, Sarah.
And these are all, I think these are all great relationship
It's
metrics.
TTSing. I'm sorry. Give me one second.
Oh, what am I kicking?
People.
Alpha, the first one, it's insightful.
It's insightful, but I mean, if men really wanted to fight that, like, what would women have done to stop us? So it's on both sides. Fuck
No,
trying to throw blame. That's
and I
not
think
gonna help
they're all-
anybody.
I think Sarah's chat's having fun with her right now.
I see it. They are.
Because they're all making fun of the fact that I had to be the one to tell Abe, and someone just said Sarah had to be John Wilkes Booth.
I saw that.
Shoot him in the back of the head.
Shot
that's
fired
so
at Abe.
bad. That's so
Yeah.
bad.
No, and
Yeah.
I think that's the
I
way they
showed the
operate.
thing from chat that asked, said, Abe, we can hear you, but no,
I
apparently.
sent my chat over to yours. I said, everybody go over there, just say it in the chat. Maybe I don't have to be the butthole.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, all these stuff that we've been talking about,
But back to the dating thing. So
I think that we have great.
hold on, calm down. Kissy Cat, do you think that people just move too quickly through dating and they just go from like coffee to moving in together too fast? Do you think that's
This
the
is
case?
where I melt.
Yeah, I mean, probably some people do and some people don't. But I think some people get a little bit comfortable in that talking stage and sometimes it doesn't progress to more. But then some people are too gung-ho and jump into it really quickly. I'm not really a generalizations person, so I mean,
Okay.
that's kind of two-sided there.
No, and
Okay.
I think Cleaner, what you said about it was very well said. But and all of the preliminaries about weeding out how to look for a good partner, blah blah blah. I think all of these are great criteria for once you find someone. But I think the people's main gripe is I can't even fucking find someone to date. Dating apps aren't working, all this shit. So it's it's
Right.
great to weed out a partner, but it's
No, I get what you're saying, and I firmly believe if we took away the ad revenue from these companies, if it was illegal for them to gain,
I don't think
ad
it's a Tinder
revenue-
problem. What else do you
No,
got?
no, yeah, no. I don't.
I-
I don't think Tinder's the only one. I think there's a large
I don't
number.
think it's a
of them,
dating
but
app
they
problem.
gain-
Well, because I
Like
think Tinder is for hooking up, right?
Mm,
I've
yeah.
never used dating
I-
apps, but I think
I
that's
don't-
the consensus. That one's for hooking up. So
Yeah, I'm not
they're
up on
doing that for
prostitutes,
serving their
but-
purpose.
Well, I
if
think,
that's the
I think in
fact.
terms of the rushing point, we rush the whole thing, right? The way we view the
Sometimes, yeah.
timeline of relationships at this day and age. Like I said, number one, it's casual dating, right? People's intentions are meant to be instant gratification. Gimme, need it now. Are we doing this or not? Right. But we move from something as simple as coffee and then a dinner date and then a fun date. And then you fuck, right? At that point, it's well,
No.
what do we do next? We fuck. Have you ever heard of the 3-date rule, Cleaner? Maybe not.
Yeah,
but-
well, okay. Listen, I get what you're saying,
But
Sarah,
that's-
and I think
that's
really,
the-
I watched
That's-
American
hold on,
Pie.
I'm-
I've heard
I'm
of the
not
3-day
done.
rule.
I'm not done
no,
yet.
no, I don't
I'm not
disagree
done
with you,
yet. I'm
Sarah.
not done
I
yet.
just think
But
that's the
I'm
20s.
not done yet, Cleaner.
Talk about our age group.
Ladies
sweetheart.
first.
Talk about our age group.
Ladies first.
Seriously. but essentially the timeline has been shortened because we're at the casual dating world of things, right? To these younger dating groups, essentially, it's well, what's the next step? What's the next step? And then once
Right.
you get to the serious stuff, then I think suddenly the brakes get put on, right?
Yeah.
Because you haven't, number one, you haven't built the real bond. You haven't really gone through a whole lot, but you're sexually active. You're doing all of these fun things. Everything's happy go lucky. But the minute
Right.
that it's oh, okay, well, are we exclusive? And then it's hold up.
Yeah.
Nobody said anything about that. We're getting the whole timeline backwards and
Yeah.
running things different than the way it should be, right?
Mhm.
And
agreed.
because of that, the level of care, the level of seriousness, the level of all of these things just goes out the window, and it's you're disposable at that point, so it doesn't matter.
Well, and that's why I say, and listen, when I say the ad revenue, I'm not talking about just apps. The thing that a lot of people don't understand is in Hollywood, them portraying men and women in different ways, they get revenue from advertising that. Okay. And it is listed as ad revenue towards their contract fees and what they get. So all of this plays into what we're seeing in our social construction that we've got right here in America, right? And I think this is all over the world. I don't think it's just here in America. I think it's all over the world, but here more than anywhere else because of the capitalism thing. Is that one going to TTS?
No, it's not. But I'll read it if you'll, since you've paused. Why is a guy going to offer full provisioning to a girl who doesn't hold sleepovers for the provider? It's culture. It has become culture, but that wasn't originally the expectation, right? Like it wasn't that you were supposed to be doing full provisioning right out of the gate, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
and no sleepovers right out of the gate.
Yeah, no.
Don't forget that part.
Look, I have three girls.
This one's going to TTS.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's retarded.
A little bit.
I mean, it is societal. It's societal.
I
the
think
Kardashians are the problem with the dating crisis, guys. We solved it.
Just like
I don't
just
think it's
acceptance
just
of.
I like that vibe. I like that a lot. Abe, you haven't said a lot, man. I'd really like to pull you in on this because I know you're a married man. Obviously, you dated a little bit, so I'd like to pull you in on this. What do you got, man?
I'd say that apps are a problem. They just juice up what the already existing problem is. We have a huge culture problem in our country, and if we don't fix the cultural divide, we're never going to fix the dating problem. I think that you have to have like values with the person you intend to build a relationship with. You have to find a way to suss out what those values are. Every place that people meet people are either online or somewhere where your judgment is impaired because of the chemicals you're imbibing. And I think that how are you ever supposed to trust what person you're meeting at a bar? We need to find a way to go out, meet people, assess whether or not their values match our values, and then spend the time building the relationship. I don't see it. And then you have a whole system of media and television shows and everything else telling dudes there's nothing worth it. It's not worth it for you to go out there. She'll just take everything you have once you're married, or she's going to get you in trouble when you're dating by me tooing you. And then you've got all the women out there being told you need to drive for self-accomplishment before you ever get into a relationship. Go build a career, go get the degrees, go do these things. And between those two things, you have a complete misalignment, and culture can never catch up.
Let me throw a theory that I've been working on for a little while now. Let me throw this at you because I know that you've been, you were in the military, and I know you. I mean, obviously, they're all your brothers. So, I have an observation that right now we have more living veterans than we've had at any period in time in history. We've actually now gotten to the point where fathers have sons that have fought in the same sandbox that they fought in, and no peace has been declared. So this is an interesting time period, right? Now, one of the things that's very common in the military is when the Dear Jody, right? The Jody letters, right? And so do you think that the fact that you've had so much of this go on that and also, there is a subculture in the military of men who just will never get married because girl in every port, right? And so with those two things combined, do you think that there's, because of the sheer numbers that we have now, do you think there's something to that, right? Because when my grandfather came home from World War II, all he wanted to do was get married and raise a family. When these young men are coming back now, all they want to do is buy a Ferrari and fuck bitches, right? And they don't want the wife. They don't want, and they've heard so many of their comrades, get fucked over by the girl back home that they built these fences, and again, the sheer number of them, right? Like, we're not talking about maybe a couple of thousand, right? We're talking maybe 10, 20, 30,000 dudes that are literally have lived the past 15 years that's scared that some dependopotamus was going to latch onto them, and so they just don't even want a relationship. What do you think about that? Can you give me a?
I would say for myself, for the guys that I was in with, there's like two brands. There's the brand who has already lost everything to an ex, and the one that's still married to his wife.
True. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So
Well, and
Not
that's
to mention
not
that it's
that's
really
not
common to
necessarily
marry
saying
too
that,
much
like, it
early
was-
in the
Sorry,
military.
Kel.
Sorry. No, it's really, really common. I have two friends. One, my friend Alex was divorced by the age of 23 because he decided to marry this girl, because your money like doubles if you're in the military and you marry someone. Like, not necessarily. There's obviously other factors, but
Well,
you get a
they're
lot
lower
of
rank,
benefits.
yeah.
Oh no,
I
there's
get-
a ton of dudes that get married just for that increase.
I get what she's saying. Yeah, it does. You
So
get
sure,
housing
you
and
should
some
be
other
scared of
things, yeah.
predatory women, but it's plenty of guys make that decision without fully thinking it through because it seems like the obvious one at the time, for tax reasons.
Yeah, that's true.
Sure.
That's true. I look. I think this is the thing. Is like we have different cultures as the age groups go on when we're talking about the social marketplace, right? Like obviously the guys in the 20s are going to be doing something a little bit different than the guys in their 30s or the guys in their 40s. Like for me, I've already had my two kids. They're grown up. They're adult. My wife passed. I'm out in the dating market now. I'm very selective. Whereas when I was in my 20s, if you smiled at me and you were a 5 or higher, like you would get the D. Okay, that's all there is. To
Honesty. That's honesty right there.
Hey, look, look, man. I had a really fucked up position when I was in high school. If there was a girl bouncing in my lap and she didn't tell me she had a boyfriend, that wasn't my fault. Like this is I was a degenerate when I was younger. All right, but this is the thing. It's like when you have this disparity in the 20s and then in the 30s and then in the 40s, we're all trying to approach the same dating marketplace, but we each have different selectors, different restrictors, and different metrics for how we're trying to find a partner. The guys in their 20s, they may not be looking for someone to marry. It'll probably be less than 5% of the guys that are actually looking for a long-term relationship. In their 40s, most of us are looking for somebody who wants to be a friends with benefits or a permanent long-term relationship. We're not
So
looking
you're
for
saying
just
I
a
should
Friday
try to
night
be a
chick.
cougar and go for the 20-year-olds?
I mean, if you're
I
just
did.
wanting to get laid, like, sure. I have no doubt you'd have no problem getting laid, Sarah. I mean, it's
Sarah, anytime I've been on your
all the
panel,
girls on the
everyone hits
panel,
me up.
I
They're like,
have
who's
no doubt.
the MILF?
Like-
Who's the MILF? I need to get her number.
What?
I'm
I
like,
don't-
bro.
The list took a turn.
I don't think sex alone is important, though. I think that sex
Well,
is something,
yeah.
but if
Yeah.
dating is supposed to be setting us up for marriages, and if everything is centered around a sex-centric one-night stand culture, then that's what you're going to get. You're never going to get marriages. You're never
Right.
going to get relationships.
And
Well,
also,
let
how
me ask Kel. Kel, can I ask you, when you date a man, do you look at the viewpoint of, can I bring him home to my dad or mom?
So I'm definitely not the best example. I have dated a list of degenerate men, and like my first boyfriend made me stop talking to my dad for 2 years. Not made me, but
Oh, shit.
was the cause of us not talking for a while. So I definitely am not the right metric for that. Like maybe I
No,
said
you're the exact person to
Yeah.
be talking to.
like out of vengeance. There's plenty of reasons, but as far as like the selectability that we talked about, right? I'm like it's also just perceived selectability, because you can think, oh my god, I have all these options. This guy like who lives in whatever Beverly Hills and stuff like is inviting me to this pool party and like hooking up with me, and then you never hear from him again. So it's like you might think you have all these options, but it's like it's really just like manufactured options, because exactly what you
I
said,
agree.
20-year-old 25 30-year-old guys who have it all like that will fuck any girl above a 5 because they're like whatever, but it's not like because they want to be with you. It's just like a illusion. Like
Well,
if it sounds too good to
right.
be true, girl, it probably is. Like if you're not in the same dating bracket, you don't take care of yourself, you don't have a good job, good morals, good whatever it is, then this guy, why would this guy want to be with you realistically?
I get
Well,
what you're saying.
and I asked that question because that was in all of my dating, and this is maybe why I've had like good men in terms of dating,
Yeah.
and it just comes down to very specific alignments that I'm like, it's not a match for me. But
You're
because
selective.
I led, well, I'm not selective on my behalf. I'm selective of, is my dad going to give me the third degree lecture, or is my dad going to be like, I like
But
this
that
one,
is on
Sarah?
your behalf. That is
I-
on your
yeah.
behalf, though, because
Oh yeah,
you
it's
don't-
in
you
my
don't wanna
best
deal with-
interest, but
yeah,
I
absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
utilize that as my vetting, like my frontal vetting, like
Yeah.
immediately.
That's a good
like,
Stand
metric.
by.
like for instance, oh God, I hate this.
I think yeah.
That
I
is
think a little bit. But what were you saying, Sarah?
That's the most accurate thing that's been said tonight. 100%. Anyway, I'm sorry. Interrupt you, Sarah. Continue. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
that's okay. I still don't know
She
why
was-
you do the TTS
her
on
dating
the
metrics.
panels. So initially, like for instance, if a guy wears his jeans around his ass, right? Like I immediately, like my foundations with my dad threatening my brothers, like if I ever see your jeans, below your ass, like I'll make you wear suspenders. And so I already know, like, never bring home guy who wears jeans below ass, right? Like
Mhm.
instant turn off. And I think that Kel, in your scenario, like, okay, so there was a guy in Beverly Hills who invited you over to a pool party, right?
No, that was
I
an
think-
example. That was not me. That was
right.
not me.
Well,
Yeah.
even as the example, right? And I would view that as, how is he treating me? What's going on, right? And like, would I call my dad right now and be like, "This is what I just did. Aren't you so proud of me?" Right? And that's
Right.
how I always view it as, if I can't call my mom or my dad and be like, "This is what I just did. Aren't you so glad?" Then I don't proceed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And-
Not
and
to
I think
say
that's-
there haven't been
yeah.
a few stupid things I've done. I'm very stupid. I do stupid
Yeah.
shit all the time. But that's
all
kind
do.
of like my vetting for everything with dating.
And I think that's a great metric. And I think we've talked, I'm sure, Grid, and you've had plenty of panels and debates about how we have like a deteriorating family structure in this country, right? I honestly, like my dad, like we live streamed a lot. So like people might have like had the illusion that we've always had a good relationship. We honestly just started talking again like 3 years ago. Like this was my first time spending time with like my stepmom and stuff. So I'm like, and my mom was just completely off the rails, like the end of my high school experience. So it was like my mom liked my boyfriends to the point where after we went to court for like crazy stuff, she was still texting him. Like that was like why I stopped talking to my mom in the first place. Like, so I have like a horrible metric, like, and I think your parents like form your like expectations for what you'll tolerate a lot. So as much as I'd like to think that, every young girl could be like, would my dad approve of me bringing this home guy? A lot of young girls, not most, aren't going home for Christmas, aren't planning on, aren't planning on bringing anyone home to meet the family because they've like long disassociated like with their family or whatever. So I think we should come up with a better metric like as society where it's like, I'd have like people in my coworker circle where I'd be like, would Prima like approve of this person if I brought them to dinner?
Your family, though,
Well-
is that metric. Like you
It should
model,
be,
you
but it's
model
not,
what
but
you
it's
see
not.
from your parents.
But it's not
Yeah.
for a lot of people. And if people don't have that, how do they set the right expectations for themselves, right?
Well,
Which is, like,
now,
it
Kel,
takes
we're gonna
time and
solve
effort,
this. From now on, any guy you date, you're gonna say, when this guy meets Grid One, Dad One, is Dad One going to approve? And Grid's gonna be a stickler about it, so it better be a good guy. There you go. Problem solved.
my little guy friend is coming to visit on like the 16th or 17th. So we'll have to arrange this so you can
Oh wait, I will be in TwitchCon the 16th.
Oh my god, wait, you get to meet him in person? No.
Yeah, there we go. And this will be your standard going forward. Dad One.
Crazy. That's actually crazy that you get to meet. my
I feel
little
like we're all
sister.
gonna adopt Kel.
I know. I know. Never coming home from DebateCon. I'm just gonna bring all my shit with me.
Hey, Grid, when you meet this guy, if you need to have a little backyard paradise fun with this guy, let me know. I'll fly up there.
It's an interesting thing because when I was a slightly younger man and I was in my business and everything, I used to have to counsel a lot of my employees that were in 19, 20, 21, 22 on this girl is not it. Like, or, hey, you're being a fucking jerk. You need to get your shit straight. and I don't know that. I think that there's a disconnect too in the way that older men talk to younger men about their actions.
Yeah.
And because I got to be honest with you, I look back over my life and I've had so many men call me on my shit over and over and over again.
Yep.
Like I remember I thought I did a fucking great job, and I was fucking proud. And this dude comes over and he looks at it, he shakes his head and he walks away, and I'm just fucking dumbfounded, right? And I can't believe that this guy doesn't like my work. And so I went and had somebody else come over and look at it, and I said, what's up here? Why is he doesn't like it? Well, he's like, well, you didn't do this, you didn't do that, you didn't do this, and he just doesn't want to fuck with you because you're too stupid for him to even talk to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, really? Like, who the fuck says that? And he's like, yeah. He's like,
sounds like my entire childhood.
He's like, you better get it right, or you're not going to be here very long. And that was my introduction to that fellow, and I ended up working with him for a long time. And he gave me one of my favorite nicknames ever. And she did having a hard out at 9. So, that one of my favorite mentors was one of the hardest dudes on me ever. Like there was I think the first year I worked there I couldn't do anything right. And I was doing good work. Like, I mean, everybody else was like, yeah, you just have to understand, and but I don't think that men hold other men accountable anymore. I also don't think that women hold other women accountable. It used to be that, my mom used to help when I was very young. My mom used to help single moms or women who were having issues with abusive husbands or boyfriends or whatever. And we would have those women stay with us in our house while they were hiding or whatever until they got situated. And but my mom was while she was certainly kind to them and understood their problems and all of that, there were many nights where I could hear her having serious heart-to-hearts with these women about their actions and how they were comporting themselves and dressing and everything else. And I don't know that women actually call women out for being sluts and whores anymore. They may even praise them. They may pat them on the back. I don't know. So.
See, and I feel like we're just all talking about like these hyper fixated like social media perspectives that you guys have. Like even from the jump, like where it's like, oh yeah, I should be able to sit my ass at home and have a fucking guy who makes $500,000 a year and everything should be taken care of. Most people don't think like that. You guys are like getting fucking radicalized by social media because like most people don't live their lives like this. If you like,
True.
Well, to what you were saying, Grid, for the accountability, I think also there's a level of how far does my care extend, right? So if it were people close to me, family, friends, people within my actual circle of people that I care about, I'll check the fuck out of you. Right? Check, and awesome. Put you back in your place. But it's like like Kel, no offense, like I care about you, but I don't care about you to be like, Kel, you're fucking wrong, yada, 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 right? Unless I'm like modding and actually telling you off on a panel. But like if you told me something about your personal life separately, I might be gentle about it, but it's not my place to tell you what to do or that you're wrong or whatever. It's my place to give you my thought, but I'm not going to be an asshole about it because that's not where I belong, right?
It's kind of my job.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's so funny that you say that because I'm like sometimes you need a kick in the nuts. Sometimes you do need a kick in the nuts, even from a stranger. Like I'm sitting there on the bus home from Vegas, and I was like, "Damn, I really fucked up. None of my friends are taking my calls." And Grid One like calls me back, and he's like, "Bro, you need like a handful of things to be a cool person," and kind of did give me the kick in the nuts that I needed. And it's like we don't know each other that well, but I'm like sometimes that kick in the nuts to a stranger when it's like instead of just like patting their ass, it can be very, very helpful.
Yeah.
I agree with what you're talking about there, both of you, Sarah and Kel, and even going back to grids to some degree, because I think that a problem that we have in society is that there's not enough of us men that have experience with what should and shouldn't happen, like in a relationship, you know. And I don't mean from our viewpoints, but just to make people safe, to make people be able to find what they want, not necessarily what we want them to find, but what they want, right? Like, we're not espousing good advice anymore because for some reason it seems like a lot of us are scared to do that thing, you know? And for a long time throughout history, good dads, good guys who had already been through the ringer and seen the good of the guys and the bad of the guys, the good of the girls and the bad of the girls, would give younger guys and girls strong foundations. And good moms, in the same respect, good women would give advice to men and women on the good and the bad of men and women as well. But we, for some reason, we veered away from this shit, and we don't give this advice freely like we used to in our little
Well,
community.
people don't go out and cultivate mentors like they used to either.
Right.
They fucking talk to ChatGPT and they're like, "Oh, I figured out all the shit I need." When it's like the best way to learn something is to talk to someone who's been through that shit, you know? Like,
That's very true.
ChatGPT validated my delusions, and now I feel like I can go take on the world. It's like, no, like
It's almost like you undercut the morality of the nation, and the people all suffer for it.
Yeah,
God.
I agree, Abe. I agree.
God. Oh God.
And look, I know
You can
that
say
like
that.
we're not trying to get into a religious debate or anything like that. And for me personally,
say
I wouldn't
religious.
take this to religion itself. However, I do think there is a moral prescription that religion gives certain people that can help us find a better life mate, a better life partner, someone who can be there for us throughout our best of days and our worst of days, because we all know we're going to go through really good highs, and at some point the world's going to kick the living fucking shit out of us, and we want someone that's going to have our back through that.
As much as I'd love to, I didn't make a religious claim. I said a moral. Like, you
I
shouldn't
agree.
have
Yeah.
tons and
I
tons of
took it
sexual
there.
partners, and like all the just the and that goes on both sides. I don't think anybody should be like sleeping with 500 people. Like, that's not conducive to
What?
good
Why not?
flourishing for
I
that
agree.
human being.
Sounds so fun.
I got
agree.
$5 from Haul Long Nate. Sarah just said women don't need to check society. We're in a global society. It can't be like you do you. I'm gonna
I
have
get what he
trouble.
means.
I don't think I said that though.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
you said that, but
That
it
wasn't
is-
exactly what you said, sir.
That
really
wasn't anywhere near what I said.
It was kind
I
of
will
close,
say- I
though,
will
from
say
a guy's
this.
point of view.
I will say this is that regardless of how well you know someone, right? Like I did not know Kel that well. I just knew that she had had a really rough time in Vegas, and I had warned her to not trust certain people because, well, they're charlatans and they're fakers and all that.
evil.
True.
They're evil.
They're evil, okay. And so, you know, it took a little bit of my time to show a little bit of care, give some reasonable advice, hopefully. And why wouldn't I do that? And that's actually one of the things that really bugs me about our current level of society. And I'm actually not talking about Kel's generation. They're still learning. I'm really fucking disappointed in the 25 to 45 range where people don't even give a fuck enough to just listen to somebody's issue before they just write them off, right? Or just to actually, you know, go out on a date with somebody and just because you don't click, just because you're not feeling it, you know, that just completely ghost that person, right? You may have made a good friend. You may have missed out on a lifelong friend, or whatever.
No,
or she may have actually a really
no,
hot friend. I'm just
No,
saying.
listen.
I'm kidding about the last part.
If a guy says, well, or a girl says, well, can't we just be friends? The fuck no.
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 I agree. Sarah and I agree on this 100%.
Yeah, you know what? I'll agree with that. I'll take that back.
If they're your friend, you should be married to them. That's
I don't have any friends, so I don't. I'm weird on. I'm weak on the.
Well,
friend
could you
thing.
imagine trying to date the next person and be like, oh yeah, the last date I went on, like we're totally chill, we're friends, we're just not going
I've
any
heard
further
that.
than that.
Yeah, no, you're
Like,
right. You're right. I'll take that back.
okay.
I'll take that back. I'll take that back.
That'll create fucked up feelings, and it doesn't matter which side it's
Yeah.
on. Whether
That
it's from
shows
the
you how
guy's
long I've been
side
out
or
of the
the girl's
dating
side.
pool. I don't have any fucking.
And listen to
But I do think that that more people should be, if people have problems, they should be opening to at least listening to them. I guess.
Nate,
I don't know.
what Nate was saying, this is something that a lot of guys get fucked up, and I just want to touch on this because I think it needs to be said, because we all keep forgetting for some reason, all right? Or at least you guys in the audience keep forgetting. Guys and girls are different. When Sarah says you do you to a girl, that means something completely different from what guys understand. Guys understand the metric of, dude, don't fuck that chick over. She's a good chick. If you fuck her over, I'm gonna knock your ass out. But girls do something
No, that sounds like a
different.
communication problem. That sounds retarded.
Well, no. That's not a communication problem. That's how
Yes, it
guys
is.
police guys. No, see, and this is yet again touching on the reference of guys and girls police each other differently, right? Like girls police other girls in a different way. When Sarah's saying, I would tell a girl, well, you know what? Fine, you be you. She would say it in a way that was like letting the other girl know, look, I don't agree with you, what you're fucking doing, and you shouldn't be doing that shit, but fine, whatever. If you want to be stupid, fucking do that shit. I get
I do
that
agree
because
with
I've
that.
seen my wife do that, you know?
Mhm.
Like I saw my wife do that a lot with younger girls. So I get
Right.
what Sarah means. Guys don't understand this though when they see girls saying this. And girls think that guys are extra hostile with each other when we say, we'll fucking knock you out if you hurt her. But the fact is, girls police girls the way they should. Guys police guys the way they should. We need to stop trying to police each other. Let good guys police good guys. Let good girls police good girls. Don't try to comment on how a girl polices another girl if you're a guy. Let her fucking do it. All right? Let her,
Solid.
especially if
I
you
like
know she's
that.
a good
I like
chick.
that a lot.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head actually, because even though, and I've left a lot of friends in the dust who are shitty people or just are doing things that I'm like, I don't want to be associated with that, because even though guilty by association doesn't always mean you're actually guilty, but it still reflects. I had somebody tell me, like, that's your friend. That's your friend doing this stuff. What should I think about you? Because you approve by being their friend. And I'm like, that's not a bad point. You kind of got me there. Not to say that I always allow, but there are, some friends you have long-term relationships with that you just kind of start accepting dumb shit to the point where you're like, wait, like, why am I accepting all of this dumb shit? Oh, because we have a friendship history. Like, why does that trump that? But overall, I think most of the time, like if there's girls that to me, you're just being stupid or you're being disrespectful or you're just always a drunk tard at the party and I don't want to be around that, like, not to say we all can't have fun, but when you're always doing stuff and you're always having problems and you're always like, you're going on a dating rampage or you're calling me and saying, I just fucked a guy in my apartment and my daughters happen to be sleeping in the next room. I just met him on Tinder. He came over. We just started talking an hour ago. I have a fucking problem with that. Right. Yeah. And I'm not going to put my seal of approval on it. And eventually, like, you just stop being their friend, because to me, that's the only way you can like really let them know, like, you're fucking wrong. And if you're not going to listen when I say that's fucking wrong, don't do that. Even though I try to be as kind worded as I can, I'm telling you that's fucking wrong to whatever degree. If you keep, I like, the only way I can do it is to completely disassociate myself from you.
Yeah. And I think that's fair. And I think this is actually a perfect example. What I was saying is, like, we do things differently. Guys police guys differently than girls police girls. Girls will say to the rest of the world, oh, we kind of drifted apart. In reality, the other girl knows that means they fucked the hell up and lost a good friend, right? Like, social shaming for guys versus guys and girls versus
I don't think
girls
they
is very
see it that
different.
way. I don't think
sometimes.
they see it that way. They're too
like,
they're too self-evolved to even realize it. They don't realize. What I've learned is they don't realize it till everyone's leaving.
Yeah, you're right. I've seen that with guys too, Sarah. You're right. But you get what I'm saying, though, in general, is like, I'm saying that girl that, like, you and her are best friends and she starts doing fuck shit and you're like, dude, I can't be associated with that. I'm dating a good dude and I don't want him looking at you thinking I'm going to be that way. and like you're being horrible to guys. Like, and on the same respect, like guys, when we get into relationships, we don't stick around with Mr. Go fuck everybody he can every night of the week. Like, we don't do that shit because we don't want our wives thinking or our girlfriends thinking we're that way. We want someone around us that represents who we are, because we show who we are through our actions. You see what we do, and you're like, oh, that's a sweet guy, and he's hanging out with them all the time, and he always says this kind of stuff too, and he kind of shows it to me, so I trust that. But if you see me hanging around with a fuckboy, and I'm telling you I'm a relationship guy, but this fuckboy's my best friend, you're going to be like, I don't know, man. I don't know about this guy. He's hanging out with a fuckboy still, you know? So I get what Sarah's saying. We police each other differently, and it's respectable, and it should be understood.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's a little bit more to it, though. I think that
Sure.
obviously, you know, it's we've we've looked into many times about how single women do their best, either intentionally or unintentionally. I can't assign motivation, but to break up relationships that their friends are in because they don't want their friend to be in, they want their friend to be their friend and do all of that stuff. Not obviously not all women, you know, but there's seems to be a large portion of them that do that. Kind of the crab in the bucket sort of thing, you know, right? They just can't.
He had to say crabs. He had to say crabs when we're talking about dating. He had to say crabs.
Yeah, and so kind of like that, but it happens with dudes as well. And one of the things that, you know, I've observed, most of my friends have always been, you know, pretty cool people, and mostly relationship bound. But you always have that one friend that is like, why are you even getting in a relationship? There's all these women over here. Let's go talk to these women. Let's go get drunk. Let's go do this. Let's go do that. And, you know, those are the dudes that you have to quit hanging out with. And those are the dudes who are probably going to cause more issues for you than you can even imagine. Mm-hmm. But they're also the same exact dude who will tell you that the girl you're dating is not someone that you should be with, but they will try and go out with that girl behind your back.
That's true.
Really be making moves on her as often as they possibly can.
That's true.
So, yeah, something up.
I've seen that too.
Yeah. Abe, where are you at on all this? I mean, you're a young fellow. You're more connected than say Cleaner and I.
What do you mean? I'm 41. Been married 17 years. Got 2 teenage sons. Like, I don't know. I haven't dated in a very long time.
Okay.
Like I said,
for some reason I thought you were in your 30s, but that's okay.
I think we have
I'll recalibrate.
I just think we have a morality issue. I think that, and I'm not saying that like, I think that if we raised people to be better, to seek a long-term relationship, and like, it's a whole thing. Like, if you have the red pill telling dudes it's not worth it to be in relationships, and then you have feminism telling people that the nuclear family is bunk. If you have every single movement out there telling every young person not to get into relationships and build families, then all the stuff we're talking about right now is second order to that, because that is their preconditions. All the presuppositions in the minds of the young are going to be those things, and then you add on the tools, and then you add on all this other stuff. And I hear the ladies earlier saying that there's a effort epidemic, and I don't disagree with that. But if you're being told every moment all the time that it isn't even worth it, and even if you do, you're going to get screwed for it, and obviously they're not going to put the effort in, and it's messed up.
Well, I've never had issues with effort. But you know how this was told to me, and not by one, but multiple people I've dated in my entire life. But like, I get doors opened for me, I get chairs pulled out for me. It's kind of been like the par for the course. And quite a few have told me, they're like, because I never had to ask. I never had to say, you better open that door, you better pull out my, like, I never had to say any of these things. But they tell me you just demand it by how you act, not in a bitch way, but like I just automatically know by looking at you and what like your level of respect and all of these other things that I know I'm gonna have to step up the game. So is it really a lack of men's effort, or is it a lack of women not creating the standard to come through and not creating the space for it? And that's where I think it might be kind of a mesh maybe between the two. But like if you go out on a first date and or let's just say even a third date and you fuck the guy, like what else are you expecting? Like he's not going to go do anything at this point. There's no more he got the cookie. You gave him the cookie too soon, right? And if you just are, always kind of like not to say play games. I don't want to say play games because that's not what I'm speaking to. But if you ensure that he has to do the work for you to be responsive, for you to show up, for you to get ready, for you to do all these things. Like if he does thing, then, give a treat. Like, and I don't mean to, this Pavlov's spell, but like, it really is that way. And if you set that standard up front, then they're always going to be going above and beyond with intentions of like, I know she'll demand it. I know she wants it, like, because she set that precedence from the get-go.
Okay. All right. So Sarah, so do you think that there's so I've always believed that no matter how bad someone got, right? I've always believed that no matter how dark they went, there was always a path back. There was always a way that they could change their life in such a way that they could be the person that society would expect them to be, right? I kind of have to believe that because I was not a good person and I came back, right? And I hope that people take me, as a good man, as much as I can be, because otherwise it means that I failed, right? Because I was pretty dark. And so, do you think when you've got somebody that has been, man or woman, who has been a degenerate, who's been a woman of an easy woman, or a guy that played around or whatever, do you think it is really, do you think the majority of people can come back from that and just be a really righteous, good person? Or is it more likely that they can only come so far and that the best they can hope for is like a string of longer term relationships, but never actually be able to have what they would have had they moved in a more traditional manner?
Well, let me ask you this, Grid. Are
Sure.
you the same person that you were when you were 20 years old?
Oh, absolutely not.
Why?
When I was 20 years old, all I really cared about was, if we're being honest about it, when I was 20 years old, all I really cared about was getting through college and getting married and having a life. And then when I was 21, 22, somewhere along in there, I had actually, I guess it was 23. By the time I was 23, I had 2 failed engagements. I had come to the turn. I understood then at that point that I needed to work really, really, really hard to get to where I wanted to be. And so and I literally weighed in my mind the idea of having meaningful relationships with women, or spending my time building my skills, building my knowledge, building my network, doing all the things that it would take to be, in my eyes, successful. And so I made a conscious choice to do that. And so I did not have real, from the time I was about 23, 24, I didn't have a real relationship again until I was 34, 35. And I was absolute degenerate. Absolute, 100%. I was
Essentially, the basic answer would be I matured and I went through experiences and learned a lot of lessons along the way.
Sure. Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
I make conscious choices. I guess what I'm saying is like, so the guys that never really gained that knowledge, right? Or maybe they're just maybe they're women that can't be alone, or they're all literally hop from boyfriend to boyfriend to boyfriend and never have that sense of self-worth. Because what I've observed is it kind of you basically have a small number of people like me that can make that change, and it sticks, and it's real, and it is what it is. And then you have this other larger pool of people who don't put in, maybe they don't put in the effort, maybe they don't put in, put their heart into it, maybe they don't have the morality for it, maybe they don't have the religious backing for it, maybe they don't have whatever is missing, but they're missing key pieces, and so they never come back from being that that degenerate fuck boy or fuck girl that just doesn't that just is never going to be able to have a meaningful relationship, because they're always looking for the better thing, or they're always waiting for the shoe to drop and being told that they're a piece of shit and they're being left or whatever. And so I'm really curious about that, because I think in that terms, I think that there are basically we have a small subset of people who can come back from that and have great, meaningful lives and relationships. I wish it was larger. And then we have a larger subset that will never do it because they've never been taught how to do it. Their culture doesn't lend itself to that. They don't generally have any real concept of God. They don't really have a concept of any kind of religion or higher power, or they don't, whatever it is, right? So I'm really curious. I would love yours and Kel's viewpoint on it as women, because often what I see is I see women that tend to be like serial cheaters, right? Like once they cheat again, and they cheat again, and they cheat again.
So funny that you say that. I see the same thing with men, and I'm so sorry. I've been talking.
No, I agree. With men are just
Yeah, and I think exactly what we said when it comes down to like convenience. I think way more people have like the accessibility, like the ability to hide it than they used to. Like their mistress isn't gonna. And sorry, I tipped over one of my computers and it made them all come crashing down, and then my monitor was.
I wondered what happened. It looked like you threw honestly, I thought that was the best attempted rage quit ever.
Dude, well, I told my chat, because I was like, oh, my computer crashed. No one can even hear me. I'm talking to myself. And then I see Sky and my other monitor, because it's like not a connected computer. And Sky's like, no, we can hear you, but you're muted on panel. I was like, well, fuck me, dude. I'm like, that's useless. That's absolutely useless. Yeah.
Rage quit.
Yeah, rage quit. Exactly.
Rage quit fail, actually.
Just make all the outputs the same. So like when
I tipped the computer over, jackass. I tipped it over. I know how to do it normally. The HDMI cord got pulled out.
Whoops.
Down went the 2011 iMac. Down went the laptop. Down went the monitor.
Oh, that's your problem. You bought an Apple. I'm sorry. Kel, sweetheart, get away from Apple.
Bro,
that
this is
shit's
something that I got at a garage sale for $30.
Sidebar.
Yeah, this was my first computer, and it was $30 at a garage sale. Yeah, and I streamed from it from Talk Studio because it's too old to get fucking Chrome.
I'll tell you guys a secret. I met Steve Jobs a very long time ago, and I asked him why he went with the little byte missing from
Bro, did you not hear me? I got it at a garage sale.
Hold on. I'm not attacking you with this. This is just a blurb for people. All right. He said, it's not a byte missing. It's hidden from the user. That's his whole theory for creating the Apple software, all of it. It's not a byte that's missing. It's a byte that's hidden from the user. Why are you using Apple?
Convenience.
Yeah.
iCloud.
Okay. So
bad girl.
I get that opinion, Kel. What about you, Sarah? I'm very curious. So
on or whether women can change their ways.
Well, just people,
men and women both.
Yeah, just if it is, because you hear a lot of people say once a cheater, always a cheater, or
I'm like, that's
To
useless.
me, I
That's
think that
absolutely useless.
you get one fuck up,
Rage quit.
right? One fuck up.
Sidebar.
That's it.
This
And
was my
I'm not
first
saying
computer, and
like
it was
with that
$30
one
at a garage
relationship. I'm
sale.
saying
Yeah, and I
all
screamed from
together.
it
You
from
get one
talking
fuck
to
up
you because it's
in
old
your
to get
life,
fucking
and
thrown
you have to
out.
learn how
I thought
that
you guys
makes you
assumed
feel, how
I
that
met
makes
Steve
your
Jobs a very
person
long
feel.
time ago, and I
You have
asked
to
him
experience
why
that. You have to
he
feel
went
the
with
shitty part of it.
Do
You
it
have
the
to
now.
little
see it.
bite.
Do it
And after
now.
Bro,
that,
did you not hear me? I got out
if
of
you
garage sale.
truly
Hold on,
give
I'm
a
not-
fuck about
Hold
people's
on, I'm not
feelings,
attacking
Got a
you.
you'll never
minute
do it
left.
again.
This is just a
Mm.
get
Uh,
up for me.
people
right?
who
He said, it's
have
not a
cheated more than once, you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck how it makes your person feel. You don't give a fuck what it does to your relationship. If you have kids, you don't care how that it carries over to your children. You're just an asshole, and I think you should just stop
No.
stop trying to be in exclusive relationships altogether, and you should actually, in fact, inform every person you date after that, hey, I'm not a serious person to date. I have zero intentions of being faithful to you. I will fuck around and find out. And as long as you're on board with that, we can continue. That there's, knowing there's a
would make
chance
things
that I could fuck
easier.
around. It would
Yeah.
make it so much easier if you just let us know in advance
Yeah.
and give us the ability to accept or decline. You'd be surprised. A lot of women might actually
You'll
be
still
hard
get
up.
laid. Yeah.
There's a lot of women out there who they don't want strings attached. There you go. I'm sorry. $50 came in from OG. Says turn my audio up, but also save the chat from going into members only. Seconds too late, but I'll grant it. Is my audio sounding low to you guys?
It
No,
sounds
you
good
sound
to us.
great over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sounds average here.
Maybe they just want to
Okay.
hear your voice in a more like loud, domineering
Aw,
fashion with some
OG
latex.
OG Snoop just wanted to hear my voice. It's all right. Maybe I'll just talk louder.
I agree with you, Sarah. I actually agree with you, and I think that if we as a society were fucking assholes and we forced people who made more than one of the same mistake in a relationship to get that shit tattooed on their neck, like people would stop doing this shit. You know what I mean? Like, but that's an accountability thing, sweetie. You know?
Well, I also think that I think the more people are informed on the front end, right? If you have any skeletons in the closet, if you prefer to fuck other people, or maybe that you'll never be 110% committed, just let them know, and you can save so much time, headache, heartache, problems, arguments, late night throwing shit, slashing tires. You can save yourself from all of that if you literally tell them up front and say, this is who I am and this is what I can and will do. And then at the very least, if they decide to tag along after that, then they have no right to complain. You can fuck around all you want because you said it up front. I will do this. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And then if it happens and they're like, oh my God, you cheated on me. Nah, bitch. I told you from the get-go. And actually get it in writing. Get it in writing. Right? Like
Maybe they should just have a card printed. Right,
Yeah,
just like a business card. Hey, I'm
Yeah.
a cheater. So just know what expect what you get.
I wish you would go in their job resumes, bro, because you work that shit into all aspects of your life. I think what you said, like it has a level of apathy if you do it like
that's a great point, Kel. I like that. So I actually had when I started dating to actually get married, when I actually gave a shit. I actually had a couple of girls tell me that dating the first couple of dates with me was like a job interview, and I'm like, fuck yeah, it is. Why would it not be?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, especially in the beginning too. You want to get all those hard. I think everyone should have all the hard questions right up front on the first date. I don't care how awkward it is, even if you completely disagree and you're like me. I will never date a Democrat if that's the first thing out of your mouth is yes. Like I will ask you,
right?
Are you left or right? Where do you stand? And they're like, I'm a Democrat. I'm sorry, we're not aligned. Right off the, I already know this.
Right?
Like it's not going to work because I know that belief system, and I'm not there. We're not on the same page. If you tell me I want more kids, I'm sorry. I've done my duty. I'm done. I don't like. If you truly want a child from me, it would take some serious convincing, and even at that, it's still like a 0.01% chance that I would do that again.
How many
'cause
carrots exactly would be required for such?
No, I agree with what Sarah's saying 100%.
I actually do too. I think Sarah's that's pretty
like,
based.
When I came back into the dating market, something that my brothers had a serious sit down and conversation with me. And when I say serious sit down, like my brothers, like one of them grabbed me, put me in a headlock until I passed out. So it was serious, right? Because they were like, we're not letting you go back out there when you've been hurt. You lost your wife. You have a lot of baggage. You have things. And I'm like, dude, no, I'm good now. Okay. Well, they said, look, all right, when you go out there, you need to understand what it is that you want. Because if you don't understand what it is that you want and what it is that you are, you're going to fuck it all up. So my dad was a good dad. He was. But in amongst that, as dads, we don't always know what we're supposed to tell our kids as far as relationships, as far as meeting guys or girls, whichever, right? Whichever kid we're talking to. And so we don't always give them the best advice. And I think that's something that we've really been lacking. And Sarah touched on this really good earlier with the whole how we represent ourselves and how we represent what it is that we want by picking the right person. Like she's explaining, she has a standard for how she's picking people. And that's perfect. That is how we should be doing things within society. But when we don't have someone who has taught us that, it's kind of hard to hold other people to the standard when we know they may not have been taught that as well. And so I think that we're all going to have to be a little more caring, a little more compassionate when we're talking about long-term relationships. But we're going to have to know what we want and get the other person to talk about what they want. Communication is the key to everything that is going on right now. All of our socio-economic and socio-climate changes, all of the shit that's happening right now, the biggest thing that we all need to do is talk to each other truthfully and honestly more. If we can do that, we can all find what it is that we want way quicker.
Well, and I think one of a really good important question, one that stands out to me that I'm pretty big on. I ask about how's your parents, siblings, your relationship. Do you get to see? And I don't ask it like what's your relationship with your family? I don't ask it like that. I'll ask, do you have siblings? Blah 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 blah. And usually my follow-up question is, do you get to see them a lot? You guys get to do a lot of stuff together? If that's a weird answer, like, it's really rough because my brother's an asshole and my sister's like, if it gets to like they're not uncomfortable, but answering it in a way of like, yeah, my family's fucked up and I don't like to see them or something. To me, that's big red flag number one, because my family is very tight knit, right? Like I love my brothers. I love my mother and my father, my stepmother. I love my step siblings as well. And like if any one of them called, I'd heed the call. We're very like this is our unit, and
Yep.
we're only as strong as our unit. So people who have what I would consider to be a weak unit, that's alignment issue. Like you're not going to fit in because I don't want to be a part of your family who doesn't get along with each other. That's weird to me. You know what I mean?
But if
And
they're
that's
completely
the thing
alienated
that-
from them too, sometimes like they can find a lot of like comfort in like one of like my first exes that had like a really strong family structure, like modeled that to me in like a way where it was like, okay, like that's aspirational to like something I want someday. So it's not always just a lost cause.
Mhm.
Sometimes it was just like not modeled for them. But yeah, if
Right.
it's always interpersonal like conflicts with the family,
Drama.
Christmases are going to be a nightmare forever.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
not the shit we want for
And
Yeah.
I've just done such a like especially with my children going to their dads and all, like we make it a point to get the fuck along. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And so to me, that's very vital in any, like if I'm going to marry you and let's pretend we're going to have a baby and your family's a bunch of fucking drama. Oh my God. Like, I don't want any part of that. That's not, I don't like that stuff. So that's how I view it, and these are just very, you can ask questions a very specific way that's not invasive, but also getting the information you need to
Mhm.
like figure out if you even want to go on a second date, but definitely no Democrats.
I agree, though. That's like you definitely have to have some kind of understanding of what your limits are. Like, so when you're dating a guy or a girl, and they say, like, for the girls, right? When you're dating a guy, and you hear a guy say, "I love my family. I don't agree with everything they say, but if anybody ever messed with them, all they ever had to do was say something to me. All I have to do is know it, and I'll be there. I'll be
Mhm.
right by their side. I don't fucking agree with what they say, but I will be by their side," because that's something that girls want to know. But there is a threshold. There's some ladies that they don't want to deal with the family that's a Democrat that produces a Republican kid or something to that degree, right? And that's fair. You can't expect people to extend past that metric just because they're willing to accept you. Doesn't mean they'll accept your family. And that is a big part of relationships. And that's why I say honesty is like, that's like the key element that we've gotten away from. People are so used to lying to each other, little white lies,
Mhm.
big ones, all of it.
True.
So we don't get the honest truth from each other all the time. And you have to create these questionnaires, so to speak, to try and figure out what it
Weed
is
it
that's
out.
going on with someone. Right. And you know
Mhm.
exactly what I'm talking about, Sarah. You dated, so you know what I'm talking about. I've
Yeah.
had to do the same thing you've had to. It's and
Yeah,
it
my
sucks.
favorite question is, "Are you religious?" And
Yeah.
and when I get the, "Well, I mean, yeah, I believe in God, but I'm not practicing," it's like, and then it's a
Mhm.
follow-up of, "If I asked you to go to church with me, would you?" And it's like, "Oh, yeah, totally." You know what I mean? But even then, I'm still kinda, like, teetering on,
Mhm.
like, like, how serious is that? Are you saying you'll go to church with me just because you wanna sleep with me Saturday night?
Right.
So we go to church Sunday? You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look
Right.
at it.
But that's a good way to look at it because that's a metric that ladies have to take into account. Because let's face it. I mean, I'm a guy. I was in my 20s and 30s at one point, and I know I did some little white lies, man, and I'm not exactly proud of that shit. But who I was and who I am are a little different because I understand things differently now, and I know that's not the best way to do things. You know, being honest is going to produce the best, most optimal result. So if I meet a chick that says, "Hey, would you go to my church?" My answer would be, "Well, what church do you go to? Would it appeal to my religion? Would it appeal to how I believe? You know,
Mhm.
is that something that we can each be in a little bit different? Like if you're Orthodox Christian and I'm Protestant Christian or whatever, you know, could we still align with our beliefs?
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
would that be something we could each live with?"
This is-
This is the thing, though. Honesty. We've gotten so far away from honesty that we can't even answer the simplest question of like, "Hey,
Well,
do you
in
like red flowers or blue ones?"
Cleaner.
in fairness, we've gotten
Daisies.
so far
I
away from
don't
actually
even-
talking on first, second, and third dates
No.
that shit doesn't even come up. I'm actually, I have to, I have to ask you, Sarah. Are men surprised when you start asking questions like this? Are they like, "Whoa, this is different"?
Not surprised, but I've been told that it was one of the better conversations they've had. They're used to
Okay.
kind of like ditzy ding dong kind of conversations.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
I guess that's a compliment. But or even more so, most guys let the girls do all the talking, but I always like to flip it and be the person that's interested in what you have to say. So they usually do the most talking. Psychologically speaking, this is great for you because it makes them think that that was the best conversation they've ever had because they did all the talking about themselves, even though
Mhm.
you just
Interesting.
had to ask questions, and it gives
Very
a positive
interesting.
taste at the end of the
Mhm.
day and a very memorable note.
Mhm.
Thanks, Carnegie. But overall, I like to poke and prod, and because that's just where I'm at. I'm at that point where I don't have time to like talk about the weather. I mean, I already hate surface level questions to begin with. So if somebody can take like, "Are you religious? Do you believe in God?" If they can take that and turn it into a full blown 30-minute
My
like
internet effed, y'all.
intellectual conversation, now I'm even more excited, right? But
Right. And you get to find out more because you're asking the questions and people feel more comfortable talking about themselves. So They're
Mhm.
answering all your questions, talking about stuff, so you find out a lot more. And a good guy, see, and this is the thing. Like, I've actually dated a couple of chicks like you that'll sit down and have these conversations. They'll ask questions because they really want to know. And I have found that those are some of the best and most engaging conversations I've had with young ladies and older women and mid women and all ages. Right? It's the ones that ask me questions too.
Mhm.
I will though. After you ask a question, I will definitely ask you something. And half the time, you won't expect what it is. I'll ask you something like, "What's your favorite stuffed animal?" Now, you ask side questions like
None.
that, and
Only weird chicks have
Good.
stuffed animals on their bed.
that's fine.
Bugging.
That's
That's
fine.
true.
And are
Look
you
at
in
your dogs.
Are you in your early 30s, Sarah?
Sure.
Okay,
Oh my
so that would be an appropriate. I don't. Are you? Are early?
Spicy.
Mid?
It got spicy.
Look, I would just say for talking to a lady in her early to mid 30s, I would expect that to be a great answer to the question because you've probably grown up and moved past stuffed animals, right?
And
So
I
I'd
would
be
think,
like,
why
"Oh,
the fuck is this
cool."
weird ass guy asking me about stuffed animals? He must be afraid.
Right,
I'm
because
not
you're
gonna
in
lie.
your 20s. You're still in your stuffed
No,
animal
Sarah would
phase.
think that too. Sarah was
You're
nodding
gonna
along,
shoot
like,
it.
yeah, why is this
No.
guy asking me about my
That's
stuffed
fucking
animals?
weird.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yes.
It's
we're,
not
we're
always
telling you
that
it's weird.
way
No.
because what you don't understand is there's
She
more
I mean,
doesn't
to be
context
quite
than what
frank,
you're
like I
hearing.
would ask a 4-year-old girl, like, what's
What
her
stuffed animal's your
animal?
favorite?
Oh,
Yeah.
you would
favorite.
think so. You would think so. But there's also some that goes into like Sarah, you and I would
Well,
have
you
to
need
sit
to
down
change
and
who
do
you
like a
date
blind
then.
date
No.
kind of repertoire for you to get what I'm saying. But you understand there's ways that you talk to people.
No, I
to
think
make
we
things
get it. I
funny,
just think
you
we're
know,
just shooting
to
it
make a
down, and now you're
joke
trying
out
to
of
cope,
something
see,
so that
mauled.
No,
everybody
he's
can
coping.
understand.
He's
He's
coping.
coping.
It's a
You're
terrible
kind of
question.
making a joke, but you're wanting to understand something about the person.
Right,
You
and
wanna
then
see
he
the
plays it
reaction.
off, and he's like, "I was just
It's not
joking."
about
When
the
you're like,
question.
"That's
Well,
weird."
And this
here's
is the part
there's
that
like
chicks miss.
3 different ways this can be perceived, right? In one way, I would take it as like, oh, he's just joking, and I
That's
would
the
laugh and
weirdest
be like, the
question.
fuck, like, okay,
wrong.
like,
That would be the
or
right way.
another
is
way would be
so weird.
favorite stuffed animal. Like if I were to win one at the carnival, like which one would I pick? Or is
That
it
would
the
be the
stuffed
inquisitive
animal?
second date way.
Or would it
No.
actually be like my favorite stuffed animal at home that I actually have, which
Mhm.
breeds even more questions.
Yeah.
And number 3,
Which is what he
the
said.
worst portion
What
of
in the
this is I
world?
would perceive you as a really weird fucking person.
Yep.
Why are you asking me the
Right.
question you would ask a 4-year-old?
Yep.
You fucking
And
perv.
that would be the number 3 take on it, which the way that I would say it as in a way that is semi-joking so that you would understand that I'm kind of making a joke, but I want you
Wait,
to engage.
hold
So
on.
if you
No,
come
hold
to
on.
no, hold on, Kel, hold on. This is
What?
important because from a guy's point of view, I'm trying to
I
give you
highly
guys' point of view.
recommend you never ask that question ever again.
Cleaner.
The
You
way
literally
that you
said
ask
initially
it
when
doesn't
she
even
said,
matter what question you ask. Sarah, let me ask you, does it
Wait,
matter what
Cleaner,
question
let
I
me
ask you? If
Cleaner.
I ask it in a creepy way, is it going to be creepy?
Of course, Cleaner. Listen to me. When Sarah first said what I would
I asked
respond.
Sarah though.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank
If
you.
you ask
You
a creepy
can
question
add-
a creepy way. Yeah.
Yeah, you can add
ma'am.
emphasis to make things to make anything
Yes.
extra creepy, but that doesn't negate the idea that a question can be creepy
Right.
in and of itself, even if I sat here and said it
I
straight
get that.
face to you.
Mhm. Yeah,
I
and so
get
Cleaner,
that.
when
So
you
the
said
question that I
the
asked
question, no, I
isn't-
let
isn't
you.
because
Wait, Cleaner, I let you
you're-
ask your
you're-
question. Now I get to
Right,
ask mine.
you're getting too
right?
focused on the question itself and not the
No,
purpose.
Cleaner.
It's a weird
I let
question. Don't
ahead.
ever ask it.
Cleaner, I
Go
let
ahead.
you ask
Sorry.
your question. Let me ask mine, right? So when Sarah first answered you, and she
Sure.
said, when you said, what would you ask about what stuffed animal of yours is your favorite, is the way you asked it. And she
Sure.
goes, that's a fucking weird question. You said, yeah, correct. That's the right answer because you're a woman in your early 30s. Great. And then when she said later, I would just laugh it off as
correct. That's
sarcastic. You also said that would be the right answer. So it sounds like, and then when she said later, I would just laugh it off
you said
as
both ways were the right
sarcastic. You
answer.
also
Yes.
said so. It's
Yeah,
the right
because
answer.
it
Weird
depends
and
on
like,
what you're
a whole
looking
lot of
for.
coke.
The only
It's
wrong
just
answer.
fucking
Let's
weird.
answer bad
It's
question.
fucking weird.
Just answer bad question,
What
bro.
you're missing isn't the question itself. Okay.
No, I'm
What
not missing
trying to
anything. You
explain
can have
here-
all the context you want. It's a stupid question.
You're still missing the point. The point isn't
No,
the
okay,
question
explain it to me.
itself. The point is what you get back from the woman. All right.
You might
This
not
is what
get
women-
anything back
You
except
get
for
out
a
what you
girl
put in.
saying,
Hold
"Oh my
on.
God,
Listen-
listen to what I'm
time!
trying
I
to tell you.
gotta go. My
Yeah.
grandma's calling."
I am dead.
Let me explain to you what I'm trying to explain. It doesn't matter what the question is. You can ask
We
any
get
number
what
of
you're
million
trying to
questions.
explain, you infantilizing little dipshit.
Yeah,
It's just a
we
bad
get
question.
it.
I'm not
We
I'm not
get it.
infantilizing a fucking thing. What you're missing, Kel, is that it is the answer that guys are wanting to hear that
No
lets you
other-
know who you
Abe,
are, right?
Abe, Grit, if you guys are in the
immediately go
dating
to
market-
number 3, right? If you immediately go to number 3, we're just going to assume that everything that we say from that point forward is going to be number 3, no matter what. But if you go to number 2 and ask you ask a question like, "Do you mean when I was a kid?" Then that means they're engaging with you, and you
We
can have a
understand there's
conversation.
several ways to respond to
Kel.
your
If they
stupid
say
question.
number
It's
1,
still a stupid
hold on.
question, you dipshit.
No. Hold on, Kel.
Yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you guys
I hear you.
some
No,
understanding from a guy's
we
point of
hear
view.
you. We
If
understand that
you
can
go,
explain it
"Oh,
more,
well,
but
that's
it
a
makes
weird
sense.
fucking question. That's a weird
No,
fucking
calm
question."
down.
We go, "Okay, that's fair. That's fair." But if you were a kid, what was your favorite stuffed animal when you were? We may come up with something. The thing is, the response that we get to the questions we're asking, because when a man chooses to ask you a question, he's actually choosing to ask you something. And I'm not saying all of them. I wouldn't say all of them. All right.
Let me say it this way. Are you willing to risk the concept of being deemed as a pervert just for purposes of
I
getting
think
the
you're focusing too
answer?
much on the stuffed animal question.
Okay, you have to ask that question first in order to provoke the answer.
This is why I wouldn't
Even
date
though,
either of you, because you're so focused on the stuffed animal part of this question and not
okay, stop.
not
Let's
the
pretend.
actual
Hold on, stop.
conversation, which is
We
around
hear.
any
That's
question.
the point,
Okay.
Cleaner. We hear what you're
One at
saying.
a time.
We understand what you're saying. The point is, though, you have to ask a really stupid question that makes you appear a very specific way before you can even provoke our response. And our response can be like, "I'm never going to talk to that guy again because that was a fucking weird question. Who would ask that?" Right? So
Yeah,
what
sure. I get that.
But you're
I'm
asking,
and you're actually
asking,
explaining
hold
that
on.
you're hyper focusing on the question itself and not what I'm trying to explain, which
Oh
is
my God.
everything around it yet again.
No,
You're
but
actually
oh my
showing,
God.
just like women do, you're hyper focusing on just the question itself. I
No,
could have asked any
that's
question like,
because
"What do you do for
we,
work?"
as a
It
panel,
doesn't
are
matter the
focusing.
question.
Are you
Us
listening or
guys
just
are looking
talking
for
just to
something
breathe air?
specific.
Okay. First of all, one at a time. Second, this is a lot of time to spend on questions. But
Oh, you're gonna just sweep for Cleaner. Okay, just
Yeah.
sweep
no,
it up.
no, I'm not. It's a lot of time to
I
spend on
like what he's
questions.
saying.
But it's I would not ask a question like that. But I don't ask a lot of
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Kel, calm down. It's okay. Dial it back. I don't actually ask that many questions myself. I prefer to I want to be asked questions. That Sarah's model is perfect, where it's just, what do you what am I into? I actually think that if a woman is showing interest, that's a really good sign. Otherwise, I'm just like, probably not a
Mhm.
What about
probably
her
not a
stuffed
solid
animal?
model. So I guess I don't know. I mean, I kind of understand where Cleaner's coming from. I almost said Anson because it's more like an Anson question, but I kind of get where he's coming from. But yeah, I wouldn't ask stupid questions like that either. And I understand the idea. I think what he's trying to convey is you would ask an inquisitive question of, "Hey, what do you think about this? What was your favorite? What's your favorite type of music?" Right, and then you could that becomes a key way down. I tend not to do that because people just give like one word answers and it kills the conversation. I just prefer to have. I mean, obviously I haven't dated in 20 odd years, so take that for what it's worth. I'm not up on all this modern cool kid stuff. But at any rate, wow. Okay.
Yeah. And I probably wouldn't have asked the stupid stuffed animal question. The reason I asked that is because one of my daughter's stuffed animals sitting right there next to me.
Right. So you
Saw
say
the
that
damn thing,
you
so
can just
it's
say it's
like,
wrong.
you know.
You can just say
No,
that it was a
no,
dumb
no.
question.
But this is the thing I'm trying to.
Daughter and girl you're trying to date should not be in the same headspace.
All right, Kel. Listen, this is the thing I'm trying to explain to you, though, is that guys who are actually looking for a relationship are looking for one of a handful of different answers that will engage with them. Okay? They want you to engage with them and them to engage with you. Because guys that want to talk to you may want to know something you're actually thinking, or something that you actually believe in, or something that you actually feel. And so they're going to ask you a question like that to try and get an answer. And if your answer is number 3, where it's like, oh, that's just creepy, the guy's going to go, I'm fucking done, because everything this chick is going to think when I ask her a question is that I'm creepy and I don't want to have a fucking shutdown for
That
the
was
rest of my
fucking
life.
creepy.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
Wait,
fair enough.
wait,
Fair enough.
Cleaner,
Whatever.
cleaner,
All right,
cleaner,
I know
cleaner.
right.
Wait, you can't
We understand that part of it.
all of
Stuff
them
around it.
because when you say that you ask questions and you expect well-rounded or well thought out, or also like reciprocating your inquisitive nature from a girl, we're not so stupid that we can't understand what you're saying. We were just saying that's a bad
Apparently
example.
you are, because you hyperfixated
wait,
on the
can I
fact that I
finish?
was talking about a stuffed animal
Wait, can
instead
I
of
finish?
what I was actually
Can I
talking
finish?
about.
So when
With
I
no
said,
things
so when you
around
finally,
what it was,
right,
because
right,
you
right,
kept
but cleaner.
interrupting and wouldn't let me tell you what it was I was trying to show you and get you to understand.
No, cleaner, but I was just trying to explain because you didn't need to go down that whole long rabbit hole for us to understand what you were talking about. You could have
You're
just
right.
said, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have just grabbed the fucking first example I saw because pertaining shit to my daughter, yeah, it might have come off as weird. My bad.
Well,
Let's use
see,
a
that's
different
where like
example.
you
Let's use a
stopping
different
interrupting me
example.
would have been really productive, because if you hadn't interrupted me, I'd have completed my thought. You'd have heard what it is I was saying, and you'd have understood the question. And what I was saying was actually about the stuff around the question itself, not necessarily what the question's about. I could
We
ask
got
you
what
any
you were saying.
stupid fucking thing, like, what do you
understood what
think
you were
of
saying.
this
We understood what you were
stupid
saying.
little, fucking
think at this
plague
You wasted
doctor
not
doll
cleaner.
thing,
You
right?
wasted all of our
Like, it
time.
wouldn't-
We
it
understood the
really wouldn't have
context.
mattered.
We just wanted
No,
you to concede it was a dumb
you were
point. Yeah.
interrupting, so you couldn't understand what it was I was saying. And this is why I wouldn't date someone like you, because you interrupt all the time. You're disrespectful as hell.
No.
We're on a panel, cleaner. We're
I
not
get
trying
that.
to date you.
Yeah.
We're not trying to
I
date
get
you.
that.
Everything
I get that.
Here's something that I will throw out there. Like it is. I will die on this hill. A lot of men on these panels interact with these ladies every once on a blue moon, and you say, well, you should be quiet and listen to me when I talk, and you shouldn't interrupt me, and you should treat me like this, and you should be submissive and seen and not heard, and blah blah blah. I don't fucking know you. I don't respect
Fair.
you. You're not my father. You're not my brother. And you're definitely not a man that I am dating or married to or anything like that. You're just some dude on the internet that wants to be just as a combative asshole, if not more than me, and wants to make a big stink over us saying
Sure.
that's fucking weird. Right?
Sure.
That's the
However,
point.
if I took you
All
out
of
to a
these guys
dinner,
out
A
come out
concession
here-
gets you so
Hey,
far.
one at a time, please.
All of these guys come out here at us and well, this is why I would never date. Well, we ain't dating and we ain't ever gonna date. Duh, cleaner. No fucking shit. We're not trying to date you. That's why we're acting and engaging the way we are, because we don't give a fuck if you want to fuck us, date us, marry us, call our mamas, whatever. You have no prevailing credentials in our livelihoods and how we interact and engage with you. We don't care. Can all the men understand that? Thank you.
sure, I don't really give a fuck about any of that. What I was trying to explain is just that whenever a guy is trying to engage with you, all he's trying to do is get you to engage back with him. And if you're engaging in a way that makes him see that you're going to view him as a creepy guy, no matter what he asks, right? You're not going to engage in a humorous conversation or a joke or maybe an intellectual conversation or whatever it is, right? Like if he's engaging with you in a conversation, he's asking you questions. He wants to know what you think, what it is that's going on in your head, and determine whether or not you're a match for him, right? I'm trying to explain from a guy's point of view what we'll do.
Cleaner, I have a question. Wait, I have a quick question.
Kel, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want you to burst
Cleaner.
a blood vessel or something.
Do you think, Cleaner, that you might have been able to make that point without the stuffed animal thing, and that's all we were saying?
Yet again, you're showing why women get hyperfixated on one small detail.
Wait. I just want a yes or no
don't understand
question.
that.
I just want a yes or no question,
really
Cleaner.
don't.
No, you don't think you could have made
Look,
that
ridiculous.
point
I'm-
without
so
bringing up
ridiculous.
okay.
I'm
Enough
trying
with
to
the
talk
stuffed animal
about the
thing.
stuff
Sorry,
around
this
it,
is
and you're still
all
going on about the stuffed animal, which
stupid
is
to me.
Right, so I'm
fucking.
thinking-
Okay,
It doesn't
no,
matter.
but Cleaner, all I was saying is,
Stupid to
do you
me.
think you could have made the points around it
So
without,
dumb.
or maybe just conceded that the stuffed
Pointless
animal
and
thing was a
dumb.
dumb
Obviously,
thing?
you
No,
understand.
no.
Made the
All right,
points
stop.
around it?
Just we're moving on. This is done.
She's being fair
is
though,
dumb.
Grid. She's
And
she's
dumb.
actually asking me a fair question, and the reason that I use a stuffed animal was for an example. All right.
Right, so I'm
guys,
just saying, do you think you could have made
hold
the
on,
point
Kel.
without the
Hey, hey, hey.
example?
Hold
Yes
on,
or no?
hold on, Kel.
Well,
Hold on.
You made the
What
point
I-
without the example.
God.
Here's
One
what I
person at a
actually
time,
here's
guys.
what I actually think happened.
Oh,
I think
Dear God.
Cleaner tried to throw a random question in there because he said the only reason I said stuffed animal was because there was my daughter or granddaughter, whichever one, stuffed animal was sitting right here by the table, and when it was received very wrongly in terms of we were all disgusted and the girls did not respond and be like, oh no, it's so cute, and we were like, ew, that's fucking weird. Then he went on the defense mechanism of, well, there's a whole reason and a roundabout bushwhacking way that we're going to get around this question, and you're the dumb one because you didn't understand the point of my question, and blah 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 blah.
I get that.
All it is, Cleaner, is one big fucking cope. We rejected your question. We called you out for being weird for even asking it, and you didn't like that you got called out for being weird for asking it. And now you're sitting here trying to be, like, make us look stupid and be like, you're the dumb one. You don't get
I'm
it.
not
This is
trying to
why I
make you
wouldn't
look
date
stupid.
you. But that's what you're doing. You're literally saying you don't understand the meaning behind it when we've sat here and told you 100 times. We get the point. We get it, Cleaner. The
What
point
is
is,
the point
it's
that I'm
still a
making then?
fucking, like, you're trying to get around the idea of what her response is going to be. And dependent upon her
Yeah.
response to that question is going to determine whether you want to push forward or not later, blah, 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 blah. If she laughs at it and like, oh, that's kind of odd. Like, no, I wouldn't have stuffed animals. Okay, press go. If she's like,
Right.
ew, oh my God, that's so weird. Why would you ask that? Okay, she's a fucking bitch. Press no, right? Like, we get it. But what we're
Yes.
trying to explain to you is you're risking a weird question and the whole concept of you're not going to be perceived as a normal dude after that. You're risking your perception for purposes of harnessing a response, and that's pseudo response too. You're forcing
You're
Shooting
right,
yourself
sir.
in the
You're
foot.
being
Shooting
fake.
yourself in the foot.
No,
you're
no,
being-
you're 100% right, sir.
You're being fake as
Yeah.
fuck in order to push
No,
a
I'm not being
response
fake
from
at all.
Yes, because you
No,
wouldn't
I'm
normally
actually not.
ask a question like that. You normally wouldn't give a fuck whether someone actually has a care for her favorite stuffed animal or not. You're just simply asking a fake question to provoke a response in order to determine how you want to proceed forward. That's fucked up.
No, actually, it's not. That's what women do all the
Yes, it
time.
is. I'm
So
going to the
all
bathroom.
I'm explaining is that
Okay.
I would ask a question, right? So I entered into this understanding.
So you said that you could make the example without that question, yes?
So
That's
I
all we're
entered into
saying.
this understanding. I want to show.
That's all we're saying,
how
bro. You could just
the
say that
different
you
answers
lost.
you get because of the engagement is what matters, right? It doesn't necessarily matter about
Cleaner,
the question.
take a
So I looked around, found a random thing, said, okay, what about this, right? I'm
It's
not trying to
watching
date
over
you.
the
you
TTS.
You can make the example.
Oh,
think
is there a
like-
TTS going on?
I think my brain cells are actually leaking
All right, I'm
out
gonna
of my ears. At
probably
this point.
re-trigger that, but we'll see.
Pretty
I mean,
sure.
I'll read it vibe, then that way, I'm not as cool as the voice that reads it. But two questions: one, is there actually a dating crisis? And two, if so, what is the solution? I don't know that there's a solution. Obviously, I think there's a dating crisis, but anyway.
So I was not I wasn't trying to date either of you ladies. I wouldn't give a fuck about dating y'all because y'all aren't my type. But what I was trying to do is show that men are wanting the engagement, right? It's not necessarily so much like the stupid ass thing that we're asking a question about. What we're
Oh, so you
trying
could
to
make the
find
point without that
is-
example.
Thank
you for proving my
done
point.
Interrupting and being, are you done interrupting and being disrespectful, Kel? Yet again, another reason why I would never fucking date you.
No.
Good Lord. I pity
All
the
right,
guy.
all right. This is.
Why
I've
even
tried to
say it?
explain this,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's-
I get it. I
He
get both
understands.
sides of this. I get
Why
that.
Oh my
even
God.
say it?
I get both sides of this. On the one hand, they just want you to know that it's
Yeah, they hyperfixated on the stuffed animal, and
Because
what
you
I'm
wouldn't
all
concede.
we're trying
You
to
wouldn't
do
concede,
right
Silly.
now is talk about the greater generality of what it is. And so I tried to show an example of that, and I just
Right.
picked whatever random first fucking thing
Right, but
came up.
Cleaner, I
And
asked you
I,
50
so you're
times.
going
Do you
to
think you could have made your
going-
point without the
but
example?
here's
Do you
the
think
thing.
you could have made your point without the example?
But he
Do you think you
knows
could have made your
matters
point
to a
without that
guy.
example?
This is
Do you
what
think you
matters
could have
to a
made your
guy.
point without
An
that
hour
example?
Well, TTS, and
of
I'm
Do you
talking.
think
talking.
you could
Yeah.
have made your point
I'll
without
have
that
to read
example?
this one.
An hour
Okay.
for a single point.
I've had
This is
enough of that.
ridiculous.
I don't like going around in circles. Okay.
So ridiculous.
We all know where we're at. And let me read this TTS and then we'll launch into something else.
Really
Dumping
ridiculous.
Weevil sends $9.99 American, good money. From says, I'm a woman myself, and I can see when some women feel the need to have the last word. Shaking my head, do better, girls. They are not listening. I don't know who we're talking about not listening, but it's a great,
I get what she's saying.
great not a TTS, but a super chat. So I like just kind of moving back to like what was good. I like Sarah that you make a point when you are dating someone or meeting someone, a potential person to date. I actually really it has stuck with me that you talked about how you knew within the first few minutes that you guys were not aligned, and he didn't have. I can't remember if you said backbone or my mind just went to backbone.
Yeah. Yeah,
But basically,
he didn't have a if I perceived based on and you're referring to the most recent, not recent, but the last date that I went on.
That you said anything about.
Yes, I go on dates every night, boys. No, but what he was telling me about his prior relationships, like, oh well, my ex-wife just absolutely hates me, and my ex-girlfriend just absolutely hates me, and we broke up because like she had a kid and the kid would let the dog get on the couch, and I kept telling them to, that the dog wasn't allowed on the couch, but they kept letting the dog on the couch, and I'm just thinking like, that's
thinking, my fucking God, I don't know.
Weird. That's just, and to me, I look at it, well, if you don't have a backbone, right? Well, and not only that, if you come with a reputation of all of my exes hate me, that's weird. Like my ex-husband and I, we were both at the gym today, actually, ran into each other at the gym, but totally like making fun of each other, poking, having a blast. Everything's fine and dandy. Like we get along like peas and carrots. I have my terrible things to say about what was done during the marriage, but I still find value in him as the father of my child, right? Mm-hmm. And it is my duty to get along with him for purposes of my child. But for this guy to be like, everyone hates me, like I'm like, well, what the fuck did you do that everyone hates you? That's weird.
So
like
much
that's fucking weird to me. And so to me, I perceive it as if you don't have the backbone to and all of these women have just trampled all of you, and they view it, no offense to any guy that's ever done this, but you view this as like, I'm the victim, look at me, I'm a victim, take care of me. I'm not buying it. If you're the victim of every story, you are the problem, sir, because how are you continuing to put yourself in a victim state, right, to where you're always the victim at everything? That to me is problematic. Like I purposefully go out of my way and intentionally do things to ensure I avoid being the victim of every story, right? I will go out of my way to ensure my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed. And if you can't even do that yourself, we're not going to align, and I could just take advantage of you and manipulate you all I wanted and make you the victim of my story later. But like, it's not worth it.
All right.
It's a turn off.
Let me read this, and then I want to dive into this a little further. £1.99 from Anakin Skywalker. Back to the kitchen. Make me a sandwich when cleaner. That's
Cleaner did not win anything.
So I don't think there are any winners there. The only winner there was YouTube for keeping me on another few minutes. So Sarah, that's an interesting dynamic, right? and so when I was dating back, when the woolly mammoths roamed and the world was pre-Ice Age,
And everything was black and white on TV.
yes, everything was I'm not saying I met Jesus, but I knew where I knew his address. So so anyway, back in the dark ages when I was dating, I had a real thing about not talking about my fucking exes when I was dating. And also that seems weird to me. And also I never wanted to I just didn't like to talk that much, especially on the first few dates, and except to ask, maybe like, what do you do? Who are your friends? That sort of thing. But I preferred the more interview approach, like you did, or you say, you were explaining. But the number one thing is I could tell in a few minutes if the woman had a backbone, because I have a very strong personality and I run right over most people, to be honest with you. I just, they just don't stand a chance. And so, in dating, I found that while I could be attracted to these very soft, feminine, uber feminine, just shrinking violets, in practice, they were missed. They were unfulfilling. They meant nothing to me because I just ran right over them. I didn't value their opinion on anything. I didn't care. They were just not. They weren't for me, right? And so, on the other side of that, it's odd to hear a woman kind of echo that, but I understand why, because you're looking for a strong. A man, a leader, and what you were describing is pussy. Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, right? Like,
well, and I think all women have all sorts of different strength lines, right? So I would perceive myself to be very strong-willed, very combative, cleaner, very much like
I like the combat. To be fair.
Very much another man who's stronger than him, how much more he can run him over. If I can do it, then so can another man. And I don't want to see that happen and have to shit test to figure it out, right? You just open your ears and listen to the weird shit that people say, and you can figure that out real quick. But like, if I can bother you, if I can make you spurg, if I can trip you up, if I can do anything of the sort, then so can a man. And
that's very true.
Yeah, and I don't.
I agree 100% with you, Sarah. There's a shit test that goes on either side, and so while it was a bad question, the question was not what I was getting at. It's the fact that you were hyper fixated on the question. It shows one of the things that guys will not want to date a woman for, which is social destruction for one little mistake.
Okay, all right. Well, that's awesome. Let me read this. Although it's from Imperius, I don't know why I read this. This is. He says STFU blonde Skeletor. I'm assuming that he means you.
I don't agree with Imperius.
And redhead human urinal. I assume he means Kel. Imperius, I understand you better and better with each super chat, because you got to be a very, very special kind of. It's a word I'm looking for here. Cuck to replace
oh shit.
What's funny about all of that just transpired is it reminded me that, like, if a female chicken doesn't have a cock to protect the brood, she will grow a comb and protect her brood. She will become masculine, very masculine, in order to protect it. But there's a danger in this, right? Because then when a male does come, she will attack to kill, regardless of that male, and to the point of giving her own life to fight him, even though he is a male coming into the space. And I think that there's plenty of animals like this, where when there isn't a dominant dominant masculine to protect, to be that position. They'll step into that position and they'll fight off and kill the male of that same species to
Beth was just talking
Yeah.
about that. Her rooster died, and so one of the hens became the rooster.
Yep.
And then when she got a new rooster,
Yep.
she went back to being a hen.
So
Because
there's risks here, right? Because you may push away every single male in a combative way
Mhm.
from then forward, unless one can meet a certain standard. But how will you
Mhm.
know what that standard is if you can't lower the guard a little? So I don't know.
Are chickens a
Where that
good
takes you.
comparison to people? Genuine question. Genuine question.
Holy dumbfounded shit!
I hesitate to have you repeat that because I literally didn't hear it. But what was the
I don't
question?
know.
Are chickens a good comparison to people? Would you guys accept this coming from a liberal argument? He's lost it. I'm
My-
sorry. I think the dimension's
my-
setting in.
My point was that in nature, like for Sarah, for instance, she's the mother of
Nature-
children.
Yeah, it's almost like fucking
No.
animals eat and kill their own. Yes, do all kinds of crazy.
How are you missing this?
Like-
I'm saying that
In
she
reference
has to
No,
be a
yes, you can make
dominant.
an analogy, but I understand your analogy, bro. Oh my god, you guys
Okay.
are so.
I know.
No.
They
When I reject, every time I reject what you say because it's retarded, you're like, oh, let me explain it.
I don't actually think
I'm
that
like, I
was it.
understand what you're
Hell,
saying. It was just a retarded
hell,
thing to say.
Oh,
hell,
it was just
it's
funny,
a
Kel.
discussion. Calm down.
It was literally just a surface level laugh. It
I
just
just won't
sounded
talk
funny
then.
as shit, Kel. That's all. I was laughing because
She's
it
gonna be
sounded funny
dumb.
as
I
shit,
just won't
sweetie.
talk.
That's all.
Um,
You're muted.
I know.
She wants to be muted. She knows if
I
she
know
says
that.
anything out loud right now, you're gonna freak out and spurg again and tell her she doesn't
Yeah.
understand for the
True.
100th time.
Sorry, I didn't go to college. Sorry,
Well,
my bad. I'm
listen,
just
to
looking
be
at my
fair,
chat.
sometimes she understands and sometimes she doesn't. And Sarah, even you, sometimes
So
with what I'm
true.
saying, you understand what I'm saying, and sometimes you don't. And to be
I
fair,
understand.
hey, look,
We always
sometimes I
understand what
don't
you're saying.
understand what
Just
you're
most
saying.
of the time, it's retarded. We always understand. Just
it's
most of the time, it's not even
literally-
worth
Yeah,
engaging with.
It's
And
Kel,
we're trying to move it
you're
along
that-
because you get
stupidity.
stuck on a retarded point.
how many people can talk at
Kel-
one time?
We can all talk at
None.
the same time, make it really
I know,
fun.
but nobody can hear a damn thing.
Kel, you're kind of doing the
Pointless.
social destruction
Totally
thing I was talking
pointless.
about earlier. And like what I was
Totally
trying to explain is
pointless.
like I understand, like even guys, sometimes we say stupid shit. Like I understand I've probably said some stupid shit, that's fair enough. Like we all say stupid shit and we all laugh at it. But
We just wanted you to admit it was a stupid question. We just wanted you to admit it was a
I don't
stupid
care
question.
about the question.
I already said it was a
Hold on,
stupid
guys,
question.
guys,
like
stop
You
it.
did
30
eventually.
minutes ago.
Kel,
30
Kel,
minutes
I don't
ago, I
care
said
about
it
the
was a
question.
stupid question, Kel, and
The-
I moved past it.
Yeah,
You
so
hyper-fixated
we're now
on it.
talking. I mean, you asked about Abe's point about the behavior of the chickens, and it's just a.
He's
It's,
bringing it back to that. He's
it's
I
just a
didn't. You did.
rhetorical.
I
no,
let that
nobody
go.
brought it back to what? Nothing. No, nobody brought anything back.
I don't
Abe
know what
literally
you're
was
talking about.
talking about the actions of chickens when a kind of shit testing the male, which is what he was drawing an analogy between what Sarah does shit testing men when she
Yeah.
even
No, the only
begins
thing
to
that-
date them. How do you not understand this analogy?
No,
I just thought it was funny because I asked the question,
Just one at a time,
funny,
one at a
that's all.
time. Cleaner,
That's
calm
it.
down. Cleaner.
Can
I
I
get it.
understand the analogy? Just think it's retarded? Is that okay?
I don't think it's a retarded
You're
analogy.
right. She
think
shouldn't
she's
protect her
just
children.
saying-
You're right. She shouldn't
think-
protect her children.
I
It's
think
not a
she's
re-
just
Abe's
saying
asking
you're
a relevant
comparing.
question.
I think she's just saying you're comparing us to chickens, and I think she takes it as a ding that you're comparing us to chickens.
And I
Right.
laughed because it was funny.
Okay, now
That's
this one
it.
will
It
TTF.
was surface level.
Fucking dumb.
hmm
That is probably fucking accurate. All right, we got another one coming. It's not a TTS though. Another £1.99 from Anakin Skywalker. W cleaner. I don't know that there's any W's here, but I appreciate the £1.99. Thanks for the
Listen,
two
I'm
kids,
not-
Nate.
I'm not going for a W here. What this
Yeah,
is
this
about
isn't a
is us.
debate.
Yeah, no, this is about us having a conversation. Now, listen, I know I've asked a couple of inflammatory questions. I know I've asked a couple of odd questions. I know I've asked a couple of straightforward questions. All I'm trying to display for people to understand is how the engagement, the questions, the differences between men and women actually matter whenever you're talking to people. It really does fucking matter. What you say, the questions you ask, all of it matters. If you don't have an understanding of what it is that you want when you're going into this, you won't be able to ask the right questions. You'll ask some stupid fucking shit, and you will literally make a fool of yourself. That's it. It's very simple.
Imperious has another winner here. I'm not going to
Funny.
bother you.
They're
We're only. I'm
both-
actually only supposed to read the $10 and.
Imperious' comment is fucktarded.
I know
Wow,
he's something else. Anyway, so
Simperious. Skimperious.
yeah, that's right, Simperious. I lost my train of thought. We started like.
Sorry about that.
No,
We
I
were
wasn't. I
talking
mean,
about
it was.
cocks.
Is this thing about chickens not being a good analogy when the behavior is what we're talking about. Anyway, yeah, I do think it's a great. I do think it's a great example, actually. Myself,
I think people can poke holes in any analogy you come up with, really, in any question you come up with. Like, I mean, you can ask the most intelligent question ever, and somebody will say, "You're talking down to me."
My whole
Mike Paul sends in $9.99. Disregard women, gain currency. Sometimes that works.
I'll just say
Sometimes it works.
like my whole point was when there's an absence of dominant males, women will step into that role because they must. And until a dominant male can step into that role, that woman will hold that position. And I've seen it my whole
I
life.
agree. I agree with you, Abe. And I stand by. I'll give you the actual concept and not the hen and cock analogy.
Thank you.
So I think women can be versatile between masculine and feminine. We can flip as needed. Women are survivors. Okay, this is why we seek resourceful men, strong men, good stock to make babies with. We have a natural instinct for survivor mode. This is also why women become more compliant and quiet around certain people in person. If they think that they could harm them, we get really nice. Why do we do that? Because we know if we're quiet and nice and compliant, we might actually survive some hostile, crazy psycho. Okay.
Smart chicks do.
But anyways, so women, when we are feeling safe and secure, we get to go into our feminine. We get to go into soft and squishy. We get to go into, sure, babe, whatever you want. Okay, we get to be that person because you allow us the space to do it by protecting our space. There's kind of a running joke of man and woman walking down the street together, holding hands. In his mind, it's like playing his voiceover, and it's like, exit strategy here, corner there, person there, potential bad person there, like running all these things. And then the woman, when you go into her head, she's like, singing Backstreet Boys, like do 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 do, not even paying attention, doesn't know where she's going. She doesn't have to know where she's going. She doesn't have to pay attention because she knows and feels comfortable enough and trusts that he's going to lead her wherever she needs to go. That analogy in and of itself carries over into an actual relationship. If I don't trust that you're going to lead me to the right place, there's not going to be bebopping going on in my head. I'm going to be asking 10 million and one questions because I don't trust where you're taking me. And I haven't developed that ability yet. So that's when we get to go into the feminine role. However, when we're not safe or we don't feel comfortable yet, or we don't trust you yet, we can and will go into that masculine energy mode. We will be in survivor mode. We will be in I'm a tough bitch mode. We will be combative. We don't give a fuck. Like just this way is I'm combative with all of you little shits, right? Because I don't know you. I don't trust you. You're not my man. You don't pay my bills. Who the fuck are you, right?
I'm a big shit.
But,
to be fair, I'm a big shit.
But in terms of
Yeah,
when I was dating a guy who I felt very safe with and very comfortable with, I could bebop all fucking day long, because when I said, "Oh my God, I have an issue, here's a problem," he would just say, "You know what, babe? Go sit down, have dinner with the kids. I'll be over and I'll take care of it." And I'm just like, okay. Bzzz. Completely flatlined up here. Didn't have to think about anything else. Just went, made dinner, ate with the kids,
So,
and he came over.
Sarah, that's a solid point. So that's actually it's funny because one of the reasons that my wife said that she married me was because
Almost like my
nobody
example
else has
made
ever
sense.
made her feel safe. Right? Like just nobody, so and I still do, and it freaks her out, to be honest. If I get concerned about something, she just freaks out, because if I'm concerned about something, it's very serious, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that I don't think that enough men these days understand that they've been told for so long to be in their feelings, to express themselves, to whatever the fuck, and it weakens you as a man. My opinion. I have some data to express that, but it's irrelevant to the conversation. And what you're expressing is exactly what I think is a large chunk of what's missing on the men's side. Is a large number of men do not understand how to make a woman actually, truly, 100% feel safe and okay.
Mm-hmm. Right? That's true.
So I would say that. Now I got to read 999 from Thumping Weevil. Women who can't understand that analogy have never encountered a good man, and it shows. I'm assuming the chicken analogy.
Yeah.
We're not getting back into the chicken analogy. We're not. We've moved on.
Not going to get back into it. I would just say that like everybody has a different understanding of things because of how they've lived their life, and so you can't expect everybody to understand every analogy. That's a little unfair.
There's also a version where the man is not going to even try with the combative woman. So because he doesn't get that, he's going to say, "Well, she's combative, and I may be the right guy for her, but I'm not even going to deal with it." So there's like so many facets to this exact thing. So.
Yeah, and you see that a lot with some of the veterans that I know. They if you were combative towards them, they just move away because they know if they go combative, it's nuclear. So.
Mm-hmm. Chef Dylan wanted me to tell Cal. He said, "Tell Smelly Kelly that I want to know what her first real W feels like."
Oh, first real one?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
You did. You took the W on the stuffed animal thing. I give you that.
Right.
Yeah, I'm like, and we also, cleaner. We asked 50 times too before you conceded. Wait, cleaner. Can I speak? I'll let you speak. I know it's ladies first, but I'm sorry.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
But we asked you about 50,000 times if you could make the point without the stuffed animal analogy.
Why are we talking about that?
And you were like, no.
The first time you asked the question, I said, yeah, absolutely. And then I moved on to what I was trying to explain, and you just hyper-focused on it, which is the point I was trying to make, which was guys that want to date a girl aren't looking for a girl that
Can I finish or no? I'm sorry, ladies first.
Wrong.
Ladies
first. Socially destroy him for that one thing he does wrong. That is something that guys don't want to date women for. All right?
Can I
Kel, go ahead. Okay, guys, everyone. Kel, go ahead.
Like, holy fuck.
Cleaner. The reason I stay muted.
Do you remember, Speedy, when I asked you about 50 times if you could make your point without the stuffed animal analogy and you just wouldn't back off? That's all we were asking is if you would just back off. Eventually you did concede. Thank you. But instead of saying you were right.
The first time you asked the question, I answered it and said, yes, I could ask it another way. And then I went on to talk about what the question was actually about, the meat and potatoes of the question, not the question itself, but what it was that guys are looking for when they're asking a question. And you just
This is
hyper fixated on the question itself. You and Sarah hyper fixate on that. And
I'm
that's
on
what guys
somebody else's
do
channel, so there's
whenever
no
they're
way to
shit
get
testing.
across
Hold on.
everything.
Hold on.
Sweetheart,
This is important.
sweetheart,
Really not.
Oh, no, no, no.
sweetheart,
No, no, no.
sweetheart.
I didn't
Sweetheart,
interrupt
you
you.
wanted to
I
I
concede,
didn't
so-
interrupt you. So
That's not true. That's not
no,
true. Yes, you
hold
did.
on.
You
I let
did.
you
I have
ask
a
your
better
question. I didn't
grasp
interrupt
on
you.
some of this
All right.
than they do.
What I'm
but
explaining
it's
is
Yes, you did.
ridiculous.
Interrupting cow. Moo. Yes,
guys
you
are
did.
going
Yes, you
into a
did. Yes, you
relationship
did. Yes, you did.
when
And
God,
it's pointless
you're
to say it to
just
people who won't
fucking shit
listen,
up
so.
constantly. Like I'm
Can I
trying to
ask
explain
you a
something so you
question,
can
Cleaner, and
understand it.
maybe this will
When guys,
clear it up a little
wow, both
quicker?
of you, go for it. Yeah,
Uh,
ask your question.
So essentially, the question in of itself put a PDF perverted style things on the conversation.
Yeah, that's the way you
to-
want to
hold
spin it,
on,
and this
hold
is
on,
why a
hold
guy
on,
wouldn't
hold-
date you.
No, that's
Yeah, no, guys.
Okay,
no.
okay.
Uh,
I don't really want to spend another 30 minutes on
But
this.
let
We
me
already
finish my
did.
point, and then I'll leave it alone.
Okay.
But to like, if you're saying if she would forgive you for a mistake or whatever, right? But I would not
No,
forgive.
I'm not asking forgiveness on a mistake. I'm
Oh,
saying
No!
I
Let
would-
her finish!
Hell.
Sure, go for it.
damn.
You said if she could like forgive something weird being said or forgive a
Yeah.
mistake and so on. You just said this,
No.
okay? To test if she's
I didn't say
capable
forgive.
of
Oh my gosh.
in
I said
any
it's a shit
event.
test.
Let her finish.
That's okay. But I don't think any person with a brain would
Damn, dude.
want to put any perception of any PDF perverted style stuff like that. So that's what I'm saying. You could definitely get there in another way, but when you put out weird, odd stuff that people would be like, why would you ask such a question that you would ask a child? That I would expect every woman to get ick from that and never want to call you again, especially if she has children or grandchildren, maybe at your age, right? Because
Oh my
that's a
gosh.
weird question. And if you say something like that and then you back it up and be like, oh, well, I was just kidding, yada, yada, yada. That's not something people joke about. And that's why we take that question that you asked very oddly, because in our minds, we're thinking, why on earth would you want to ask a grown woman a question you would ask a little girl per se? And that's why we're saying we understand the concept of what you're trying to do, but that's a really fucked up way to getting to that concept, especially when it has PDF perverted tones to it. Who would want to be perceived like that?
Sure.
And that's all
No, I understand what you're saying. And that's why when Kel first asked me, could I have phrased that in a better way or could I have asked another question? I said, yeah, sure, absolutely. But I'm not trying to go towards the question itself.
Got the
So
ick
you,
from
the
panel
fact
I'm
that you
on.
guys are hyper fixating on something that you
Got the
perceive
ick
is
right
pedo
now.
is what I am explaining. Guys,
It's
will
not even
do
the
at
pedo part for me. It's just that you wouldn't
Okay,
fucking
Kel, come on. I don't really want to spend another 30 minutes on this.
This
I
Just
is
let
do.
him say his
exactly why.
piece and
Oh,
don't
Lord.
interrupt him, right? Like this is I've had it. I mean, we're not
This is
we're not
stupid.
covering any new ground.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah,
this
this
is what I
is-
hate.
this
This is
This
what
is what
pisses
guys
dumb.
don't want to put up with when they're dating a girl, and this is why I said I will ask
Why
a
do you
shit
say it like
test
that,
question,
dude?
just like what Sarah was explaining earlier about asking shit test questions. We ask each other these things, so I'll ask a
Cleaner
question
generalizes
whenever
really
I'm trying
hard.
to get
Really
at
hard.
a bigger meat and potatoes, because we're having a general understanding conversation,
General.
not a specific hyper focused on one stupid question conversation. What I'm
Right.
trying to get at
It's
is the
all
meat and
fucked,
potatoes
Isaiah.
of the
It's
social
all
dynamic
fucked.
between men and women, which is that guys will shit test girls and girls will shit test guys. We'll ask each other
No.
questions to try and understand each
No.
other in a relationship sense to
No.
see if we can match up.
No.
That's it. That's all I was trying to go for.
Nope.
And I even tried to skip over that,
Wait,
Kel.
Wait, can
When
you
you
pull up
Okay,
the
all right, all right.
Wait,
Lad,
I'll send you a clip.
I am
I'll send you a
going
clip.
to
Wait,
I
wait,
am
wait, hold on.
did.
He did not concede.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my
Could have been away,
god.
and I went on.
Shut
didn't
up.
concede
I'm
immediately.
making the last point.
I'll send you a clip.
I'm
You did not
I'm-
concede.
Leave it the fuck
I
alone.
am making the last point. Okay, this is all I want to hear about. This is a deal. Even Beth in the chat said that she wouldn't have thought it was weird. She'd have laughed her ass off. So obviously, not everybody sees it the way you guys see it. Where I think a lot of times we get very sensitized to specific things, looking at it, because we're in this space, and I honestly don't give a shit anymore. I got a couple of super chats to read. I'm going to read them, and then I'm going to, and then we'll move on back to something away from stuffed animal questions. By the way, my kid loves like all kinds of stuffed animals, so it's cool. Anyway, $1.99 came in from Anakin Skywalker. I am Anakin Skywalker. Actually, that's £1.99. It's more than the $1.99. That's English money. I forget how much it is today. Probably $3. Money. Let's see. And then he had one more. I don't know where it is. Got to scroll. The chat is off the chain tonight. You guys are having good arguments and fights out there too. By the way, Arthur Dia, you can simp for Imperius all you want, but Imperius is just a cuck that says a bunch of shit that I don't care about. So he can, he can hang out, he can be there, he can say shit, but if he's gonna put up weird, nasty shit in super chats, well, I'm not gonna read it because unless he spends over 10, I think it's over 10 to guarantee a read. So there you go.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead. Another £1.99 from Anakin Skywalker. Kel, please tone down and make me that sandwich. He's apparently very hungry. I'm not sure Kel can make sandwiches. I'm not.
Kel's not a sandwich maker.
I'm not. I mean, you can put that to the test.
Hey, I'll bring the bread, baby. You make the sandwich.
There you go. All right.
Sarah's probably a sandwich maker. She's got kids. She probably makes a good
Oh,
sandwich.
there used to be this whole thing about making sandwiches, wasn't there? Because I contributed to it once.
Yeah, I did a whole make sandwich stream, and I made sandwiches the entire stream.
That was a good one.
I love sandwiches, and I will not only make you sandwiches, I will send you home with snacks and water bottles and some M&Ms. And I'll pack you some lasagna to have for dinner later. I love to feed people because I love to be fed. Food is love. Love is food.
That was the last. What was the? It was there was some like not charity, but you were doing some. There was a purpose to the sandwiches. I remember I gave like $20
because it was like a running joke about you should be making sandwiches, yada yada yada. So I was like, fine, fuck it. If you guys fund a sandwich making stream, yeah, you had funded it, and so I was like, if you fund it, I'll make them, and I did.
Yeah. I went to you went deep in on it, Sarah, and you fucking owned it. You were like, yeah, I'll make a sandwich and it'll have this and this and this. And you went through the metrics of it and it was like, holy shit, that actually sounds like a good sandwich.
Yeah. Imperius did not make any points in his super chat. I don't understand what are you talking about, Arthur Dia? He didn't make a point. I mean, I can pull the super chat back up. He was just like, making fun of the guests, which is sometimes warranted, and I will let those through, but that was just tired and old. Anyway, so what do you think Kel, you were the youngest here by far. What do you think the hold up to dating is these days?
Unmute.
She probably doesn't want to at this point.
No, women are to blame entirely. They just r/whoosh their way through conversation. They're just out here working instead of bearing children, and basically, I don't know what's going on with the dating market, bro.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that your vibrator?
Sorry.
Oh, I'm
not mine.
That might hang on.
What, you got a pager over there?
No, I have to monitor. I have to like.
I don't think there is a hold up. Get out there and get pussy, bro. There is no hold up. It's all in your minds. Like the dating market is still alive and well. It's all just if you get hyper fucking like social media'd out, if you get fucking extremized by algorithms and believe every single time you see a TikTok that goes viral. That's like rage bait, clearly rage bait of a girl being like, I deserve to sit my ass at home while I date a guy who makes $1 million. And the stay at home girlfriend core. There's a reason there's so many social commentary and videos made about it because we all know it's bullshit. There is no fucking dating crisis. Get out there and date, bro. The market is there. The life is long. You are young.
Yeah.
Like,
I think there's
it's all
a
in your
lot of.
head.
I think a lot of people make a lot of excuses or just blame it on, well, the last date I had, she didn't show up, or the last date I had, he like was late or whatever. Like that's all fine, whatever, move through it. Or I got ghosted or whatever. Listen, there's like shitty people out there all over the place, and people have their own reasons why they do things, and it's not for you to worry about. And like, have you ever seen someone sit there and try to break down and analyze why the guy didn't call or why didn't she show up? Like, it's fucking stupid. Who cares? The point is that I always just like to say they got hit by a bus, they're dead. Like, man, shit happens. That sucks. And I just pretend that they're no longer existent after that. But
Wasted energy, right, Sarah?
it's wasted energy. So essentially, and I'm not gonna like hold my grievances from maybe prior bad experiences against the next guy. Of course, it makes you cautious, and you know what you like. Behavioral patterns are a real thing. There's a reason for it. Stay cautious, but don't hold prior people's issues onto the next guy or the next girl, right? Just keep going. And again, if you're not dating with intentions, though, then why are you dating at all?
No, that's a good point. That's two really good points that you make, Sarah, and I agree. If you're not dating with a specific type of intention, like there's really no point because you're not going to know what it is you're going for, and there's a very low chance that you're actually going to bat 100 or score in whatever way that you're trying to score, whether it's a relationship or whether it's a one night stand or whatever the hell it is, right? I think it's really good. It's a really good interpretation of how it is that things are going right now, because people don't understand there are differences between how we each talk to each other and how we each understand each other. But this goes back to like what we were talking about in the beginning, which is how I was really hoping we would round back out to this, which was where, we don't have enough mentors that are teaching us, men teaching men and women teaching women how to be good women or go for what it is they're wanting in life, or these things like this, and holding each other accountable and whatnot for the things that we're doing that are fucked up or good, because we should definitely tout each other for doing good things but hold each other accountable for the bad. And I think this is something that we've really ran away from in the social marketplace. And I think, in all honesty, Sarah and Kel and Abe and Grid, I think we've actually shown here over the past couple of hours how men and women misperceive each other in different ways. And granted, all right, what you see is valid, and what we think we're saying or what we think we're seeing is valid as well. Both sides are valid to the person themselves. But what it comes down to is whether or not we can have an honest conversation about things and understand each other and find whether or not we're a match. That's what it comes down to. Cool. And if people don't stop being fucking lazy and getting off their lazy fucking asses and getting out there to meet chicks, meet dudes, level the fuck up, chicks, level the fuck up as well. Get out there, meet fucking somebody, or you're just going to be stuck in the same rut and the same cycle forever of never getting to a performance level of what you want to be at.
All right. So while we got a break in that action, let's go with, I got to read some super chats. $2 from Cornholio in the Bungholio. That's awesome. I hear a woman talking, but it's not a kitchen. Just kidding. That's funny. That is actually funny. That was humorous. Let's scroll back up.
Ridiculous.
We had another $2 from Cornholio in the Bungholio. No crisis. Men just don't open TTS. Oh, that's cold. He says, shout out to everyone besides Kel, JK, JK. Oh, that's awesome. Welcome. Thank you, Indian Jesus. I'll get back to that one. no crisis. Men just don't want hyper feminist. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Men typically do not. Some men do, though. I always have to wonder about those men. Is anybody? Because I obviously don't know anyone that has. But do you guys know anyone that has actually had or known a dude that dated a hyper feminist?
I don't know.
What was
Even in
that?
California, I don't know anyone that would self-brand as a hyper-feminist. I don't even brand as a feminist. Like, it's not.
Well,
I don't
you're
know any
barely a
feminists.
liberal, Cal. So
I did when I first started dating. It was horrible. But that's what kind of gave me the understanding of like, I need to have a list of some kind that I ask questions of before I go out on a date with somebody, you know? Like,
Sarah, you've not dated a hyper feminist? No. Okay.
Have you, Sarah, have you dated one of those obnoxiously super masculine type guys that are like, oh, I'm Superman, motherfucker?
I already said in the beginning, like I wouldn't date, or maybe that was earlier, but yeah, no, it's not my.
Oh, right.
I like strong men. I like men who take care of themselves. But I don't want like the Hulk.
Right. The narcissist type, weird ass. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you send me a selfie from the gym,
Oh my
and especially if you take
100%.
a selfie in the mirror and while you're like in the gym with your shirt all cut up and stuff, like you're already a douchebag. I don't want to date you. Please go away.
100% agree.
I don't even have like my camera roll. I don't have any selfies except for maybe a few scattered through there, and it's usually with me and my kids. And for me, like if like I met a guy at a bar one night, and he was cute, a little younger than me, probably a lot more younger than yeah. Anyways, I think he was like late 20s, early 30s. Totally hot guy, right? Like you could wash your clothes on his stomach. You could fry an egg on his ass, like fucking hot as shit. But the minute we traded numbers, and I think it was like the next day, he started talking to me, wanting to take me out. That's fine. And he kicks it off with a picture of him at the gym. and I was just like, no.
That's weak. That's like no effort.
Well, and I decided, I was like, I'll try one date. Maybe he just thinks this is what women want, right? Like I already knew he was hot. You didn't have to send me a half naked selfie. So I give it one date and I say, hey, I'm going to take the paddle boards out. Do you want to go with me? And, and he's like, yeah, sure. And so we took the boards out. We were out on the water. Great conversation-ish. But one of the things I asked him, I said, what's your longest relationship been? Anybody want to take a guess?
A year
6
or
months.
less.
Yep.
6
A
months.
year or less.
2 months.
2 months.
Woo! Fuck
2
that guy.
months. And I said, okay, because I was like, wait, like, how
Yep.
have you not had at least a 6 month and
You ran from that
and-
guy, right?
oh yeah. So
Good girl.
well, of course, we're out on the water paddleboarding, so I couldn't necessarily run away from him, right?
Why did you say shit like good
once
girl?
like that was my
That's
last and final
that's
date with him.
weird.
But I mean, I still run
Fucking
into him every
weird,
now and then.
dude.
He's still cool, no issues. But I basically told it to him straight, like I would never want to date you because you've never had a long term relationship. Like at this age, you should have at least had one.
Right.
But I posed the question. I said, what's the fastest you've gotten a girl in bed? And he said it was only a few hours. And the only reason why it took a few hours was because he was leaving the bar and had to go back to his friends, but she wasn't leaving until later. And so he basically just had to wait for her to leave the bar to come
Welcome
over.
to human behavior.
And to me, I was
Anger
like,
transfer.
What the fuck?
yeah. And then they dated for like a couple weeks after that. So like, do you know, like, but again, it starts with the selfie in the gym, and
Yeah.
it was like a
I'm
self-fulfilling
always
prophecy
angry.
at that
I just
point.
don't
But
show it.
there's there's kind of behavior patterns again that she knows, but I still gave him the opportunity. But everything I started hearing once we got out on the boards and stuff, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, and even from the get-go, you already had the feeling that like this probably wasn't a
I feel
guy
that way,
that
Kat.
you would take for a long-term relation or take seriously for a
No,
long-term
not at all.
relationship.
It's hard to
Yeah.
get
No,
a
he
word
didn't even
in
take himself
edgewise,
seriously.
and they're kind of
Yeah.
ridiculous.
You know what I
But
mean?
let me ask you though, to be fair though, all right, was he attractive enough that you gave him a chance for that
This-
to prove
most
that
of it's
that
just
stereotype in your
spurting
mind
bugs
wrong?
me.
Well, no, I think even at that, like, well, number one, an unattractive dude is not going to send me a gym selfie.
Topanga
Sure.
Weeble.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, you never know these days. I mean, let's be honest.
This
There's
guy's
there's some
crazy, too.
wild dudes out there.
Yeah, all right, that's true. There's there's that 5%
I
of
missed
guys
the
that are
super-
fucking delusional.
I missed
Yeah.
the super chat earlier, guys. Give me 1 second. I want to read this. I can't
Like,
put
I
it back
could
up on the
give good
screen because I
advice,
can't
but,
find
like,
it. But
This is
Um,
ridiculous.
Thumping Weevil sent in $9.99.
Hold on,
Men
I
know
gotta
what they
step away
want.
from it.
Women know what they want, but they are fighting against each other. I feel
Hold on,
that.
I
I
gotta-
feel that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people don't know what they want.
Well, I think there's probably
But if
some
they
men
don't
and
want-
women. I think there's probably some men and women that are fighting against each other. And I think reasonably on this panel we've shown that we can agree on some things, we can understand some things within like for example, so Sarah's in a metric where she's dating for a relationship guy. She doesn't want some stupid fuckboy right now, right? I'm in the same metric, but we have a little bit different things that we're talking about here that we each focus on, right? And so you're going to see differences. When me and Kel are talking to each other, she's in a different stage. She's looking for something different. So obviously she's going to have. And
What do you
when
think I'm
Abe-
looking for? I don't think we
when
talked about that.
There's going to be differences, right? But it's all based on where we're at in our relationship game. And
Wait,
where
what do you
we're
think
at
I'm looking
in our-
for? I never said that.
I'm not assuming where you're at. I'm
Well,
saying
you just
we're
said
all
we're in different stages. So where do you think I'm at? Because maybe I'm looking for
I
someone.
can 99.9% guarantee that you're in a different place from where I'm at, Kel.
But you said that we're looking for different things based on our conversation. So I guess I'm just wondering where that stems from.
I think he's pointing
Right.
out that he has kids. They're probably nearly grown or grown.
I think
and-
he would have
Yeah.
said that if that's what he meant, Grid. But thank you for the sweet.
See, I have a different metric for what I'm dating for than for what you're dating for. I'm literally
I guarantee you
dating for-
Sarah's looking for different things than you're looking for as well.
Right. I understand that. That's what I'm talking about. We have different things we're dating for. Okay.
But you
like,
looked you guys in
there's-
together at first.
Okay, so and hey, you know what? I'll give you chicks. I'll give you chicks an understanding. Any woman that ever watches this in the future will have an understanding of something. Okay, there's guys in their 40s that are single. I'm not saying they're good or bad, but like wherever they're at, all right, they'll have an understanding of if there's a girl in her 20s who checks every fucking box and she wants to have 15 kids, we will give that girl every kid she wants because she is fucking awesome. But if there's a woman in her 40s and we've already had kids and we've done our social duty, we've tried to do everything we can in life and all that, we won't necessarily want to have kids with someone that's in their 40s because we're like, no, man, I'm done with that. But that girl in her 20s gives you the energy to help with those kids, to do things with those kids, to provide in a way that she fucking needs you to.
Right, but you lumped
It's a
Sarah and you in
different
together.
metric,
But Sarah,
What I'm-
yeah,
what
but
I'm-
Sarah
what
already
I'm
said she wouldn't have
explaining-
kids.
Right. What I'm explaining is we each have different metrics, Kel. And this
And you
is
would have
the
said
thing
we
that a lot of
each
people get
versus
wrong.
you and Sarah versus you and Sarah versus
Even
me.
me and Sarah have different metrics.
That's what I was saying.
Like,
That's all I was saying. Thank you.
I get that.
It's
I'm
like you
just
guys
saying,
talk past each other on
you just
purpose.
assume something, and I know that we all have different metrics because everyone has different metrics.
I think she's asking what your
That's all I
point
was-
is.
Yeah.
My point was that if we're not communicating these, and I was trying to get to that, but she kept fucking interrupting me like she always does.
I
Very
don't know. You took
disrespectful.
like 3 whole minutes to get there.
When we're it wouldn't have been that long. It would have actually been like a minute, and then that's done.
Okay. Anyway, so I got $5 from Kissy Cat. I think we lost the plot. Well, I keep trying to steer us back to the plot, but we keep getting bogged down in this nonsense about stuffed animals and stupid shit. Anyway, man.
Well, what Sarah was saying, Grit, is fair. We do all have Like when she was talking about this guy that was kind of like and Sarah, I may be a little off. He may not have been completely a fuckboy, right? But like, I mean, he was definitely a little more narcissistic than what you would have liked, right? Fair?
I guess. I mean,
the gym guy.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of him sending the
Selfie.
picture just gave me the idea of what I could potentially be dealing with. It was kind
Right.
of a
That's all we've been
behavioral
doing.
pattern.
Right.
But
She's just
then
here
it
to
was
cause
more
trouble,
along the
I
lines of
think.
engaging to prod out those questions when I was like, yeah, we're
they're
not
just talking in
aligned.
circles.
Yes. And this is the only
When you
thing I've
try
been trying to
plug
talk
in
about
and
this
say
whole
anything
time
useful, you just
is
get
that men and women
sidelined by
have different
stupid
things.
stuff.
They see things from different points of view.
So,
If we can understand each other and talk to each other in an honest way, we will get the answers that we're all wanting so that we can figure out whether or not it is that we're a fucking match. If we're not, we're not.
no,
If we are, we are. But you know what? If we were all fucking honest with each other, I guarantee you right now, the dating market would go so
rather
much
hard
faster.
to solve
Like if
anything.
people were just
If people
blatantly
just
honest
argue
with each
over
other and they just asked, like
random
we just
stuff.
had this list of questions, like this is what I'm looking for, this is what I have to provide, this is who I am, this is what I'm looking for in a girl or a guy. And we gave each other this questionnaire and we each looked at the
kinda feel
questionnaire and
like
went, okay,
Dana's a
well, I've
weird
got
choice
that,
for
I've
this
got that,
panel.
I don't have that, that kind of sucks, I've got that. And then the other person gets it back and we go, okay, well, within the understanding that like nobody's going to be perfect, we'll probably have like that one or two things we disagree on. You know, is this something that I could live with? Is it yes or no? If it's not, hey, we both move on and we find somebody else. But if it is, great. We go date, we do things, we see if we match up chemistry wise, right? We could get past that whether or not we can achieve a living matrix with each other, like whether or not we could actually live with each other. And granted, I know this is from an older guy's
Yeah.
point of view because I'm in my
I
40s,
imagine you
guys.
are.
I get that. All right. When
Kemstra.
I was in my 20s, I was a dumbass too. But if we know this stuff honestly with each other, we can actually figure out whether or not we're compatible with somebody. Am I wrong, Sarah?
Do you always like to blow hot air out, or is this just a
Oh,
thing?
No,
gosh.
this is like we're talking about something. See, and this,
Well, what you're saying is very surface level conversation. Like we get it.
No,
Everybody
it's
wants
not.
something different, and finding people that link up, and even the
Exactly.
ability to understand others can be difficult. We have two ears and one mouth for a reason. Listen more. So on and so forth. It's all basic.
right, and that's true.
nonsense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and you can say things
Some
to attack
people
me
love
whenever I'm trying to explain this
to hear
understanding.
themselves
I'm not a
talk.
host
But
or a
the fact is-
moderator tonight. I am here to have some fucking fun and push everybody's
get
Have you
that.
had fun,
push
Sarah?
everyone out.
Sarah, have you had fun?
I'll leave that answer to my chat. The chat will let me know if
Sarah.
they have had fun yet.
Sarah, listen, you're a sweetheart, and I always love engaging with you. I don't
Oh
give
my
a shit if we
God.
argue with each other, if we go tit for
Okay.
tat, if you get a win or a loss,
No, you
or
didn't
if
go
I
tit
get a
for
win
tat.
or a
She just
loss.
did it all
Hold on,
over you.
Kel. Hold on, Kel. All right.
Mm,
I don't give a shit either way because I do actually enjoy having conversations with you. You're a nice lady to have conversations with, okay? But the fact of the matter is, like, we're having a general conversation, general understanding of like dating and all that shit. And within the understanding of dating, if people were to stop fucking lying to each other all the time and just tell each other the truth,
Oh
do
my
you
god,
think-
dude! You don't need to repeat the point. She understood what you said. She just said it was surface level.
Oh
and
lordy mercy!
Yeah, we
You
talked
can't
about that
stop being
earlier
different.
too.
Constantly.
not like you're just like reiterating the most basic points. Like, okay,
This is-
great
this is
contribution,
absolutely
bro.
fu-
Hello.
Okay. All right, guys.
You're such an easy target cleaner. Like you're doing it to yourself. Why?
Well, I'm not trying to be combative tonight. I was
It's not even
entered into this knowing it was
combative.
just a
It's just like
conversation.
how
We're
much
gonna
more
sit here and have
dumb
a
shit can you
conversation.
say in one night?
No, I'm not trying to fucking argue with you. Well, I mean, to be fair, from like Guy's point of view, you said a lot of really fucking dumb shit too.
Oh, did I anger all the men? Oh,
I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not really sure. We all say dumb shit though.
But at
It's
least
just
I'm
the
not
the
problem. It's like
repeating
you're-
literally
you're
the
still-
same
you're still
dumb
trying
shit
to do like
again
an
and
attack
again and
versus
again and again
defense
and
thing.
again and again. We've like
Sure.
knocked out all these points at the very beginning of this whole conversation.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
move to
And you're
something
still trying to do
greater.
like an attack and
There's not.
defense thing, and I'm
Let's-
not trying to do an attack and defense thing against anybody. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
Wait a minute.
And you
I'm
guys
pretty
are
sure
trying to
earlier
engage-
you started off
you
by
guys are
saying
trying to
that we were
engage-
One at a
stupid and we don't
time.
understand anything, and
You
we're
guys are trying to engage in a
too
social
low
destruction
level.
dynamic.
Well,
which
listen,
I'm
this
not
is
gonna
what
put up with.
happens when you start
Like,
shit
if
with
you're
women.
gonna-
We fucking finish it.
Socially
I'm gonna-
destructive.
We fucking finish it. Socially destructive.
Like, hell, asking the same fucking question over and over and over after I already answered in the beginning. I mean, you can keep going back to shit and trying to create drama and all.
Okay. All right.
Fun.
So
Like
first
I said,
of all,
easy target.
I gotta read this super chat from $2 from only a Mr. Bill. He advises Cleaner to quit acting like an overly emotional woman.
Retweet.
I think
That's
you guys
fair.
are. I think only Mr. Bill is actually older than both of us, so that may be.
Abe,
That
what do you
might
think
be-
about all this? Abe?
Hold on, I'm not done. £1.99 comes in from Anakin Skywalker here. Raging Tomato, are you free on Saturday? I don't know. You guys can work that out behind the scenes. I don't want to get involved in it. All right. So, Abe, where are you at on all this?
I think my brain might be mush coming out of my ears. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Well, guys, it's almost 11 o'clock, which, as everyone who knows me knows, I ended 11 o'clock, and so we want to get some final thoughts from my my lovely panelists. All of you are lovely, even the men. You're great people. You're wonderful, but you're gonna have to get the fuck out of here really soon. So I want to actually start with Cleaner and come back, and I'll have the last.
Ladies
we'll
first.
go back and forth, so I have last word. So
I mean,
go ahead, Cleaner. Give us your closing comments, your remarks, your thoughts, whatever.
Yeah, I think men and women just need to come to terms with what it is that they are first, and then decide what it is that they want in a relationship. The whole thing where the social elite or the shadow elite has created all this crap that is literally putting people against people is an evil dynamic, and us feeding into it is doing nothing but creating an environment where we are not united. The more that we are fighting each other, the more that we are resisting trying to get with each other in relationships or within life, even just in general, the more it is that they're winning. The only game theory that wins is the game theory where we all cooperate in some way that produces a positive result for all of us. And that's pretty much it.
All right, Kel, final thoughts.
I think that in this social economic climate that we live in, I think that it would be great if we all tried to understand each other. It seems like, unfortunately, we do have a bit of an effort epidemic. We also do seem to have maybe it's not that men and women don't understand each other. It's that the people who are already indignant and didn't make an effort to understand other people in the first place feel justified in their beliefs because we have this crazy social media ecosystem feeding their beliefs that women are evil or men are evil and just kind of like feeding into their indignant lack of ability to date in general. So maybe just get out there, do the damn thing, stop feeling sorry for yourself, and there's plenty of fucking pussy to get. Boys, get out there.
All right, Abe.
I don't know. I think that I kind of agree with we need to freaking cooperate more, understand each other more, converse more, go to church, do better, be better.
Brave take.
It's just
That's solid. I like that. Okay, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Grid, for having me. I told my viewers tonight early on that I was going to come over here and troll and trigger and have some fun, and that we fucking did. And it was such an honor, Grid, to not have to be the host and to sit here and watch you get the headache all night and not me. It was such a pleasure.
That seltzer ass
Yeah.
answer.
But Seriously, though, Grit, thank you for putting this together. And what a fun topic and conversation. I think overall, people just need to stop repeating the same crappy things and getting the same crappy results. Work on yourself, respect yourself. And if you're going to date with intentions. If you're not dating with intentions, the rest is all hogwash and it doesn't mean anything. And that's why you are failing. Thank you.
All right. Well, I guess I'll finish this out with. I actually had a lot of fun tonight. I didn't really get a headache, Sarah. I actually kind of thrive on the chaos a little bit. I don't like to let that out much, but as my only real thing is that when everybody starts talking, I can't hear what everybody's saying. So I just want y'all to shut the fuck up and one at a time. I'll let you talk all night. Well, not all night till 11, and then it's bedtime for me. I have responsibilities and things I have to get taken care of. But at any rate, while I'm sure we didn't move the needle in any direction, I'm glad that we had the conversation. I'm glad that you were here, Sarah. I'm glad that Kel was here, Cleaner, Abe, and we can't leave Kissy Cat out. Kissy Cat is the motivation for all of this. I don't normally do panels like this, but maybe I should make this a weekly thing because it was a lot of fun. And I know that Sarah, you don't get enough goof off time, and maybe we'll have you back and let you goof off some more.
That's what
I have.
It's like I'm never bringing her back again.
and actually, just so you know, I'm just going to raid everybody over to you so you can continue the party, and you can go all night if you want, but not me. So, and the last thing I'm going to say is, I really want to have I really wanted to have Mr. Justin on. I was going to open the panel with an hour to go, but the conversation just seemed to keep revolving.
It's just
and it never straightened back out. So I want to have Mr. Justin on at some point in the future and get his get his input. And so I'll be in touch, Mr. Justin. In the meantime, as always, guys,
it was crazy.
It was a great night, and I don't think we learned anything, but we didn't lose brain cells either. You guys have a great rest of your night. Be cool, wait, I can. Yeah. Oh, somebody subscribed. I was like, surely nobody sent a super chat on the way out.
Now I'm going to send one just to piss you off.
I know, right? But at any rate, as always, guys, be cool. Wear glasses if you need them, and get off my lawn. Go stand on Sarah's lawn. It's nicer.
I will remain open.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're closed over here, so.
Love you so much. That was really fun. I'll get you off my screen, but
Okay.
I'm definitely going to finish doing the probably going to open panel or something. So, but only if the chat provides. If they provide, I will do that. So if you guys want to come hang out, you gotta bribe the chat. But love you all.
All right. Night, Sarah. You have a great time. Everyone else, good to see you guys, and we'll see you.
Stay safe, everybody.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Holy crap, Ola. That was ridiculous. So, felt like you just can't get a word in edgewise sometimes, and if they're just going to spurg and yell over you and argue, then it's pointless to even try to say something, so. And even when you make a good point, your good point goes to waste because they're just going to yell over the top of it and argue that it's stupid and doesn't make sense, even though there was a logical path to follow with that point. So, what's the point of even continuing to speak about it? That was brutal. It was over the top, kind of. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a panel. Panels are like that sometimes, but it's like, dude, like there's a bunch that we could talk about instead of arguing about stuffed animals, instead of arguing about everything. And it's like, I don't know. In fact, actually, let me put it this way. That panel is exactly what's wrong with the dating culture in the United States right now. Possibly the world. I have no idea. I'm not out at all these other countries, but that kind of seemed like exactly what's wrong with the dating culture. Like, all of it. Like, argue about everything, pinpoint where somebody's wrong constantly. Don't let anybody speak. Like, that's exactly it right there. And then self-aggrandizement, self-empowerment. I gotta speak over everybody. I'm more important. I'm everything and nothing. Like, I don't know. It was like every single thing that's wrong that we were trying to elucidate was being displayed. It's partially why I just didn't talk very much, because it's like, when I did talk, I'm gonna get called, like, that's stupid. And it's like, actually, there's a point to what I'm saying. And it's been witnessed over decades of time. And maybe if we could solve for some of these small issues, we could do better overall. But I don't think some people want to do better overall in their personal life or in their dating life or whatever life. Like, look, I don't know people's personal lives, but like, freaking Kel is a menace to herself and anybody she's around in some ways. So like, no shit, you're not having good luck in dating, Kel. Look at your behavior. And it was a weird panel compilation. Like, you could have pulled a bunch of people of dating age and asked them what they've noticed are the problems. But like, as far as I can tell, I don't know how long Grid's been married. I don't know what Grid's marriage is like. I don't know him personally. But like, I've been married 17 years. I have 2 teenage sons. I waited until marriage to have sex. I did what I thought was right. I did not run around making hoes of women like people seem to think. Like, I did everything the best way that I knew how to make a good, strong family, and here I am. So whatever points I'm going to give are from my own perspective. Like, do the right things. Society doesn't even currently encompass a way to act the way that we ought to. So like, you could be, as Casper keeps calling it, a Chad, and do it all the right way and still end up fucked. You could be a good, honorable woman, go through, get married after waiting, do it all right, and still get screwed over. So like, there's no surefire way to make this thing work. If we all acted as we ought to, if we all acted in a honorable, moral fashion, maybe things would work a little bit better. I'm not saying there wouldn't be any issue, because there's always going to be an issue. But damn, the way it is right now, we just watched it on panel. You watched all of it. You watched the young lady who has had homeless boyfriends and all kinds of weird shit happen in her life. You watched me, who's been married 17 years, try to get a word in edgewise, but nobody will listen. You saw freaking Cleaner justifying why men are and women are so different and how women just don't get it. You watched how Sarah, who's a mother who's divorced with children, speak from her standpoint of she has to be dominant and combative and fight off dudes until there's a strong enough dude to want to fight hard enough to be with her. Like, I think you saw everything. You saw all of it in one panel. This is why I said we need to understand each other a little bit better, which I think that humans should probably start to do. And I think that we should go to church because we're lacking the moral fiber that we need to make the freaking whole shit work right. So, yeah, there you have it. That's just my take. I don't know, dude. So I'm running through OBS tonight, ladies and gents, so I can't even host a panel the normal way. If I do, I'd have to open a secondary StreamYard and then jump on here. However, I could say everybody who has a voice and wants to speak, I think Sarah has an open panel right now that you could probably go join if she is doing that. I don't know that she is or not, but there's always that possibility, right? I think look, it's funny because at the beginning of all of that, one of the things that got brought up was that people who are older who have had successful relationships should be relaying the information to the younger people to help them foster better relationships, to find people to marry. One of the things that sits weird to me in that whole conversation is here I am, the guy that's been married for long enough that I have almost adult children and I'm still married to the same woman that I first had those children with, and they just will overtalk you. They won't listen to a word you have to say. They won't give you the chance to tell them how you've made it work or how it needs to be to work. And yet, that's one of the mainstays in how you make a society work is the older generation relays information to the younger generation about how to find a mate, how to make that work, and how to go forward with your life. Nobody wants to listen, then they'll just keep getting more of the same. And so here you go. You've got older people who are divorced. You've got younger people who can't find relationships or make relationships work. They have no standard by which to measure good relationships or bad relationships. A bunch of it's that whole thing. Like, you got a whole bunch of people raised by single parents, single mothers, single whatever, and they don't understand the equation of what a good healthy marriage looks like because they've never seen one, and then they want to argue with you that you're wrong about what a healthy marriage is. Like, okay, you've been raised by the state and your mom, good luck with that. I don't think you have any grounds by which to argue that you know how it works or how to make the world a little bit better. It's just my opinion, but I agree. The nuclear family is the standard that would fix this. If you had more stable nuclear families raising children to completion who then start nuclear families and continue to do so, it will be better and better for everyone. You can say L to me all you want. It's not like I got a chance to speak all that much with them spurging and screaming over each other. And not that the women on the panel would have listened anyway. So, cool. You can say that it's an L for me, but I don't think I am giving L takes at this point. And you can say, oh, you're a Chad. You don't even know. Well, it's not like I ran around sleeping around to find my mate. I waited. I did it the right way. I worked my butt off to make sure that I did it the right way. I worked my butt off to buy a house, to build a family, and to do it the right way. So you can say it's an L. Cool. I don't know how else to. And how am I taking an L? I'm married with children, with a house and a life. I did something right. Capital D different. Well, you're saying we're taking L's. You tell me how you would have gone on that panel and made it any different. That's my point. Just it's the way of how this, like I said, it's that whole thing was literally a showcase on what's wrong with the dating world today. Oh, thank you, Unforced Ego. I appreciate that greatly. I do. I think that that was a showcase of what's wrong with the dating world, what's wrong with relationships, what's wrong with everything that we tried to talk about. Guess what? You couldn't even talk about it to try and solve it. That's what's wrong with it. Right there. You can't even have the conversation to begin with to try to fix it. That's what's wrong with it. So. And on top of that, what's hilarious is people feel so justified in their points that they'll argue. Like Kel over here, she's a 20-something single female who's been in a freaking multi-ish weird partner relationship. What a throuple? A dude and a hearse, all these things, it's like the laughing stock, and yet she's willing to argue with people that have had successful marriages that they're wrong and she knows better. Tell me, if that is a showcase of what girls her age are right now, then how the hell does the dating market work? Guys, get out there. There's plenty of women out here that want men. Really? They don't want you, and if you are a showcase of what they're going to get, then nobody wants it. Imagine that. Imagine that. And looks only take you so far, by the way. You can be good looking, but if you're a piece of shit human, good luck making a relationship work. Thank you, Kat, for putting that out there for Beth. I appreciate that. Because here at Abe Dinkus, we promote other channels because we want you all to grow so we can have better conversations. Or at least a conversation and not screaming over each other about stuffed animals on a bed. Unforced Ego. I can't actually, because I'm in OBS, it makes it much harder to actually read these chats. So I have to go back in here. Hold on. I want to go back and look at it so I can read it. W. That's what it was. Thank you. It's just like I could say all of this on panel, but I can't say any of it on panel if I can't even speak. And as much as I don't mind some personalities on some of these panels, Cleaner has a bad habit of over-talking the shit out of people and making it impossible to get a word in. And he's long-winded about every answer. And then, of course, when you do get a chance to speak after his 25-minute tirade that led us to what we were already talking about earlier, you get shouted down by Spurgtastic Kel, and you can't even say a word because she's going to argue that your point is stupid before you've even made a point. And then super chats. And then back to an argumentation between Cleaner and Callaghan. And then Sarah's going to jump in and equivocate about whatever she thinks about her version of dating life. I don't know, man. It was so weird. At some point in the panel, I literally just felt like I don't actually see the point in talking any longer. As crappy as that is, that's just, I got to that point and I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't actually see the point. Like, if we want to actually have a conversation and communicate points by which improvement can be made, that's awesome. But if we're just going to argue every stupid little thing, then I don't actually see the point in that. And there was some fun interactions, and it was entertaining here and there, but like, I don't know. Too old for that shit, I guess. Spurging out over stupidity is less important to me, I guess. All right, I'm going to do this. Because I'm in OBS, like I said, I can't do a panel right this moment, but let's see. Cat, thank you, Cat. Plushies. Yeah, like I said, it is a weird question to ask. Okay, it's a weird question to ask unless you've actually seen the bed with the stuffed animals on them, in which case then I could understand asking that kind of question. But if you're like just talking to a lady for the first time at dinner or something, and that's the question you want to ask, that's a weird question. I'd be asking, what are your beliefs? What moral structure are you following? Things like that, like trying to understand who this person is to see if you want to continue talking to this person. I wouldn't go to stuffed animals until you've like seen them, maybe, because at that point, maybe then it makes sense. But prior to that, it's a weird question. It shouldn't be in your first repertoire of questions. That's a weird first thing to ask. If you don't even know they have them, why would you ask that question? You know what I mean? So, yeah, exactly, Kat. That's what I was saying. Like every time you start to talk, you get overtalked, or there's like spurging that happens the moment you try to get words out. And even if you have a good point, you don't get to finish that point. So it's like, okay, cool. Indeed, indeed. So I guess who all is going and what all is going on, because like I said, it's a little harder to host just straight from OBS if we do any kind of panel work. Although I think that this topic is important, because if we have a birth rate on decline, we need to figure out some way of fixing that birth rate decline. And dating is the first step to marriage, which means we need to solve that problem before we can solve the birth rate problem. And panels like that only drive us further away from a better mating strategy for our human race. I think we'd be better off actually with a panel like, what are solutions to the dating problem? What are the solutions? Not who's to blame. Who's to blame is only a small piece of the solution, because even if we can identify who's to blame, then we have to figure out, how do we overcome this? Pointing the finger doesn't help. I think we have a huge, huge structural problem in the way that we are functioning as a nation. We've got all these little things, right? Like people talk about no-fault divorce. Yes, no-fault divorce is a problem, because if you can leave at any time for any given reason, that's a problem. However, why are people leaving? That's a bigger question than why do we have no-fault divorce? Why are people so willing to leave their relationships? Can we solve for that problem? Can we solve for why the grass is always greener notion is so prevalent in today's world? Like these are issues that need solved, and then we can look at some of the bigger stuff. It's just the whole system's fucked from the ground up, and if we don't fix the foundations, you don't fix the system. So all of these little debate panels where we argue, are men the problem, are women the problem, are like self-aggrandizing. Like, oh, men aren't the problem, we're better than women. Oh, women aren't the problem, they're better than men. No. Get down to the brass tacks of the issue. We have a complete offset morality in people. We don't see the value in the duties that we are born into, or the morality that we're supposed to uphold. And because we don't have the foundational principles under control as a people, the whole system from there up is falling to pieces. Whether it's mating, whether it's the freaking birth rate, whether it's the complete decay of our governmental systems, all of these things come from the ground up. I don't know what chat is talking about. I'm lost. I'm lost. You're lost. We're all lost. So we need solutions from the foundation up. It's the only way that we're going to fix the problem. Blaming one gender, one sex, one group or the other is not solving anything. Unless you're actually looking for solutions, you're not going to fix anything. Blaming people doesn't actually solve it. Sorry, it's the truth. Now, identifying what blame-based things exist as we go from the ground up will help. So we can say, oh, we have a birth rate crisis. What's underpinning that? Then you go down to what's the underpinnings, find what those underpinnings to that are, and keep going until you find the actual problems. When you can start solving for the baseline foundation problems, then you can start solving all the little ones along the way above that. That's why I said in that whole talk, those are second order problems. We have to solve the baseline. We have to solve the first order problems before we can address the second order problems. I agree with you, Casper. You can't keep dressing wounds from something that continues to cut you and expect that you're going to heal. You have to fix what's causing the cuts before you can dress the cuts to heal. Yes, 1 second. You can. You totally can. I don't need to shut down. I can keep going. I can jump on somebody else's panel, or I can open up like a Discord panel. Hell, we could freaking play video games if that's what you want to do. Just invite some people up and play video games till our heart's content. Because now I feel feisty. Feel a little bit fiery because of that. Like I said earlier, I have plenty of answers to the issues. I have plenty of things I could talk about on that topic specifically, but in a format where there's a whole bunch of people spurging out and yelling over each other because their egos are bigger than each other's. That didn't solve anything. That doesn't even help. We didn't even identify who's the problem. Are women the problem? I don't know. From what I just saw, they're part of it. Guess what? So are dudes. Guess what? So's the state. Guess what? Like, there's all kinds of problems along the way that we need to freaking solve. So. Well, Kat, you can jump. If you want to keep going with it, we can. I sound all grumpy. That's funny. Look, this is what I'll do. I'll jump in the panel channel. That's fair. I try to have manners and a little bit of etiquette. And the problem is I'm not going to just overtalk the shit out of everyone on a panel. That's not how I go. If you want to have a conversation, I'd love to have a conversation. If I'm in a debate, maybe I'll overtalk you some. But I'm not going to. Yes, I can. Yes, I can, but they can't yet. So you're fine. You're fine. Hold on 1 second. They can't hear you yet, so let me. You might have to what? Yeah, I think that was a sick joke, Kat. I think that was a sick joke.
What? Can they hear me now?
I think. Hold on. Can they hear you? Can you guys hear Cat? Yes or no? If not, then I have to change something up.
I don't know if they can hear. Unless there's a delay.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I gotta figure out how did I do this earlier because it worked. Oh, it's probably because they're hearing you through my mic somehow, like some magic that always happens. Hold on. Let's do this. You could. You're right.
Me to scream though because I'm a really quiet person.
Let's do this. I'm gonna do. Hold on. It's such a pain in the butt sometimes. I tell you what, because I'm still learning this way of doing this. Let's see. Window capture. Do that. Do this.
Yeah, I think he's.
I'm working on it.
Can't hear me.
They can't hear you.
They can't hear me, Doc.
Can they hear you now?
Oh, hello, chat. Can
Now
you
they
hear
should.
me?
Now they should
Can
be able
you
to
hear
hear.
me?
Can you hear her? Can you
Can
hear
anyone
her?
hear me?
I mean, I could do StreamYard. I can, Beth. But if I do StreamYard, then it's a secondary StreamYard into OBS because I started this stream with OBS. So it was easier to just jump into grids. So that's the issue.
Oh, they hear me. They hear me. Yay. They hear me. Yay. Yay. Yay.
Good. Okay.
There's a real big delay on this. Okay.
There tends to be, yeah.
So yeah, Abe, I know I only had an hour to be on panel because I had, things going on, but I think I literally said 10 words because I couldn't really say much. I had notes that I wanted to get to, and I'm not even saying that I'm the best person to have a prescription for like the dating issues. It's just I had topics I wanted to talk about, like to hear everyone else's input on them.
Yeah.
And we couldn't even get to it. And I know I was only there for an hour, but I mean, I thought that would have been enough time to go through some points, but it just wasn't. But I do think it was interesting. I will say that, it was something different to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to be way, way more interactive, I guess. Like giving people time to speak or whatnot would have been helpful. I don't like. Okay, so Emmett and I kind of talked about this a little bit before it even happened, and I had a theory that there was going to be quite a bit of spurginess from Kel and some spurginess from Cleaner because that's generally how they converse. I didn't expect it to be like the complete overtaking of those two yelling at each other that way.
Those two need to start their own show.
No shit. No shit.
A show together.
They just scream at each other for the whole show. Evidently, that's how you make that work.
That would be funny. Oh, wow. But yeah, no, oh, someone's asking who this is. I'm Kat. Nice to meet you, Nico. Yeah, I wanted to get to things like we almost got there. We almost did with a super chat that someone sent in with like how women feel like they have an inflated sense of self-worth and think that men should basically be subservient to them and pay for everything for them and this, that, and the other. Like, we almost got there to where I wanted to get to, but then we just took a hard left and we didn't come back. And I was like, well, damn it.
Yeah, exactly right. And it felt like Beth was saying, anything I said was like susceptible to attack, and it's like, why? Like, I didn't.
Yeah,
in
like
fact, I made sure not to.
Your chicken thing was relevant. It's relevant because it's funny, because it's something that happened to Beth, like someone in our community. So that made it relevant and funny, right? But then it's also relevant because it's true, and it's like true across the animal kingdom, us included.
I was trying to keep it relevant to our community, and it is very applicable because we know that this is the case. Even in social sciences, we know that this is the case. When you take dominant males who are the protective group in a society out of that society, then you have to have a dominant structure that steps into place. And so what happens when, for instance, a single mom has to take that position over her family? She's going to step into a dominance position. It's the natural state. It needs to happen to protect and defend your children. Even when it's a widow of a military veteran, she has to step into that dominance position. And until something comes along to take that position, she has to hold that dominance position in order to protect her children, to provide for her children, to do those things. I'm not saying that we need more dominant women, but what I'm saying is if that's the state, then how do you look at the single mom's perspective? Like Sarah, for instance, how do you look at the single mom's perspective and say, oh, she's got it figured out?
Well, no, you're totally right. Like, it's going to happen out of necessity. But when we look at the outcomes, although it happens out of necessity, it doesn't give the best outcomes.
Right.
So, like,
right.
That's not what we need. So your question, that's not what we need.
I was trying to prompt into, what path is best in these situations. Kel's the same thing. She's raised by a single mom, even though she knows her dad, but like she said, she just started building a relationship. She has nothing to base a good relationship off of. So she's on this panel arguing for what she thinks needs to happen. Well, you're arguing from a child raised by a single mother perspective, and then you're going to tell people that are trying to give good input that they're wrong and argue with every point. Like, okay, well, I can't take anything any of you are saying as workable solutions to the issue or the blame question.
Right. And, a lot of these things are environmental. Like, I have a wonderful example. My parents are like a stellar example of what a marriage and relationship should be. And I guess maybe that's why I have a standard for what I want, but I don't think it's too high of a standard. I know what is good and I know what's healthy.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, you know my situation. I also know what is not healthy. I know what is not healthy. And while, people joke with me and come at me with the whole boss babe thing, whatever, and that's definitely not what I want to be, like, at all. I don't want to be that. But being alone gives me the peace that I haven't had in the past. And ideally, I would love to have peace with a man I love. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm like nothing more, like just peace and, someone to grow with and someone to grow old with. But it's just that's hard to find. It's really hard to find because there's a lot of egos. I mean, I do say ego is a really big thing.
Well,
There's a lot.
There's a whole second part to that too, right? Like in essence, Kat, you yourself as a woman have to still care for yourself in this time because you don't have a man, you don't have a traditional relationship right now. So you still have to make the bills. You still have to take care of yourself. You still have to do the things that are required for you to survive. So
I mean, mind you, I could like not be as bougie as I am. But whatever, it's fine.
Sure.
It's whatever.
But the point would be that, like, even if that is the case, right? Even somebody wants you to be the woman that men are looking for. That's great, and you can be that, but you still have to take care of yourself financially. You still have to work right now. You still have to, like, all these things are things that go by the wayside in the minds of people, right? Yes, Emmett, you can join. Sorry, I'm late on chat because this is a different system than I'm used to. You're more than welcome to jump in, Emmett. But with that being said, it means you have to act a different way during the time that you don't have a man in your life in order to care for yourself. Just like a woman who is a single mother would have to do. She would still have to change the way she moves in the world in order to continue to make that work. And so, like, there's all these little pieces that are foundational to understanding this whole topic that we let fall to the wayside because we're too busy looking at it from a zoomed out personal perspective. Go ahead.
Sorry. When I was considering this topic, because I was thinking about it a little bit, because I didn't want to just jump into it and chat. I wanted to, have a few thoughts in my mind, right? I was thinking, and I tried to bring this up on panel, but it was not received or not heard. I mean, I can be a little bit quiet when I'm nervous, so that could have been a part of it as well. But, I see a lot of like lack of effort, and I heard your point where you were saying, well, why would people want to put effort in when they're just bombarded with messages that it's not worth it? And while I totally see that point, like I totally see that, the media that we consume is just preaching that it's not worth it. You're better off alone. Like, be happy alone. But I also think there's a lot of ego in it as well, because people are afraid to like give someone the power to hurt them, right? They're not going to let them in because of their ego. They don't want to have their ego shattered. So I think there's an ego problem. And the effort problem that I was really talking about, like I think that other people on panel were kind of taking it like men not putting in an effort, like opening a door or like buying you flowers. That's not the effort I'm talking about. I'm talking about effort like, if one small hiccup happens in the relationship, like a disagreement, something just that makes it a little harder, people are just ready to give up. And that's the lack of effort I'm talking about. It's just so easy for people to easy for people to give up, and I just don't get it.
I agree. Well, there's another piece to that, right, Kat? Because when you say that, there's also the idea that one, right, we have like the no-fault divorce, all of that, which means you can walk away easily, right? But the other part to the no effort is that the same media that's telling us it's not worth it is also telling us that the relationships you're in should be all about fun and should be about happiness only, and there's not going to be hardship and everything will go perfectly, and the perfect person for you is the one that you're not going to fight with or have any problems with. All of that messaging sells a lie. And so either it's not worth it, or when you do finally get it, it should be so perfect there's never any struggle or strife or hardship. And you put those two elements together, every time somebody gets into a relationship, they're just going to be like, oh, this isn't working, I'm done.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Hello.
Hey, Emmett, sorry you got to come in on Spurgy Cat. Sorry.
What? No, this is not even Spurgy Cat. I've seen Spurgy
Oh,
Cat.
Oh gosh, I've spurred worse before. Oh lord.
Yeah, it usually goes like this. Ah, god dang it, shithead.
Oh lord.
But it's only when you're gaming, so it's fine. You're forgiven.
Yeah, that's true.
You've been
Gaming-
saved.
Gaming changes people. Okay.
Yeah, it does. I become a different person when I play. I can't beat the same boss for 5 hours in a row.
Well, you know my other half. You like there is an abundant level
Yeah.
of cursing when gaming
Yes.
becomes a thing. So.
But she's so
Oh,
cute.
okay. I thought it was. I thought it had to do with something different.
No, it's just cussing. Like
Okay.
like crazy amounts of cussing and insults.
It only happens to me when I'm playing balls. I just start at the end. It's like, oh god,
No,
Jesus
Emmett.
Christ.
Right?
I saw it when you were playing golf.
Yeah. My way of saying
you
Jesus
see us
Christ
play
just goes
golf?
over and over and over.
Did you see us play golf, Abe? That was pretty funny.
No, I didn't get to see that one.
Well, I took the stream down, but it it was quite funny.
Yes.
Oh, but yeah, back to this Emmett. Like you caused a riot, homie, with this
I-
whole
No shit.
panel.
I'm happy. What can I say? I got what I wanted. I got the content.
Emmett, like
I'm gonna-
Grit was blaming me, and I was like, "Whoa!"
I put it in chat. I said I did it, and it was intentional. I'm awful. I'm an awful, evil
You
person. Okay.
don't-
I was like, "Hey, bud, it was not me."
No.
It's a. Well, let me put it this way. I knew that there was gonna be a spurging because one, I said Cal, obviously, and two, I
Did
said
you?
cleaner, which is also amazing. So I knew the Spurgatronics were gonna be a spurging.
Did you stack this panel purposefully?
He did, and then he
In
threw
a,
me into
in
it.
a sense, yes. Yeah, in a sense, I did. I put it that way, and then I threw
And you.
Abe into it. And no, she asked for it, kind of, in chat, and I was like, I decided to be a complete awful person and just decided to say, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Everybody's gonna be awesome.
I said in chat, I said this would be a good topic for a panel. Y'all should do that.
No, and then you said, and I quote, if you do it, I'll jump into the panel. And I was like, okay.
Okay, yeah, I forgot that part. Okay, you got me.
So
you got me.
When that happened, I was like, yeah, I'll okay, fine. I'll do it.
Yeah, you jerk.
I want the content. I want easy clippable content that I can just not think about when I am editing. I just can go ahead and not spend 2 hours listening to a podcast that I didn't listen for some reason.
I feel like you're gonna have quite a bit of clippable content.
Oh yeah.
I didn't listen to all of it, so I listened to the first hour when all the way till you left. And I don't have like much to say when it comes to the whole thing. At least in that first hour, I think they missed the topic of the debate, which is kind of odd.
Sorry, guys, I'm still sick.
I'm gonna throw this out there.
Pretty much my.
I officially think I know how Jordan Peterson feels when people make fun of his freaking bringing up lobsters. That's all.
Why,
Oh my god! Everyone's like, no, they're bringing up his breathing in the mic, and he's like, my mouth is closed, and I was like, he's Darth Abe, leave him alone.
I brought up.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way, Abe. I don't know why, but you have the loudest mouth in the sector.
It's his nose.
It's my schnoz.
Oh, that's true.
No, I brought up.
True,
I
the
brought up-
nose. Yeah.
I brought up how chickens will adapt to fill the role of the masculine, just like most animals do, right? Like a mother bear is going to protect her cubs even from a male bear, even if it's a productive mating couple. but then I get called stupid because humans are not like chickens. And I'm like, did you miss like that there's a parallel here when a female doesn't have a male present, she'll take the dominant position in the relationship over the family? No. Which is the wayside.
I don't know. I have a. I cannot talk. I don't want to talk about this.
You should have said, "Why did the chicken cross the road to get away from feminists?"
True. So true.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
To get away.
Bazinga.
Bazinga.
Sting.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not even sure that that's the reason why, but it's fine. It's a good joke. I'm gonna have like a Spurgfest tomorrow because I have a plan to do a stream before I go live for the debate with EOD. And the whole point of that, like little show is to talk about,
what just
to talk about the actual topic. Yeah, to talk about I'm gonna see a little bit of the debate and just talk about the actual topic from my perspective, in a way that is.
Well, I still
Damn it, we needed that woman. We needed that woman from your chat last night on the panel.
I still stick with the point.
Yeah.
I still stick with the point that panel was literally the infomercial for what's wrong with the dating.
Oh, for sure.
I said that in your chat a little while ago. There was that person, I think it was Casper, I don't know, because I don't I look at him and then I forget him because that's how I work. And it said that it doesn't matter, like nothing we do or say on panel matters. And I was like, the point of the panels most of the time is not to give you a solution, it's to show you the problem.
Mm-hmm. Well,
thanks,
Emmett.
I'm not saying that you are a problem, okay? That's not what I said.
No. I know you're not. I'm saying thanks for putting me in that situation.
Oh, yes, that was absolutely intended, and I did it.
I don't think I've ever seen Grid. I don't think I've ever seen Grid not speak as much as he didn't speak in that panel.
I think I missed like almost all of it. Who exploded? I want the details.
Oh my gosh, Cal and Cleaner on each other repeatedly.
Oh, I can see that. They're very opposite.
Even though Cat did not explode, Cat exploded at the same time.
And then Sarah on Cleaner as well.
I rage quit.
Yeah, Sarah tends to like defend Cal. Like not like ideologically, but just like as like a woman with a younger woman, I think.
Semi-ideological.
I've seen it.
Sarah spurged on her own. It was funny.
It was.
I did see that.
Do you think
about
what
you're not
you're
gonna
saying
tell
when the
me.
hot air comes out of your mouth?
No, I saw the one when she's like, "You're not my man. You don't get to tell me what I do and what I don't." Alright. I agree with that. Jesus Christ, thank God.
I'm surprised. Everyone on the panel seemed like they were cool with each other. I know it's like a hot topic, but yeah, I like everybody that was on the panel. I'm surprised they raged at each other.
Not wrong.
Why? It's such an easy topic to rage.
I mean,
I know. That's the only thing.
I could have raged more, but I didn't feel like it was going to add anything. Like, what?
Right.
I generally feel that way. I'm only going to spurg if it's really important, and I know that there's a point. Like, otherwise, there's no point.
It's a hard topic, and it could have been taken to a lot of different places.
Well,
this is what, for example, Ryan Atlas does in his panels. He takes the same idea and then just takes it everywhere.
Well, it got gate kept.
But he also has 8 hours on his panel as well. So.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, for example, when Sarah said about the idea of will you go to church? I don't even know if it was her saying will you go to church or was the guy saying it.
Yeah, it was her. Well, okay, so that's
that matters.
It does, but here's the This is the point I made before she even said that. Was I said you have to evaluate the values of the person. You don't ask them just if they go to church. You need to make sure that the values align. Otherwise, it's not going to work in the long run. You could say, do you go to church? And they go to church together. You're together for 6 months, never talk about politics, get married, realize that you both go to church, but you're the completely misaligned. Great.
It's about your entire lives, not just one like narrow margin of it.
Your whole value set needs to match. Otherwise, you're just it's gonna end badly. It just does. In every case I've ever seen where there's a misalignment in values.
Like morals is the most important thing. Like you can like not agree on everything. It's even usually better to not agree, not be like the same person. But yeah, like morality is like you can't be that different.
You don't have to. You don't have to share the same video game preferences or hobby preferences, but you better share the same values.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And even if you don't share similar hobbies or interests, you may find that you do.
That's
eventually. True. It's not like that doesn't have to be a precursor for a successful relationship. You may find that, oh well, I do enjoy golfing, or I do but you just never tried it before. So that's not a precursor. I agree.
The point is to like grow together, kind of, at least in like a long-term thing. So yeah, someone can easily like not be into something and then get into it.
K2, if you asked, I missed it.
And that's not to be confused with like losing yourself and becoming the other person, because that happens a lot too with people. They kind of lose their own identity and become the other person. They take on their partner's. I hate the word partner, but they take on their partner's personality
over time. Yeah,
that just has to do with like a personal issue on their part. Like if you're like completely copying somebody, then you're just not confident in who you are yet. I think
maybe, but I think that there's
we lose ourselves every day, bit by bit. We're always changing.
That may be true, but I think that there's a certain level of mirroring that happens, especially with women in relationships too. So I think that there's a slow alignment towards your partner.
But not losing all identity, because your personality, like your femininity and that type of thing is what makes you you. It's what makes you a woman. So it's what makes you desirable to the man. So you can't completely lose that part of yourself. And I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a line where it's healthy and where it's not healthy, for sure.
Yeah, that was
like I'm never gonna get into golf. If I ever get into golf, there's something wrong.
Not even online mini golf, because that's pretty damn fun.
No, that's the worst.
That's the worst.
That's the worst golf.
Online mini golf, you clearly did not see that stream.
That's rage bait. I didn't, but I've played it before. I would swear to.
What's the exact problem? The problem. Oh, K2, if you jump in the general, I'll pull you into this channel if you want. I think this channel might not be seeable. I would say, Scott, that the root.
It was for me.
The root.
Maybe it's because I'm a mod.
It's because you're a mod.
Sorry.
I would say the root cause comes down to like the undercutting of the moral fiber that used to exist in our country in a stronger way. We stepped away from Christ, we stepped away from the church, and we're watching a complete degradation of everything involved. We're watching the degradation of society itself, as well as relationships, and the ability to find a mate that actually has a level of submission to Christ. And number one downfall I see in Western civilization is that step away from Christ, both in our education systems, in our daily life, has led to the undercutting and the destruction of the nuclear family. And then you have
Absolutely.
even worse pieces, right? You have feminism pushing the nuclear family out. You have the scientific communities pushing the nuclear family out. You have all of the education systems in the United States telling women to go to college and get their higher education. You have every single system that exists from the beginning of your child's birth to the time that they would be looking for mates, subverting their will, subverting their mind, and telling them that the nuclear family is not the way to go. And on top of that, a complete step away from Christ. And you mix those two, and to deadly effect. We have watched our entire civilization eat itself, so to speak.
That's what made me stop being an atheist, was just seeing that like years ago, like that exact thing you just said. But I think the internet itself is a big reason too. Like people used to just get together with whoever they liked in their like town and be happy together. And now like everyone sees that like they have options of the entire world.
Right.
So they're constantly looking for a more and more perfect person that's not going to come around.
Well,
I'm gonna go ahead on a limb, and I don't think that's the case. I think the problem hasn't been the internet. I think the problem has been more the there was like this very deal of the sweetheart when you had your sweetheart high school girlfriend, and usually that was the person you married, and that was demonized. I was like, no, you cannot do that. You need to have more experience. You need to do more stuff. You need to do
Yeah, there's a lot of problems that
there are exceptions. Dad. There are exceptions. Okay, Jesus Christ.
I've tried that one.
But it still comes back to that initial subversion, right? If you take away the actual gender roles that we know we're supposed to fit into, if you take away Christ in the center point of your life, if you take away all of the nuclear family is the natural state of humanity, you take away each of those things one by one, you just cripple and collapse everything in on itself.
You can really see it too with the way that everything has to be sexualized. Like everything is, you can't ask a woman a single question as a man without it turning to, he's looking for sex in one way or another. And that really does outline, number one, the lack of morality, but also the way that the gender roles have been so horribly corrupted. At least in my opinion, it does.
I have a question for y'all, like pertaining to the sexual nature there. So if, in you guys' opinion, if you are a dating person, like out dating, and you are not interested in quickly hopping into bed, and by quickly I mean like even before marriage.
The third date rule.
Yeah. Oh my God, I was appalled.
Me too.
Like it, and men kind of expect that kind of thing, or at least that's what society tells us. Do you think that's important to lead off with that even before you waste that guy's time with a date?
I would say if you're going to see them like more than once, you should make it clear if you haven't already.
But I don't think that would be wasting the guy time, but it would be like an expectation.
No.
Right? And it should be okay.
I think it's
like,
disgusting if a girl wants to sleep too soon.
No, that's not what I mean.
No, that's what I mean.
I don't think you mean that. I think you're just saying it's like, I'm sorry, but that sounds like a virtue signaling thing. We're not talking about these.
No, that's just how I am. I don't do it as a man either.
Jesus Christ.
I always make it very clear up front if I'm good. Sorry,
I do too.
Cut out. I thought you were done talking. My bad, homie. Yeah, no, when I'm dating, like I always make it very clear up front, even if only as like a shit test, right? Because it's like you can see how they're going to react up front if it's turning into kind of a challenge for them, or a lot of guys who are actually, focused on the sex aspect of it. They'll cut it off immediately and be like, well, you're not worth my time to date.
My question is to everyone, what's wrong with saying I don't have sex outside of marriage?
I don't see anything wrong with it, but and I guess that's more of an alignment thing. So if that person has a problem with that, then you don't very well align with them. So it's probably good to go ahead and get that out of the way and figure that out. But my question was more like asking if you think like before a first date is too soon to even bring that up.
No, I don't think so as a woman, and as a
It's
matter
not
of
too
fact,
soon.
I think it'd be
I
wise.
think that there's been a big problem that started back in the 90s with like the whole purity culture thing, right? That really fucked up the way that men and women communicate, because sex is something that you need to talk about even within a marriage. These are conversations that you absolutely need to have in order to keep a marriage together. However, we've made it taboo in some ways to even talk about what we like, what we want, what we expect. And now we're seeing an extreme swing to the other side, where it went from the purity culture movement to now it's the hookup culture movement.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't like the crazy person telling people that I'm not going to have sex with them.
No,
No,
you're
that's
just
not,
like a
it's not
rare good
crazy.
person.
I don't think it's rare. I think it's a perfectly understandable position to take,
Okay,
and I
cool.
think you should
All
make
right.
the other person known. Like, it's fine if you have. It's part of the value things. You need to be able to understand the other person's value. So if you go on and it's like, one person says, "Yeah, I just want to hook up," and the other person says, "Well, I'm gonna wait till marriage," and then like you go on a date with that person, and he tries like a move, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't know." Yeah, you did. He was like, I want just a hook up. So
You're
it's
only
perfectly
weeding people out
understandable.
by waiting. Like it's only a good
Kind
thing, I
of-
think.
Like kind of going
Am I in?
to what
Yeah.
Beth said there. An issue, like, a worry that I have by saying that up front is that I do think that some guys see that as a challenge.
Yeah, some do, but they'll run out of steam eventually if you really mean it. Like if they're in it for the wrong reasons, the longer you wait, the more you weed people out, in my experience.
And there's also a chance of winning them over too, right?
Yeah. It just sucks. Sorry.
I don't disagree with you. But that's what I'm saying about the current state of what we live in. If we went back in time to where there is a point where there is fundamental values and a foundational understanding of how things ought to be done, then all of this doesn't make sense. Like all of what happens today doesn't make sense when you look at what it should be. And
I think both sexes have let the other sex get by with too much shit for too long.
Yep.
And that's kind of where we're at right now.
Tell me
Well,
you guys
society-
are not talking about politics, please.
We're talking about.
Are we
We're
talking
talking about
dating.
We're talking about the
Yeah.
dating market.
We're
of
talking about
America.
We're talking about how red EOD's hair is.
It's gonna get
Hey
cut off
Abe,
real
can
soon,
you
Gage.
can you bring
You got
Elder
teeth.
Lion in?
He's in.
Abe.
He's in.
Elder. Oh, okay. I just saw that in the chat. Hey, Elder.
Yeah,
So-
well,
Elder
that's good news,
Loin.
because I was just having a fucking discussion with one of my buddies about how the government sucks and nothing is as it should be in the government, and everything that the government does is completely fucking wrong. So I was like,
Well,
please tell me
EOD,
that's not the same topic
Sounds
of
like you're
discussion over
talking
here.
about relationships.
What I
by
said.
having that conversation with your friend, you missed out on a shit show of a panel.
Yeah.
I
A good
smelled
shit
that
show.
one from a mile away. I was pretty certain it was gonna be.
But that's connected. That's connected to what I said earlier. Is we have lost the moral undergirding in this nation in so many ways, and the relationships are falling to pieces. The state of our union is slowly fractionating into pieces, and all of that is because we've stepped away from Christ-centered morality. And the sooner we can get back to
aren't
that,
they-
the better all of it will be.
I think you
Well,
can
aren't they
actually.
saying?
Oops, sorry, go ahead. I'll wait.
Aren't they saying that the younger generation's having less sex, getting more back into religion?
Yep.
Is that
Well,
true? Is that really
they are
true?
I don't
saying
know
that.
how we would know. I don't know how we would know.
We don't know.
It's too early to say, but there's some instances of that for sure.
Well, there's some
I do
now
really
they're
think they're
saying
getting.
like
I think they're getting back to religion. I think they really are.
Well,
There's
I was gonna
polls that
say
show that high
because they
schoolers tend towards that Gen Zers tend towards fucking conservatorship. At least the men do. The women are infinitely progressive. There's nothing to stop this fucking death spiral that they're on. I don't know.
Oh,
well
I think we
because
can
I was
actually
gonna
make
bring.
it. I think we
They
can
won't.
I was
actually
I mean,
make
they
it.
won't have children. They won't have children. They won't be able to continue that same method of their lifestyle. Like they're gonna die
Yeah, I was
out at
gonna
some point.
I think
bring
we can
that
actually
they're
make
gonna.
a
It's their
correlation.
lifestyle.
I think we can actually make a correlation between the way that we see um, relationships between men and women, even within like actual relationships, the way that can affect our government structure, even in the way that we're doing everything in this country. And you're right, Abe. It does come back to a lot of falling away from the moral foundation and fabric that the country was originally built on through the church.
Well, that's what I always tell people. You have to be the upright one. You have to build an upright family. That upright family builds an upright community. That community builds a city. That city builds a state. That like it starts with the individual people living upright moral lives. But it takes personal accountability at that point, right? Every single person needs to have that personal, individual accountability to do the right thing.
Yeah.
So,
What's
But the
interesting that
thing
you bring
is,
that up.
why the problem is why bother doing the right thing anymore? If people have gotten too comfortable in their dysfunction, and the status quo is ruling the day, and it's a real problem, even with our nation, because, like I said, you can totally make the correlation between how men and women are treating one another within and outside of relationships to how we're running this country.
It's interesting
Yeah,
that you
EOD,
bring
you're
that
a
up
little
because
quiet.
my friend
Okay.
would not agree. Like
EOD, speak up.
I said it's interesting that you bring that up because my friend would not agree. He would say that your religion is actually part of the problem.
yeah, I keep.
So like
Well, your friend's wrong.
there's this class of people, and I think among them quite a lot of women who absolutely refuse to embrace religion and remain atheist, right? Like I don't know what to do about that.
Atheism is a religion within itself, right? I would say anything that's gonna, whatever religion it is going to affect how your government is run because that is your foundation for morals, even if it is an atheistic country, right?
Oh my gosh, we had this conversation last night on
It goes back to the in training once again. If the foundation you start with is indoctrinating kids from the very beginning with feminist principles, with the anti-religious principles, and then they get into higher education and it's doing it as well. They're just constantly pushing this do as thou wilt is the whole of the law mentality. And the only way, in fact, like Yuri Bezmenov said, was to actually produce a new generation that is steadfast in the faith, in the belief, in the patriotism, and then hope it weeds itself out in the next generation after. Because at this point, we need mass propaganda campaigns, and we need to push for a Christ-centered life in the public, and we got to cut off all of these movements that are trying to seed the idea of this secular do as thou wilt is the whole of the law mentality in the West, because it is toppling us.
Well, the
Cleaner, I
feminism
get what you're
movement,
saying,
it's not even.
you're among your friends here. Nobody here is going to be attacking you that way. I don't, and I'm actually happy. I wanted to say something, and especially now that Cleaner's here, I think that the way that his question got sexualized was absolutely disgusting, as well as the attack for it. Quite frankly, if somebody's going to ask me, like, what was my favorite stuffed animal, right? Let's stick with the question as it was. That doesn't have to
Mine
be
is
like,
super Graver.
I would talk about, whatever my security blanket was when I was a kid. And that actually opens the door for a really deep conversation about something that, affects how you were formatted as a human being, right? Because children usually pick up blankets, stuffed animals, that kind of thing. There's a story behind how they got it, why they have it, why they couldn't leave home without it, yada yada. So I
You know
think
how I
that
got that
the
one is my landlord
sexualizing,
gave it to me from my dog.
EOD, speak up.
the sexualizing of that question was wrong. That's all. I wanted to say that
Well,
publicly.
I would have just answered it as my favorite plushie was Super Grover. I still have my Super Grover.
EOD,
Yeah,
it sounds
see?
like you're a million miles away from your mic.
Well, that
Yeah, you are
and
really.
that
Sorry.
and there's a level of I mean, I understand partially that idea. I don't think that it's right to take it that direction at all. But at the same time, I can understand why it's taken that direction. Not that it's right at all.
It's okay that they thought the question was weird, but once he explained it and was like, "Okay, I agree, maybe it was weird, whatever," then that was the end of it, right?
Should have been, yes. Yeah.
No, we gotta
Got to talk
Honestly,
about it for
the
another
time
hour and
that-
a half about how weird it was. That's what we got to do.
I missed
we gotta
you being
hyper focus on
chat,
how
so I
weird it was.
apologize. I was asleep and came in late. But from the time that I came in, all I saw was the women looking for any open shot to take at the men. Like, I didn't blame Abe one bit for being quiet. I mean, I would have stayed quiet too, just for the simple fact of it's like anything that the guys had to say was going to be wrong. And they
Oh,
were
look
going
at
to
that.
pick
They
Yeah,
apart
because
the
they
one
take it
people.
personally.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's
Are you
because they
telling
all
me,
set
are you
that
telling
up.
me, Beth, that I should have gone on panel so that half the woman could rage quit immediately? Is that
It's
what you're
because
telling me?
they all had to
I rage
one
quit
up
in the first hour.
days. Like the chicken analogy was fucking brilliant, actually, because you can see it across all kinds of different animals. But and
What's
they
what's
actually
the chicken
proved
analogy?
Abe's point. They proved Abe's point with it because these are two women, one who is just meeting her father, and the other who is a single mom. They are in positions where they have been influenced to be very dominant women. And it proves the analogy because it immediately went straight to attacking the men on whatever level they could. So I thought it was brilliant for you to bring that up.
What is the chicken analogy?
Abe, I'll let you tell him.
So basically, when you have chickens, if your male chicken dies or is gone, a female of the brood will step into that place. They will grow a comb. They will become more cock-like, and they will fight off the threats that come. The threats that come. And so once a new male chicken is introduced to the population of chickens again, then that female will stand up to that male as if it's a male and fight it for dominance. And if he can subdue that female, then he'll take that position back, or he'll kill that female and take that position back, one or the other. And the same is true for animals. Oftentimes across the board, when there's no male present, a female in the grouping will take a dominant position to protect that grouping until a male is in position to protect it. And I was making the analogy that much like that, a single mother or a woman who has no male protection will take a dominant stance in their life until something comes in to be the dominant position in their life. And they will be combative and push back until they are put out of that place. And sometimes the males won't give that female the time of day because she's too pushy, too dominant, and too masculine. So they won't even see them as a potential mate or suitor because of it. And so I started with that analogy, and right as I was explaining that the female chicken will step into a place of dominance, I was basically told chickens aren't like people and you're stupid for bringing it up.
Okay, who said that?
Kel.
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 Of course it was fucking Kel. Yeah.
Hold on,
Okay,
EOD. You sounds like you're a
interesting about that to
million.
me is that I have an anecdotal
I
experience.
can hear him fine. Turn him up.
I can
Dude,
hear him fine too.
I can't turn
I hear
anybody.
you.
Anybody else having
I
that
can hear
problem?
him, but
He's
when I
trolling.
turn my volume
insane.
up to hear him
Guys.
better, other people are too loud.
Guys,
That's the only
well, how
thing.
about we let them talk?
You can
We
turn
could all be
individual.
quiet.
You can turn individual people
How
out
do
too.
you?
Can you?
Right.
Oh, let me do that then.
How do you do that?
Just right click my little picture here and slide.
They're
the
probably
volume
on
up.
mobile.
There you
They're
go.
probably on
You
mobile.
Yeah,
I
a lot
am.
more.
I can
more
still
than
probably
that.
do it though.
Okay.
You can still do
Oh,
it
I
on
got it. I
mobile.
got it. You can do
There's
it on
no
mobile. I
right.
got it
I'm
here.
just saying there's no
Okay.
right click on mobile. It's just a different method.
You
to
just
do it. That's all.
Right.
you just
Okay.
you
Okay.
hold
Great. So back
hold
to the
click.
story, if we can.
Yes,
Okay.
please, EOD.
Here we go. All right. So my dad's family is predominantly his siblings are predominantly women. He has 3 sisters and 1 brother. Okay, and his father died first. So both his parents are dead. God rest their souls. Okay, but when his mother was alive, we were a matriarchal family. She was in charge of all of our family events and all of our family get-togethers and everything like that. She took that charge because my grandfather wasn't there anymore. So we are absolutely like chickens in that way, because when the hierarchical structure starts to break down, the people who are most closest to the tier will take the slot. And so when my grandmother became invalid, okay, her eldest daughter ended up taking that position because she's older than my dad and his brother. So
I have a
that
question about the
is how it
chickens.
worked.
Mhm.
My
What's the question?
question is, since we're all chickens, can I be one of them like fancy fluffy ones?
A
Of course
Brahma?
you
No.
can.
You can be a Brahma.
Brahma's your
Can I
Brahma's
be
your to
can
be
I be
she
black?
wants
Can I be a black one?
Yes, you can be the
she
big
wants to
black
be a
one.
Polish chicken. She
Yeah,
wants
I'm
to
a
be
black one.
Very good.
she wants to be a
You're a
Polish
Blackhawk.
chicken, actually. Those are the big fluffy butt ones. They're
So
really I want
so
chickens so bad.
I want to be a
it's
butterball. That's what I want to be.
it's just one of those things where it was like this analogy directly correlates to human behavior and
And it
mating
does.
structures. And
Absolutely.
I was trying to see it through to the end so they could understand there are some things at play that have nothing to do with men or women are the problem, but the natural state of how things work and what we should be seeking to overcome rather than pointing the finger at one sex or the other. And yeah, it just went stupid. So
It wasn't though. It really was not stupid at all.
Well,
It's
yeah.
just,
I
I
mean,
think the problem is critical thinking has been devalued, and I sometimes
Yeah.
God bless her, Kel is a perfect example of that.
well, you have to.
You're saying Kel is a perfect example of critical thinking? I'm sorry.
gone
No,
out the
critical
window.
thinking being
Or that critical
devalued.
thinking is not a
Okay.
skill that is valued anymore.
It's called a Jamsamani. That's my.
So we
Yeah.
don't. So we're not really expected to critically think anymore. We're told what to think. So
We're incentivized to not critically think even.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
exactly.
Yeah, don't do your own research. That's dangerous, says CNN. Listen to
Yeah.
us. Listen to Brian Stelter. Yeah.
Literally, dude.
Hold on, Rob. How did you fix that?
How'd I? Oh, if you're on mobile, just like hold down your finger on EOG's portrait, and it'll bring up a like a list of options, and then you scroll down towards the bottom, and there's a volume slider individually.
Just so you know, I have you turned
It has
all
to
the
be
way
the
up.
middle finger, by the way.
EOD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was sad because like I had a bunch of my friends came to like watch me on the panel and support me, and I said like 10 words.
Yep. Well, that's part of it.
Well, it just
too.
seemed like
10 words
it
is
was
fine.
hostile.
There's a
First time I
Alright,
wasn't
there we
sorry.
go.
I said 4 words.
yeah.
Well, look at the other women that were there, right? So even within our own sex, we develop these hierarchy groups, and like you'll see where some women will absolutely shut down other women, just because that is the hierarchy of the day. Shit, I mean, I've known some women who literally like within friend groups, like this girl was married, okay? She had a husband, but God forbid any of the other girls, when we would all go out together, none of the other girls can get any attention from any other men. It's that way. They're very dominant, and they will control the situations.
Yeah, I'm just not. I just.
I'm not either. I've never been. That's the thing, is I won't compete with other women. It's like, oh, Beauty queen. Good for you, boo boo. At the end of the day, let's see who comes out on top. I promise I'm gonna be happier.
You go,
Yeah.
girl.
You know, it's just not worth it because women are vicious. They're absolutely vicious, especially within our own hierarchies. Holy shit, women are vicious.
Well, that's why.
Hierarchies are natural. They occur in every social group, but also 6 people is too many for a panel. That's just too many. This is too many. But we're not actually having a debate, right? We're just having a discussion.
We're not debating about the panel size. We're just chilling. EOD.
I would say,
Come on.
yeah, like I would say,
No.
like 4 would be good. 6 is too many.
EOD size
Sorry.
doesn't matter, okay? Okay.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Oh Lord, I almost put my foot in my
Everybody
mouth.
on the panel was the size of Marte. We'd all be very polite to each other. So.
I don't think so.
I just think
Where's
it's
my, by the
a
way,
matter.
Marte? I have something to say to Marte. Where's my content, Marte?
Where's my
Fucking
content, Marte?
It's also a matter of manners as well. I have this habit, and people have brought it to my attention that I do it. Like, I'll be speaking, and someone else will start speaking, and I just completely stop, and then I'll start again, and then they'll do it again, and then I'll stop. So I think it's quite annoying for the viewers.
Yeah.
But that's just, I just feel like it's not productive for everyone to talk at the same time.
I
'cause
do
then
the
you won't
same
hear
thing,
anyone.
Kat.
I agree.
It's not just you.
I try to shut it down when people overtalk because it's one of the things that bugs me the very most is like flat out overtalking. Because like for me, I'll wait my turn. I'm glad to wait my turn.
Right.
But if you're gonna overtalk me every time I talk, I'm either just not gonna talk, or I'm gonna overtalk you the whole rest of the time. One or the
Well,
other.
with some panels, like if you wait your turn on some panels, you're never going to say anything.
That's true.
Like kind of like I'm an example of that tonight because I was like, well, okay. Like even Grid was like, Kat, how do you feel about that? No, thank you for like letting me speak.
I do think that Grid was trying to get to that point when he was just like trying to get people of time to speak and get everybody involved.
Well, who was the
and,
host?
yeah.
Wasn't it Grid? It's his
Yeah, it
responsibility.
was Grid.
Yeah.
Well, he did try to bring it back around, but it just was going off real.
Emmett is
Abe, I
turning into a
think-
loan shark.
You can.
Sorry.
Abe, I think
You're fine.
Cleaner's trying to
Hey,
get in.
Yeah.
maybe?
I gotta
I think
do it.
Hey,
Cleaner might be
Emmett,
trying
can
to
I
get in.
borrow? Can I borrow
Yeah,
for a
Cleaner's
loan?
trying to. Austin sauce.
Yes, but you know what happens when I need my money, huh?
My money, huh?
Well, hey, I'm gonna give you some content tomorrow. Can I get a loan? How about that?
You gave me content. You give
If
me
anybody's getting a loan, it's me.
and then I don't
Come on
then I
now.
don't go after you. Where's my content?
If
Where's my content?
anyone's
EOD?
getting the loan, it's me because I sang Booty Man on Emmett's channel.
Oh my.
Oh, that's true. And this
I
Saturday,
did see
I'm
that.
gonna run it back. This Saturday, we're gonna be doing forced karaoke. So if you come on panel and somebody pays, you're gonna sing, including me, by the way. I can go
Yeah.
there. Cause like, oh, I'm so busy this Saturday. I have stuff to do now.
I'm so busy, guys. I won't be there. I'm just kidding.
I'm so busy.
Feels
I want
so
you
weird.
to sing the Count Chocula song. That's what I want.
There's a Count
Pay
Chocula.
me. It's $5,
Yeah.
and then I sing whatever you want. Even Count Chocula. In fact, if you tell me beforehand, I'll even try to memorize the song and to do the things so that I know the song. Yeah.
You can pre-order karaoke with Emmett. That's cool.
Yeah, you can pre-order it, and then you go in, you pay for it, and I just do it for you. Yeah,
Yeah. C Soul paid for me to sing Booty Man. But I did like a
Yeah, that was
spoken word.
the one he paid for me was so weird and just degen that I don't know. Thank God no one remember it.
It was
I gotta
fun,
find
though.
the most degen song possible for Emmett.
I paid for Anson to do Bohemian Rhapsody. That was terrible.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
And
That's a
amazing
hard
at the
song to
same
do.
time. And then we did. Oh wait, which one we did with Anson that we started doing the chorus with him?
Living on a Prayer.
Living on the prayer. That's right.
Yeah, Emmett and I were the backup singers.
Yeah, we just did the chorus.
Listen, I'm a good friend. I'll help my friends with the grift. It got Emmett like what? We raised an extra $40 or $50 from forced karaoke.
Yeah.
Yeah, first karaoke was fun. It was for a good cause, okay? It was for a good cause.
It was for
Forced
the dog.
karaoke sounds aggressive.
If you
I just know if somebody's going to do that
sports
shit to me.
doctrine.
if you want on the panel, you just jump in general or one of the other channels, and I'll pull you into the panel channel. But the panel channel is private, so that not everyone can just jump in.
I'll pull him, Abe.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. I'll pull him.
The channel.
I think I
of the
know what
channels.
I want. I think I know what song I want Emmett to sing.
What song do you want me to sing?
Oh no, you'll find out Saturday. Don't worry.
Okay.
Thank you,
alright.
LL.
If you guys want to participate in that, if you guys want to participate in
Cleaner
that,
in here. Look at
get your
that.
songs
Yo,
ready.
Cleaner.
Yeah, Cleaner. Good to see you, homie.
Oh, yeah, I moved in.
I don't know. Kind of creep me out, Clint. No, I'm just joking.
It's a really weird question, Cleaner.
I mean, I
Glad
do
we had
like
to talk about
plushies.
it for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
I have a lot. I have a lot of them. I actually have one on my desk. It's a ghost.
I wanted
have
to
a
get
ghost
into
on your
more of
desk?
what like I wanted to hear more of what like Kat would say and what Ed would say because like I kind of gave my viewpoint, which is just communication, right? Like we need more honest communication. But I wanted to see if there was any other talking points, and the fact that like Sarah took it to a place where she framed me as a PDF. I mean, like I had always been a supporter of her channel, but the 8,300 people that are on dark web direct IP stream right now are like I've been talking them down, dude. Like these are hackers and people who can seriously fuck up someone's life, and I've been talking them down because I don't want that to happen to anybody. I don't believe that's the way to do things, you know?
That
And
was fucked
I mean,
up.
that's me. I'm neutral. I'm fairly neutral. Abe is fucking cool as shit. Like everybody that I've interacted with has been cool. But that was like I was talking about a level 2/3 conversation, which is communication skills, not the question itself, which didn't matter. I literally could have looked at like the stupid little plague doctor statuette that I have that's like it's one of those stupid incense burners. You put a little cone incense in it and you light it up and it like blows smoke out its eyes and shit and looks cool. I could have talked about that. I just looked at the first thing that came to mind so that I could frame it for a question about our communication structure. And I got framed as a PDF rather than approaching what Grid 1's communication topic was all about, which was us all being able to communicate with each other and talk with each other and try and figure out the social, like the social marketplace, you know?
We can't.
Well, you're
It
right.
was fucked up.
And even when you were like, okay, yeah, that was a weird question. You gave that. You gave that. And
then they said he didn't, and it was like, dude, he had said it over and over. The problem was they wouldn't stop talking, so he could say anything. It was very frustrating.
Very true.
And I mean, it felt like I was getting attacked, and this is one of those things that like I don't normally say feelings. Normally, I approach things in like I think this or I think that or logically this. But this is one of those rare times when like someone actually attacked me as a fucking PDF. I've never been accused of that in my life. And so like
Cyber Andy did that to me.
Dude, yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I went straight to feelings with that and I was like, holy shit, that feels crappy. Why did this chick just accuse me of that? You know?
Yeah.
Like
I can't
I'm not gonna
imagine.
lie
I
about
can't
that.
imagine.
Yeah, I mean, I think she meant that the question
was
would be
telling-
taken that way, but regardless, making the statements like I felt like it was
told
just a
Abe.
dunk. I think it was just dunking, trying to dunk on. That's what it
Well,
felt
there was a
like.
lot of trying to get gotchas, like gotcha farming. going on.
I told Davey before the whole
Yeah.
thing started that I thought it was going to be a moment where the whole conversation was going to derail because they were going to go directly to feelings. And
I even super chatted that we lost the plot.
yeah, that is pretty much what I think happened if that was the case. I didn't. I was playing D&D, so I didn't watch all of it. But I don't think it was. I don't believe that the whole idea was to
I think
destroy you in a sense.
Well, I mean, at certain points, it definitely got to like just straight trying to dunk on any point being made. So,
Yeah, but well, that's how it works.
Like,
Well, and that's the
how
thing.
things work.
Like, I mean, that's the problem, though. That's the problem I was trying to identify with what we're doing in the social dating marketplace is that everybody is so busy trying to attack each other, which is what the social elites want us all doing so that we're divided. If we can't even come together as like male and female, having sex, enjoying each other's bodies, having a relationship, enjoying each other's psychologies, like we're fucked, dude. I'm like, as a society,
we are
we're
fucked.
literally fucking screwed.
That's what I said at
Well,
the
my
beginning of this. That the whole panel was an indicator. It was like a infomercial of what's wrong with the dating world today. That panel we just were on.
I agree.
My
Ed.
conspiracy-
You're right.
My conspiracy theory is that they don't really want us to keep on reproducing and have their.
That's not even a
eventually
conspiracy
robots
theory
like
at this
this.
point. It's true.
Yeah, I know.
They don't care about that. They actually don't care about whether or not we reproduce. What they
They just
care
want us
about is
distracted.
well, what they care about is whether or not they can keep us busy with each other, whether they can keep peons fighting
Mhm.
peons, so we're never looking a level above us. Because if we look a level
Exactly.
above us, we'll see politicians, and the more
There's
that the
always
peons
distractions.
see politicians, the more the politicians get held to a standard. The more that politicians get held to a standard, the less they can get away with, and the less the shadow elite can pay them to get away with bullshit. So they
I
want to
couldn't
keep
agree
us all
more.
busy.
You're exactly right.
Well,
Like,
that's above my pay grade, but yeah.
oh, Oxycat, sweetheart.
The Soroses and the
Your southern accent.
No.
Look, man, every time you start talking, my heart melts, sweetheart. I can't. That's my fucking kryptonite. A woman with a southern accent. Good lord.
See, Cleaner, I told you coming up in here would help you feel a little better because these are actually people here.
Beth, you're a
We
good
have
lady,
lots of
and you're right.
She might read you books if you want her to. I bet she would.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I'm actually thinking about doing on
reading
my channel,
audiobooks.
like, well, no, like reading Bible stories
I think that's a great
on
idea.
my channel.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Sweetheart, that'd be awesome. You
It's on
read
my
Bible
channel.
stories? Oh my God. People would love that. Especially with a southern accent, you know. I mean, oh lordy.
I'm really. I talked about that with Emmett.
Oh man.
Read Go Fish Go.
Yeah,
Southern Bible
guys,
stories are the best niche.
every guy has a weakness. I'm sorry, guys, you're seeing mine.
You're about to give me a stroke, Cleaner. Calm down. Damn.
Like,
Shit.
like bro,
We saw a lot
of the fields
today.
tonight.
man, I can,
Yeah.
like literally overseas, the things I did are horrible, horrendous, and no man should ever have to do. And I can tell you right now, had I ever had that southern voice in my ear, all of it would have just gone away in peaceful bliss. Like, yeah, I'm a little in my feels, man. After I got pissed off about that PDF crap, man,
I'm
started-
blushing.
I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know. You don't do well with disrespect, do you, Cleaner?
No, I'm EOD.
Anyone
I
would get
don't,
pissed
bro.
at that.
I don't think anyone does
Yeah,
well with disrespect.
Something to righteously be pissed off at. Because listen, especially that title, ones of PDF and like SA accusations, you don't come back from those. Even if it's proven that people who are accused of it never did anything, people will always remember that they were still accused of it. So those are
in the
things that like
internet.
should not be used lightly.
Well,
I mean,
Yeah, I
there's
mean-
there's worse stories on the internet. Being fair,
Well,
at this point,
at least
like
it
that
wasn't-
is that is in the internet being called an
least-
essayer is like.
At least it wasn't a direct
every other day.
accusation. At least it was
Exactly.
that question comes across this way because it could have been worse. Not that it was okay, but it could have been worse for sure.
Well,
Here's the
Agreed.
thing is,
However,
I-
the thing
I
is,
think-
these
it
are.
did
I'm
get
sorry.
framed as
Just
a
saying
direct
these are
accusation
also
by
things that
her-
people get attacked for
Yep.
physically.
True.
Right. I won't. I'm not. Look, fairly enough, I'm not worried about that. The world that I live in is a much darker and dastardly world than what most people live in, and PDFs are something that are within the world that I live in. And while we don't appreciate those people, and we'll take them out whenever we have the opportunity, it's not something that I would ever want to be associated with, because that's not the way that I do things. That actually does put a spike in me at my heart, because that's not something that I would ever do. That's not something I would ever promote.
I don't think anyone in here would ever do such a thing either. Okay, and I would never
Anyhow.
assume as much of you. But what I will say is that I think the Me Too movement really shone a light on how false accusations can have a detrimental impact on people, and that people take things with a much bigger grain of salt than they used to. And then they say, well, wait a minute now, maybe I need to investigate this. Maybe I need to actually make sure this is real before I actually go after this person. I
Sure.
think
Well-
that's a lot more clear today in society than before the Me Too movement, right?
Well,
I
if
just
we
think we
didn't
should
have the
have
Me
a-
Too movement, we wouldn't find out that Amber Heard poops in bed.
I just think that we should all, like, especially in this space, have maybe a little bit more respect for each other than to, make insinuations.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with
Well, it wasn't even insinuations. At some point, I was actually directly like one of, I don't know, I can't remember specifically, it was Sarah or one of her panelists on her channel. One of them specifically stated, "You are this."
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah, I
like,
came in for that, and I
And I-
freaking lost
I
my
went
damn.
off on him and I said the F word. I said the maggot word
Often-
with an F beginning.
Yeah.
People say dumb things when they get emotional.
Often often those kinds of things are flung by leftists at people on the right, purposefully for that exact reason, because the reaction that it can get, or the reaction it can get from others towards you. And so we have to rebuff, we have to push back, we have to tell them this is, not acceptable. So
Well,
You're right,
cleaner
babe.
feel bad. Cyber Andy accused me. So
Oh gosh,
Okay.
John Mosman. John Mosman's cracking me up in the super chat.
Hey, look, I argue with Mosman sometimes, but Mosman's cool as shit, okay?
Yeah,
That
he's
guy's
funny.
never actually been flat out disrespectful. We've interrupted each other sometimes when we're arguing, but like I don't view that as like actual man disrespectful. I view that as like disrespectful in a debate, which is a whole different fucking level. That's just like we're in the heat of the moment, right? Dude,
I love you, John Mosman.
the
You're
guy's
good people.
fucking awesome. Actually, I like him. He is actually.
Mosman's a really good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abe is fucking
Mosman, we are not talking about jetpacks tonight.
Yeah.
No, I am. I'm totally talking about jetpacks. That's what I'm talking
No,
about.
we're not.
I-
We are not
you got
going
your
there.
little
in there.
I have a
EOD, you're the
jetpack.
little spoon.
I
You
have a
let
jetpack.
You haven't
Yes, you
invited me
do.
over to use it. What the fuck?
I have a jetpack.
Elder Lion.
Okay, just because one man expresses brotherly love to another man does not mean they're talking about homo
Well,
shit.
you would have
okay?
had to be
What?
in
No,
for the
no,
conversation.
This is a
Jesus.
totally
The
different conversation.
Was women
Oh God.
women as the big spoon are a backpack, but if they're gassy, they're a jetpack.
Oh,
Yes,
You gotta be
that
the
is a
little spoon.
jetpack.
oh, I'm glad you didn't invite me over. Chris.
Like if you want to be fair, some guys when they hear jetpack and another dude is talking about it, they'll be like, "You can have the butt. I don't care. It's a jetpack." I mean, come on, let's be fair, right? Like, I mean, it's a jetpack. Like that's like every fucking techno geek guy's fucking wet dream.
No,
a
man. I don't
jetpack.
give, if I gotta be fucking
You know?
gay to be Iron Man, I don't want to be Iron Man no more. I don't care.
That's fair.
Dude, we
but
should
I'm
all
just
have
saying,
jetpacks.
I'm just
I mean,
saying
we were
it's
just
like
talking about feeding your
'I'm just
I mean,
saying
we were
it's
just
like
talking about feeding your
3%
wife some
of those
chili.
dudes that would be like, "Hell yeah, I don't care what it takes. Jetpack is cool."
Yeah, we were just talking about having your wife eat some beans or something.
Chili-based propellant.
There you go.
Hey man, that chili
Oh
propels me
Lord.
just
That
as
was
much,
so
probably more
weird.
so. So that's what I'm gonna say
That
about
was
that.
such a weird conversation.
It was a weird
Abe,
comment. It
Who's
was
the
funny.
jetpack, really? You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ.
It sounds like a
Abe,
hilarious conversation.
Abe,
For
have
sure.
you seen? Oh, Abe, have you seen those new? They have some construction equipment that uses hydrogen. You put water into it, and it has an electrolytic reaction that produces oxygen and hydrogen
Yeah,
on either
HHO.
side. Yeah, bro,
Yeah.
that shit's insane.
Hydroxy gas is
That-
amazing. It's so fun to play
Dude.
with. I've made
Yes.
HHO cells.
Yes.
In the 90s, General Motors built cars that are powered by those cells.
You can make little
Hydrogen.
torches. You can actually. I designed. This is funny. It's kind of silly, but I designed like a work cart that has solar panels on top, has 12-volt batteries that are charged by the solar panels, has HHO cells, so it has stainless induction inside, and you fill it with the water, you add a little bit of baking soda, you flip on the batteries stay charged because of the solar, and then you generate the HHO for fuel, and then you use that fuel to power the small engine that's also on the same cart. So now you have all these different methods of generating electricity all in one cart, and you could take this cart basically anywhere on Earth, and you'd always have power, no matter what. It's either generating it with the HHO, or the solar, or the batteries. However you need it, you've got power no matter what. And I was like, man, you could take this to a village, and that whole village would benefit.
I'm sure the auto industry lobbyists hate that.
Oh, they do, dude. They'll like
Just
if
auto
you
industry,
ever
the
doubt
oil industry, the
anything
oil
that you will
industry,
get
all.
killed for, I can tell you right now, if you try and put a YouTube video out about how to make an HHO engine, you will probably disappear within the next year, if not the first week.
Yeah.
That or they'll mass discredit.
They will kill you.
Yeah.
You will
Or
die
both.
for that. Like,
No, don't threaten me with a good time cleaner.
Yeah.
dude, but the cool thing is like
That
Abe
I thought you
said,
said
this has
tread
been
on
going
me.
on for a long time. Like people actually know about these hydrogen engines, and the cool thing is like you can take salt water, put it in there, and do the electrolytic reaction and create the two, and you'll end up getting salt at the bottom, but the little bit of water you have can be super saturated with salt. Clean the salt out. You can put more salt water into it, and you never have a problem. So you can literally take a tank that's like 10 gallons of fucking salt water.
You do have a
produce-
problem. The salt is a problem.
Well, yeah, no, you're right, a little bit, but all you have to do is just put salt water in it to clean it out. So if you have a boat on the water and you have an ample amount of salt water, you can just keep refilling that tank with salt water, or just put the tubes down in the salt water and let the runoff, the salt extract that comes from the H and the O splitting, you can just put that right back into the water, and there's no problem whatsoever. You can just keep going forever.
It's also only a small engineering feat to make it so you have a separator, honestly.
Yep.
Because you're already doing electrolysis. You're already separating the salt from the water in the first place. All you'd have to do is have a catch. You pull that, reintroduce the same salt you once used. Either way, it's easy peasy.
Yep. And most diesel engines can already handle that, because what they do is a compression scheme that gets up to 2000 psi. So you've already exceeded the compression of hydrogen by itself, so that it'll explode. But the engine itself, because it's a diesel engine, can already handle all the heat runoff, all the thermal runaway, everything that's going on with hydrogen as far as a combustion component. So you don't have to worry about that.
They already try and compulse our hydrogen cells for semis. Nikola, whatever the hell it is. They built one with the cab over, and it's as big as a sleeper unit for a J cab.
JLG
don't have cab overs anymore. Aren't cab overs outlawed by the fucking Department of Transportation?
No, not
Nope.
yet. It's state to state. That's actually state to state EOD. I know what you're talking about. There's like 16 or 17 states that have entered into that bullshit.
Can I just point out that if they had covered, like, if they had given, like, the end point to any of this shit, like the stuff you're talking about right now, if they had, like, been like, everything we're going to teach you now will get you to where you can understand how to do this. When I was in school, like, in science class, I would have paid a hell of a lot more attention because this is way cooler than the shit that they were teaching. I think that's a huge problem is kids are getting so bored with the bullshit that they are teaching.
Hey
Because
man,
they
if they had
don't
taught me
know
how to
what
make
it-
fucking chocolate chip muffins, I would have been enthralled. I'll tell you that.
That was a class.
Yeah.
That wasn't
That
a
was a
class
class.
for me. We didn't have home
I
economics.
learned how
Man.
to
We
make
didn't get that.
cheesecake in high school. I learned how to make cheesecake in high school. So, you know, it only got better over the years.
Hey man,
Can I interrupt for
cheesecake
just
is
a moment?
science. Okay,
Yeah.
it is.
What's up?
Okay, no, I was just gonna say, I am gonna skedaddle, but thank you for having me up because I didn't get to really say much on the actual panel.
True.
But Abe, if you would like to, just to remind you to kind of grift for game night tomorrow.
Yes. You heard the lady. We're playing games tomorrow night.
What
I
games
was
are you
gonna say
playing?
tonight. Tomorrow night we're gonna play Content Warning and then possibly some Among Us, and we'll see what else we end up playing too. But we're gonna do a
Nice.
live stream game night again.
I hope content warning works. I really hope content warning works because it's going to be so fun
I hope
if it
so.
does.
Yeah, me too. I hope it works.
Have a good night, Kat.
But if
Good
not,
night,
we'll do
Kat.
Among Us.
Yes.
It's always so
And
good to see you on. And
you
thank you for,
too.
by the way, thank you for advertising my new upcoming channel. I appreciate it very much.
Yes,
Yeah.
So
of
nervous.
course.
This woman is the queen. I love her to pieces. She's a good friend to
Oh,
have.
Be nervous. You got lots around you.
And
yeah, we'll be there. We'll be there.
He had to come
Enjoy
in
your
with that
enjoy
voice.
your shift.
And
Have a good one.
like a lot of these guys are, they're used to being up on camera and stuff. So I'm sure they'll help you. They'll join your show if you need it. So
Oh,
you've got people.
It's like I said, listen, my channel is not about me. Okay, it's about the people who want to come and actually have these discussions and get into the mud of it. That's what my channel is about, not about me. I just
Beth-
happen to be the den mother.
Beth, I'm just gonna blame Oxycat on your channel.
Go ahead, you can blame her all day long. I think she can take it.
That checks out. That checks out. But I'll be in chat. I've got a couple things going on right now. So
Okay.
thank you again. Bye, y'all.
Love you, chat.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
Well, that's not good.
What?
She said
What
she's
isn't
still
good?
in chat. You can still
My
pick-
death needle's bouncing everywhere.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm gonna have death. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Your death needle?
I think
Yeah.
he's in video game.
Oh.
No. DEF.
F?
Deaf?
It
As
said
in-
it was
Oh,
yeah, deaf.
Okay. For your diesel, I get it.
Yeah, people miss the
I
dual
was like,
meaning.
what? Def. DEF. Yeah.
Yeah, SCRs, DEF. Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what? Oh,
keep
never mind. Now I
bouncing.
get it.
Abe, are you
Yeah,
a
bounce
are
your
you a
diesel?
diesel tech?
No.
No.
You said truck driver.
No. I have driven truck. I don't now. But K2 drives truck.
K2 drives trucks.
I've done a number of years in diesel engine training. I actually, before the Detroit diesel plant got shut down, I actually got to go and get master certified at the Detroit diesel plant on V92, V82, V86, V96, I mean, like all of their
Wow.
series of engines. Like, oh, dude, that was a 6-month course, and it was awesome, man. I got to work with the stuff they put on, the stuff they used to put on cruise liners, which was like the 11.4 liters.
That's
Oh
awesome.
my God, brother, that was awesome.
I bet it was. That's a unique opportunity too. That's pretty freaking cool.
Yeah. And now since they've shut down, like nobody else is going to be able to. I mean, that's been like what has it been 20 years almost now that they've shut down the plant. So like nobody's going to be able to
A
go
long
and get
time.
that cert.
That's true. gonna have to pass it on to the next generation through minds rather than.
I loved it though. Like that was awesome. Getting to learn the engines because it was all science, technology, understanding
you-
how things work.
Have you ever talked to Grumpelstiltskin?
Oh, quite a few times.
You have to, Mosman, you got to jump in one of the chat channels, and I'll pull you into this channel. This one's not set to visible because it's for my live shows, so that people don't just jump in mid-show.
Mosman's cool. He is.
Yeah, he is.
Cool dude. It's a
Oh,
cool
yeah.
dude.
knows a
He's
lot
not
of
an
really
agent
cool-
of chaos.
He's pointed me to a lot of really cool books that I want to read. I'm really excited about it. In fact, I got to get a hold of him again and actually get a book list sent to me. He mentions these books, I write them down, and then I can't find my paper.
Oh, I hate this so much.
We're all agents of chaos in our own way, I suppose.
I've had a couple of conversations with him that were heated, and I enjoyed the hell out of them because, like, sometimes he'll take a little bit to get to the end of what it is he's explaining his point or his stance is. But when he does, it's a fully fleshed out, like the whole fucking worldview is built. And it took me a little while to understand that, but when I understood it, I'd actually stop and listen to him for the 3 or 4 minutes that it took him to get to the point. But when he gets there, it's like, damn, man, okay, now I understand this step, like all of it, you know, which is really cool.
Yep. It depends on when we're doing it, but I enjoy it as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and definitely in like the short debates, it's hard to do that. But like whenever you're able to, like when you can get on VK with him and you can have a good like 5 or 10 minute before you do a 1v1 or something like that, like you can actually get some really good information, understand what he's talking about, and you're like, oh shit, okay, that makes sense now. Now I understand that,
Indeed.
Yeah. I
If you
really enjoy hearing
ever
other
get
people's conversations.
Fucking 700 people in your fucking Discord, just take your goddamn wrench away from me. I don't want it. I'm so sick of this shit.
Oh?
I'm modding Rob's Discord
Oh,
like
man.
right fucking now, man, and it's just constant.
That's
It's
a lot of
constant.
people.
These fucking assholes. I fucking hate it. It's really only 2 that are just constantly back and forth at each other all the fucking time, and I'm like,
Delegate it to someone else, EOD.
I'm
You know
not
that's the
pressing-
key to true good leadership is delegation.
Well, it's delegated to him.
Yeah, but he can delegate it also.
Hey, John.
I don't think you can delegate it.
Delegate it to Emmett.
Hey guys.
Yeah,
That I-
make me a
Hi,
mod
John.
and I'll take care of everything. Stillman's gonna be
Imperius can
pissed
handle
though.
it.
Yeah,
Delegate
make-
it to
make him
Imperius.
your
I
grand,
can give you a
Em-
mod if
Emperor
you
of
want
Mod.
it. I would gladly give it to you. And then
Oh
you
my
can spend
gosh.
fucking 12 hours a day dealing with these fucking asshats. That'd be
Emmett will just ban
I'm not
everybody.
going to. I'm gonna mute them for 12 hours.
See? See, there's a solution
go.
for everything.
Emmett, can I ask
Forget
you,
me
have
that
you
I
been
would be.
doing the Emmett, have you been doing the 30-minute to hour and a half long like chop ups of grid stuff as well as the shorts?
Yeah, I've been doing the shorts and the videos.
Okay, I was curious about that. I'd been watching some of them since they started getting posted. Dude, you're doing a good job, man. I gotta say,
what I-
like I watch a bunch of them. You're doing a really good job of that.
What I'm doing, if you actually see I put a short the day before of the video for the next day. So that's
Yeah.
that's what's been going on. So I usually go. I just posted the video for tomorrow, and I'm working on getting the short so that it's uploaded. And usually it's that way. So you get the short, and then the next day it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Mosman.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
I said welcome in.
Oh, welcome. Yeah, give me just a second here. I just got we got back from Denver about 9 something, and then got kind of got something to eat, and I started watching. There's certain shows if you've ever noticed, like I'll watch this for like 20 minutes. And you go, no, I've got to watch this whole thing through, even though I've seen it a couple of times. It's like because you like to see how all the drama, it's like The Wire, for example, or like The Shield. For some reason, it's just you're seeing when you see people kind of like in these conflicts where it's built on multi different meta narratives, and they're trying to like determine like how do we do what we're trying to do by us, but and then also do greater things, And I find that's an interesting format you see in television that you don't really see a lot in movies,
Oh,
at least in TV shows.
I see. Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if that makes any sense, but like one of the best TV shows that ever did that is, and Cleaner probably might remember the show, but Cleaner, you remember the show Cheyenne?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where he's like he'll be like he'll like work for like a hangman, or he'll work for like a cop.
Yeah.
And then as a bounty hunter, and then there's like the overall mission they're trying to do, and there's like the right thing by the law to do, but then he sees that the people who've been in charge of that aren't doing it. They're also immoral people. So
Yeah.
he's trying to do what's right. He's trying to do the right thing by the letter of the law as well as by the spirit of the law. And you
But
get
then-
that kind of conflict, and he gets all resolved by the end of the
Yeah.
show.
Well, and he had his own morals too, and like you would see real time while the episodes were going on, you would see real time how he was like confronting his own morals versus the social construction morals,
Right.
and then the minimalist selective morals of the people in the company that he was working for at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was a good show. Yeah, Cheyenne was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
And
there was
I know the
another
ladies
one.
back in the day also took a liking to that actor because I guess he was one of those, by a lot of
Yeah.
lady standards, good-looking guys. But
Oh yeah, he was a good looking dude. Even I can recognize that, and I'm not a
you're not gay.
but yeah, no, not at all. But
Why are
there's
you
another
gay?
show called Tracker,
Yeah.
and that one, like that dude does kind of the same thing, like he
Yeah.
has a lot of those. I think Tracker might have been like a re-up of Renegade, but
Yeah.
with a more moral side, and then the Renegade was like a re-up of Cheyenne. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And have you read
Yeah.
the books that those are based on?
No, I didn't even know they had books.
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 books that the guy made. And are you talking about the same one that's on CBS, right? Where he's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, the books are really good, and the first one's really interesting because he's a guy who his family took him off. It's interesting because his parents, especially his dad, were like a professor at like a very liberal school in college, but they like also wanted to teach their kids how to use guns, survive in the woods. But
It's just
they
important.
also gave him like a classical education at the same
Right.
time. And so like in the book, it's kind of funny because he has to go to like a gamer conference, and he does not totally understand video game culture at all. It's like anathema to him. So it's actually pretty funny.
Have you guys ever read the Glass Bead game?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
No?
What was it?
I said, have you ever read the Glass Bead game?
I don't think
Was
so.
that one good?
I think it's coming up.
Never even heard of it.
Unless I know it by another name, because sometimes you might think, oh, this book, and then
It's Herman Hesse. He's German. That translates.
oh yeah, I
it
know who Herman
really
Hesse is.
pretty
Yeah.
well. Yeah. It's really big though. It's mainly about the life of this dude who like gets involved in this game that goes mainly undescribed, but like from what I can tell, it's like they're designing video games or maybe like Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Somewhere
Well, that's
in
kind of like
between.
what that first book of Tracker is, because there's a guy who's trying to like in real time do like a survival, like so there's a video game, and he's doing it as revenge against the people who produced it, and his mind stealing the licensing and the ideas of it. So so it requires someone that has like the ability to survive, to use a survival tracker. And he, a lot of times in the show and as well as in the books, he teams up with somebody who might have that experience in that area, which is kind of cool because and Cleaner will tell you he's a person that can take care of himself, but he sees the benefit of working with other people.
I'm gonna put you on pause for just a second. Okay. Like I'm really fucking tired. I'm gonna head out. It's good seeing you guys. Thank you so much for having me. Cheers, man.
Yes. Have a good
Good
night.
to see you.
Thank you for
I hope
coming
you
up.
have a great
Later,
night.
dude.
See y'all later.
Stay safe,
Night
man.
here.
All right.
Yeah,
Now,
it was an interesting show, and I think what Moses talking about is like it. And look, it's kind of how Trump does things, right? Like
yeah.
it's like the guy that knows his field, but understands there are specialists in other areas that he wants to take advantage of, and he'll use their skills and all that, and he'll pay them accordingly, whatever, right? You know, like he'll be fair, but he needs them to do whatever job it is he has. Cheyenne was cool about that. Renegade didn't do that so much, but
Yeah, well, that
Tracker,
was just let's just be honest. But that was like soccer mom,
yeah, you're right, yeah.
soft core,
Yeah. It was more about the romance novel esque type. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Abe, do you see that picture in my camera feed?
I do.
So we were at the store and I saw that, and I'm like, for some reason that reminds me of you. Like it was a
Kind of does.
it was like
Kind of
the hat,
does.
and I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
A little bit.
and maybe because it's also kind of he's like the mannequin's got like a gaunt face, and of course
Mm-hmm.
you like the real Abe have a gaunt face.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm
Me.
saying?
Indeed.
And then the black is kind of like a beard.
It does look like it. It does. You know, I am a little undead looking, I gotta say. Even my chat is asking if I take zinc daily, so you know.
I had to actually change the colorimetry on the picture so that you looked a little bit more alive. I don't know if you looked at the thumbnail, but you're not white. You're not that white.
Yeah.
The one that couldn't do anything
You're
about
not
it was
white.
yours.
You're not white anymore,
Cleaner.
Abe.
I had to
I'm not
put you in
white.
black and white because that was the only way I could do it.
Not white.
I'm not white.
He's been alive for a couple hundred years. You guys should cut him some slack. He looks pretty good.
When I saw
Are you
that, I
black?
was like, for some reason, dude, it reminds me of Abe.
Yeah, Abe's been around a long
funny.
time.
Oh, I also made that thumbnail. Like I did the whole thing and didn't put it in like in AI. I selected everything and put everything.
Dang. That's fantastic. You had to
then I'm
literally change me so that I wasn't so pale.
Yeah, I did. You were so pale. I had to do a little bit of the one that I said I couldn't do anything for was yours, Cleaner. I had to accept the fact that you were white and black.
Oh,
I
I
heard
get it,
eating
man.
carrots can help with that, by the way. I think.
Well, I'm not actually as pale as I look. It's white LED light in this room. So
Yeah.
I
He's
look
actually
like
more pale than
white.
he looked.
Are you black?
I tend to look more yellow because the
No,
the glass
K2,
around
he
my
passed the
eye.
test. K2, he passed the test. He can understand me. He's not black. Okay, it's fine.
So, Abe, have you ever been to Leadville or Copper Mountain in Colorado?
I'm not sure.
But that was what it looked like. We stopped for gas on the way to Denver, and it was like, you get the yellow and
Yeah.
the blue, and I mean, it was a beautiful day. So,
Is that
That's
aiming
cool.
out west?
what's that?
Is that aiming westward?
It's actually aiming eastward.
Okay, so you were looking. You're on the north side of what is it? That 4,300. That 4,300 foot fucking mountain with the gondola on it.
Yeah, that's Copper Mountain.
You're a little north of Denver then, right?
No, well, this is actually a little bit south.
Below
south.
Copper Mountain then.
Yeah, it's like south. It's like south, a little bit like.
Okay.
It's more west than anything else of Denver. Yeah.
You're right. Dude,
Because I'm coming from the western side of the state, so I come from the west. So every time I go on I-70, I go east towards Denver. So.
Gentlemen, I will be right back.
All right.
We'll be lost without you.
I doubt it.
dude, the gondolas there.
Oh
are
yeah, they actually had another one by me for another ski resort where they actually had to shut it down because someone got hurt and they can go fast, and I'm just like, so you have to pay attention. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, the slowest one I've ever seen, the cool one is, I don't know if you've ever been to Steamboat Springs, but they've got the one that's literally it's like a 15-person carrier per each cart, and it goes slow enough that you can walk on it, and then you just go up there, and it's really cool in the winter because they they're enclosed cleaner, and then they have like heaters in them.
Well, the ones
That sounds really cool.
I don't remember the mountain name. It's like 43. They kept saying like 42 some odd feet above ground,
Mhm.
and we ride the gondola ride up to it. It was just north of Denver. And
Okay.
man, it was gorgeous, but the gondolas were so big. Like
Uh-huh.
they were like 10-foot by 6-foot gondolas. Like 5 people
Wow.
maybe even could sit next to each other on either side on the bench seats, and they would still have room to like drop big ass duffel bags on the floor, all their skis, everything else, man. And these
Oh
gondolas
yeah.
huge, man. And like going up, yeah, it was a pretty brisk pace. It was like super fast. Like you didn't feel like, like the butterflies in your stomach when you're riding like a roller coaster, but
Yeah.
it was fast enough that you could register, hey, I'm moving a pretty good clip. And you're
Yeah.
looking off to the side watching people skiing down or like being on their like some of them had the snow shields or the skis or whatever they want to call them, where they'd be skiing down like body skiing.
Uh-huh.
Um, and they'd be skiing down. You'd be watching them skiing down, watching the snow just like flail off of them while you're going up. And then you get to the top and you get off, and there's this cute little lady up there. It's like, "Welcome to the top. Have a
Yeah.
safe ride on your way down." And it was
Yeah.
like, shit, dude. Like it was awesome. It was just
Yeah.
like the whole culture up there, the way that they did things
Mhm.
was really personable. You know?
Mhm.
I've always appreciated that about how like at least the tourist traps, not
Yeah.
necessarily like all of it, but like the tourist locations where they mingle with people all the time. They were very personable. People there were very polite. I
Uh-huh.
think that's something we've lost in our society nowadays. People
Yeah.
being personable to each other and just polite in general, trying to understand what someone else is saying, or you know, like
Yeah, so
I
on
don't
my
know.
on my camera feed, this is a place, and this is Glenwood Springs, which is where you can find the tombstone of no no pun intended, the tombstone to Doc Holliday, because he's buried there.
That
He
is
died in
awesome.
Glenwood Springs, and so
Yep.
there's a venture park that's on top of on top
I'll
of the
be your
cliff, and
Huckleberry.
so that's about 44,000 feet up is from sea level, and then also from the down in the valley where Glenwood Springs is at, it's about almost 1,000 feet up in the air. So
Yeah,
would you like to go over a swing that goes over that up?
that looks
Cleaner.
like fun.
Yeah.
Cleaner. I was
Man.
actually just what you were just saying. I was actually just having that conversation on grids like yesterday or the day before. The fact that everyone, it seems to be more of like an epidemic at this point that people are just so miserable. They can't really there's no grace, there's no mercy, there's a severe lack of kindness for other people now. And I really think it's coming from the rhetoric on both sides of the aisle when you look at it from a political standing. These people, we don't necessarily have anything to be so goddamn miserable about, but we're being told we should be miserable. And it's
Right,
been stuffed
because
in our head.
it stops us from working together and figuring out the bigger problems. And
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and if somebody
Well,
else has a problem, then you have to rely on somebody else to help you with that problem.
well, the
Yeah.
problem
Mhm.
is it's gotten to be it's now affecting things on a far more micro level too. In my community, we had an incident last Sunday where two of my son's friends were climbing a silo and one fell off and he passed away. And
Oh
they were
man.
just doing dumb teenager shit. But the kid who climbed down, called 911 and performed CPR until EMS could get there is being attacked by the family. Like
Oh,
it's
fuck
his
that.
fault. And it's like, dude, have you people forgotten that these are teenagers? This is
That's
a
so ignorant.
story this story goes for decades of kids climbing water towers and billboard signs and all that shit. Teenagers do it and they sneak alcohol, they steal it from their parents, and they smoke pot and they do all kinds of shit. These are
Yeah.
normal teenager things that somehow people have forgotten, and they're so goddamn miserable. Number one, they can't take any accountability, and number two, they want to crucify people, especially children, for being children. Children can't
Yeah.
even be kids anymore, and it's really fucking sad. And I
The
think
message.
it comes from the rhetoric we're being force fed.
You're
I think
you're
it's
right.
more than just rhetoric. By the way, I think that's a spiritual aspect too. Personally,
Absolutely,
Well,
it is
yeah.
completely spiritual battle.
No, John, you're right. Listen, the everything that's going on right now, and man, I don't like to say that any one person got shit right or anything. I think
Yeah.
that like Paul Harvey got a lot of shit right in that thing that he did in like was it in the 60s? I think it was like 67 or something.
If
when
I
he
were the
said,
devil,
I were the
speech right
devil.
on the radio.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the
Yeah,
one I'm talking about. And
I know that one too. That was
like
amazing.
we're there right now. Like this
We
this
are.
is what society looks like based off of exactly what Paul Harvey said. If I was the devil, this is what I'd do. And in the end, he would try and discount the devil even exists and make everything devilish good. And we're
We're
there.
there.
We're
We
there.
are there.
The most
mean like the
demonized, like the things that men do in
No, Paul
society
Harvey.
that other men look at and go,
Paul
"That's
Harvey.
fucked up, dude. You should never do that." Women are being put on a pedestal for doing that shit, and that's insane to me.
Yeah.
If
I got my EBT card.
like if we guys would literally like skin another dude alive for having messed with, like if he was a teacher and messed with an underage girl, but then a teacher who's a female messing with an underage boy is somehow okay. Like,
Yeah.
dude,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
our
praisable.
society is
It's praisable. They
fucked
say that
if
boy
we
is
can't
lucky.
fix this.
Yeah.
Yep.
We have to fix this. That's not lucky. That's horrible. That's taking advantage
Agreed.
of a child. That should never happen. Like,
We live in a world where evil is the order of the day, and it is a spiritual battle,
it
John,
is.
1000%. And
Yeah.
it just goes to show who the god of this world is, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
We
Because we're
were
not just
warned,
dealing with flesh, but principalities of the air, right?
The
right?
God
And
of
we
this
were
world is the
warned.
God of all worlds. It's the same God. The thing is, people don't understand. Like people who are in the more degenerate side don't even understand they're in the more degenerate side because the devil has literally made them believe he doesn't exist.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Now we have churches that absolutely say there's no such thing as demonic possession. They completely deny it. They deny that
Yeah.
there's a hell. They deny that there's a devil.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
spiritually, people are being led so far astray that these are the false prophets, right?
Well, and
That
I was
we
watching because sometimes you get the shorts like on Facebook, and there's a pastor on there, and I obviously it's always hard to find 100% agreement with everything you see on there, especially from other people. It's like you can say like, okay, maybe I wouldn't put it that way, or maybe I don't. I like, but you can see when someone speaks truth, like. And it rings truth, right? There's like a gravity to
Yeah.
it where it just is undeniable. And what he said, let me tell you something. Everything that you can't talk about today in society is most likely going to be centered around how it impacts a child. And
Yeah.
he's like, whether you're dealing with child development, whether you're dealing with when on it's appropriate to tell a child about things of a sexual nature, the idea of what a parent is, what the idea of what a family is, the idea of like what
Discipline.
education is.
Discipline. Oh my
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
the discipline one kills me. We can't
And
even
I think of
discipline
that moment, and I don't know if I've ever, if you remember this movie, Cleaner, but you remember that movie from 50? It was in the 50s called Night of the Hunter with Robert Mitchum.
Oh, it's
I
been
love
that,
that.
Where
that's
he's like
been
he's like a
remastered.
fake, he's like a con man preacher.
Yeah, that was pretty good. It
And
was.
yeah,
I think there was another one that that showed that even more. I'm trying to. I've got the image of it, but I don't have the name of it in
yeah.
my head.
I'm gonna have
But
to look that
I'll
movie
get it
up
in a
and watch
second.
it.
But
It was
there's
yeah, that was good.
But the part is interesting because he's a con man who is taking on the veneer of a cleric,
Mhm.
but he's doing it because he wants to steal something, right? And so he finds out that his cellmate robbed a bank, and then he stuffed the money with one of the kids,
Right.
and it's in a little girl's little stuffed animal. And so he actually finds the mom, Shelley Winters, who you can already tell she's made bad choices in her life because she married a bank robber.
Yeah.
But she was he was trying to provide. That's what she relied on. But anyways, So he finds her, and she is just smitten. And I think one of the first cautionary tales is what happens with women when they don't have good men around them, in the sense of like saying, this guy is like, it's like danger stranger, you know. But he
I get
comes to
that.
her, and she buys everything he says because he says it with charm. And even like the old couple that runs the ice cream. Have you ever seen that movie, Abe? Night of
Which
the
one?
Hunter.
I
You're,
think
you're
you.
muted, by the way, brother.
Oh, I think you played
Oh yeah, I played
a
that
piece
clip
of
where
it.
she was
Yeah.
like on, yeah, where she was
Yeah.
on, yeah,
Yeah.
and that line she says, because he's obviously going after her, and he's going after the kids, and the movie has this kind of like it's like almost like it's a surrealistic film because it will show something in an exaggerated sense to underscore what's happening in the real sense, right? And so
Yeah.
like here he is, a predator trying to go after these kids, and then there's a scene where you see an owl and it goes after a rabbit, and the actress, the woman, the amazing Lillian Gish, says, "What a cruel world we live in that such things, you know, for such small things, right?" And
Yeah.
I think of that quote, that even what's his name? He was French Catholic biologist, and also his specialty was in reproductive health. And he said, it was Dr. Lejeune, Jerome Lejeune, and he said, how we go after or how we handle the smallest of things in society determines what we are as a society. Which goes to your point, I think, Emmett, when you were talking about exposing the kids to that crap, you know.
Oh yeah.
So
I
but yeah, I mean,
I've
that's a great movie.
I've been in my little crusade against libertarians because of that.
You know,
I know,
think
brother.
I think we have all been look within the side of what we would call good, right? There are those of us who have differences within this side, but we've all been on this side, and we understand we're all on the side of good, and we're trying to combat the evils in the world. And I think the problem that we have right now is that like the evils have found a way to pit us against each other by trying to find little differences in our ideologies, our worldviews, our beliefs religiously or however, you know. And so that's the leg that they're using to try and keep us fighting each other so we're not fighting them. And the thing is like we've got to figure out how to get society back to the base zero, the neutral, from the evil that most of it is at. And they don't even know it, right? Like, to be fair,
Well,
people don't even know they're doing this shit. They're just doing stuff in the world, and they
Yeah.
don't all understand it because we do have the social construction aspect, which is like in these little groups there's evil that's touted, evil that's held up on a pillar, and so they understand like if
yeah.
they do these things in their group, they'll reproduce, they'll survive, they'll be seen as good people or whatever. So they don't understand any different, and I don't hold any some for that.
Right.
The thing is, we're all trying to figure out how to bring these people to the understanding like these things that are heinous towards people, like ruining children's innocence, is horrible. Ruining, like murdering someone, horrible. Graping, horrible. Like
Mhm.
you know, like there's concepts that we all understand are absolutely horrible, and we're trying to bring these people back to the other side so they can understand this. And the pushback is so deep and so brainwashed in these other people that they're willing to attack you on like something that's superficial. Yeah, like in the 80s and the 90s, chicks were saying guys are so superficial, they don't look past the first level. And nowadays we're literally seeing that like millions upon millions of people are only willing to look at your looks. And if you're a cute guy, you can say any creepy, fucked up thing you want, and a girl will go, "Oh, yay!" But
Yeah.
that's what we're
Yeah.
touting in society is that same type of behavior, just in
Right.
different
And
ways,
you see it
right?
on the other side too,
Right.
where a guy
Yeah.
might see a good looking lady And I'm sorry. I'm not, this is not a judgment on. I'm not trying to say anyone's damned. I'm not trying to say anybody's. But
Sure.
if you're a guy and you meet a woman, and like the first 15, 20 minutes, she wants to show you nudes, there's something there's something off with her because
Yeah.
she's looking for
Probably, yeah.
attention, right? And it's probably goes back to family issues that she had. But
Wait.
In my
It's not
experience,
necessarily. Hang on. It's not even necessarily goes back to family issues. Let's talk about the bigger problem, and that's the media. Okay. If you want to take a look at any fucking song that has come out in the last, fucking 30 years, maybe, look at what it's pushing. Okay. And that is on, it's automatically accepted because it's art. And completely the influence that it has is very devalued and it's underappreciated. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's just music. It's
Right.
just a painting. It's just a TV show."
Right.
No, these are the things that begin. This is the beginning of the indoctrination of children
Yes.
because
Right.
my
everybody
experience.
puts that radio on the
Well,
second we get in the fucking car.
well, and right there,
My,
you've exposed that kind of postmodern. What we identify a lot of that as postmodern. I would also say what you've also seen right there is something that there was a British political theorist who is very, I think if you're a conservative and you don't know or haven't looked into Sir Roger Scruton, you have to, because he talks about the purpose of making art objective. And when you say art is subjective, and not just art being subjective, meaning it's art, it's relative to whatever you mean, but also when you say things that are like objectively ugly are beautiful,
Yeah.
you are now saying that you're actually eroding good versus evil, because that's another one of those constructs within objective truth, right? Is that so what you're saying is the monster is hideous. And I always say this, it's interesting because in Beauty and the Beast, the animated Disney movie, the real beast is the guy Gustav or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
And he's the most like good looking, most charming, most debonair guy in the whole thing. And he
Yeah.
he only becomes more of a beast as he goes on. And so it's like, but it's kind of funny because there was a back and forth that C.S. Lewis had with Tolkien when C.S. Lewis was kind of fighting some of these things, and he says, "Well, Tollers," because that was his nickname for Tolkien, who's Tollers. When he goes, "Tollers, I'm telling you what, you're saying that these things that are the true myths, these are objective truths, but like, what is truth?"
Yeah.
This is, I don't believe any of this. And then Tolkien tells him, "Congratulations, Jack. You just put yourself in the drama and assigned yourself the role of Pilate himself, who says what is truth." And if you think about that, that is postmodernism. But you know what? That is the devil in a lot of ways, in my opinion, is speaking in that moment through Pilate as a last ditch effort to try to stop Jesus from doing what he had. What
Yeah.
is truth? I mean, and then that's what the whole thing is. Once you start saying what is, well, truth is an objective, then now you can say anything is true. Now you can say anything is beautiful. And it's kind of funny because you see it, I pay attention to it in art and more particularly like in film and how they do adaptations of books that I love, And I don't know if anyone here on the panel has read Dracula,
No.
but I love Dracula.
I just live the life, dude. It's
Yeah.
just
But
I paid
people-
the guy to make the biography, but I never
Yeah.
actually read it.
But people
Living the dream.
people look at me when I say it's one of the most Christian books you could ever read. And the thing about it, by the way, hi Brian, is that in it, even though like at the beginning the peasants they may have like what we would call mythic lores about who Dracula is, they still like concretely understand him as evil. And like the whole idea, and there was an NBC show and they completely distorted it. They made Dracula the misanthrope, right? The misunderstood person, because it's subjective. And
They
the church,
did that with
the church
Frankenstein too.
is the evil one. And I'm like, and I was just so pissed off at that.
If you haven't seen it yet, you should need to watch the movie Nefarious.
Oh, I have, yeah.
That was fucking excellent. Absolutely.
I've actually met Steve Dacey. I don't know how to say it. I want to say douchey, but it's Stacy. Yeah, I've actually met him in real life, and
That movie was done very well. Right down to just the spiritual battle that takes place,
right,
and the way that it's denied daily,
right,
and it's always the denial. It's not like it's an outright big production. It's like I said, you'll find it in the very music that's being played on the radio, and it's presented as being harmless and commonplace.
right.
That's why nobody sees it for what it actually is.
Well, and it's interesting because the whole reason in the book Dracula is moving from Transylvania to London is because everybody in Transylvania knows what he is. These yokels, these uneducated peasants who have only had a framework of truth from their Eastern Orthodox Church, by the way, know enough that he's evil. So where does he want to go? He wants to go to the most modern place in the 19th century, which is London, where they're not going to see him as a monster. They're going to see him. And that's when Van Helsing is talking to those guys that are the suitors. And he says, you see the truth right before you, but you deny to see it because you don't want to see it. And that's why he wants to go, because it's a city that's active during the night. They don't believe in evil. They don't believe in monsters. And that's a perfect place for a monster to dwell, right, Beth?
Exactly. And it turns into where the people who call out what the monster is are the bad ones, because how dare you be, you can frame it up in 1,000 different words: close-minded, racist, or sexist, or anything along those lines, and it turns into a great place for the wrong that is influencing our societies on a bad level to hide. Just my opinion. Hi, Ryan. Good to see you.
What's up, gang?
What's up, Sicky?
What's up, dude?
You sound,
that's why I like the character of Van Helsing.
Sorry.
Well, I think he was getting
Oh
over
yeah, I
something.
am.
I think
No, I'm right in the thick of it. I didn't realize you were talking. Yeah, I am. I feel almost normal, but only because I'm like stuffed full of Tylenol right now.
Yeah.
So.
But you're enough at that point where you're well enough to do things, but it's still kind of like is that residual leftover, right?
I don't know. I woke up feeling like straight garbage earlier.
Okay.
I don't think I'd be on here if it wasn't for the Tylenol. Like I would be like bedridden. Like the aches are crazy. Like whatever cold I got is like insane. But
Where it's causing
wanted to come chat.
The dull achy pain and all that sucks. So I hate it.
Lord.
Yeah. I mean it's a pretty mild overall. It's just like a general like body ache and a little bit of headache, but it's weirdly debilitating. But I haven't been sick in a long time, so it's an unfamiliar experience at this point.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
that sucks. I hope you get better, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Me too.
Garlic and onions and ginger. It'll help.
Oh,
And
I
by
can't
the way,
like I'm a vampire.
Ginger
by the
helps a
way,
lot.
pineapple is an excellent expectorant.
Do you want to know why that myth ever developed? Ryan, do you ever know why that myth ever
I
developed?
feel like you're about to tell me. I don't know.
The garlic?
Well, do you know what garlic naturally does?
Yeah, it's an
bunch of things,
oxidizer.
but
It's a natural blood thinner.
Yeah, it helps cleanse out the bloodstream.
And so if you're a vampire and you cannot create blood, or you rely on that kind of constant need, what would happen in the mythic sense, based on that, would be that the garlic would quickly drain you more of the blood, which would make, and Abe knows this as being a vampire for a couple of years, but it would actually propel you to the point where it would make you very sick, where and without a human victim, it would
Yeah.
Would it
there's a
just
lot
make
of
it easier
reasons
for
for
the
those
vampire to
things.
drink your blood? Like, wouldn't it just be quicker to slurp you up?
Well, but see, this is the thing: is you're right, which is why when the idea of garlic became, a lot of it was people would put it around their necks, and they already did that because of therapeutic benefits of putting things like garlic or sulfuric acid or onions or whatever but near your body. Like we used food to heal us.
Sulfur.
During
Sulfur
the
was the big one.
bubonic plague, the plague doctors, you guys have seen those big masks with the long, beaks. They would stuff the beaks with
These motherfuckers.
oregano and garlic.
There you go, brother. I love that.
These all Or natural, like antibacterial, antiviral, freaking and natural antibiotics. Even that's why they put oregano in chicken's water now. Like who's right? Purdue. Purdue does that. Rather than giving any of the birds any kind of antibiotics, they put oregano in their water feeders, and so the
Yeah.
chickens are getting a natural antibiotic. I do that with my chicken.
Well, that was
I give them
what they were putting
oregano
in
and
the
red pepper flakes.
like in the long masks for the plague doctors. That's what they were putting in near the tips of the masks was
Yep.
oregano, cilantro, lavender, and shit, I can't remember the other one. There was like 4 herbs that they used repeatedly down in those
Cinnamon.
masks to
Cinnamon.
filter.
It was
Was
cinnamon.
it might have been cinnamon, yeah. To filter out any of the impurities that were coming through, and they thought it would stop the plague. And to be fair, like what was it? Lavender actually has been shown to stop the propagation of plague and like plague-like
Yeah.
bacteria. So
It did work,
it worked. Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know how they figured it out, but fuck, dude. I mean, they were onto something, and it worked.
Well, the other
Did
benefit
you
of
know
cinnamon is that it helps regulate your blood flow, which is
cinnamon
why
is
it's a natural aphrodisiac, especially for men.
It's also a
cinnamon.
shot.
Not to push. This is super interesting. I'm kind of curious. What was the I believe like the whole night's been about like dating stuff. I'm kind of curious like what everyone's take
Oh
on all that.
Lord.
I myself have
it was.
recently returned to the dating market. I took some time off. I'd spent most of my 20s. I was in and out of like long-term relationships, and then like probably the past like 2 years I've been single and occasionally dating, but I'm kind of like leaning more into intentionally dating right now, and I kind of want to see what you all think about like the modern dating market. I don't have a pessimistic outlook personally.
Well,
Yeah,
we were talking
I
about
do.
like dating in general, and Abe had made a point about an analogy between chickens and how dating goes, and I had made an analogy about communication and how we each communicate like men and women whenever they're talking to the opposite gender, like we end up communicating things a little differently. But if we were more honest and we're just able to talk, like we'd actually be like honest conversation, like we'd actually be able to figure out whether or not we match with someone. And Abe's topic was like thrown out for some reason
He was
as
called
ridiculous,
stupid,
which
and it
I
wasn't
thought
stupid.
was actually a really good analogy, because
It
how
was.
chickens do things is largely animalistically and primally how human beings do things. And whether or not we want to approach it and understand it that way, we do things that way. Like we're higher intellectual, but I mean fairly
The
enough,
same
man.
basic instincts are there,
We
which is the
yeah,
need a
Exactly.
provider, they
right.
need a protector, and that's
Well,
why the
Right.
bucks,
and that's the
you know,
Ryan.
drivers. That's
yeah.
that's like
Ryan,
the
I mean,
drivers.
men
I
were
think there's a
under
lot to that, like in the kind of archetypical sense that people want to
Yeah.
feel safe and stuff. But I
Mhm.
don't know. I think like in the like modern dating, I just don't think that immediate safety is like a feeling of safety
Oh,
for sure. But I don't know if like a lot of those kind of historical trends are like the main thing that people like women are looking for in mates necessarily.
Well, do you know
I
why,
think the
don't you?
feeling
I don't
because
I
Ryan,
don't
we have
Ryan,
a fairly comfortable society. Yeah, I mean.
yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
Ryan,
obviously
the way
we've
No, I
become
get that.
more the society as women have depended less upon men, both culturally, politically, and economically, right?
For sure.
That's
Yeah, they
changed
can
that
fend for
dynamic.
themselves in many
Yeah.
ways. Yeah, absolutely.
and
Which I think is a
now
good thing. I think it's
No,
good that
I
women are more empowered to
point.
take care of themselves and both
Well,
financially
hang on
and
though.
physically even.
Is that
the
But hang
thing is
on
empowerment
though,
though?
because here's
the thing
Yeah,
is,
of course it
Ryan,
here's
is.
and
Yeah.
what Beth is going to say is actually going to tally into what I'm talking about here. But I like that you bring up that it's within our comfort area, right? Because like, look, I've done some fucked up shit in the world. I'm trying to be a good man now. I'm trying to do good for my family, do good for the people that are out in my society, try and put something better out into the world, because I understand that what I did for the military and the government wasn't necessarily the best thing for the world as a whole, but it was what my job was, and I had to fucking do it. There's a lot of guys like me that did that shit, and we gave you the privilege of being in a comfortable society. And I understand that you're in a comfortable society, and because of that, people can have these different viewpoints. And so now Beth is going to say her part.
Thank you, Cleaner. I appreciate it. And here was the thing: was that the men were pretty much under attack from the time that I got on. Like that's all I saw was the men. Like there was nothing they could say that was correct. And this is where the chicken thing comes in, because Abe had brought up about how when there's no rooster, and this actually happened. I've seen it firsthand, where my rooster died and my most aggressive hen actually adopted male characteristics and took on the role as a rooster. But then I was given a rooster, and it was actually a very scary point in time because the big question was, is she going to kill him? Because in most cases, that's what happens. If a new male comes in, the female is very aggressive and will attack any male that comes in and fight for that dominance of, the entire herd. And unfortunately, though, it's to the detriment of the flock, because if a male can't come in, they can't mate. This female, who is taking the role of the male, cannot reproduce with the other hens. So if she's killing off any rooster that comes in, there is no reproduction. So that was
these are like interesting, like metaphors that are fun to explore, but like I don't know how practical they are for like day to day, like like dating.
It was proven right because that was the first thing that it was the perfect. It was actually proven right because immediately Abe was told he was stupid and that analogy was stupid, and like he was totally like dismissed in like mocked in a very mocking way, and it was like, you just proved his point. This is how animals will behave, and and the thing is,
I get called stupid all the time. I don't know, from all sorts of mean. People are mean on panels. I mean, I guess I get it's frustrating. I don't know that it really speaks to like the nature of men and women and like in an ethereal sense like that.
I think it does in today's
joined a voice chat. I think she's trying to hop on.
I
think it does in today's climate.
Ryan. It can sometimes, but I get what you're saying.
Sure,
but
I guess what I would ask is like, why don't we talk more specifically about like real like interactions between men and women instead of like metaphors through chickens? I love chickens as much as the next guy, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. But this is the thing. Okay, so what? Like, Kel, you're gonna have to turn your mic up. You're a little quiet, sweetie.
I think you're missing the whole point. Was that biologically and animalistically, this is a behavior that we can see repeated across many animals, and so it does make sense to bring it up. And I do think that it's relevant in today's culture. Sorry, Cleaner.
What's the takeaway? Like, what is there any sort of like I think Cleaner said he was going to apply it more to like actual like human interactions. Like, can we do that?
It's kind of like a trope. And okay. So to be fair, like nowadays within the comfortable society we have, it's not so prevalent as it used to be. But for a long time, like the more masculine guy, the stronger guy, the guy that would go out and fuck some dude up if he talks shit to like his girl, right? Or the guy that would like punch a girl and then that dude would fucking attack him, like the heroic type mentality or whatever, like that guy was seen as like the better of the men for women to go towards in a moral sense, or that's
still kind of true. Like women are definitely attracted to like stronger men.
But I don't disagree with you, but what she's talking about is like a primal animalistic side of it, which is like the chicken that was more masculine. If that rooster wasn't masculine enough to dominate that chicken and put her back in her place as a female chicken, she wouldn't have felt good about herself and she wouldn't have allowed it. And that's kind of speaking to like the hypergamous nature of women right now that are making like 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, whatever. And they look at a guy and they're like, oh, you're only making 50 grand. I get that you go and work your ass off. You break your bones, you destroy your body, but you're fucking worthless because you only make 100 grand. And I see that.
I just don't see that in practice. Like in real world, I don't know. Like I know, believe it or not, I know a lot of women and like, like a lot of them actually make pretty good money. And I a lot of them also date guys who make like less money than them. I've seen this like many
Yeah.
time and time again. I don't think this is like really that unheard of. I think it's really
And-
successful people.
No.
May I
Ryan,
clean her real quick?
Sure,
May I
sure,
real
sure.
quick?
Yeah.
So here's the thing, okay? Especially when you have a position where the male has died or there is no male leadership, right? And in some cases that can be traumatic for the hens. I mean, in my case, you know, like, and you can compare this to human women, okay? The loss of the male leadership tends to make them either, you know, not trust incoming men or whatever, or just be too dominant in their own because they've learned how to hold it down on their own, that they can kind of prevent men from doing their natural roles, right? And ultimately, sometimes you get situations where, like, if my hen had killed that incoming rooster, none of the hens would be able to reproduce thereafter because she would not allow any rooster to come in. So you can run this with human women because there are women who end up in situations where maybe they're traumatized or they don't trust or whatever, and it therefore damages the ability of them to actually have
Yeah.
a good man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you get it, Ryan. I mean, it's like the way that some of, and I'm not saying all women by any means, but like
Me either.
the more
Not all.
like the more masculine, the stronger, the higher earning women, the ones that are in like more traditionally masculine roles, they aren't allowing the men in their life to grow and learn to be men because they just fucking shut them down and smack them down immediately, and they don't give them the chance to learn, to grow, to be stronger, to defend those women, to protect those women, to do, you know, like to do what men are naturally, like what we feel natural for. You know what I mean?
I guess I just don't see this in real life. I guess I'm not sure exactly what you're
Well,
alluding
right.
to. Like I understand the
No, I
concept.
get
Like
that.
abstractly, it makes sense, but I just don't see this like playing out.
Yeah,
What do you
no,
see
I
in
get
real
what
life,
you're saying,
Ryan?
I completely 100% understand what you're saying, Ryan. The thing is, I think, and this is something that like, so coming from like the Onion websites over to the regular .com websites and all that shit, and starting to do debates on this side of the world is a little different because on the Onion websites, the more masculine men are the alphas, so to speak. And I don't like saying alphas. I fucking hate that term, but it's the only thing I can think of that's close, right? Like
It's okay. I get it.
higher
As an
earners,
alpha male, I understand.
like the higher earners, the more protective, the more, you know, like that kind of shit. But coming over to this side, like what I see is like the communities that are here, some of them demonize this behavior, and those communities tend to be one or two women that are of a higher earning potential, and a lot of guys that are following them, that are following in their footsteps of that higher earning potential, and they're like demonizing this guy because like he's behaving in a way that like for him, the majority of women have appreciated, but this one female doesn't, and so he gets attacked for it. And it's like, this is what we're seeing in
Can you give
society.
more
And
specifics to the kind of example you're referring to?
I'm trying not to be too specific because I can't
I mean, I'm
breach
not asking you to like
too
name
far.
specific people, but just describe like the behaviors that people are being shamed for.
Oh, okay. So like you go into let's just say like a Burger King randomly, right? A guy and a girl go into a Burger King, and the guy is there with his girlfriend. He's hanging out. He's getting a burger. She wants a double cheeseburger. They start to order. This guy behind him grabs this chick's ass. Grabs this chick's ass. All right. Like in my world, the way that we operate in my world, that dude right there would get knocked the fuck out at a minimum, if not dead. That's just it. That like into fucking story. Like he would get knocked the fuck out, if not dead, for having sexually assaulted my chick. That's all there is to it. But in the world that we're in now, if you knock that guy out, that girl might take it like, oh well, you're not appreciating my independence as a female to be a sexual creature if I choose to be a sexual creature, and I would get attacked if I defended her like that. And it's true because we have actually
Don't think
seen
that's
this.
true.
No, we
I
have
think what would
actually seen
happen.
this. This exact case has actually been taken to court because the woman thought the guy who got knocked the fuck out was more attractive than the boyfriend she was with, and sided with
You have
him.
a
No, I'm
specific
not. I'm
court
not
case you're
kidding,
referencing?
dude.
That's crazy.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I'd
kidding.
love to read that court
This
case. That's a
this
crazy
is
thing.
actually gone on in court. So the dude who knocked the other guy out for sexually assaulting his chick went to jail for assaulting the guy. And when he told the cops what
Well, there's
happened,
like a proportionality
the
thing
judge
in the
threw
law,
it out.
right? Like we kind of have to,
So-
like, regardless of how morally justified it might feel, which I think it could be.
I get
right?
that.
Like,
Yeah, no. I get
still,
that.
There's still
And the
proportionality
judge,
in law that we have to deal with.
yeah, and the judge illustrated the morals,
make
right?
it
The
right.
judge came down and said,
I didn't say
okay,
it's
well, this is fucked up. The dude was
I know.
trying to do what he thought was right and defended his woman, and so we're going to dismiss the charges. But in the meantime, the dude had to spend 2 months in jail, lost his job, got put on a fucking X list, so he couldn't get another job as a mechanic in the career field he was in. I mean, like, a lot of things. And so this guy's life is fucked for the rest of his life for punching a dude that grabbed his chick's ass. This is what we
Yeah.
see in society right now.
But like that. I guess what I'm saying is like
don't make it
that
right.
because of the nature of. Sorry, go ahead, Kel.
Two wrongs don't make it right, and it's almost like
Can't hear you, Kel. You're really far
Very, very
away.
quiet.
You're still a
two
little
wrongs
quiet.
Two wrongs don't make it right, and it's almost like equivocating violence with violence is not a great approach. And if someone does something that's fucked up, you shouldn't do the same thing back to them. You should take legal action and reciprocate, because two wrongs never
They're
make
not-
it right.
they're
And if you're
not gonna do anything
well, no,
for
if
a
you're
guy
actually
ass.
anti-violence, then you're actually anti-violence, and you will
Yeah, no,
perpetuate
that's-
against it on both like sides, men, women, anyone. Like it doesn't matter. Like
Right.
guess
Yeah.
I'm
No.
pro
And
violence
in
then,
like a calm setting where like a guy just like
matter about the
touches.
setting.
Well,
It's about the intrinsic
no.
principle.
It does actually, Kel. It does
No, because
matter.
if you're in the
Well, hold
calm
on,
setting,
hold on,
or if
hold
the
on, Kel. Hold
no,
on.
no, not
It-
cleaner. Because
no, it
listen,
does
I don't care
matter
what you're
about
about
the
to say,
setting.
because if you're in an
Because
adversarial
here's the thing, okay?
position
If
versus
a guy,
a passive
if a
position,
guy, hold on,
if you
Kel.
are in an adversarial
Yeah, you're-
position, what it means is you're
Kel,
going to go
let
back
him
to the
fucking
no, because I
Lordy.
was not done with what I'm saying. So I'm gonna finish what I'm saying. You've been talking over me all night. If you are in an adversarial position,
Blah,
versus
blah,
a
blah,
calm
blah,
position,
blah, blah, blah,
what
blah.
it intrinsically, guys, let me finish. What it intrinsically means.
Why should
is
I? You didn't let me
if you
finish,
are
and
in
I
a
was
calm
actually
setting,
making a
you're
point when
gonna
you
act
rudely
more rationally
interrupted
than
me
you
like
would
a
in
little
an
bitch.
adversarial position. So,
You had
regardless
Yeah,
of
I'll
stop
call you on
adversarial
it.
or
Yeah,
calm
I
position,
will
you
absolutely
should
call you
test
on
them
it.
the
You're being
same amount
rude.
of weight,
You're
because
being
when
very
you're
Can't
in
hear
fucking
you.
a
Your
rude.
headphones
fucking
off.
She did
difficult
take her
I don't
position,
headphones off.
really
you are
care if she
going
can
to
hear me or not.
Yeah.
resort back
It's
to
She was
such a
being
power
really
move, by the
But,
way.
I
Don't be
mean, what
rude.
is the point of allowing
like
anybody to
you're
speak if you
retarded.
take your
So I'm
headphones
like, I
off,
don't know
right?
what you're.
Yeah,
I
she's
can
she's
see
gonna
you
troll
you
us
talking
here.
you
over
stop
me.
talking.
So
Yeah,
I'm
at
like,
this
I'm gonna
point,
make
it's like,
my point one more time.
So
Yeah,
When
you
you're
did
all
it
in
she's
an
gonna
adversarial
do is just keep
position
on
versus an
talking.
adversary.
can we
I hear
just
you guys
can
talking
we
over
just
me.
go
Why?
to
that
Abe and
person
Abe can
needs to
decide
know
what to
what.
do?
I can't hear what you're saying, but when you're
Yeah,
in an
we know you
adversarial
can't.
Yeah,
We
Hold
know
on
you
now.
can't.
we
You're
know
supposed to
you
agree.
I can
can't
I
see
mean,
hear
you
what
what
can
you
mute
guys
anyone
her.
else
That
is
would be
saying
I
that
can
would
go
be
ahead
an
and try one
option.
more time.
because
When
you're
you're
so
in an adversarial
disrespectful.
versus
You
calm
actually
position, you're
don't
gonna
care what
resort back
anyone
to
else
what
is
you
saying. You take your headset off so you don't have to hear anyone else because
hold
you're
on.
a disrespectful little bitch.
Yeah, she had stopped talking, and then you started, and then she said you interrupted her. So I'm very confused as to where that shit makes sense on what universe.
I
I was trying to hear you, Kel. I couldn't hear you over all of them crying about it. But
I was actually having a good conversation with Ryan before Kel brought her cum hole in here and started bitching at
For a
people.
second. I know it's super hard for the ladies in the house, but please just give me a
I'm
second.
just
When you're
saying.
in an adversarial versus a calm position, you are going to revert in the adversarial position back to what you know as the calm position. So
I
no,
don't
dude, it's
even
just
know
you won't
what
let me make a
stupid
point.
shit she's talking about right now.
R/whoosh. But so intrinsically, what you know in a calm position, regardless of the delineation, you are going to resort back to that. So
Intrinsically,
in an
what you know
adversarial
in a
position,
are
I
you
would
done?
expect the person
Are
to
you
act
done
because
yet?
how they would.
blah
in
blah blah.
It's very fun.
By the way, I didn't know that
You finished so that you
that
can
they still
actually.
made Chatty Cathy
Okay,
dolls cleaner.
you
I didn't
stop
know they still
talking.
made
Are
them.
you done?
They do,
Are
John.
you
They do.
actually done? Are you actually done now? Okay, she muted. Cleaner. I'd love to hear what you were trying to respond with.
It was just a simple differentiation in where we're at versus where we were. And I mean, that's what it all really boils boils down to is like the way things used to be was if a guy was
I did.
defending a woman, he would get touted and said, hey, good job for defending your woman, right? And nowadays, if a guy defends a woman out in society, he could actually have his life, his children's life, all of his, like anyone who's associated with him, their life's absolutely fucking destroyed. And all he has to do is simply raise a hand to another man when that man grabs his chick's ass, if she chooses to say she's a strong, independent woman.
Here's what's even worse is that when it comes down to taking the legal route, there are no laws. If you call the cops because some guy grabbed your ass, they're going to laugh at you. They don't do shit. Here in New York State, if you slap a person across the face, it's a ticket. You don't even get arrested.
Yeah,
So,
but you can file you can settle that in court though. Like you don't need the cops to come
can.
immediately settle it, but
Well,
you can
put it to
absolutely
court.
like you
Ryan, in
can
order to
collect
go to
witness
court,
statements and stuff, and like
No,
I
Ryan,
think,
you're
I don't know, I
right.
think there are ways to handle this without without
Yeah.
escalating the violence. You know, like I understand that it's tempting to. I understand it feels like
You're
the right
right.
thing to do, but like it's kind of I don't know. It's just kind of unnecessary. I think in most
Yeah,
cases.
no, Ryan, you're
I want to
absolutely
ask
right.
you,
And from the
Ryan.
guy's point of view, when the guy
Yes, go
decks
ahead.
the other dude that grabs his girl's ass, he goes to jail for 2 to 6 months until his court date finally comes up. Then he goes to court 6 months after his court date has finally come up. He's lost his job. His kids have no fucking income, and they're out on the fucking street or have been taken by CPS because he's not able to be a dad because he's in fucking jail. Like his life has literally been fucking destroyed because he defended his girl. And yeah, you're right,
You
Ryan.
keep saying
He
defended.
gets-
You keep saying
he
defended,
gets-
but
he
really
gets
what
his
you're talking about
day
is
in
defending
court.
an honor
He
position,
gets-
right? It's
he
defending an
gets
honor.
his day
You're
in
actually,
court.
you're actually
Because-
protecting her from.
But
You're
here's
actually
the thing,
protecting
Ryan.
You're not.
Ryan,
You're
don't
actually
think-
putting her in more danger because of
hold
all the
on.
things you just
What
described,
you're
right?
saying? What you're saying is
agree
that
with
this chick who in any other circumstance would be like, oh, this guy essayed me, right? Like he defended her because she would normally have said, I got essayed.
But
He
she still
goes
is
to
getting
jail,
essayed, right? She's still
has
digging
his
in
ask
essay,
life
right?
question of Ryan,
ruined,
please.
has his children's life ruined, has his family life ruined because this girl that would
Because he
normally have attacked
unnecessarily
the other
escalated.
dude.
Yes, I agree.
Okay,
No,
hang on.
no, he didn't
Cleaner, hang on.
unnecessarily escalate.
Cleaner.
He
Yes,
got
he did. Yes, he
another
did.
guy got physical with
Cleaner,
his
hang
girl.
on. Can
By
I-
law, he could get physical with her. As far as Texas law is concerned, now every other state I don't fucking know about.
Cleaner,
I don't
if
think
I
that's
may.
true. I don't
please.
think if someone
Ryan,
grabs somebody, like if someone grabs your ass, even if I grabbed your ass and then you like knocked me out, I don't think that's proportional. Even in Texas, I don't think you
If
could get away
someone
with that.
grabs my
Ryan, hang
underage
on.
daughter's
Cleaner,
ass,
hang
I
on.
can shoot them in the fucking head.
Cleaner, hang
in
on. I want to
Texas.
ask Ryan a
I'm not
question.
sure.
In
I mean,
Texas.
I might agree with your right
In
with like your
Texas.
moral right to do
Ryan,
that, but
In
I don't know if
Texas,
that's
I wanna
I
ask
can
you a
do that.
question.
All right.
Cleaner, hang on. Hang on, Cleaner. So before we can even get to Cleaner's position about looking at what happens to these men, I want to ask you, Ryan. So, what is your prescription when you are? Let's say the situation is you are out with your woman, and some guy you're out at the bar just having drinks. Some guy grabs her ass. You call the police.
Sure.
The police laugh at it and walk away. They leave. They don't do anything. They're
Wait,
not going to
who
press
said, who
any
said I would
charges.
call the police?
Hang on.
You did.
Hang on. Okay, so
You
wait
said
a
I never
second.
did.
Hang
No, I
on.
never made that claim.
No,
Actually,
you
I never
said
made
you
that
should
claim.
call the
No.
police.
Never once.
The
Never
No,
once.
that's
idea
what you
was,
said. Was like you
hang
need
on,
to
Literally
call
never
the
did.
police and handle it
Cleaner.
I'll take
legally.
that. I never said that.
Yeah.
No,
What
you
you
said
said
you
is
should
it
call
could
the
be
police and
settled in
handle it
court.
legally.
So
No, I said you can handle it
clean-
legally without calling the police. Is what I said. Actually, I said the exact opposite.
Okay. So hang on.
Sure.
So
Okay.
here's the thing: is you cannot even go to there's no way to go after it criminally because there are no laws that protect that. So I don't understand what your prescription is other than to just leave it be and walk away if there are no legal ramifications for someone grabbing your woman's ass.
But there are
And
legal.
I see
You
Abe,
can absolutely. I mean, I think
there are
there are
not.
legal
I see
ramifications.
Abe
Though. Like
waving his
you can
hand
get someone.
No, I was.
How
saying
can you
that
get the
was-
legal ramifications if you don't call anybody? How are you going to do
Well,
it?
I'm not saying don't call anybody, but you
Yeah,
can call
I mean, if
non-emergency
you don't-
and like let
Who-
them
who
know,
are
hey,
you
there's
gonna-
this person.
No,
because
they
it's
won't
do
person,
anything.
and they're-
If you don't
Can
call
you
the
Can you
police,
just tell me what is the process? Just tell me the
like
process.
if you don't call the
You
police,
sue
how
him
are you gonna
civilly,
get
right?
anything done?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have to call
potentially,
the
yeah.
police to get anything done. You have
For
to
you?
call the police to get something done. Otherwise, there's
And the
no
police
small
won't do
claims?
record
anything.
documented. If there's no record documented of the event, you can't have a civil case. If you can't get that initial record done with
Sure.
the
So
police,
my immediate
then you
reaction
can't
wouldn't be
have
to
a civil
call anybody,
case.
right? My
So
immediate
you have to
reaction
call
would
the
be put
police.
myself between.
So you're
Sorry, my
absolutely wrong. You
immediate
do
reaction.
have to call the police.
My immediate reaction wouldn't be to call anybody. My immediate reaction wouldn't has been in the past when I've been in similar situations, not the exact one you outlined, but is to get between her and this guy and say, you need to fucking stop. That's what's happened.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've decked him, and every chick I decked him by, I got laid by. So I don't know what.
Okay,
you're
well,
gonna
I
say.
was only dating the person? So it's not like I also still got laid, but that's irrelevant, right?
What about he says he won't stop?
Yeah. What
What are you gonna
do
do
then?
about it?
Well,
That's what
I
he
mean,
said.
we might have a fight. I don't know. I mean, that could happen.
Oh, so you're gonna fight, and then the girl just decides
I
that
mean, if he throws hands first, then I am actually protecting her. But we're
So you're
talking about a
waiting on
different
somebody
scenario
else.
Then.
Ryan,
We're
you're
now adding a
waiting on
lot more
somebody
into the
else to
situation.
decide.
You guys give a very clear
Sure, yeah,
situation
yeah.
before,
No,
and now
you're
you're
right.
adding more information into it, right?
Yeah, you're
Are
right,
we?
Ryan. You're right. We're just trying to take it to like the next level. Like, what would you do?
Yeah, but most
next.
situations don't
You know
escalate
what
in
I
that
mean?
same way, right?
No, you're right.
You're
Not all
saying
of
we're
them do,
adding
but
information.
some
It's
do
the
and some
next
don't.
step. It's the next step. Okay, we laid it out. We said, here's the situation. What do? You gave, and then we said, okay, next step. The guy says he will not stop, and there are no legal ramifications. The cops will do nothing about this. So, what is the next step? Because
I'm not actually convinced the cops would do nothing if there were cops around, but that's neither here nor there. My instinct.
Sorry,
wouldn't be
I
to
didn't know
call
I
the
was
cops or
muted.
whatever.
I was gonna say, Beth, don't you agree there would be a fucking different point between the first step and the second step? Sorry, like I was like, bro, everyone's just ignoring me. I was like, damn. I'm like, bro. So
Your volume is way low.
no, for you to say that, it's
Oh,
completely
muted.
ridiculous. Because Ryan was right that you guys lay out a specific set of conditions for us to adhere to. We entertain the hypothetical. We agree to it. We walk down your retarded hypothetical, and then it's like, well, no. Here's step 2. If we knew there were more steps, we might have more to engaging with your hypothetical. But until then, that's completely retarded.
So here's the thing,
You're
though,
throwing
is
the
even the
goalposts
next
all over
step.
the place.
Yes.
No,
You guys are moving the goalposts. I don't even know
no.
what the goalpost is. It's
Time
like,
out.
this
There's no
happened, what
goalpost.
would you do? And
If
then
we're
you're like
gonna
denying the
buy
idea.
I told you what I would do, and then you move the goalpost, right?
I didn't move the
that's the next step.
goalpost.
Okay,
I said that is
you
what is
did.
between the
Look at what the
hypothetical.
option
It's
is,
like
though.
I would put myself in the middle of it. Okay, what if the guy says I won't
Yeah.
stop?
No, but
What do you do then?
Like I said, that might escalate.
yeah, moving the goalpost.
Yeah, you might have a fight, okay, and then the girl
down the
decides that
field,
she's gonna
you
side
guys
with the
can
other
go
guy.
and
Then what do you
take
do?
it.
That's the next.
That sounds like an insane
No, I'm
situation.
sorry,
I'm
not
not.
no
I mean,
can't
it
imagine
is
her
it is
siding with the
insane. That's
guy.
exactly
That
okay.
sounds very unlikely, though. I'd say
Yeah.
that's not like the common situation. Like that's like going to be an extremely rare situation. Like,
No,
even-
the common situation they
As
were
the
made
conservatives,
laughing out.
as
It's
the
also
conservatives
insane.
say, as the conservatives say, don't you guys want us to engage with the?
No, I don't
majority,
care what
not
you
a
have to
weird
say.
hypothetical?
In reality, I don't care what you have to say, Cal.
We are
Okay.
talking.
Okay, I have a DNI. Remember, I don't know what the fuck you're doing in panel. You're like, oh my god, I have a DNI with this guy. I don't want to ever say that. He's also gay and stuff. Hey, what the hell am I gonna do?
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't hear him.
Abe?
No, but all these things that you would
Abe,
have,
no.
like,
Did you guys know you can control each other's
Jesus.
volume? So I just set Emmett's volume to 0, so I can't hear him anymore. It's actually
exactly.
awesome.
Same. Yeah, same.
So what
yeah,
Ryan
Emmett's
is
been on
saying
0
is
for a
actually
minute, sorry.
fair.
What is a DNI in this context?
Most of the time,
Do not
it doesn't-
interact.
most of the time, like when you're in a situation like that, it doesn't go to that extreme. But like in the case that it does, like look, I don't necessarily say. Look, I had one dude that when I
I didn't go to
knocked
college.
him
I
in
didn't
the
follow.
forehead, he
I didn't
got
follow.
up and tried to.
Wait, it didn't go to what level? I don't know what you're
I-
talking about.
Nobody gives a
Yeah,
fuck.
because
Holy
I'm
shit,
trying to
lady.
explain it to
to
you,
do
and
with
if you
real
don't,
world experience.
Kel, if you don't shut your cum hole, you won't understand.
You
what's
you
going
listen
on
like for
with
2
things.
words, then you just start sparking the
Like,
fuck out.
you
Would you
have to-
shut
you
the
have to
fuck
use-
up and
you
let
have to use
somebody
these
talk for like
things.
2 seconds?
It sounds like you're trying to
Jesus
stay
fucking
clear,
Christ.
fair, like,
You have to
right?
use
Like-
these things.
Clarify the
Yeah, and
context
it turns
of what
out you
he's
can't get
talking about.
clarity after you just wait 2 seconds and only hear 2 words and then start to spurg out again. Why don't you let somebody finish a whole fucking sentence again? Holy
You're
shit.
asking me for asking for clarity. This is
I
crazy.
can't even
hear what
answer.
someone
I
is
can't
saying,
even answer
someone
why
can-
it's
you
not
can-
moving.
You can answer, Beth. Don't worry.
Doing good.
Kel, you can ask for clarity a million times, but if you don't let someone speak, you won't get
Talking
clarity.
about, bro. Can you just
Again,
say the
you're
premise of the
interrupting.
Shut up
context
and
of, like,
listen. You would.
I feel like you gotta let him talk, and then maybe we'll know what he's talking about. Just saying.
the context of what you say?
There-
It was this way. I was like,
What I was actually trying to explain is like Brian is right. It is actually really rare that something like that happens where somebody takes it to the extreme. I don't know what you're talking if you will,
He's
if you
literally
will
explaining.
if you will
If you'd
literally
shut up,
shut
you
your cum
would.
hole, Kel, you will hear what I'm saying. Okay. You just have to shut your cum hole long enough to hear it. That's all, Kel. All right.
Or what? Or what do
What
you do, bro?
what I'm saying is there is a. Oh my God. There is a rarity
Dave in the waiting
in
room.
which
What up,
in
Kissy
which
Cat?
someone will take it to that extreme, right? Like I had one dude, I knocked him, like I hit him in the forehead. I knocked him the fuck down. I'm a big dude. He was a foot shorter than me. When I hit him, his body damn near went limp. He got up. He got up and proceeded to try attacking the girl I was with. I didn't even know this girl all that well, but I didn't feel like she deserved that shit, and she looked horrified when it happened. And so I felt what
Did you
I
go to
did
jail
was
for this?
appropriate. I didn't. No,
With
no.
my ex-husband.
Okay, I didn't think so. Yeah.
I went.
We had a situation.
I went
when
to
we
jail
worked at the
for
bar.
2 weeks. I went to jail for 2 weeks.
What the fuck?
I went to jail for 2 weeks for assaulting him.
Crazy. I don't believe you.
I went to jail for
When
2
we
weeks
worked
for
at the
assault.
bar. Okay, we worked at a bar. My
You
ex-husband
guys can
and
keep
I did.
interrupting, and you won't get
That's
the
where our
story so
relationship
that you can
started,
understand the
okay?
question.
Yeah, we're trying to explain the question to you, dear. Okay, so like while we were working at the bar, we had a band playing. We were doing this big benefit this one night, and I was going around with an empty beer pitcher collecting donations for the cause that we were, doing the whole benefit for. And this guy proceeded to, rather than put his money in the beer jug, put it down my cleavage. I took it out, put it back in the jar, and he grabbed it again and forced his whole hand down the front of my shirt. My ex-husband was a bouncer there and immediately jumped in on that shit. Okay, he was not having anybody fucking touch me that way. All right, it did turn into a whole ordeal where, yeah, when they threw him out of the bar, and he proceeded to
And you
call the
left your
police.
husband for him.
No, they called the police. This guy called the. I did not. All right, no fucking way. But they ended up calling the police, and the police come because this guy was pissed off at how roughly he was thrown out of the bar, despite the fact that he had pretty much
No, he deserved
SA'd
it,
me.
honestly,
All right.
yeah.
And here's the thing: is exactly. But you will get these people who do commit the situations, right? Because that would count as me being SA'd, right? However, he's the one calling the cops because he felt he was dealt with too roughly. And he was trying to press charges against our bouncers, including my former husband, for trying to throw his ass out. For throwing his ass out too roughly.
How did
So
that play
these-
out in court, though?
Well, and
I
this
never
is the
even
thing,
made
Ryan.
it to court. Not even. They didn't even press charges against the guy for putting his hand down my shirt.
Okay, Cleaner said he ended
no
up in
press
jail
charges?
for 2 weeks, and that's
Yeah,
probably worth it, though, right?
I went to jail for 2 weeks,
What, Ryan?
and in that 2 weeks,
I was saying,
I
couldn't
lost
you have
the
pressed charges,
job.
Beth? Like,
Like,
don't you have the right
as
to
No,
press
they
charges
wouldn't
against
let
you
listen,
specifically?
so
They
as
wouldn't let
as
me.
a
They said it didn't count.
Okay, Cleaner's
as
going
a
to tell us his story
19-year-old.
instead of letting us finish that conversation.
No, I understand what
Well,
Beth
that
is
was
saying, and
Tom's
Here's been trying to tell this story
exemplifying,
for like 10 minutes.
I mean,
we
this
all
is
heard
like
his story already, and now we're
it's like a 3-minute
I haven't,
at most.
I haven't heard it.
This is crazy.
Story?
It's like a 3-minute at most story, and I've been interrupted so many times. I've never had this much difficulty trying to just explain something.
I'm sorry,
This is
Cleaner. I'll be
insane.
quiet.
No,
I don't believe you.
I just like I went to jail for 2 months, lost the job that I had, which was at this was pre 2000. So I was getting paid 24 an hour at the job I was at. I lost that job. Yes, Ryan, you're right. In court when it came out, the other guy ended up going to jail for 6 months for assaulting the girl I was with. The problem was I lost my job. I couldn't get another job. The only way I could get a job was by entering the military and agreeing to be a Kilo Squad guy, a guy that would go overseas and do the most horrific fucking things to other human beings so that I could pay my fucking way in society. Because this other dude decided to do some shit to the chick that I was with, who I didn't even fucking know that well. I just wanted to defend her because I felt like she needed to be defended because some guy fucking did some shit to her that was horrible in my mind.
That sounds like
Okay,
a fucking
what-
hero complex to me if I've ever heard one. And
Yeah,
How is
don't
that-
save her.
how
you
is
don't want to
that-
be saved. Don't save her.
I
Yeah,
don't care if
no,
it's
how
a
is that
hero
a- how
complex
is that
or
a-
not.
for women that need to be saved.
It
How is that
doesn't
a hero
matter.
complex?
It doesn't matter if it's a hero complex or not. What I'm asking you right now is, was all of that happened to me and happened to him justified the way it went down? Because like
no, life's not
where
fair,
I'm at,
bitch. Like boo hoo. Life's not fair. It's
Nobody
never
can hear you, Kel.
fair.
Maybe turned up almost double.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
okay.
this,
So then
this is
no.
the difference between men and women. Like men understand.
However,
Sure, sure.
happens to you, and you get wildly
Cleaner, would you do it again? My question is, would you do it again?
Oh fuck yeah, in a heartbeat. In fact, nowadays, if I had 40-year-old me doing that shit right
something, you
now,
fucking
I would
retard.
fuck that dude up
Sorry,
way harder.
man. I was just like
Way
asking
harder,
a
bro.
question, and all I could hear is the teacher from Charlie Brown going wah 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 wah. Like, close your hell. How many ears do you have, and how many mouths do you have? Just use them in that ratio, if you don't mind, because like as somebody who's like 45 years old, your speaking is like a little tiny little insect going.
No wonder you can't hear too well. You're
Hey.
ancient, bro. You're on the deathbed.
You're just instigating more back and forths that are not about the topic. You're not helping, Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
Are you supposed to be the
Bro.
man and take the leadership in the fucking leadership, like directing the conversation? But instead, you're
Wow.
obfuscating, like the women. Okay, wow, very.
Obfuscating about what?
Dave, to answer your question,
Yeah.
Dave, to answer your question,
ability
I
to speak
absolutely
does
would,
not make
and
you
I would-
intelligent.
If it happened nowadays, 40s me, I would probably fuck the guy up even worse, knowing I would go to jail for a little while because I wouldn't fucking care, because that chick would have been defended, and I would have defended her so she didn't get fucking assaulted or hurt worse. Because I
anyone
know
think-
that dude had nefarious intent.
Does anyone think what Cleaner did is wrong on this panel? Like,
yeah.
I think it was probably disproportionate.
why?
Yeah.
In what sense? Like, what was?
Why does that matter?
Well, let me ask you, Confluence. Do you think that the initial reaction, if somebody if you're at a bar or something and someone like grabs somebody on the ass, like, do you think the best thing to do in that moment is
We
to
were at a
deck
Burger
them as
King.
hard as you can?
We
No,
were at a
just slap
Burger.
them.
We were at a Burger King. He grabbed like she had shorts on that were just like 6 inches above her knee. He grabbed the shorts, pulled them up, and held his hand right there on her butt. I turned around, decked his ass. He hit the ground and then got up and tried to grab her again, which was fucking insane. He tried to grab her
That's
again.
stupid, yeah.
I decked him again,
wild.
and I went to jail for that.
So
I don't know if I
Cleaner,
would
not
say
to
it's
make,
the
not to
best,
make light
but
of that
it's
situation,
justified,
but
right?
was the fact that it was at a Burger King, does that mean he was trying to have it his way?
I don't
crazy.
fuck. I don't know. Maybe.
John.
Maybe.
I would think so.
He might have taken the slogan to heart, bro. You're right. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
But Ryan, I agree. It might not be like the best, but would you say it's unjustified?
Not completely unjustified, but I think there's probably better ways to handle this situation. And so, like, the issue I'm taking is when he keeps saying defended her. Like, I think what he means is defending her honor, right? Like, which
No,
I understand
no.
wanting to defend.
No.
Because, like, but
Well,
if you,
she was essayed though,
hang on.
right? Like, that's
If
not
it
just
was just,
honor. She was
if it
essayed,
was-
right?
Yeah, if
She
some-
was, like,
if somebody
assaulted.
was-
Listen, Ryan.
yes, but
if
you
it
can
was-
stop that assault in different ways. I think. Like,
I
I'm not
agree.
saying it's the wrong thing to
If
do.
it
Like,
was
there are
just words,
I'm-
if it was just words
What?
and honor, Ryan, I agree with you. If it's just words and honor, I agree with you 100%. But
No,
when someone touches, when someone
I
lays
understand.
hands on
No
another
one walks
person,
up and say
that is
hello, bro.
physical assault. And as
But
far
wait,
as I'm
don't you
concerned,
think-
that
right,
person
I
needs to
Yeah,
be
but
defended
as soon
if
as it
they're
escalates
weak
to
or
that,
not
now you
able
guys
to
have to
defend
settle it in court.
themselves.
I'm sorry. As soon as it escalates, you guys have to settle it through the
Real
law.
quick,
Like,
real
that's how it
quick. Can I
works.
say something real quick? Would it be okay if I said something real quick? Thank you. So,
If you
But
put your
this is-
hand into a
Don't
fire,
make it
should you be
different.
slapped
man,
to
don't
dissuade
think
you
that a real man
from
will
putting it back in
listen to
again?
me
Do you
the
think?
difference between-
So,
okay.
When Kelly takes her headset off, can you just server mute her until she puts it back on? Okay.
Yeah, so like if someone puts their
Okay.
hand in a fire, should we slap them? Should we slap their hand to stop them from doing it again? That's a question.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed. I'm not even opposed to like physically pushing him out of the way. Like, I'm not against physical violence necessarily. I'm not a pacifist, you know.
Okay, so
No,
what's,
that's
I
one
guess
way.
the core disagreement? Do you just think the fact that he like cold cocked him was just too much? But you would say that like
I mean, I'm not sure. What I am, all I'm saying is that it makes sense that once that's happened, that now there's going to be like a court case. There's going to be it's like we are now escalating to a legal dispute based
I
on this
agree,
physical
but
interaction.
Cleaner,
just
do you
practically, just
do you
realistically,
disagree with
that
that,
is going to
Cleaner?
happen regardless
I
of
feel
how you
like-
feel about it.
But I feel like
Well,
Cleaner
it
is
depends on
agreeing
who
that
you
that
are.
is what happens,
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
saying
yeah.
he would do it again. So I feel like he's
Yeah, but
aware.
it sounds like
that
it sounds like he's complaining about it.
No. What I'm saying is just that there's a differential. Like, okay, so here's what I'm trying to explain, right? Like, if I had not been there dating her, if I had not been taking her to Burger King, she just walked into Burger King, some guy grabbed her ass, that motherfucker would have gone to jail for 6 months to a year minimum, right? But since I defended her,
Not in
I
New
went
York.
to jail, and then a year later, he finally got charges against him to go to jail because I fucking defended her ass. Right, and she was screaming up and down that I defended her, and the cops still grabbed me and threw me in jail because I punched him in the head for doing what he did.
Where did this happen again?
This depends
It was
on
at a
where
Burger
you
King.
live.
Yeah,
But
No, I
this
mean, what
depends
state?
on where you live. Because
It-
in
it-
New York, like I said
it was
earlier,
here in
I
Texas
could
in the 90s.
slap somebody across the fucking face and not go to jail. So somebody grabbing my ass, you best believe there's no laws to help me because somebody grabbed my ass or put their hand down the front of my shirt. They will do nothing about that.
Yeah, they won't do
Texas
shit
was
about
more
that.
I think you
than
can
this.
still you say
Not
that,
in
but
New
I think
York.
you can still file charges.
Get out of
I'm
New
not
York.
sure
No,
if that's correct.
no,
You can.
no.
Well,
I
you can
No, I
file
think you're
civil
wrong. I think you're
charges.
wrong,
no.
Beth. I'm sorry.
Listen,
You can file
I'm
civil
telling
charges,
you,
but you
outright.
have to show a lot of
No.
evidence in that case, Ryan.
We
It's
had
really
And
like
then
no,
pay
it's
and
a
it.
I
lot of
even
money.
had
You got to
Witnesses,
pay to
right?
go to court.
But
I
that's
even
the
went to
had
thing,
jail.
Ryan.
That's
Yeah, but
not a
you
civil
can
case.
probably make that money, make them pay it by winning the court case,
No,
right?
no, you don't get any monetary compensation from it. What you get is the person with criminal charges, which doesn't get you any
and I,
monetary compensation.
I mean, I think all there's a lot of dependent factors. Like, there's a lot of different ways this could play out. I think you guys are being very.
Ryan,
No,
Ryan
I
said
Ryan,
it.
we
Ryan
had a
said a
understand
civil
what you're
case.
saying,
You would
Ryan. I
get. You
do.
could get money for a civil case, right? By
Right,
definition.
right. Yeah,
Absolutely.
if it was nothing but
Civil,
civil
yeah.
and it stayed that way, but because what they did was actually a federal crime, you couldn't end up taking it to civil court as well because it wasn't a simple civil issue. It wasn't like slander or like, defamation of character or like you injured my monetary income or something. It was something criminal. It was this guy grabbed my ass in a sexual way and then grabbed it again in a sexual way. That's
Okay, wait,
felony
wait.
time.
Can
That's
I
not civil
interrupt?
court.
This is an honest question, but like
Sure.
we see cases where it happens with both. Like think of like the OJ trial, right? Like that he lost civilly, right? It was a criminal thing, but then he lost civilly, and I think we've seen that with a lot of court cases. So you can be charged
yeah, for
criminally and
wrongful
then
death.
get a civil
Yeah,
suit.
I just
Yeah.
don't think.
It
Yeah, I
depends
don't
on
think what
what
you're saying
it
is
is.
true. Like, I
Yeah,
agree.
but
Depends on what it is.
that's a little
But in
different
that,
though because there was a civil aspect to it. In this it was really simple. There wasn't because there was no relationship, there was no nothing else. It was just this dude was like he saw a chick in a fucking short shorts and was like, I'm gonna grab her ass.
No, I
and
get it, but
fucking
let's
grab,
say
you
like
know what I
again
mean?
Yeah, male
Like there
entitlement is
wasn't
an epidemic. I agree.
but with like
there.
Rittenhouse and stuff,
Hey,
like what was the
Ryan,
civil aspect
but it's
toward
I don't
not
that?
disagree
bad
with you
when it
there
comes
actually,
to
Ryan.
women in some cases. Listen, in New York State, like you cannot just press charges because you feel like it, regardless of what it is. Okay, like
Yeah.
a perfect
You have
example
to have
was
evidence.
we had a situation where even like my ex-husband decided he wasn't gonna let me sleep for a few days. Literally made sure I couldn't fucking sleep.
Fuck.
Cops wouldn't do shit about it. Not a goddamn
Fucked
thing.
up. That's fucked up.
My ex-husband, he pulled some bad shit in the end. Okay, there was even there was one day where he told my son he was gonna come to the house, punch me in the face, and break my jaw. I called the police. My son recorded this, mind you. Okay, recorded him fucking saying this shit. The police said because he didn't say it to me, it doesn't constitute a threat. No charges filed. Couldn't even do anything about it in court. Only thing I could do is open a CPS case.
Oh,
That
fuck
was it.
that, dude.
Okay.
Sounds
Fuck
like a New
that,
York
man.
issue.
Some
We had
dude.
another issue where he got a new lighter that looked like a fucking pistol. I'm not kidding you guys. Okay, like I was shocked. It's so big that the cigarettes fit in the handle, the pistol grip. Okay.
Okay, wait.
This
Can we walk back a
motherfucker.
little bit and like
That's
talk about
huge.
how we got to this point? Because I feel like what led
You're
down
saying
this rabbit hole.
She's
you're
explaining
saying
it.
that
To be
that
honest,
you
I
you're
think
Let her
saying that
finish the
you're
story
saying that
real
I'm
quick.
wrong about being able to press charges in New York. I'm giving you real, actual situations where some states I probably could have. In New York, they said no, doesn't count.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
I guess
New York
like the police
allows
also
it.
could have technically been wrong. Like I don't know, ACAB, right?
Oh
Like
no,
I'm with you there. Like I don't know,
I
like
went
but
above them. Went above them.
sure.
Are
Anyway, the reason I was pushing.
I've got stories I can't tell you, but publicly like this, but like seriously in New York, yeah, no. Even when it comes down to physical shit, like when I heard the Diddy trial was taking place in New York, I said immediately, 3/4 of those charges are about to disappear because they're going to move them onto DV laws, and as long as he can say, "Well, I was having sex with this person for more than 2 weeks,"
It went
it
civil
moves under
instead of
domestic
criminal.
violence laws, and
Yep.
domestic violence laws in New York are written to disappear because they
Yeah.
expect for the victim to change their mind. So they
Yeah.
make it so that these charges literally disappear, and there's never anything done about it.
Wait,
I
can you
called
clarify
shit,
that?
I was
Like,
fucking
Yeah,
right.
what do you
The
mean
victims
by that?
don't want to go
like
through.
I
well,
can agree
because
some
the
things fall
reason
through
they
the
do it like
cracks,
that
but
is because the victims don't want to go through the cross-examination and the
It's not. No,
character
no, no.
assassination and all that. The victims don't want to go through that shit, and they know they're gonna hurt from that shit. And it's like
It's not
they've
just
already
that.
seen it
No.
happen,
You know, all
so
this
they don't
just
want
makes
to
me
go through it.
it makes me so proud to be a black Joe Biden voter who supports the Violence Against Women Act. Like I'm
You're
super
not
that
black.
was like
Worse
just
than that.
personally. I'm very
You're not
what?
black. Shut the
Listen,
fuck
no,
up. You're
this
not
goes
black.
both
Yes, I
ways.
am. I voted for Joe Biden.
Women.
I don't care.
I've
You're
seen
not black.
women
Shut the
get
fuck
off
up.
on this. Hang on.
The
I wanna
what?
finish.
Sorry,
I've
Ryan.
What
seen
did
women
what did the sorry,
get off
Ryan?
on
What
this
did the
shit.
law
I've seen
say
women get off on
about?
this shit too.
I'm gonna get
Yeah,
coffee.
what did it
I'll be
say
right back.
exactly? What was it about?
Okay, so again, I think the reason we went down this whole rabbit hole
Ryan,
was
what did
because
the
we were
law
talking
say?
about like the nature, like we were talking about chickens,
Ryan,
roosters, and the
Ryan,
nature of
stop,
men and women,
stop.
and then we
Hey,
went
calm
down to
down.
a situation that Cleaner
What did the law
described a
say?
situation where
Ryan,
he was
you
implying
made a
like,
claim. What did the law
nowadays,
say?
if you
What did the law
punch someone,
say?
then
Ryan, what did the law
What?
say?
What did the law say?
what does this guy say?
What did the
you
law
have
What did-
say?
Emmett,
what-
you have Emmett on
what did the
zero
law
still,
say?
Ryan.
He said, "I am the
What?
law."
Oh, I do have Emmett on 0. Yeah, I can't
That's,
hear
that's a
him.
problem.
Okay.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't do
I
that.
will speak for Emmett. Hey, Chico, what did the law say?
The point is that depending on where you are, the laws are written differently. And in New York, the domestic violence laws go against. There are female perpetrators. I don't know why people are thinking that this shit is just against men. This is against anyone who commits DV. And in New York, what it is they expect that the victim is going to change their mind and forgive the person. So the way that the laws are written, you have charges pressed against you that qualify under the DV laws. Like, for instance, even though I have not been with my ex-husband since 2019, if I called them today about a problem, it's still going to be listed under DV because I was married to him at one time.
But DV,
Okay.
I guess,
No,
are
it's
you
not
just saying
domestic at all
stuff
at this point.
falls through the cracks? Because like DV
Yes,
is
it
illegal
disappears.
in New York, right? Like you would at
But
least agree on the
only if
books
you-
it's illegal.
If you stick to your guns and you pursue those charges, okay, yes, they will go through. However, they automatically assume that people are going to change their minds. And so therefore it's the way that it's charged. If it has that DV, they automatically like expect for the victim to change their mind, and they make it so that whoever got arrested isn't going to feel a whole lot of pain. Okay, it can disappear and not hurt their record. A perfect example. Okay, most of the time when you do pursue the charges, the first 2 or 3 times, it depends on the timing, okay? They end up getting what's called a conditional discharge, an ACD. So as long as they behave themselves for 6 months and don't get in any trouble, those charges will never appear on their record. Ever.
So,
And so
Beth,
then,
quick question.
I'm not
What's the
kidding.
lead? Sorry, what's the lead time though? What's the lead time from the event and then to any sort of pursuance of the perpetrator? What is the lead time?
Okay.
That's my question.
Okay, there you go. So back in January, my ex-husband stole my identity, used my bank account to pay a whole bunch of his bills. It was filed under DV laws. Don't ask me why. We still have not been to trial on that. Still.
How is that? How is fraud DV? Like
Because we were married.
the
at
V
one time.
means violence, right? In DV.
Yeah.
Dare say
Okay, but Beth,
I'm
let's
not
say
kidding. I
let's
can
say
get the police report and you can see where it's
Beth,
filed
let's
under
say
DV. There's a
let's
little
say a
box.
husband and a wife are in a Burger King and one of them cold cocks the other one. Is would you is that at least illegal and you'd probably face charges? Or are you
It's
saying
illegal.
even that would be
Absolutely.
like dropped?
Depends
As
on if one's wearing
long
a crown.
as she pursues it, as long as she pursues it and stays with it, it will go through. But what will happen is he will get a conditional discharge. All right, the first thing that'll happen is they'll put a restraining order in place at the first hearing, so he can't go home or be around his kids for however long. When it comes down to actually dealing with the charges, as long as, you know, things are, well, most of the time they'll get what's called an ACD. As long as he's good for 6 months and doesn't get arrested for anything, those charges will never appear on his record and there will be no punishment for it.
Like even if the woman
That's
doesn't
how it
back
goes.
down, like I know you're saying she's incentivized to back
Yes.
down, but
Yes.
again, let's say
Yeah.
there's video evidence of like your husband punching you in a Burger King, and the woman sticks to her
90% of the
guns.
time.
You're saying the charges
Nine-
still don't
yeah.
stick?
90% of the time, the charges stick and they get what is called an ACD. Okay.
Okay,
As
what
long
is
as
that?
they,
I'm not familiar with
it,
that.
it
What does
is
that stand
called
for?
adjudication and contemplation of dismissal. So what happened, or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure that's what it means. So as a law, and
adjournment.
so they can adjournment.
Adjournment in contemplation of dismissal. Yeah.
Yes, adjournment. Okay, so what happens is, as long the judge will set a timer for either 6 months or 12 months, and as long as he does not get arrested for anything else in those 6 months or 12 months, at the end of it, it's dismissed. It's gone.
What is the judge's
Never
responsibility in
Is that
whole
actually
situation?
true?
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. No.
Yes.
In New York,
My
yeah. The
husband
laws are a
received
little different.
4 of them.
Yeah.
My
So, like, and
ex-husband
even with like
has
full like
already received-
video evidence, like fully
Yep.
video evidence of like you getting
Yep.
that's
Yep.
Yes.
insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
insane.
That's how
Dude, New York.
works.
New York is so different from a lot of states.
It's horrible.
Some states have that
Ridiculous.
My
adjudication
ex-husband broke
deferment
my back
where like
and got away with it. Try
basically
that
like
one on
you
for size.
you make your moral case and the judge tries to
Got
make a
it. Stay
judgment
in
based
jail.
on your moral case. It's called like a adjudication deferment or something like that, you know.
Yes.
The-
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of states have this shit, and it basically comes down to what the judge chooses to do based on what their feelings are of your case and the evidence that's permitted or presented, right? And it's like, man, I mean, sometimes you can get some really horrible judges, and New York judges have been shown to be really, man.
Horrible.
Now, I'm not. Yeah, I want to say horrible, but I'm trying to be charitable and just say they've been a
Look.
little less than nice towards males.
It's probably gonna get
We had
worse
a
right now
situ-
that what's his name? Eric Adams stepped out of the running.
We had a situation
Yeah.
where my former husband was arrested. I actually had to be taken to the hospital. I was in rough shape. Okay, I got choked out. Fucking, he fractured my orbital socket. When the police showed up, I was sneaking the children out of the house one at a time, like literally carrying them over to a neighbor's. I was going back for my stepdaughter when they showed up, and I'm not even the one who called them. Somebody else called them, and that's exactly what happened. He was given an ACD. And what was it? It was like 18 months later, he was arrested again and given another ACD for he had he kept calling me. He was saying he was going to kill me. He was going to bury me in the woods. All this bullshit. And like, I had it recorded. I recorded the fucking phone calls. Took
Okay, is
that
there-
shit to the judge.
Is there
And
any
the
leftists
day-
left on this panel? Like, what's the leftist steel man for having these like insane laws?
These are New York is leftist. The whole
No, but
state-
that's
like,
what I mean.
really
Like, if we were
behaved.
talking, like, if Ryan, the radical coder, was here,
No, he's not.
what is the left? What is the leftist steel man of like having these New York cuck laws? Like, is there any possible good steel man?
Ryan's not here anymore.
Women's
No,
independence.
I'm saying if he was, like, what
women's
would
independence. Women's
doubt
power.
he'd have
Women's independence. I don't fucking
this?
know.
This
dude.
feels anti-woman in a way, right?
No.
Like,
Well, and
But
that's
again-
the thing.
but ag-
Like even my scenario where like the chick had her butt grabbed, I knocked the dude on the ground. Like I'm 6'5". Like I haven't been shorter than 6'5" since I was like fucking 16 years old, dude. when I hit this dude, I hit him with 280 pounds of fucking man weight behind it. I knocked him the fuck out for grabbing my girl's ass. You can imagine how mad I was when he did that shit. I put that all into a fist and gave it to his forehead. He sat up, stood up, grabbed her ass again, and I knocked him the fuck out again. All right. So like, I went to jail for 2 weeks for this. Okay. What this whole thing is just illustrating is the disparity between what is right and what is moral. We know in a moral society, like if I was defending a woman and she had her ass grabbed 2 fucking times by the same guy and felt sexually or SA'd, sorry, that like I would be justified, right? No, bro. No. I went to jail.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and a lot of people like the left on the left spectrum.
How does that work? Like how does that work? How is that women's independence? How is that better for women? How is that defending? Like I was literally defending a girl that I only knew for like 3 days because I'd only been talking to her for 3 days and I wanted to take her out and just get to know her.
Harassing, threatening to kill me. Okay. You know, he
Right.
just does it. He does his ACD. When it disappears off his record, he does it again.
I
It's a
remember
breakdown in the law.
I remember recently
Right.
somebody saying that the choice of the woman supersedes the life of the child. So if that is the case, then the choice of the woman also supersedes the right to
The life of
defend
the
her.
man.
So
The life of the man too. Yeah.
Well, but here's the
It's
thing.
wild.
Connor.
Cleaner is wild that happened in Texas. Like that's just being polite in Texas.
But I do think it's funny because it's like she's like, well, I don't need a man to protect me, but I'll go to an institution created by men, populated and mostly dominated by men to ensure that my things are held and heard and advocated for. So it's a different type of protection. It's not the, fisticuffs, kind of way that we used to do things, but they'll lie to themselves and say, well, I went to the authorities and I was just, it's like, no, you're just relying on the same men, a different type of men to provide that thing. So, but you know what? It's totally wrong for someone like you to do that. But I can go ahead as a liberal because I'm pissed off at somebody who doesn't even is not even assaulting someone or hurting someone, but is staring to say something I don't like, and I'll go ahead and throw a milkshake at them.
Well, and that's kind of that's kind of the thing that I have like this breakdown and understanding of, right? So like in my mind, as far as my dad raised me and my mom raised me, I did exactly what a man should do in that situation. Some guy physically touched a girl I was with in a way she would not appreciate, and I did something about it, and then did it a second time after I knocked him the fuck out, right? After the 30 seconds of him being dazed, and he decided
Didn't
to get
learn
back
from the
up.
first time.
Right, yeah,
Deserved
yeah.
it.
And I knocked, and Grump, if you've been in Texas a while, this was after Caveman got out of the governorship in the 98-99 time frame. So he was no longer in the governorship.
Rick Perry time?
And yes, sir. So right then, when the laws started changing and they were all fuck men. And so I did what any man in their right mind should do when his lady is being physically assaulted by another dude. I did exactly what I should do as I have been raised. I fucking defended her. And I can tell you right now, there's a handful of women out there that in the social media, in the hyperbolic social media sphere, will say what I did was fucking wrong and I should go to jail for it. But 98% of women would be like, that dude did the right fucking thing. And I would be proud if my man ever did that shit.
You know what that is though? It's because people don't want instant consequences, and that's if you make it wrong for you to do that, that means that someone, when they face an action or a negative action that they commit, they're dismissing themselves from instant justice. And what people do is rely on justice through the sort of the legislative means, which very rarely does pursue the initial. When you're there and you see it with your own eyes, you're a first-hand witness. That you're involved in the moment. But the reason that people don't want someone to get a smack, the way I would see it, if I'd have seen the same thing, I would have smacked the guy. If I'd have been with a girl and he'd have done that, I would have just smacked the guy. It would have been, and he would have been put down. And I would say, You don't do that. You don't do it again. But what people want is that they can act without instant repercussions, because due to moral relativism, there's a justification after the fact where you can go back and remember it how you want to remember it. But if you're met in the instant of your action and you're punished for that, now maybe you went a bit hard on him, yeah, and maybe that's something that you yourself in your own mind maybe possibly regret. But the reaction to his action was just natural. That's what happens. If you can't just act and expect there to be no repercussions for your actions, and that's what happens in schools now, where you have kids like my little nephew. He was assaulted. He was smacked. He was like sucker punched, beaten over the head when he had his back turned, and the school did nothing. The school tried to justify the reasons for the fact that he did what he did to my nephew, but didn't ever address the pain and the issue with my nephew, that he was frightened to go to school. They turned and justified the crime rather than punishing it. And
then social media sites came in and pushed that and promoted it on their social media sites so that people followed suit and did that kind of thing, where they would come behind him and knock him on the Snapchat and all that.
Yeah, Dave, I had the same thing.
If I may,
I had the same thing happen with my daughter, Dave. Like there was a dude that was harassing her, and actually when she was I think she was 14 or 15 at this time, I can't remember exactly. She was in school, and this guy literally stuck his finger down her in a no-no area. He got defended. She punched him in the nose and bloodied his nose because he did that. He got defended. She got suspended for school.
Yeah.
What?
My
are
son.
you fucking insane?
Yeah.
If I may have a
like this is against every feminist doctrine out there. How would even feminists support that? That's insane.
I can actually give you a justification. So I was reading Solzhenitsyn a long time ago, and there's a part which says, it's talking about bandits and stuff. Not only did the articles of the code dealing with thieves and bandits not oppress the thief, he was in fact proud of his conviction under them. He was supporting his pride by all the chiefs in blue shoulder boards and blue pimping. On that's nothing. Even though you are a bandit and a murderer, you're not a traitor to the motherland. You are one of our own people. You will reform. So the point is that they see them as part of people that can be reformed into whatever the system they created, while the people that are against whatever the institution sees as beneficial for their powers or their lust of power, that is where the actual traitor lies. So the laws are not meant to prevent or protect the people. They're actually meant to attack every single person so that they can get them in whatever situation they want.
Yeah.
And make those people beholden to the system too.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to Cleaner's point, I think this is kind of lost in this generation, because I can remember Cleaner being like a kid, and I can remember there was a couple of guys from California, and they were like complaining about how like 67 degrees is like cold, right? Which is like ridiculous. And I thought that was funny, and I mouthed off. And as that old expression goes, you don't write a check with your mouth that your ass can't cash.
Right.
They
Right.
instantly picked me up and threw me in the dumpster. It was cause and effect.
Yeah.
And
it was almost
next
instantaneous,
time,
too,
I'm
yeah.
not going to do that.
Right.
So wait a second.
But
though, so how
Exactly.
does
Talking
that
about the
play
instant
out?
correction thing.
So
just for a moment, that Cleaner, I've been waiting on this. What Cleaner mentioned, instant correction. That's what works with dogs, kids, humans in general. It has to be right then, or it doesn't have any impact. You can't correct your dog for something that happened an hour ago. That's not going to work. It doesn't. Unless there's like a nose and
That's
go here.
very true. But if you want to get even more insane about it, think about it like this, okay? If me at 280 pounds, 6'5", I stood a foot over this guy, I gave him everything that a man has in the form of a fist right on his forehead. 30 seconds later, after he's out of the dazed and confused state he's in, he gets up and tries to grab her ass again, right? If I had not done that, if all I did was just stand there and look at him when he grabbed her ass, what do you think he was actually going to do to her? if
So
I
yeah,
So-
didn't
Cleaner, I mean,
do what
I
I
Wait a
did.
second,
agree
though.
with
Yeah,
you,
that's
and
a
I
fair
had this
point. If you
argument
get
on
knocked
Sarah's
out and then
channel.
do it again, I mean, I don't know what you had intended the
This
first
is
See,
like
that's
That's
kind of
maybe
what
bad.
I'm
high,
getting at
maybe
here,
learning
though.
disability
Let's
is
try
a
to give each
suspect at that
other.
point.
I feel you, vibe. I feel you.
Yeah.
I'm
No,
gonna let vibe talk, but then I gotta
I'm
stop.
dying here because I actually had this exact conversation on Sarah's channel against Ryan and a couple of other like guys that were just like totally simping. Like they're like, you never resort to violence. You always try to talk it out. Now, if Ryan were to grab
It's pretty
my
gay.
wife's ass, I could probably turn to Ryan and say, if you do that again, I'm freaking gonna kick your ass. And he'll probably never do it again. But we all know as men on this panel know that there are men out there that will be like, F you, just because you said that, I'm going to do it again. Those
Right.
are the type of
Exactly.
men
Oh, yeah.
that need a beat down, okay? And what Cleaner's saying is that we're not all equal and we all don't think the same. Some men actually need an instant response.
Oh.
I've been in that scenario where, matter of fact, I actually saw a woman that wasn't even my girlfriend being harassed by a guy. I pulled him aside, said, stop. He said, what are you going to do about it? And he was 10 times bigger than me. And to be honest, I grabbed 3 of my friends and we all kicked his ass. Just because I knew I couldn't. Am I not a man for that? No. I knew that I was protecting the woman. I don't give a shit that I couldn't kick his ass personally and I had to bring in 3
Think-
friends. I still did it because he didn't listen.
think this-
Some
Good
people
on you.
Sorry,
just need
Abe.
punishment.
Go ahead,
And that's
Abe.
actually what the government's about, right? Enforcement. Like if you don't follow the rules, and this is a social rule, we didn't bring. There was a time also as well
Yeah, video is frozen.
where
Yeah.
if the cops came in this scenario, they would have forgiven me. They would have been like, "Yeah, you did right. We're gone." Now they're like, "Oh, we don't actually have that right because we're not the judge. Now we actually have to prosecute you. You were a man. You stood up for a woman, but you did the wrong thing. Therefore, you are no longer allowed to be a man, and you have to show up in front of a judge and try to explain this
Right.
to him."
And here's the thing, Vibe. Had the cops actually been right there in that situation, they might have shot the guy fucking dead. And
True.
that's the crazy thing is like, because he continued, like, if there was a cop there at the
Hello? Give me a second. I'm trying to fix the. Yep. I'm still live on it, but they can't hear or see you guys right this moment because it's acting really goofy. They can still. Well, they could hear you a minute ago. I don't know if they still can, so. Right. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Well, I'm. This is so weird. I just don't. I don't know what. Hold on. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Being so strange.
Angry at my brother-in-law for going to the police because they didn't do anything. So it's like in my mind, yeah, it's in my mind. What it is
me
that
too.
everybody has these standards. In the UK, we call it, I can't remember the name what we call it, but
What's that
Ofsted.
shit?
It's like an expected inspection. You have your league tables of schools, you have your statistics. The teachers are thinking along the lines of the school as a whole, of where.
Okay. I'm gonna close Discord for a second, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to get all the way out of it, and then I'm gonna go back into it, and we'll see if that fixes the situation, because it's being kinda dumb right now. And I don't know why it's being that dumb, but it's being that dumb. Okay. So, anyway, I'm gonna try reopening my Discord server. My PC is actually acting really crazy right now, too, so. I don't know. Actually, it's partially my OBS is not loading stuff. I can do what I'm doing right now, but the screens with the presets on them will not change at all. All I can do is like my live camera for some reason, which I don't understand what it's doing. Let's see. I tried doing a different video source on that same page, but it did nothing. It did nothing. So it's being really, really crazy right this minute. Let's see. Let's see if I can figure out what's going on here. It's a little unhappy with me at the moment. See if I can figure out why it's acting like this. Is that reducing anything? See if that worked. We'll see. Hopefully it did. Won't even load my menu. What the shit is going on? I'm so confused why it's acting like this. Okay. How do I... I don't even know why it's acting so silly. Hello? Oh, not responding. That's exciting. Now stuff inside my OBS is not responding. It's probably a bad sign, I imagine. Great. Well, if this ends the stream, I'm sorry. About to find out. Am I still here? Hello? This is the weirdest I've ever seen it act. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second here. Let's see if I can make this stop acting real crazy like. Do. I've never had it act like this before. I am going to fire up StreamYard and I'm going to raid over to myself, I think. And we'll see if I can't fix it that way. Because if I can't, then, well, looks like people are going elsewhere. But it should work. I just won't be able to continue that call unless I can. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Cancel. What the heck, dude? This is so weird how it's acting. Hello? It's weird that it's like completely unresponsive on the other screen. Like, okay. Hold on. So strange, you guys. Never had it act like this before. Mm. I'm so Okay, let's see if this is gonna work.
You're
think
not
there's
there.
a
You're
deep
not going to bite anybody.
there's a deep irony because like the left, like in when I went to college, like the left is like all about talking about agency, right? But then it almost becomes like a soft bigotry of low expectations, where then when we have people doing violence, we justify it and we kind of strip them of the agency that the left forwards as like the most important thing, and then we remove all moral culpability from these people, which is like the exact opposite of what the leftists always talk about. And so it just seems like a weird thing that we think the violent criminals, that they don't have control over their actions, which again seems like soft bigotry in that way.
In a way, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to tell you
why
guys
would they
this.
have acid bigotry?
I really want to tell you guys this story.
Like my bigotry to be firm and girthy.
So just like Beth was
Exactly,
talking
not
about
soft.
her children, right?
Okay,
Abe
what's up,
Stream is
Vibe?
back up.
If anybody,
Booyah! Good job,
Vibe?
Abe.
Go ahead, Vibe.
So,
Oh wait, I'm sorry, Vibe.
my
You're all
oldest-
muffly, man. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Shut up.
Can I turn you up?
So my oldest son is about
I
to
got you
turn
all the way up,
21
man.
this weekend, right? But when he went to 6th grade, he got a picture from another girl in 6th grade, with her top off. She sent him this picture. A 6-year-old girl sent him a
Wow.
picture on his phone, and I shouldn't have given him a phone at 6th grade, but that's on me. My other children don't have one.
6 years or 6th grade?
6th grade.
Okay.
Now, my son was smart enough to not share that photo with anybody. However, he did show his friends, going, "Look what I got." And his friends took pictures with his phone of that picture. Now, that picture got out because other people took pictures of his hand and the phone. Now, the police were called, and this was actually, I was informed,
man.
this was child pornography distribution. Granted, it is, and 100% okay with that. Like, I don't have a problem with that. And here's how they found out is because the photo got distributed through the school, the daughter or the girl that sent that picture to my boy didn't want to go back to school. She was ashamed. She was humiliated. And she told her mom what happened. She said, "There's pictures of me naked of my breasts out there on the internet." Now, I mean, this is all a horrible thing. My son did do bad by showing his friends, but we all know as men on this panel, if you're in 6th grade and a girl does that, you're probably going to share it with somebody. I'm proud of my son for not posting it on the internet. I'm proud of him for never actually distributing it. However, he did unintentionally in his dumbass 6th grade mind. But the other thing that really I struggle with the most is I met this 6th grade girl, and she doesn't want to be a girl that shows her breasts. But what happened to society that made her think that to get my son's attention, she had to do that? And so I tell the antidote not to just say, "Hey, yeah, shit happens in life, and this is what happened in my life." I tell the antidote because it made me think so much about what happened to society that this 6th grade girl, who shouldn't even be thinking about these things through social media, through TV, through movies, through everything that's out there, felt like this was her way to say, "I like you," instead of just passing me a note, right? Where are we screwing up? And I mean, this goes back to the original conversation, Abe, with like women and men and dating, right? I mean, I think it comes down to this simple fact that something got screwed up in society and something got screwed up in our minds, where all of a sudden we have the wrong prescriptions of how we date, how we attract somebody else, how we behave. And so I only make the antidote to actually go back to the original question, like what went wrong and how did we get to this point where a 6-year-old girl who actually probably wants to hang upside down still on a monkey bars is showing her breasts and sending a freaking pic to my son. And my
A
son,
6th grader.
by the way, I'm not saying my son's a good saint, right?
I can actually explain what happened in society that created this effect because I've done a lot of background research. I'm actually a little afraid for my life because I'm fighting this thing that is our tech conglomerate, and they have killed people and they will kill people for fighting this. But they are correlating the data we're getting when we do searches on Google and other search engines. And a lot of people don't understand
using Google.
Your subconscious mind. If you search something, like let's say you search Mickey Mouse, the first thing that comes up is going to be Mickey Mouse, but the other 9 searches that come up that your subconscious takes in, but your conscious doesn't take in are sex with Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse have lots of sex. This is, you know what I'm saying? Like this type of thing. So what it does is it creates a complacency in the mind that sex in this form is okay. And the more they do this, and it's called ephemeral instancing and ephemeral enterprising, what they do is they continue to give you this search data. This search data can't be correlated in any way. You can't figure this out because it's not like there's no data to show what you get for a search when the algorithm outputs your search results in the city, the state, and the town, and the part of the world that you're in. And it literally does it based off of all those metrics, including your past search history, based on your IP address and the IP addresses around you, your state, the way their political views are, the way their leanings are. All of it goes into the algorithm to give you a very specific output that they can get clicks off of, and that's all they care about is ad revenue. If we take away ad revenue, they don't have a reason to continue doing this other than to be evil.
Well, that was kind of your point in the debate about Match Group, right? With what you're saying with dating apps.
Not monetizing it themselves directly, but then selling the data. The data can still be monetized.
Yeah.
Also, stop using Google for searches.
All of you guys right now. We're really quick.
Google
Really quick. And Cleaner, I always love you, but you just totally shifted my original question. I mean, I think you were trying to address it with monetization is being what drives this climate change, but I don't think.
I was actually just explaining to you how the climate change came to be. That's all, Vibe. So like in the 2000s, I was into a lot of bulletin board scenes and things like that. I saw when Google was nothing but an index for where you could find data. Over the next 2 or 3 years, it changed from an index to an algorithm that would figure out what you were typing in a search engine in its little bar to find the data that most represented what you wanted to find. Within the next 5 years, it became I can change that data into whatever the fuck I Google want it to be on your output, your search on your web browser. And then the next 10 years became the social brainwashing, which made people complacent because the subconscious, when it sees things enough times, it goes, okay, this is a normality. This is something that the CIA and multiple other intelligence agencies have actually proven in society. What they can do is they can introduce a concept to the subconscious so many times that the subconscious understands it as a commonality, and it doesn't trigger the same way that, like, if you saw someone getting shot in front of you would.
I mean, that would be the same with all
breeds normalcy bias. That's what you're talking
media
about.
algorithms, right?
In the world and how it
It's an actual technique. It's like trade
Google.
I actually have data for all this that I'm saying.
No, I don't think you do because.
No, I do.
I went to high school with Larry Page. Him and I were in the same programming classes.
I actually do.
Argue
the shit they're showing our kids right now is the shit that I'm talking about, and I can actually give you the website that has the data on it. Vibe, you're going to be fucking horrified when I give you this website, but it's like they're showing people having their heads cut off. If your kid has Safe Search, it will show horrific things to your kid, bro.
Clean it. My point is,
let's not go too far.
This started with the first
Sure, sorry.
It started with the first feminist movement when I was going to high school in the 80s, right? Where they were telling every woman that they don't have to get married, that they're just as equal as us, which I actually, I totally support all women working and being the best they can be. I'm not anti any of that, but they also brainwashed all the men that, like me, like high-fiving the women going, go get your career.
Yeah.
Now all of those women in my generation are all going through IVF. They did their careers. They got married late. They're like, what the fuck did I do? Like they sold me a bill of bullshit.
Because they were
This was
brainwashed
not what I
over
was
time
designed
to
for.
believe this. Yeah, you know, you're right. You're right,
And that
Vibe.
happened before Google. That happened before search engines. And
It
I
did.
think that's where the depravity happened first. Now, I think the
Yeah,
studies
yeah.
that you might show me, I think might escalate
not
it even
studies.
further. I'm just saying it happened before Google. It happened before the internet. My generation is the
it
one
started.
that actually
I
created all
think
this
you're both
shit.
right, but
And
like
now I'm freaking
the
pissed off
social
that I
media
created
and
it.
stuff that exacerbated the problem, right? Like I
Yeah,
think
no,
you agree with that
Vibe
vibe.
Vibe is absolutely right. There were movies and TV series and even music that kind of created this comfortability with the sexual revolution and other things, right? Hey, he's absolutely right. This has been a very long-term brainwashing scheme to try and control the population so that we will be at each other's necks instead of looking up higher at the top of the pyramid at who it is that's in charge of things. So we'll constantly be fighting each other rather than looking way up high where we should be at who's running things and fucking us all up and keeping us all enslaved in a 99% taxation bracket and all this other shit. Like we can barely afford foods for most people in America. A 2-income house can barely afford food, and that's fucking horrific. It's never been like that. Why is it like that? Why did we let it get that way? Because complacency. Complacency is what they have bred into the heads of people using ephemeral data, using ephemeral instancing. So it's a massive brainwashing tactic, and I can actually link you the website, Vibe. You would actually be horrified at the shit that they're giving our kids, bro.
No, I'd love to see it, and I'm not totally disagreeing. I'm just saying that
No,
I think
I
it
know.
started before the technology wave, right? And however, like before, it was doubling every year, and then when the technology wave came in, it turned from doubling to exponential, right?
Yeah, and I mean it's gotten pretty crazy. The thing I hate linking this to Discord. I wish we were on Streamlabs because it doesn't.
I would
It
rather.
doesn't save this, but I'll link it in the back here in Discord for you guys.
Yeah, where is the back chat on Discord? I don't do Discord that often.
At the top of this call, you hit the little
Mhm.
the little chat
There's a
bubble.
small like it says show chat.
Speech bubble.
You have to have permissions
I'm
to
not that
join
guy.
it in order
Oh,
to
yeah,
use
yeah.
the chat in the call.
Yeah,
So
I'll
anybody who
put
had
it
to be
in,
dragged in can't use it.
Yeah.
Can't even see it.
I can send you guys the link. If you send it to me, I'll send everybody a link.
Sure, I'll send it
I
to
want to see
Emmett.
this.
I'll send it to
Yeah,
Emmett
send
on
send
a
it to
DM.
me in a private message, and I'll send everybody.
This is the first link right there, and that's the
We're right
agency
back.
that's
I'll
actually
do this for
doing
Discord
this.
stuff. I'll tell you later.
The so the understanding itself is this second link. This explains what it is. The first link is a company that is actually doing data research and data mining to prove it. And they've actually, like the guy that's running this has actually gone to Congress. The crazy thing is he has the same last name as the major guy that's running around with a sexual scandal right now, which is obfuscating the data of this guy because this guy's data is being put on the 2001 list rather than the 2025 list by Google because this other dude that has all the sexual exploits has taken the lead on that, and they don't want people to see this shit. And look, I know it sounds conspiracy theory like, but when you look at this, you'll understand. No, this is an actual fucking thing. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is something that everyone understands, like to some degree, the tech world is doing to us. To some degree, everyone understands there's algorithms controlling what we see and what we do in the world, but nobody has really had a lot of data for it. This guy's been doing this shit since like 2014 or 2015, if I remember correctly, correlating all this data so that we can prove it. And it's actually court used data. He's actually gone to court. He's actually gone to Congress and testified on this shit using this data here, and they've accepted it in Congress, and they've actually made some headway on some things, but you will never hear about this shit on Google because Google controls the algorithm of what you see when you do a search.
Technically on it right now, so.
So this is the ephemeral, what'd you call it? Ephemeral what?
Ephemeral instancing, ephemeral data. I believe on this website they call it like ephemeral experiences, and that's basically saying, well, what they're saying is like the ephemeral data is when you type something into Google's search bar and you hit enter, everything that comes back is ephemeral data because it's not tracked. None of it is tracked anywhere. It's just sent to you what your subconscious takes in. What they've actually found is they can change 20 to 80% of a group of people's viewpoint just by using this ephemeral tactic. They can actually make people change their mind. 20 to 80% of those people, they can change their mind on something after a week of giving them this data.
Do you know, does this apply
insane.
does this apply to like, Insta and like YouTube's like the recommendations? Is that ephemeral too? Is that not tracked?
A lot of them are. Some websites do actually save like search history and search results, but not most of them. And the thing is, a lot of them use the same algorithm Google uses. Most of them actually just reference Google and Google's indexing service. And this is the big thing because in the early 2000s, Google created this indexing service to actually show your IP address versus your word address. So like www.chickswithdicks.com, right? Would be like 204.128.1 whatever. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't know. I'm just thinking of random shit.
It's not that IP address off by heart, you know.
I'm just like grabbing random insane shit.
It's something that it comes to mind every now and again.
It does because there's a lot of topics on
That's
it.
called a Freudian slip, boys. Got it.
Well, no, I don't know Freudian slip. I'd say more like a Nietzschean slip because I tend to grab the thing that's the most fucking insane. But
actually, a question very quickly, Cleaner. Like, because I'm just like in layman's terms, I kind of liken what you're saying from what I hear because it says here, like, with this, it's like content appears and then disappears in a puff of smoke.
Yes,
so isn't that like? So isn't in a way that kind of sounds like demonic because. What, as far as I see it in my mind, we have thoughts, we have intrusive thoughts, which come in, which are not of our own. If we're, following what with in my particular denomination, that is sort of intrusion, it's attack. So what it is, and that's influencing. And I remember there was it was Darren Brown, who's a hypnotist in the UK. I don't know if he got over to the USA, but he and he put people into a movie theater and he got people of two opposing sort of political poles. And by changing the environment around them, and what they perceived the environment around them to be, he was able to change their leanings in terms of their decision making. And I see this as that kind of thing where you're putting people into a world. You're putting people into an environment that is not of their own, but the environment itself is being controlled, and through that and through their perceptions, you're then affecting their decision making. Would that be kind of in a nutshell what this is?
Yes. Actually, you're right on the fucking head of the nail right there. It is the ephemeral data is just the data that's not tracked. That's all that the ephemeral data is referencing. The whole understanding of the psychological effect that's happening to people is social brainwashing. And what you're saying is a form of this social brainwashing. We're seeing it on a global scale with Google. I've watched it since I've been growing up, since I started getting on the internet, getting into hacker groups, getting into non-hacker groups, all of this shit. I have watched this shit grow. And it's turned into this thing where they are able to change people's minds just by the shit that you're not directly looking at. Your peripheral vision is your subconscious. Your subconscious analyzes and takes in everything around you constantly. So if it constantly sees murder, then eventually murder will become a complacent topic to it. It will become a normality to it. And that like you were saying, those intrusive thoughts, they won't be intrusive thoughts anymore. They'll be impulses you act on. That's why we're seeing so much violence happen right now, because people have had that pushed into their heads so far that murder is a normality and it's okay to do. So they're now doing it, i.e., poor Charlie Kirk passed. And I love the man. He shouldn't have fucking passed. But this is the effect we're seeing in our society right now.
So they're creating something intangible in our lives that we can't see, we can't touch, maybe don't even know we're looking at. And then what we're doing is carrying that into the tangible physical material.
Because it's
so it is in
subconscious
essence demonic,
brainwashing.
really. It's
It
it's
is,
just in
yeah.
essence demonic.
I don't like, I wouldn't necessarily say personally, I just wouldn't necessarily say demonic. I just say it necessarily has nefarious intent, because nefarious intent would be like background shit that you're not paying attention to, isn't being honest. So I just say like it has nefarious intent because it is affecting your subconscious without your conscious being allowed the decision of choice. And if you don't have the decision of choice in your conscious, it's nefarious. That's how I look at it.
That does play into the spiritual battle that we were talking about
Yeah.
before that.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, absolutely, Beth. I don't. Like I said, the way that I frame things is very scientific, because I try to. I'm fucking deeply religious. No one will ever
You're good.
waver
You're
me
good,
away from
homie.
God. But I attack things from the logical perspective and the scientific perspective, because that's the perspective that most people are able to come together and understand. And
That's the
so I'm
battleground.
approaching this
Secular,
right.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So, yeah.
Sure, yeah. You got
totally
it, Dave.
fair.
Yeah.
It's the same thing as any medium that requires suspension of disbelief in order to view,
Sure, yeah.
because
No,
it allows
I think
everything to creep in.
I think you're kind of on the same same direction, Abe, but in the differentiation between like the medium and like just the logic and information giver, like all I'm doing is just showing facts. Like these people literally have over I think it's like teens million. I haven't visited the website today. The other day it was like 100 and something. What do they have today? Is like 98 million different ephemeral instances that have been hit. And I mean that, so you have to understand, if you're talking about 98 million, and this is only across roughly 75 to 100,000 people. Okay, because they can't get this out to everyone, because not everyone will install this little add-on onto their Firefox or Chrome or whatever. And if you do install it on Chrome, Google will know, and they will update their Chrome to try and combat against it. So you can't do it on Chrome. So you see what I'm saying? Like there's this whole fucking combat thing that's going on right now with this, but they're collecting this information based off of 100 and some odd thousand people, and they know they're able to actually change people's minds, change their votes, their actual votes, Democratic, Republican, one direction or the other, based off of background subliminal data, extra shit that doesn't have anything to do with what you're actually searching for. You could be searching for Felix the Cat from the 60s, 70s, 80s cartoons in black and white, and the extra shit that you see in the search that you don't see with your active mind, with your conscious mind, because you're looking at Felix the Cat, but your subconscious sees with the ads on the side and the extra search things that come up, those go into your head.
Hey, can I ask you quickly, Cleaner, what was the IP address again of that Bangkok Chick Boys website? I just got a pen handy here. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
also, that's the glorious part of public DNS is you don't actually need to know it. The computer needs to know it. But you don't need to know it. It can look it up.
No, I need to know it. I need to know
sent
it.
it to Emmett if you want it.
Funny thing
hit
is,
me up
even
on-
if you have the IP address, you probably can't get to the site because it won't. Like, there's probably going to be multiple.
I sent them all
the IP address, and it's got to be bound to it.
Yeah, trust me.
You actually have to use
Bangkok
the.
Chick Boys IP
being a
addresses.
smart
He's
ass in the
Emmett
first
was
place.
saying that. He was just saying, I've got all of the. Emmett, were you just about to say you've got all the Bangkok Chick Boy IP addresses?
No.
You better not be saying that.
I have my
Bangkok
own
Chick Boy.
registered.
See, here's the
I'm gonna head out on that note. This has been a
My
good talk.
apologies.
See you guys.
Good
Abe,
night.
thanks for
Take it easy,
letting me on
man.
your
Have a good one.
panel.
God bless you,
Very
man.
good confluence.
Oh, are you
That's
rage
all
quitting
He's
Confluence?
leaving to go look up the IP
Yeah, I'm
address.
running.
of
I'm
that
running.
Oh
website.
my gosh.
Send me a
Are
Discord
you
link.
gonna go cry to Kel because we're so mean? Is that what's
No.
gonna happen?
I don't
No,
think anyone's
conflict.
been mean to me. I feel like Emmett, you've treated me with more respect than I've ever been treated with by you. So God bless.
Oh,
you.
I don't think.
Treats me with respect, so it's across the board.
Okay, good.
I am the
little more
worst,
based
don't you
than
know?
that.
I have DNIs and shit. No, it's
Yeah.
Jesus.
You're just racking
I don't
them
know.
up.
When you have a good conversation,
take
I think
care.
that's when you start to respect each
Stay
other.
safe.
No, no.
Yeah,
So I did look at the link that Emmett sent, which was the wiki page, not the actual article. And
Well,
I read
the
it.
article wasn't the other one I sent. The other one I sent was actually the group that's collating and collecting the data. Emmett, if you have the other link, that was
I
the
read it
first
and I
one.
was like, well, this isn't a
I
surprise.
sent them
Everybody on the
both. I
panel
sent
pretty
I
much
sent both the
recognizes
links.
and sees that, right?
Okay.
I wasn't like, oh my god, I didn't know that. Like,
Actually, I have Vibes. I have Vibe on direct, so I'll send it straight to Vibe myself. That way he can get it.
No, but I mean, I sent him the 2 links you sent me.
Yeah,
That's okay.
oh, I checked the first link. I'm sorry. Let me check the second link.
The second
I
link is
did-
a TWP. TWP.
I mean, my point from the first, and I'll
Sure.
check the second link, but I'm assuming I'm not going to be surprised by this. I'm not going to be like, oh my effing god. I'm going to be like, yeah,
Probably
he
not.
said.
Actually, yeah, no, and this is the thing, like most of the time when I sit someone down in front of my computer and I show them the Excel spreadsheets, like because I'll grab some of this data sometimes
website.
if they'll send me the packet, like I'll grab the data and I'll do an Excel spreadsheet showing the graphs of different things, and they'll be like, yeah, I already thought Google had an algorithm that was trying to control people. I didn't know it was quite this insane, but I knew that. But dude, you don't understand. Like the algorithm itself, you only have to write like one line of code that's like 20 characters long, and that affects all 8 billion people on the fucking planet. One guy can write enough code to brainwash the entire planet if he wants to.
Okay, so you guys are going to love this too. And I mean, it's a shame we don't have Spiro on here. There are actually companies out there now promoting their ability to, we know the term SEO, search engine optimization.
Right.
Make sure that your site shows up first. So if you go to like ChatGPT or Grok or whatever your favorite engine is, there are people that are figuring out the algorithms already to figure out if you say, what is the best cleaner in my neighborhood, that you show up first, right? So now, I mean, AI is going to be lying to you as well, right?
Yes. You're right.
I mean,
You're
Spiro's
absolutely
great,
right,
but we
Vibe.
don't need you or I. Vibe, you or I are 100% qualified to talk on that. Spiro's great. No, I love Spiro, but just don't need to have him.
Listen,
Oh, yeah,
like
no, I mean,
what
I
you're
love
saying.
and hate Spiro at the same time. I can go. I know I can jump on a panel with him and fight with him side by side. I also know I can go head to head against him.
Yeah, so like
What?
Vibe, what you're talking
would you-
about, I've
am I-
actually been using like if anybody knows how to search Google historical records, you can look and search at whose history has been plussed or minused in Google search history, and that will differentiate who gets a higher rating whenever someone types in like some general search text, right? So I've actually for quite a while now. Speakeasy, Grid One, Abe, a number of guys I've had in my little bots, and they've been plussing you guys on the YouTube side of things, so that you'll get more likes, more views, more people seeing your content, your shorts, things like that. I've been doing this because this is the only way I know to combat what Google is fucking doing with the algorithms as far as trying to shadow ban people. I don't know how else to fight this.
Yeah, I mean, Google's way too big to ban you, like,
Yeah.
or your idea. I think they could.
The idea, yeah, maybe the person they could ban, but the idea, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. It's such an interesting thing because once again, I'm actually going to remove technology from this because I actually said, I mean, I think dating, the whole dating problem happened before dating apps.
Sure.
I think the problem with society happened before the internet got big. I love Cleaner that you were talking about the BBSs. Do you remember the tag system?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was like one of
Yeah.
the first BBSs out there. Yeah, I ran a tag server back in the early 90s. But I think all these problems actually started. I don't think we can blame technology. I think we can just say
Right.
technology made it happen faster. It expedited it, but it already was
Yeah.
happening prior to technology, right?
I would agree with
ultimately-
you, and I would just say it's a misuse of technology that created it. Not because technology, like we've seen all through times, like a guy can have a sword. That's literally technology advancing to the sharpness of a sword, but you can use it in a good way or a bad way. It's the same thing with like what we have nowadays. The smartphone, you could use it for a good thing or a bad thing. This is something I really like that Andrew Wilson is doing right now. Is he's speaking about propaganda in a good way, and I think this is something that the world needs to understand. We have had a lot of negative propaganda pushed on us against our fucking will, and we need to get these places to have a neutral so that we the people can actually talk and get our viewpoints so the rest of the world can actually see the positives and negatives and all that, the real, you know what I'm saying? The real conversations, not the bullshit that they want us to believe.
And in a sense, the study that you're talking about is, I mean, I don't know how many people we have watching right now, maybe 12, 13. But I mean, whoever is watching right now, we have that opportunity to make that influence, right? Which is really cool. I wish the demographic was bigger. Maybe this whole team here can make that demographic bigger.
Just Abe is close to 35, and that's just his channel, depending on if anybody else is live or any other platforms.
Yeah, I mean, this is great, right? I mean,
doing great.
We're all people here that actually jumped up on a panel that was like, you know what? I'm tired of hearing it. I need to speak up on it. And this is an opportunity, subliminally, however it works. Somebody's going to make a clip. You think maybe only 35 people are viewing, 100 people looked at that, but somebody else restreams it, somebody else does that.
Yeah.
We
Or
have
they
to keep
clip it
up.
or short it. You're right. Yeah.
I think it's good stuff.
Well, and this is the thing, man. I have had a trajectory. I have had an understanding of what is going on with the brainwashing scheme for a very long time. And over the past little less than a year and a half after my wife passed, I took on this campaign because I understood we're being brainwashed. And I have a trajectory. I have a propelled path that I'm taking. And I'm trying to get the word out to as many people as I can. And as I go, I'm teaching the subconscious things so that the subconscious mind isn't affected by this as much. So you'll hear me in a debate using something like an explanation like whitewashing brainwashing or whitewash brainwashing or something like that, right? I'll be explaining a concept. And when I say these words, the subconscious cues into it real quick because it's like, whoa, wait, that's attacking us. The subconscious doesn't like to be attacked against its will because the subconscious is very egotistical and arrogant. It can't help that. It controls everything in the body. It is naturally supposed to be this way, right? So when you tell it something else is controlling you, it goes, whoa, no, tell me what this is. I want to know. When you explain it, that makes that thing less powerful. And so everywhere that I've been going, I don't know if you've been paying attention, if any of you guys have been paying attention, I've been talking about this concept of we have certain things in society that we understand. The two moral drivers, the things that make us human beings, the morals. Our morals come from survivability and reproduction. That's to get our baseline back to reality. The understanding of we're being brainwashed in different forms, different explanations. I've been talking about this so that it affects people's subconscious less. A little more and a little more each time people watch these videos, it affects them less. They're more resistant to it. They're able to see it better. So eventually, I'm hoping, even if only 100 people are affected by this, we'll have 100 great, bright-minded warriors that are able to teach other people.
I would agree with that. If you
I polish my brain so I can go faster. It makes me immune to propaganda.
Sure. You no, I mean that's
Keep
a
it
very
smooth.
simplified way
Get rid of
to
those
say it,
wrinkles.
Crumple, but yeah, no, I agree with you. Yes. You've got it. Yeah. The more you learn, the more your subconscious
Egotism.
learns about the things attacking it, the more resistant it is to those things.
I mean, polish it to get rid of the wrinklies, because you want to make it smooth and aerodynamic so you go faster.
Okay. However you want to metaphor it or analogize it, I'm cool with that, Grumple. I know what you mean, bro. You're a smart one.
You
know what I'm talking
do.
about.
I
You're a
mean,
smart one, brother.
We have a panel here right now that I think that all of us pretty much can agree on almost everything. Maybe not everything, but almost everything. As a panel of a group of people that would probably all agree with most everything, we have to also open ourselves up to listen, to maybe agree if a good argument's given to anybody that we had a panel earlier with people that may have disagreed with some of the things we're saying. We also have to be very open to listening to that as well. And I think if you're listening and not just destroying, listening and countering, because there is a difference between listening and destroying and listening and countering, that also opens ears.
Absolutely. It's important to listen to them because, you know, you need to know what it is that you're up against. You need to know when the rhetoric changes, what the change is. That way you have a way to combat against it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we all know Ryan the Radical Coder. I love Ryan. Like he was the first guy I was like, I want to do a show. I want you on it. Because everybody kicks him off. Everybody's like, shut up. I don't want to hear you. I don't agree with him either. I'm like, that's why I need him on my show. I need some people that don't agree with me on my show. I need that counterpoint, right? If you're
I don't agree with you, and I don't have to be rude to you.
True. What's that, Emmett?
I don't agree with you, and I don't have to be rude to you.
True. Yeah.
It should be multi-streaming to
I
Twitch.
agree with you. Your stance
You
of
would
not
get,
agreeing with me
you would make money there.
It is completely different than the rest of the world. You just don't agree.
No, you gaslight me into thinking we agree, but I know I don't agree with you. In fact, I go around and I realize that I don't agree with you, and then you tell me, "But we agree," and I'm like, "No, we actually
But
disagree."
you question if you agree. That's the thing. He's got you at least questioning if you agree. So he's winning.
No,
that's the problem, though.
Well, it sounds like Emma was pretty firm on not agreeing.
See,
no, I don't.
But every time Vibe tells him that they agree, he has to sit down and evaluate whether or not they agree. And so therefore Vibe is actually winning.
The only person who can do that is Kat because she has a data memory, and I question myself if I remember the interaction. That's the only reason.
She has a good memory, huh?
Emmett and I are enemies as well, but we're friends, right? So I never disrespect Emmett. Emmett, have I ever disrespected you?
Well, we have a talk that it's taken forever to happen, where you said I made a joke about you, and then you said that I was making a joke about your wife when I don't know anything about you. I didn't even know the nationality of your wife. I got it wrong like 5 times. Let me explain the joke so that it makes sense. When I said,
I remember when this happened, and I still didn't get it.
Let me explain the joke so that it makes sense. Okay, you said that I was saying to that your wife was for sale. That's not the joke. The joke is that you had to buy your wife because you couldn't get one. That is the joke. Okay. Now the joke you said to me is that I can't get a wife because I'm a fucking incel. So it's fine, right? We can agree in the ideas of it's just banter or something's going on here.
No, you know, I think one of our greatest attributes between you and me is our banter.
Okay. Yeah, because I was confused because you got like really mad at me and that. I was like, but listen, I really don't know anything about your wife. You want to know your wife is Korean. Is it true? I don't know because I don't know anything about her. I just know she's from somewhere in the world where you're supposed to be Asian. It can be Mongolian for all I know. It's still the same. The joke was not about her. It was about you. It was like, hey, you can't get a wife. You had to buy your wife because you couldn't get it. And your wife to me is you can't get a wife because you're an incel. So that was the idea.
So,
you're just saying.
Emmett and Vibe. Okay, so Emmett chooses the field of battle, and Vibe chooses swords or pistols. That's how you resolve this. It's the only way.
I've forgotten about that.
Legal in Texas still, by the way.
Sacré-Cœur.
We're
gonna do it the best way possible. Okay, it's gonna be Sacré-Cœur, Paris. That's where we're gonna do it. You choose whatever you want.
It's way too French.
I think I've lost my mind.
Well,
at this
it was
point.
John Wick. It was John Wick 4. Okay.
I think Emmett,
Hey,
I
babe.
actually think Vibe would be Vibe would get you on that. His hands move pretty fast. I think he would actually get you on the Twitch draw, bro. I really do.
I agree, but you can't back down at this point. You're like,
true.
You're
Yeah.
all in.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
At this point, you're all in.
That's why Emmett
Yeah.
would deem somebody as champion instead.
yeah, he'd pull that John Wick route. This guy's my champion. He gets to shoot for me.
Now, I need to find another blind guy that is actually really good at doing stuff.
No weapons, bare hands.
Weirdest
I'll be his
character.
champion.
Oh,
I also
beautiful.
imagine that you would have Oddjob from Goldfinger.
It's funny
You
because
know,
when
you get Goldfinger with all the gold, then you have Oddjob, which is a little Asian gentleman with a very sharp bowler hat.
when you said that though, it reminded me of Blind Fury.
Blind
When you
Fury.
said you needed to find a blind man who's really good at that, and I'm like, oh, that reminds me of Blind Fury.
I
was
still
thinking
going
that,
with John Wick 4, but it's fine.
I was thinking
You have a
that
super chat.
the blind black guy on Boondocks that was like a fucking ninja. I can't remember what his name
Uncle
was.
Ruckus. Uncle Ruckus.
No,
was the
it
character
wasn't
in
Ruckus.
Boondocks.
It was the skinny one. Ruckus
Thank you,
was the
Katie.
Uncle Tom that was like. No, it was the other guy.
No,
It
Uncle
was-
Ruckus is the best character, and he's a ninja, obviously, because of course he
Oh,
is.
I mean, yeah, he was hilarious. I agree. But no, it was like some guy that was like a skinny, like black dude, and he had like a huge afro, but he was like fucking blind. He had like a blindfold on, but he was like a ninja. I can't remember what it was. That's what I was thinking of when they were talking about though, with the blind guy though.
Also, just quick in between, I've been working on how to do like
Hi, Paige.
StreamYard, like you can bring up the super chats or bring up just any text.
On what?
I've got it cracked how to do that like in OBS. I've got it cracked.
Oh,
However,
you need
it's
to tell us
somewhat
how.
complicated. It's kind of complicated, and if you want to also be on OBS, you have to have two different sessions, and then you're stuck with a chroma key background.
Oh yeah, I hate doing that through Chrome.
That's yeah. Oh no, not Chrome. Chroma key to like remove. It's
Oh.
OBS. It producer stuff. Don't.
Gotcha. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
my
we'll
OBS
have
is
a-
on the fritz right now. Anyway, it's like all frozen up in the back end, but we're still live, so I don't know.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me how to do that later on, Grumple. I'm gonna call into
Well-
one of your sessions. I'm gonna just start pestering you about OBS shit, and you're gonna be like, "I'm trying to play a game."
No, like
Then somehow I'm gonna disagree with Vibe on something.
getting it to work, and then also with Restream consolidated chat for multiple platforms. That's kind of what, just because that's my goal for what I use to kind of knock out what I'm trying to do. Maybe some pieces of what I'm doing will work for somebody else too. And like, hey,
my kids are crying.
Rising Tide, man. Just if I can help out anybody, yeah, let's get it done.
You're gonna leave, you said?
Okay, Vibe. Was good to see you. I hope we bury the hatchet.
Oh, Vibe, I'll fix your
Thank
audio
you,
too.
Vibe.
Kel and you both need to fix audio, but keep it
What do you
sexy.
mean? I heard him just fine.
You did it wrong.
I
Kel
heard him
can't-
pretty
Muffly
good.
and quiet. I had Vibe at double volume.
He was muffly and quiet on my
Yeah, it's
end too.
muffly and quiet too.
Well, stay safe, Vibe. I hope everything works out for you, man.
It's weird.
Black.
Kel was like just.
I know we're back.
It was Kel audio, which usually she's good, but maybe it's her settings in Discord, like the wrong device.
No,
I
she
think
doesn't
that's
know
what it
how to
was.
work a
No,
mic to
it's-
save her
it's-
life.
It's because she kept grabbing the mic and stuffing it in her mouth to talk.
No, even that was still quiet. I don't think that was I think it was the other mic because there was two mics like taped together right there. I think it was the other one. However, even that it shouldn't have acted like that.
When she
It always
dropped
sounds like
yelled, then
Charlie
it
Brown
sounds-
teacher, though.
you
Always
doing,
the Charlie
Paige?
Brown teacher. I hear whenever I hear a voice.
It's chaotic Kel.
I gotta say, that's
Yeah,
the first time I've ever interacted with that woman. I never want to interact with her again.
Yeah, she
Chaotic
could be.
Kel,
She
it's-
sounds old.
it's
She sounds
respectable.
ancient. I mean, come on, like we're not old until we're in the ground. Let's go.
Right, I think I'm gonna actually have to make the. I had an idea for a stream that's gonna be panel etiquette, how to not fuck up with panel etiquette, and I think I'm gonna have to do it because the thing about taking off your headset in the middle of a panel, that's
no go.
dumb.
That was rude as fuck.
Also, Also, while somebody else is live, you're a guest on somebody else's show and on the panel, and then muting other guests on the panel so that you're ripe to just unintentionally even talking. Well, it's intentional at that point because you muted them.
Yeah,
but that's a no-no.
Yeah, you don't get to mute
You're
a
live.
mod
Somebody else
and
is
then
live.
just overtalk the shit out of them and not respond. Like, that's not happening.
And here was the thing, was like she said what she wanted to say, then she stopped talking, Cleaner starts talking, and she starts screaming that she got interrupted. No, it doesn't work that way. It's fucking, it is what it is. I don't know. People
Not
are
making excuses, just I can kind of see it because she might be like TikTok brain and not with that and just not realizing that she stopped.
Yeah,
I think when I was younger and
I think
like
that's
much
kind of
more
what it is,
mentally
but-
ill than I was
Not
now.
excuses,
I
not
used to
excuse.
keep talking
Can
really
we-
fast. Yeah, you know.
What?
Can we
Hang
give
on, what
Paige a
did you
little bit
say,
of time?
Yeah, please.
I don't think Kel does this intentionally, and I'll say this about Kel. She came to my defense in a way I never thought that she would last week. Where I was like, wow, this is actually some like quality human behavior here. So I gotta stick up for the girl. I think she's young, naive, and doesn't know how to use certain things, but I have to give her something. She's really good faith. She defended me in a tag team D-Gen drama fight with Dusty and Ryan. So
It's like if you had a
She's
statue,
rated me
you had
on
like
Twitch
a,
like 3 times in the last couple months, but and that was with me not even going live on Twitch primarily since the data loss.
she's doing good,
just
man.
like
She's got good numbers.
she's a good creator, just panel etiquette.
Yeah,
She's just like she's a good rock. She's a good rock, but you need to chip away and chip away. It needs to be subtractive rather than additive. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But you got a good bit of
Yeah,
raw
she needs a
material
little
that
help.
needs. Yeah.
Needs refinement.
Yeah, no, you can all
She needs a
fuck
little help.
off, okay?
She maybe
You can
needs
all
a
fuck
strong
off.
female
I don't agree
mentor
with any
to
of
help
these
guide her
people.
on panel etiquette.
No,
Paige or
I
Beth?
tried.
That's
Listen, I tried
the
to.
right side. Well, I mean the
Strong
dark
female?
side. Wahaha! I cannot be her mentor.
I tried to help her out some, and she totally took it like I was fucking attacking her, and I tried to tell her, honey, you didn't even let me finish my sentence. If you'd let me finish my sentence, you would have heard me. I was actually telling her, you're young and you're learning, and you deserve some grace while you learn. But you just make sure that you're making progress. But she didn't let me get that part out. She started crying and freaking out and
Beth, she's already grown up. She's already started to grow out the bangs.
I can
right?
fix
Okay. And she
Sure,
came to my
guys.
defense, right? She's making some progress. Okay, let's give our girl Kel some W's.
Even-
some
Sure,
Nah, I don't agree.
Guys,
She's easy.
Go back. She can go
She
fuck
is
off.
sweet and
yeah.
she's a decent creator.
Nah, she can
If
just go
you-
fuck off, okay?
Every time you guys say she's young, and
I can fix her.
that's like, one, it's an insult, but two, it's also infantilizing her. So like,
Yeah.
You're right.
She's not a
she
child,
needs to be responsible
obviously.
for her own behavior. Like,
Listen, something
But
that
that
you
was
guys,
part of what I was saying is she is responsible for her own behavior, and that
Yeah,
it
you
needs
can go
some
sim for her another
correction.
place, okay?
And I was saying
I
what
will
you're saying
actually
too.
listen. I don't defend a whole lot of people on a majority
Am
of
I
what
back?
people say.
yeah, you're
But
back.
the fact is,
Gotcha.
there are so
Oh.
the thing that people are missing, like when we're in the military, we are broken down to our foundation and built up with certain triggers. So when someone does something, we just react. Within this brainwashing that's gone on in society, what a lot of people don't understand is like these people who have been brainwashed, they actually just react to a word or a phrase, and they don't even always know they're reacting. They just go off. They have no control over it. And so I don't hold it against people that they have this happen to them, because it's not their fault at all. Because like Kel, for example, is great. When you engage her in a rational conversation and you don't hit any of those triggers, she doesn't go fucking nuts. You have a rational, good conversation with somebody, and it normally turns out where both of you have a side to say and everything happens really respectfully. However, if you hit a trigger, If you hit one of those brainwashed triggers that's in her head, you're going to get the Spurgatron 9000, and you can't get away from that. And you can see this all through social media right now. People do this shit when they get hit with whatever trigger it is that the brainwashing has programmed into them. They will not have a foundation. The way you can always discern this is they will have a viewpoint, but there will not be anything past the level right below that as far as a foundational buildup to be the pillars that hold that up. So if 4 plus 4 plus 4 equals 12, they won't get past 4 plus 4. The other 4
I think she
won't
was
be there. You
worked
understand?
up from the previous
probably better.
debate. She's usually not like that.
With what? Hang on. I said I was going to. Probably what Cleaner is describing also is she's probably much better in a one-on-one scenario for a conversation, or a one-on-one with maybe moderator than like a couple people.
If
That's what
someone,
because she does.
only if someone actually understands the brainwashing triggers. And I haven't grasped them all. I've grasped enough of them that I know some of the words
Doesn't
to
agree.
stay away from, so that I can try and have a rational conversation with people and keep things neutral. But I still haven't grasped all of them. There's so fucking many phrases that they've used at this point. It's very hard to grasp them all. But if you're able to, and you can stay away from those, then you can actually have a rational conversation with someone and speak some truth into their mind, and they'll see your point of view. And then when you say that trigger, they'll say in their head, they'll realize, why am I saying this shit? I just admitted this is all ridiculous, but I just triggered off of it. Like, they'll think about this later. They won't think about it right then because people are arrogant and egotistical. They want to save face. But they will think about it later, and it'll break down their subconscious triggering. But
Yeah,
it's
I
really
think this
hard.
is too high place for Kale. I don't think she ever thinks in those kind of terms.
I do.
It's just
I've
it's
seen
just
her do it
it's just
sometimes.
feel good. It's just feel good philosophy anyway. So
I think it depends on how many
Just very
people are
briefly and
watching.
say, guys, I'm going to dash off. I got a class in like 15 minutes, but I want to say, very important.
you.
Don't believe anything anyone tells you, including me. God bless you all. Have a good evening.
God
I
bless.
don't
don't believe
like
you.
You did.
I
Have a good
don't
one.
like you.
He doesn't have
If I did-
class. He just said not to believe him.
If I may say, I also think
Sure.
another big factor when it comes to
I
Cal
don't like you.
is how
I'm gonna
big
go throw
is the
French fries
audience
at
watching.
seagulls.
Because I do think she plays to
Beth.
the audience big time.
Sure.
If
Some
she's got a
people
Put
lot of
like it.
people
laxatives on fries
watching,
and feed them to the seagulls.
Yeah,
Mm,
that's diabolical.
There's
Some
No,
people,
not
some
Alka-Seltzer.
people,
Just yeah,
some people,
laxatives.
I
yeah.
don't know.
I mean,
Not
Alka-Seltzer
alcohol.
even.
just laxatives.
Just laxatives.
Just
Yeah, you just want them
laxatives.
shitting everywhere.
Come on.
And you don't want them exploding. You just want them shitting all over people's
What about
cars.
Alka-Seltzer and laxative?
I mean, why not both? Best of both worlds, right? Let's do
Yeah,
it.
sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Exploding poopers.
Sometimes too much opium can do you harm.
God.
I'm diabolical. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't even think
No.
I've seen
You
Beth
are
or
not.
I've been on a panel with Beth or Cleaner in a really long time.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I've
good to see you.
I've
Yeah, I'm
kind of
still
stayed
alive.
away from.
I mean, I've
for-
been really busy, right? Everybody knows the catechumenate, so that's taken up a
Catechumen.
lot of my time.
You go, girl.
For you.
Uh,
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm pumped. Actually, I had a class and a liturgy tonight, so I didn't wake up from my after church nap until like 3 a.m. So,
How far are you, or do you have left, or like ish?
well,
Estimated.
so I became a catechumen the first week of September, so about a year. I mean, it could be less
Oh.
because I'm already baptized and confirmed, but in the Protestant faith, right? So, like, there's a lot of new stuff still for me. Even though I went to Catholic school too, there's a lot of new stuff.
Oh, that's like you got the different Triforce of
Yeah.
power and
Yeah.
wisdom, and I
I
forget
mean, look,
courage.
it's better
I
than
guess,
coming
is
there
it?
as an atheist with no religious upbringing, but it's still like there. I'm gonna know when I'm ready, and I mean, look, that could be a year, that could be 9 months, that could be 2 years, that could be. It takes as long as it kind of takes, right?
You
So
go,
there's
girl.
no really easy answer. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Paige.
I've missed you. Sorry, I haven't seen you. I've been just as fucking busy, just different things, and And now I'm getting ready to launch my own fucking channel. So that's going to be a whole shit show. Don't you know?
Oh, fun. What is your name gonna be? Because like I thought that too. I was like, I can't just put Paige. Like I'm gonna get a bunch of haters.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
I got
that
actually
was
I
my
have it
thing.
right. Hang on, I got it right here. Putting it in Abe's chat. Boom. Here's
Thank
Oh, this is
you.
Beth.
Paige, we got a channel
Yeah,
name for you.
So my channel name, because that was my
Culture
thing. Was I was like,
correction.
I don't want my thing is my channel. It's not. I don't want it to be about me. I'm not one of those like egotistical people. I don't like that. It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh
I want it to be
dang,
about-
Beth with the slight there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No. Like what I'm saying is like like
No, we
it's
were
like you
girls,
were saying.
Beth.
It's like you were saying you don't want it to be Paige, you know. So actually,
I felt the heat, especially since I got my own song. You know.
I owe
I
it
got a
completely-
YouTube channel name for Paige.
I owe it completely actually to Caucasian Sasquatch. My channel name is Cultural Corrections, and I'm really focusing on taking on like social and cultural topics and doing panels and pretty much going through the whole think tank thing and hosting some debates and trying to keep it productive and good.
W.
Hey Paige.
Yeah.
I got a channel name for you.
Uh-huh.
Fries on the beach with flax. Fries on the beach with laxatives.
It should be the Page Master. It was a great
Beth,
movie.
Beth, when I had your channel pulled up, you had 11 subs. Now you have 18.
Who?
You.
Me?
You.
Yeah, I had your channel pulled up. It maybe when I subbed to it because I think I was already on it. Just whenever somebody linked it,
I'm
the
gonna
last
cry,
time
man.
rebooted is up.
I
But you're up
haven't,
to 18
I
now.
haven't even had my first show yet.
You're
'Cause I
good.
had to wait. I didn't have the money to pay for StreamYard yet. Now I've got it, so I'm planning on fucking getting this
You don't
shit
have to
moving.
have.
StreamYard gets expensive fast.
Actually, if you're only gonna do one target, which YouTube, and I think it's a maximum of 6 though. But if you're having like a small conversation show, you don't have to pay for StreamYard. The free tier will get that done.
Mhm.
There's other things too, like Discord. If you want to do multiple platforms, the free tier of Restream can go to 2 targets. There's OBS Studio plugins.
Yeah.
I started out on Twitch, so like I've been using OBS Studio, just plain Jane, or not plain Jane, but
OBS is good.
standard OBS Studio for years,
stuff
and
is
I've got
so
tutorials.
I don't know any of this.
If you're not in my
Me either,
Discord,
it's
Beth,
all
there's
over
like
my head.
tutorials and stuff, and it's really not all that complicated. It's just kind of a high learning curve.
Oh.
At the beginning.
Oh, Abe, I figured out what the problem was. I had
so
a
big.
hole in the hose for the deaf.
That's not good.
That'll do it.
Tisk tisk.
Shouldn't do that.
Paige, I'm curious.
Trigger.
If I were to ask you, Paige, if you and I were sitting down at a Mexican restaurant and I was to ask you, what's your favorite stuffed animal, what would your answer be, Paige?
Cat or a rabbit?
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's a normal answer.
Do
It-
Whoa,
Are we
whoa, whoa,
talking
whoa,
about-
whoa, whoa, whoa!
Are
We
we
heard
talking
another
fleshy or
answer.
or
Trigger
tax
warning.
revenue?
Yeah, I got
Cleaner.
earlier tonight. I got called a PDF for asking that question when I wasn't even actually trying to frame it around that
Whoa.
question. Yeah,
What?
yeah.
Michael and
Yeah.
Was it about a
Michael
plushie
and
or
Sarah
taxidermy
at
though?
Raging Tomato. Yeah, it was by
No, it was about a
and,
plushie.
Plush.
and Sarah at
It was
the
about a
Raging
plushie?
Tomato.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah,
That
no,
is crazy.
the thing is, like, I've never like really talked down about either of them. I've said that I've had some contentious things with Sarah, which I'm more than happy to say that like sometimes she takes the side of whatever opposition I'm on. I don't mind that at all though, because I like debating with her. But I've
That's
never
foreplay.
actually been like fuck these people or they're assholes or like anything socially destructive. And I just out of nowhere, like both of them are like, you're a PDF, and I'm like,
Yeah,
what
that
the
pissed
living
me off.
fuck?
I was
I
fucking
doubt anything that
losing
you
my-
say anybody could consider that. That's just like somebody being hyperbolic and trying to get a reaction. That's the only possible
Well,
thing.
No, the
Or
whole
unless,
chat was
unless
Yeah.
they're
going
brain dead
off.
enough to believe it.
like
The
Grump, if
chat
they
was
were
going
only
off.
doing it for like a minute or two, I'd say, yeah, sure, probably. But after doing this on Gridstream for about 30-35 minutes, like grilling me on this and calling me this shit, we went back over to
Hell made it
Sarah's
last an
panel
hour.
Wait,
afterwards
people on the show
and
or chat?
continued it.
Both
No. The specifically, it was Sarah and Kel continuing this after
on the
that.
panel.
And I was like, what, like, really, what the fuck? Like, I wasn't even, the thing was, I wasn't even talking about that question. I was trying to talk about Grid One's basic question, the general understanding, which was just the communication, the breakdown between men and women in the dating market. That's what I was trying to talk about. And they hyperfixated on the very specific question I talked about, which is literally just because I was trying to explain 3 points that men look at to show how men and women are different when they're dating and what we look at it differently, right? And so I looked over and I was like, what can I use as an example? And my daughter has this little purple elephant that's sitting right over here next to my TV. And I looked at that and I was like, okay, fucking stuffed animals. And so I asked the question because that's sitting there, and they went off on it and called me a PDF and all this other shit. And I wasn't even trying to talk about, like, the specific question didn't fucking matter. It had to do with like how men and women look at things differently. But they showed that point really well when you're talking about women who can't get past the surface, women who can't look past whether or not a guy looks good, women who can't get past that level, you know, and look at the personality of the person and the personality of the question, right? So they showed that real well.
I just don't
Thank
know
you, Tony.
why. Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, Abe.
Sorry, I just got a raid from Tony. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
Like page, like this started on Grid One's panel. Then I click. Somebody would ask me if I was watching Sarah's. I click over and I
context
see
for
that
this,
it was because Grid's panel shut down. They were still attacking him on fucking Sarah's panel, on both the panel and in the chat. I'm fucking pissed. I'm not happy about it at all.
And then
I don't know
after I
why
got
it was
booted,
I don't know why it
after
was
I got booted for
sexualized to
lashing out,
begin
they
with.
continued attacking me on it, and I'm like, really? Like,
One at a
like
time.
I didn't even give a damn about that one question. I wanted to get into the deeper level understanding of what it is that's plaguing the dating market, which is the communication breakdown. But all they're showing is that there's a major communication breakdown because some women can't get past the surface level stupidity of whatever the fuck it is that is going on, and it's like, you're literally showing why men don't want to date right now because women can't move past the surface level. If you're a 5 or below and you say, "Hey, you're a pretty lady. I'd like to take you out. Can I have your number?" You're a fucking creep. If you're an 8, 9, or 10 and you say the same fucking thing, a girl goes, "I'll suck your dick right now."
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Literally the
I think
HR
I don't.
office
Here's what I
meeting.
was pointing
Well,
out was I don't
my
understand.
experience.
Just a second, I have an
I'll be
analysis
back.
on this because I hear this
Real-
a lot. I do a lot of feminism panels on TikTok, and I hear this a lot. This overuse of the PDF file stuff is not just prevalent in like minor questions, like, oh, that's like the most ridiculous example. I'm gonna give you that W on getting that ridiculousness out of females. But just in terms of that discussion, yeah, like this is modern feminism. Men are predators, men are creeps, men are pedophiles, right? Men want to, violate you in some way, shape, or form. And God forbid that a man have a general inquiry. They always have to go through that second stage of analysis. Like, okay, well, what is this? Like, what's the ulterior motive? And sometimes it isn't. It's just literally like, do you have a stuffed, actually a lot of women have stuffed animals. I still have like a Pusheen, like a stuffed cat. Stuffed animal. I had a bunny as a kid. I still would love to have that if it wasn't 32 years old.
Yeah, I still have my wife's. My wife's was a Felix the Cat with a little
That's
hat on
cute.
it from the black and white Felix the Cat show. I still have hers, and I keep it because it's the only thing that she really really loved, and she's dead. So
See, that's cute. And
so
endearing.
It's also hard to find things that are monochrome that fit in with his monochrome camera, so that it
Oh
works.
yeah. No, well, the hat's actually yellow, which is kind of weird because
that's
Felix is
off-brand,
black and
Grumpy.
white.
How does that
Come
work?
on.
Hey,
I don't
speaking
know.
of things being sexualized, I haven't seen Paige in a while, so forgive me, fellas. Paige, my trans chicken got cured.
Oh, that's great.
Somebody gave me a free rooster.
A cock.
Fucking 2 days.
Somebody
And
gave
she's
Beth
all
the
better.
what now?
This just goes to prove that a good
cock.
cock can solve that problem.
Beth, how dare you imply
I
that the
did.
rooster's gender dysphoria was a problem in need of correction, Beth? You're so
My trans
feeble-minded.
Yeah, Beth.
chicken
You
was
can't
fucking
comprehend a
weird.
spectrum of gender
She,
within
she
chickens.
submitted to him
Shame.
like that. She is
Shame.
all better.
What do you
Shame.
know?
My
She's
What
all
do
better
you
though.
know?
Now she's acting like a girl again. It's wonderful.
So
As a
what
matter
you're
of
telling me
fact,
is the
she's
rooster was
secret.
also a chicken pastor. It was also a
She
chicken
snuggles.
priest or chicken pastor. It had
Oh, go ahead.
conversion therapy
She
experience.
It was a chicken
snuggles right
deacon.
up with the rooster. It's
Yeah.
awesome. I
Need to
was like,
cancel the rooster.
Cancel the rooster now.
Oh,
Stop
it wasn't
that
his
cock.
fault.
told me this.
Hashtag stop
I
that
first-
cock.
When I first let him loose in there, she tried to fight him. She tried real hard to fight him. He fucking like chest bumped her, knocked her down, did his thing with her, and she from then on she's been fine.
The first time Beth told me about this shit, I was actually dazed and confused. I was like, "Wait, is this supposed to be a joke? Is there a punchline? Is
No,
there
true
is this real? Is this?" I didn't know what the hell was going. I was like, a trans chicken got dominated by a rooster and became a like. Is this a cartoon series starting? Is this like what the fuck is going? Right? I don't even. It took me a little while. It took me a little while.
No, you don't understand. I was
Um,
sitting on panel. Grump was on the panel, and all of a sudden I heard this god
Yeah, we were
awful
talking about it.
noise, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And I went out, and one of my hens, she had grown a comb, and was trying to crow, and it was the most god awful thing I've ever. I was embarrassed for her. The noise coming out of that
Is this
hen
a
was
chicken noise?
and I came
Actually-
back, and I was like, I came back cleaner, and it was like it was Glenn Lawrence, and it was Grumple, and it was Dusty, and I was like, I think my hen turned into a rooster.
Oh God, I'm laughing tears right now, sweetheart. This is killing me.
Cleaner, the funny thing about it is, like, most good stories would be funny to be a cartoon, and you can like anything.
I
Can
think
be just
I think
you
there
can
might
make
have
a
been
show
a
out of
foghorn leghorn close to that. Maybe not with the sexual part of it, but close to that somewhere in there.
Who's sitting here googling
Probably.
up can hens become roosters? And like, the fuck happened here? And
Well, they
yeah,
do.
sure enough.
well, not
Yep.
become roosters, but take the role.
Oh,
I didn't know they
they
grew
take the role.
combs, but
Oh
they
my
act
God.
like them. Yeah.
Yeah, the
She
growing the
was
comb thing is
bold,
wild.
She was trying to crow. She was acting like a boy. And actually, someone here wrote a song about Paige and my trans chicken.
Yeah.
So I had to
Really?
tell her.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
remember you were there.
Yeah.
It was the night. It was one of the.
It was the
song-
Emmett night.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I
Was it
remember
you?
that one was how our eggs are slowly, disintegrating into dust. Yeah, I remember
Yes,
that song.
yes, menopause. Yeah, somebody wrote a song about us with menopause and. I don't remember the other-
Ooh.
yeah. No,
Aggressive.
so yeah, I fucking put that rooster in there. I was like, "Good luck, buddy." And yeah, she tried to fight him at once, and he like freaking knocked her back real good, and then he solved the
There's a
problem.
Sounds sexual.
There's a punchline there somewhere. Yeah, animals do the darndest things. Actually, today we had a squirrel randomly enter in the church from like the right side, and the priest had to ward it out. I was like, I think that squirrel is Orthodox.
Yeah,
But
and Paige, the punchline is when it comes to trans hens, apparently all it takes is a good cock to set them straight again.
that's the punchline.
There it is.
I mean, you didn't need to say it, but you did. Typical lady
Yeah,
humor.
but I like seeing Cleaner laugh.
She gets me every time
It
she
was
says it.
distinct enough to be a punchline. Beth gets credit. No fault on the play.
There's a construct.
No penalty.
Oh God. She gets
I
me every
wish-
time she explains it. I can't help it.
Was there no
Okay.
offside, Grumple?
First,
Did you check the
first-
offside?
no offsides. No penalty on the
Okay.
play. First down.
I wish I had gotten I wish I had gotten her trying to crow on camera though before she decided she was a girl.
Isn't that
again.
what just played?
Or she
What, or
detransitioned.
did I?
Use proper language,
thought-
Beth? You're so insensitive to the.
I'm
chicken's
90%
plight.
sure I heard some kind of awful
Yeah.
crowing thing.
Somebody played a
Happened.
soundboard.
I don't know
Yeah,
if it
someone
was
played
from
it.
somebody else. I thought it was literally
It's
you
probably
playing
one
the
of my
sound of that.
parakeets trolling you.
That was my fault. I thought that was a legitimate chicken noise, but it was just audibly offensive.
She did too. She was like, "Oh," it was like, "What is that?"
That's cool.
And she tried. She's flapping and putting her chest out, and like, when she was done, she made that noise too. She went, and I was like, "Are you gonna die?" I was like, "Girl,
Chicken
don't
probably
do that
exhaled
no
too much
more."
trying to crow and then didn't like know how to breathe. It's like being a trumpet player, you know.
Yeah,
brass
she
movement.
was still working on
Breath control.
practicing, I think.
Yeah,
I think I've seen that in a couple of drag shows. To be
If
honest,
you go from like,
I was
You know, Beth,
embarrassed
get
for
the
her.
book Trumpet of the Swan for your kids. Like, I mean, well, your kids maybe don't need it, but the Trumpet of the Swan's a
I think
great
that hen
children's
was
book.
brave.
And also,
yeah, you
I
go from
really
like
did
flute
too. I
to
looked at her. I
tuba
was like,
overnight.
"Girl,
You
you
don't have enough lung
shouldn't make that."
capacity.
I looked at her like, "Girl, you shouldn't be making
sousaphone.
that noise. It ain't doing you no." It was like somebody who
Marching
couldn't
trumpet.
sing trying to sing. It was like,
Trombone.
"Honey, please stop."
Oh lordy, it was hilarious. I've
Rock-a-doodle doo,
look,
trigger warning.
I've actually had a couple of tears of joy every time Beth has talked about this.
Yes.
It's
You
made
laugh,
me
but in
laugh
the
that
future
hard.
there'll be vets that do like conversion
Oh my
surgeries
gosh.
For
Yeah, they're
chickens?
doing that for dogs. Have you seen this?
Oh
People who
no.
are saying their dogs are trans.
No.
Please,
For real?
no.
It's real. Look it up. It's a real thing. I shit
This
you
is a
not. I
troll.
about fucking
Oh my
died.
god.
No, this is the troll.
No.
That can't be true. That's insane.
No. These
Trans
people are
dogs.
trying to say that their dogs are trans and they are dressing them in little clothes of the opposite sex. They're giving them opposite sex
Dogs don't
names,
even wear
and
clothes.
they're demanding that they be
Why?
addressed as the opposite sex as well. I'm not shitting you. It's all over the place. Go look it up. It's everywhere.
Those poor
Some people
dogs.
have been hit in the head a lot. Some people need to be hit in the head more. I'm not saying who's what in this situation, but
No, I
my
agree with
point.
you.
Dogs.
Yeah.
I think
Why
they're
would
trying to
somebody
outdo
be in
each
the head?
other on who could be more insane.
I've
Go ahead.
got Daily Mail, the transgender man who identifies as a dog, a bunch of TikTok videos about people who think that their pets are transgender.
Yeah. Yes, people are making TikTok. It's the people, it's the owners that are doing it. It's not the vets. The vets
Yeah,
are.
Oh, same
TikTok
same
is
as with the
real
kids.
too, so
I don't go on TikTok.
So celebrities that
Yeah.
have three
That's
Haven't
nuts.
GTQ
I
whatever
like, I
kids, like all three of them. It's
I
like
You heard about the school that
1% of the
put litter
population, you get
boxes in the
three.
bathroom, right?
There's a commonality there.
I
Oh
take
no,
a
in
week
Austin,
and a half.
Austin, Texas. This is even a thing. The litter boxing.
Like I take a
Yeah.
week and a half off from social media, and you fuckers start transing your fucking animals. What the hell's wrong with the world?
A lot. What's worse is like
You're gonna start doing it to like
Buffalo
squirrels in
Bill
in your backyard and shit soon. That's
I
what's
can't
next.
leave you alone again,
Raccoons.
can I?
Not my
There's a
squigga.
There's a fucking school that put litter boxes in the bathroom for kids who
my
identify
squigga.
as a cat.
Wait. A school? Okay, hold on now, because
A
we're gonna have to
school?
unravel. We're gonna have to unravel the 3,000 layers of what the fuck that is involved in
school.
the school putting a litter box anywhere for any kind of a fucking
This happened a long
animal
time ago.
that a human being takes into the school, because
My
schools,
squigga.
I don't know, like schools in Texas are like, fuck that shit, keep your animals at home.
No, I
this
think it
is-
happened
Hang
in
on, no,
Texas.
Texas. Okay, just because it's anecdotal, but literally a friend of the family that is a public school teacher at a high school in the Austin area said, "Hey, complaining about my work." It wasn't even a political conversation because she's a giant friggin' lib, but she married a somewhat conservative guy. She's like, "I got to start dating conservative guys because these guys are not getting it done." Yeah, like complaining about the freaking litter boxes. It was not provided by the school. However, these litter boxes end up in the friggin' girls' rooms.
It's
in
not
high
the
school.
only schools. It's happened all over. Like it's happened in
Yeah,
different
it's not
places.
just that's just this one that that a person that I know that she works at, and she's a math teacher, and it's just the girls' rooms. But however, they also wear cat ears and hiss at each from her. This is anecdotal.
Yes.
Secondhand. They wear like cat ears and hiss at each other in hallways and stuff. Like
Yes. And
You know,
tails. And
you know what
tails.
you know what I love about dating liberal.
oh yeah, and some
chicks?
of them are like even butt plugs and stuff. This
Oh
is
my gosh.
The thing I love about
yep.
dating liberal chicks is like at the end of the night they become conservative because they realize what the power of a good strong man can give them in bed. And I leave
Just
them
like
the
my
next day,
trans chicken.
never look back because they're fucking insane, but they go, "Damn, I want one of those. I'm going to have to change now." So, yeah, changing liberal women one dick down at a time, ladies. I'm not
My
really
rooster agrees with you.
I'm not really doing that
What
shit.
comes
My
down to
brother
that?
told me to say that shit, and I fucking said it.
My rooster agrees with you.
That's
that sounds like
I
coke.
can fix her. I can fix her. All right,
All of
guys.
these is
well,
cope.
Fix her.
my friggin' TikTok moderator is getting impatient. He's been like, "It's been 20 minutes. Where the fuck are you?"
You're hanging out with friends. Tell
That's
him
what I
chill.
told
Yeah,
him. He's like, "I want to wreck some feminists on TikTok." And I was like, "Wait, give me like another 10 minutes." He's like, "No, you got to do it now." He's a bugger like that.
Right.
Hey,
So
you get them, girl. You've been doing a good
Okay,
job of
Jen.
that. You always
You
were.
go,
So
girl.
you
thank
keep
you.
Well,
doing
it's
what
go,
you're
good. I'm
girl.
glad you're here.
Yes, Queen
Have
Slay.
fun.
Oh my gosh, I think I just died a bit
Slay.
inside having said that.
I think I
I
heard
died a little too.
That was
I think I heard
Slay,
a little
girl,
bit of
slay.
vacating.
Yeah.
One day,
Lovely seeing
one
you,
day
lady
when
and
I
gentleman.
finally decide to get TikTok, I'll go into one of your panels and pretend to be a complete liberal, just
yeah,
just
do
for
it.
the fun of it.
Do it.
I've
I
done
think
that a
you
few
should
times.
stream that on your YouTube channel. Leaf fries on
Oh
the
Yeah.
bench
no.
with
I'm gonna
Exodus.
stream that on my
no.
YouTube channel when I go into your
Yes.
panel and pretend to be a
It's bad.
complete liberal, just for the fun of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
no,
love
trust me,
it.
I
It might
want
be a
that.
new thing.
There's no way.
I've
And then
actually
we're going to
gotten
send
more
it to
viewers.
Andrew Wilson.
Like I've actually
Mhm.
gotten more viewers on like the troll streams whenever I've gone onto TikTok and pretended to be a fucking liberal and given a liberal view. Oh, dude, I've gotten way more viewers during those because I don't know what it is, but like the conservative people love to see when you infiltrate the ranks. You know, they're just like, "Fuck yeah, dude,
It's
do it."
funny.
Just fucking do it. You know, like see what insane shit you can get these stupid motherfuckers to say.
They'll agree
The
with it
liberals
too.
are like, wow, there's a good debater on our side finally, and like little do they know, right?
little do they
That's
know.
the punchline.
And they fall for it. That's the crazy. And Paige, you know, because you've been
Yeah.
getting on TikTok for a while. They fall for it every time.
Oh yeah.
They're trained to agree with anything that sounds remotely like their views. Yeah.
Oh, look at that, Oxy. They put new lights around the Jeep logo at the factory.
Ooh.
No extra lights.
Yeah.
Fly towards the lights, my Mothkin. Fly towards the lights.
Anywho, you
If he has
awesome
more
folks.
lights, it must be good.
Have a good night. God bless. I'll
Later,
catch y'all on
Paige.
the flippity flip.
Paige, it's so good to see you.
Have a good
Likewise.
night.
God bless.
Paige.
I'll send you my channel link, honey.
Keep fighting the
GN,
good
guys.
fight, gal.
GN. All right. Bye.
Be good.
You go,
wait,
girl.
hang on,
Slay, queen.
He's awesome.
Y'all make jokes, but she's doing a good job.
Yeah.
She is.
I've
Cheers.
been doing that for a while when I say you go, girl. So
Let me tell you something. It's her
I get it.
fault. She really helped me out a lot when it comes down to debating because I had like no confidence and like I didn't think I really belonged in the sphere at all. And she really helped me a lot when it comes to actually getting on here and tangling with you guys. So I owe her a whole lot of love and gratitude.
Yeah.
You don't really debate against. You said you guys. That means you're talking to us. Like we don't. Most of us don't disagree on a whole lot. I mean, like maybe
I
little
could-
things.
Well,
I
I
could
get what
find
you mean.
I
something.
think we're mostly on the same.
You know what I mean.
I
You
think
know what
she
I mean.
just means being willing to get into the debate spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh, no,
go
I
up
was
against
being
the guys
intentional
on
Against
the
too.
other
Abe
side.
before.
It's an
I've
aesthetic
debated
choice,
against
Abe.
Abe.
You see.
Well, that's the thing too, though, is like I've debated against Abe and several other people who come on this channel because I competed on Grid 1 so many times.
all right, here you go, Beth. Beth versus Cleaner, holding hands, gay. Go.
No, it's not. It's not gay to hold.
Wait, is
your
that Beth
hand.
and Cleaner holding
Okay,
hands? Because that's not
so,
gay.
So I'll just
Men holding
clarify it real quick. It's not gay.
Oh,
Oh, wait,
men.
you said men specifically now? Well, fuck you for that.
Yes.
That's gay.
It's gay and European, so it's gay European. It's gay
If
European.
it is not a child, it's gay. Period.
If it's not your
I didn't
wife
even
or
like
one of your
holding my
children,
husband's
it's
hand.
fucking gay.
I didn't even like
We
holding my
disagree.
husband's hand. Just weird. It's
Linux versus Linux.
Oh damn!
I'm gonna delete your account.
no coach chocolate.
Sorry.
Fucking K2. Fucking
Delete
K2,
your
man.
account. Oh,
What did I
happened?
do?
Nothing. She just disabled cam and went to the right.
No, K2.
What did I
I'm
do?
gonna delete your account on YouTube. Don't worry about it on anywhere else. Just don't worry about those. Don't worry about those anymore.
K2's good.
Just Discord.
Ain't going
Okay.
anywhere.
Don't worry about it.
What did I do? I did nothing
He's
wrong.
everywhere all the time.
It's always your fault, K2. It's
That's a
because
lie.
you're
That's Oxycat's fault. That's
It's
Oxycat's
because
fault.
you exist.
Don't
She
don't
told me
switch
the
it on
truth.
me.
I know the truth.
Don't switch it.
She
It's not a
told me the
bug. It's a
truth. I know
feature.
all about it.
That's coke.
I gotta ask you, K2, because you've been hanging around the a lot of the places where Oxycat is, but does that southern accent just kind of fucking melt you sometimes?
I can neither
He loves
confirm or
it.
deny that.
Okay,
He loves
I
it, and
figured
he
it.
knows
That means yes.
A little bit, yeah, no, I'm not
You can't
saying
answer
like
that.
would you simp for the girl. I'm just saying like does it kind of
Oh, he simped
because
hard.
it gets you, dude. I'll admit it gets me, and I'm like, damn it, it's hard to fucking like when she starts that accent, it's like, damn it, it's really hard to talk to her and try and argue with her because that accent is like, damn it, it's so Southern
I'm able
Belle,
to.
man. I
Yeah, they
can,
do.
but I can't. It's like my fucking kryptonite, man. I can't help that shit.
I can resist it, but only because it's not a Georgia, like a South Georgia accent, like mid
Let's
South
be
Georgia
clear
accent.
about it,
specifically.
everybody. K2
That one gets me.
is literally the guy who kicks the girl that he likes. That's all.
Everybody's got a kryptonite.
Everything with him and Kat, it's just foreplay. Sorry, Kat.
Okay.
I can handle it when it's nothing but text, but when she gets on a panel and I hear that Southern Belle accent, I'm just like, damn it, I fuck it, I give up. It's like calming,
You
I
guys-
don't.
I gotta go to bed.
Oh,
I think I'm gonna
You're
rage
gonna
you
go to
off.
Hey,
bed?
Emmett, go live. Hold on. Beth, go live. Beth, go live.
I need 10 minutes. Let me pay for my StreamYard, and sure, I guess I'll go live. Fuck it. Why not? Right?
Well, you don't have
You
to
don't
do
even
that.
have to.
All you have to do is import
Just
the
use this.
Discord to your StreamYard,
Oh,
or
true.
import the Discord
have
to your
to.
OBS. One of the two.
Okay, well, I gotta deal with my StreamYard. I don't have OBS. StreamYard is an easy fix because I was just waiting for
You
money
say
to hit
import.
me.
Yeah.
You can use StreamYard for a panel without
Yeah.
having to go live from it if you use
Yeah, without
OBS.
paying.
Just seriously,
I don't pay for it.
add
Oh.
add a window source
Yeah.
and
Okay, hang on.
use OBS or use
And
the
make sure you
StreamYard.
click the
Same as pop
terminal
out.
audio thing.
She hasn't used OBS. She doesn't know how to use any of that yet. So
Oh yeah.
I'm figuring it
Yeah,
out.
it's a little bit much for a 2-minute tutorial.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Did you
and
speak Chinese to me,
Or
man?
somebody go live. We can take this party somewhere else.
Hang on, I got
Yeah.
this going. Okay.
Ni hao.
No, I'm
Hey, listen, say after
should,
Glenn.
but I'm not.
gosh, you guys.
Ni hao.
Abe, I love you,
Um,
man. You're a good dude. I appreciate being up here with you, bro.
You guys are crazy.
And just for the record, what the fuck is that in the road?
You?
Ooh,
It's
that's not good.
probably
Somebody
it's-
lost their
Okay.
straps.
I mean,
Uh-oh.
If it was
Okay,
roadkill,
guys,
K2
I
would
need
have
some
been
help.
like, yay, put it in the pot.
I need some help. Okay, so I've entered
Somebody
StreamYard.
just-
I haven't paid for it yet, so I don't know how many people I can fit on. How
6,
do
I
I?
believe.
I'm not quite sure what.
Is it hooked to your YouTube account already?
Oh, wait, what account am I in? Why is
You're
it?
in Beth Mayhew.
No.
If you want to go live from OBS, okay, either one. This call can stay where it's at because I don't think you have a Discord server. which you probably should if you're going to be a content creator. You should probably have a Discord or something. It sucks because it's the worst friggin'. It's one of the worst friggin' platforms ever. But it's kind of necessary unless you don't want to grow.
It makes it
and
easier.
Have the community
Yeah.
play. It's
make
so
your own-
inconvenient.
I'm just
Yeah.
getting it.
She needs to figure out how to stream. So
You can.
none of that matters.
Yeah,
Yet she needs to link her StreamYard to her YouTube account so that she can go live from her StreamYard first. It's the very first thing she has to figure out.
I got a thing where I can only do it. I can do it for $1. Hang on. Watch out.
Well, even in StreamYard-
Don't clip that. That would be in very poor taste. Do not clip that.
Already time stamping it, and it will be clipped.
Do not.
Hey, Beth, say uwu.
Oh, K2.
Oh,
it's
no.
not. It's not. You shouldn't be
Hey,
clipping
uwu's
that.
the shit.
It's bad. Bad
Uwu
K2.
is the shit. Women shouldn't have to work if they don't want to. So uwu is the shit.
Give me my fucking card, you motherfucker. Well, I at least am getting it set up. All right, so.
I
But
will
you
griff
can-
real quick while you figure that out. Tomorrow I have the Steelman versus EOD debate. I'll be going an hour early to do a bit of a review-ish of the panel for today. Maybe 2 hours earlier because it was like a 3-hour panel. And just give a little bit of my perspective on that one. At the end of the day, I was the mastermind behind it.
Hey, good job on setting that up, Emmett. That was good.
I really
Hope you're getting paid for this.
yeah. I really I don't know what you think of the thumbnail cleaner, but I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it. I liked the 3-on-3 thing. It kind of made it look like there was going to be like some oppositional between the two. But when you click on it and get into it, it was more conversation. Which there was some opposition, but I mean, and obviously it degenerated.
What are you
at some
talking
point,
about?
but-
There was a lot when you said a stuffed animal. There was a
Yeah, that was
lot
fucking insane,
of-
man. That was insane.
So I knew there was going to be opposition, especially when it came to the people on the panel. So I knew it was going to go at one point. It was going to be like a man versus woman, in some sense, and I know it went that way. So tomorrow, Steelman versus COD is going to be fun because Steelman is a crazy person on the internet, and you better be there to watch it.
Asking about Marilyn.
Okay.
How's that working out?
Hey, how do I?
Marilyn
Also,
says she's
Glo-
pretty sweet. He's
Hold on.
sweet.
I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. How do I link it to my YouTube now?
You're gonna hit the
Log in with
go
the same
live.
browser.
You're gonna hit.
You should.
First, you're gonna hit the go live thing in the top right corner. It's gonna ask you to link it to a YouTube or a social media account. You're gonna have to put in your YouTube information, link the two.
YouTube.
It's you don't have to put in the information if you use the same browser. It'll just open up a authorize this, or it should.
Yeah, that's
just,
what it did.
like-
It told me to pick my account. I picked my account. Live
So then
dashboard.
it'll automatically put that live on
That's
YouTube.
on
Live.
YouTube. I've already done that. I already told
Yeah.
YouTube to freaking let me live stream, so I did that. What the fuck? No. I already did it.
Grump's normal live night is
You
Thursdays
already
plus
did the
whatever else I do.
request. Fuck.
I've been invited to something. I don't know what's going to happen. I've been invited to a thing, like a random thing, and I have no idea what's going to happen. So
What
tonight,
random
tomorrow night,
thing? A throuple? Were you
I
invited to a
don't know.
throuple?
Pers-
Is this another
An
throuple,
orgy?
Grumple? How many times do
I
have
don't
to
know.
tell
It
you
might
to-
be. I don't
not
like.
do that?
I don't know how to deal with that. That's I was trying to search for punchlines while you were talking, and I didn't have any. I have no way to make that funny for me.
Oh
No,
god.
just some
just another
event. And it's
trouble.
going to be like 6 hours. So
Let me
it
tell
might
you
end up
something,
being my
Grumple.
whole
Every
time.
time you
Confused at
don't,
what's going on.
every single time you don't know what to say, you say red crayon. Just memorize that one.
Spicy crane.
The red
Hold on, yo,
crayon.
I wanted to say something real quick. I've been kind of waiting to say that. I think that
Cleaner's
something
just
that I
laughing.
Sorry.
well, I think something that you saw today on like grids and all that. I don't think that what we need to do is focus on the description so much anymore. I think we all understand relationships are bad.
They need to start focusing on the prescriptions. If we keep focusing on the descriptions constantly, all it's going to do is turn into a massive clusterfuck with the other side constantly. So we
saying
can
words
accept
I don't
reality as it is.
Yep.
Well,
But I mean,
we understand how reality is.
You have, but
No, I
not
was
for like in a conversation context. But every individual person has to be able to do the descriptions to understand what it is that we're talking about.
Yeah,
And
but
then,
they're not going to
because
accept the reality as it is.
we
And
agree on
you can
terms,
show
yeah.
them constantly show them that this is reality. Men don't want to engage in the dating market anymore. That's the reality.
You have
now
to,
we need to focus on the
Mr.
prescription.
Lion, you have to have a conversation. You have to be able to agree on
how do we do
terms.
that?
Otherwise,
Like,
it's not going to work at all.
They're not going to agree on the terms.
That's
Well,
the
the
problem.
reasonable
We've already
understanding-
No,
tried.
we're making robot wives that will be able to grow babies.
No, you
like
won't.
the reasonable understanding that guys
No,
have-
China's
Let's
already
look at-
apparently doing
look,
the baby growing
what-
thing.
what Elder
Wait,
Lion is
wait.
saying is
like
right.
multiple steps
Hold on, hold
different.
on, hold on, hold on.
So I just told YouTube to go live. Oh shit! It says now apparently I'm live on YouTube.
Okay.
How do I
Hang on,
link
I'll tell you.
StreamYard?
You're not yet.
You just copy
Hi,
the
guys.
StreamYard
Sorry.
link, and
Oh, no, you
people,
are.
when they log in, they'll
Yeah,
go
I'm
into
on.
the StreamYard link.
You're live on
All
YouTube.
right, let's.
Where?
It's
Hold
just you.
on.
Okay.
How many of
I
those
just
is
hit
there?
the
Are-
ask
Two.
to request.
Which account are you on?
I'm on my cultural creation.
Culture correction
corrections.
315.
Okay.
Yep. And all right.
It's not popping
Here
up.
You guys have a good night.
Abe. Hang on, Abe. I'll DM you the
She needs to turn on her.
I'm DMing you the video link.
Okay, she needs
And
to turn.
Abe,
she
you have
needs-
to
she
enable
needs-
raids.
She needs to turn on
Oh.
her ability to accept raids.
Okay. How do I do that?
Same thing. We were saying the same thing.
I sent you the link in the background, Abe, on Discord.
What do I do? Do I go to my studio or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go to your studio.
Yes, your studio. Hang on, I'm checking. I'm verifying where it is right now because I don't remember either.
If you look it up online, it's probably going to give you the old way because it just changed. Elder Lion had to do it last night.
No,
But he
it's
just
in
dropped.
settings.
Do I
In
go to
settings.
content?
Is it? It's not under channel customization anymore.
Under maybe collaborations? No.
It's in settings.
Settings
Okay,
community.
it's in the studio and then settings
Okay.
and then
Elder Lion still
community moderation and then is user management.
Hang on, I'm working on this. Over here.
Settings,
Oh, user management. Got it. Okay.
user management. Go
Okay,
down.
Down at the very bottom.
Scroll down. Hey, I'm doing it, Grumple.
It's not
I am
letting me
Pajita right
scroll.
now. I am Pajita. Stop it. Jesus
You are
Christ.
you're
And then all
Pajita?
channels can redirect to my
Is that an
content.
Indian name?
Yes, I am Pajit. I am doing
It's
the
not
thing.
letting me scroll down. Fuck.
Use
You
your,
should be able to
mouse
scroll
wheel.
down. Yeah, just the mouse wheel.
I don't have a mouse. Oh, there it is. I found it. Hang on.
And then all
Then if
channels
you're on
can
touchpad,
redirect to my
use
content and then
Two
save.
fingers, and it should generally.
That's
Just
first
forced Abe to.
stream.
Sorry, there's nothing I can do at the moment. God damn it. It won't let me fucking scroll. Oh wow. I'm
It's
like
all actually
forgetting.
You can grab whatever you use for click. You can grab the there's a
Buddy, this is
check
fun.
that box and then save and then.
I did it.
Good.
And then put the StreamYard link in chat, and then we'll go. Bug Beth.
Oh shit. What's this doing? Live streaming. Okay.
I guess we doing
It
this.
says I'm live streaming here.
Did you
I
save
did
that?
save it. Yes.
Boom.
Stream.
It's
So
not-
every time I tell, all right. So hang on. StreamYard keeps saying that there's still a few more steps that I need to redirect. Let's say, redirect over to
You don't want to
right.
redirect.
Request access on you.
No, you're not redirecting. You just need. You're already
No.
live. Are
I'm
you
out.
live from
I
StreamYard, Beth?
misspoke. Hang on. I misspoke. It says to request access on YouTube. I do that, and it's taking me over to YouTube again.
Yeah.
And I've got
There's
a
24-hour
screen in
wait.
front of me.
There's
Oh
a
yeah, if you
24-hour
didn't
wait when you
No,
first
no.
link your StreamYard to your YouTube.
No, she's already.
No, that's not.
Oh,
No, that's not right.
Is
There's
that
not
not
a there's
going
not
on
a wait
anymore?
for YouTube. No.
It's-
The wait is when you want to go live on YouTube. You click the box and then it's a 24-hour countdown. That's just to
That's
go
already
live
done.
on YouTube.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's already
StreamYard
done.
has
I'm
nothing to do
live
with that.
right now.
I know what you're
Everybody's
thinking
watching.
of. Just
Yeah.
Struggle. So here's the thing: is so the screen that I'm getting, it's got
wants
the
to
box
herd out
at
and
the
be done,
top
dude.
that says "Start sending us video from your streaming," and then it says "Stream settings, analytics, stream health."
Right.
Enable DVR, all kinds of options here that I know nothing about.
you should be
Well,
good
you're
to go at
live
this
right
point.
now.
Are you live from StreamYard?
I think I'm live in YouTube.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
her on
Are you
YouTube right
using
now.
StreamYard?
Yeah, it said it's asking me where my destination is.
Are you okay? Are you
And
live
there we go,
through
I'm getting
StreamYard
What?
or are you live through YouTube?
through YouTube. Should I
both.
stop the one on YouTube?
You have to start your live from StreamYard
StreamYard.
to use StreamYard. If you
When you use
Okay.
StreamYard,
Oh,
yeah, stop
Yeah.
stop whatever you're doing and restart it, and I'll
got it.
link the new thing.
You can do it through OBS, but
Hey, you're
it's
at
a pain
25
in the
subs.
ass.
No,
Okay.
it's
too
not.
much for right
So
now.
go to StreamYard. All right, Studio. Title.
Well, Grump setting OBS up if you haven't used it already is kind of a pain in the ass.
It's more than right now.
I'm
Yeah, it's
so
100%
sorry,
right now.
guys.
No, you're
I
good.
appreciate you all.
Wow.
I don't mind. It's
Oh, create live
just
stream.
trying
Okay.
to get.
Oh, I got it. All right, hang on. After
8
Abe,
equals capital D.
public. All right, start
KG
live.
wants the capital D, so that's what he's.
All right, I'm entering the
Yeah.
studio. Okay, enter studio. Change that. How do I turn that on again?
Put your
I'll do that later.
move
I'll do that
yourself
later.
up and then hit.
Okay.
And top right on the StreamYard, hit go. Yours is
Go
okay.
live.
After Abe
I
Hangout,
am-
there it goes.
All right.
After
I'm
Abe
live.
Wait, no, this
Here we
is
go. All right.
no, this
it
is
says
the
I'm
previous
live.
one.
All right.
So what?
So
Now I
now-
just share this link in the chat, and you guys can come.
No, not yet. We want to make sure you're actually live first. before
Okay.
You
Am
share
I?
anything? Because I'm looking at your channel right now under live, and it's still you. I mean, honestly, you can go live from multiple places, and you can have multiple live things
There
on
we
YouTube.
go.
I
I just added
Is-
the stage. Am I here? It says I'm
Yes.
live.
Yes, I see you now.
You can see me now. That was my fault. I forgot to add myself to the
Okay,
stage.
now we go. You
Yep.
shouldn't have named them the same thing. However, this is okay. Yeah, you still need to stop the other one, so
Yeah.
people don't get
I
confused.
thought I did.
You'll have to shut down
It's
the
somewhere
other
in the
one
YouTube settings, but don't worry about it for right now. So here's Abe. You got the link already?
Yep.
And you can
I
raid.
thought
Okay,
that
I
I
don't even need
did.
to.
Do I need to
need to
share?
paste
All right.
it
So
away.
do I
Okay.
share the StreamYard link?
If you want
What do
to
I
see
do?
your chat or in my chat, either
Okay.
one works. I'm gonna raid over to you here in just a second.
Okay. So
If you want to do an
I'm just
open
gonna
panel,
draw-
yeah, pinning the link is usually how you do that.
Yeah, I just sent
So
the
it's
link to you.
available for everybody.
hang on here now because I don't know what is going on my side right now. Go to my channel.
You're gonna have fun.
I'm live in 2 of them.
Yep.
But one of
There's
them
some
is actually,
YouTube thing
one
you're
do I
using for
end?
live.
Which one do
Yeah.
I end is the question.
You want to end the first one you generated.
the one that has the longer live time. You want to end because that's the one that's older.
Okay, it's not telling me which one is which.
Are you under channel? You're under channel customization, and then the
Here's wait,
manage.
quick, super easy, end both, and then just restart it from StreamYard, real quick. You've only been live for like a minute.
Oh.
No biggie. Just
Okay.
end all of it.
Well, I unfortunately left it, so I got to find him again. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to
It
find
takes
him
a little
because
bit to get used to.
I accidentally closed
put
the tab.
Like
But for
on
the
the
new
one
video
right
title,
click,
8
right click
equals
on.
equals.
right click on the tab in your browser and then go to reopen last closed tab.
Oh.
Should name it the new stream Oxycat's fault.
Why are you closing stuff when you're trying to figure things out?
Too many.
I'm gonna have to go to history because I don't know to find it.
It doesn't really matter.
There it is. Okay.
It's not going to pull up
End
anything.
stream.
It's still showing
Got
live.
it. And I can delete those later. So there's one ended at least.
That one's done. So now
Rename the new one Oxycat's fault.
The live one
Are
is
they-
actually live now.
So we're good. I shouldn't touch anything else.
I think the one through StreamYard is still going, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still going for me.
That's good. That'll work. Because I can
Okay.
I can share to that. I can
Yes,
rate to that.
it's correct. It's correct right now.
Yay!
Read the chat.
Look at that.
There may be
See,
a
I
couple
want to give a
other-
huge shout out to Abe Dinkus, to fucking Cleaner 409. Who else has been helping me here because I've got too many things going on at once? To Emmett,
Not me.
of course, to K2, to Grumple. Y'all have been helping me huge. I appreciate you so much because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Right.
It just
Read
takes
the
a little bit
chat.
to get used to.
Look at that first live stream, and it's all screwed up, and I'm
How it
very
always
lucky to have
goes.
the.
That's how it always goes. The first one's
Read
always
the
screwed
chat.
up. What am I reading in chat?
First one
Not
goes
you,
perfectly.
Beth.
Oh, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have fun. God bless. I'm going to send you over to Beth. Make sure that you like and subscribe and do all the things. Help the new channels grow. Do the stuff. And I will talk to you again soon. Tomorrow.
Stay safe.